Chapter 232. Soon, the four singers aboard the Bishi gathered in the conference room at Yujia's direction. Young Tang Yuan, seeing so many ants gathered together, felt a little nervous. Seeing this, Di Xinyan stepped forward, gently embraced Tang Yuan, and stroked her head, soothing her, saying, "Tang Yuan, be good. It's okay. These ants are all very kind people." Tang Yuan calmed down with Di Xinyan's comfort. However, she suddenly said to Di Xinyan nervously, "Auntie, you have to be careful. Mom hugged me, and I almost became a living dead. I don't want to hurt you." Di Xinyan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "You're such a kind and good child. Don't worry. Auntie, I'm not afraid, because, like you and your mom, I'm a new human. Hee. Those two ordinary people next to me might be in danger, but I wouldn't. But thank you for your concern, hee." As she spoke, Di Xinyan effortlessly lifted third-grade student Tang Yuan up like a man. Tang Yuan instantly brightened. Master Jing Xian was a little surprised. She took a closer look at Di Xinyan's figure. She didn't look like a former Special Forces soldier trained in the military like herself. But how could her power be so immense? At this moment, Yelena, who was standing beside him, seemed to notice Jing Xuan's confusion and smiled, saying, "Master and little Tang Yuan's physiques are the result of their transformation into zombies, aided by the power of the singers, into a perfect form. They're called new humans. They're incredibly strong, resistant to starvation, have great endurance, are immune to illness, have powerful regenerative abilities, and are said to have a much longer lifespan." These words stunned Jing Xian. "Master, junior sister, a singer like me actually possesses such abilities?" Yelena was stunned, then realized she had indeed entered the art earlier than Jing Xian, so she nodded with a wry smile. Jing Xuan's eyes blazed with fire, and he muttered to himself, "I will strive to cultivate my singer's abilities and save the people." At that moment, Zhongli Rui entered, leading Xiaofeng and the great hero Dragon Sparrow Mecha, returning to bodyguard form through the door. Yujia released 4 spherical sound-amplifying drones from the corner of the room for the 4. The conference room screen lit up, this time no longer from the open-top bridge. Xiao Pu, following Zhongli Rui's advice, changed the connection location to the Taoya's conference room. The screen indicated that technicians on the Tao Tai had already brought out the best available sound equipment. All 4 deceased were now connected to vital sign detectors. However, the readings for all 4 were now flat. Di Xinyan stared at the screen, a thoughtful expression on her face. Jing Xian, noticing this, whispered to Yelena, "Little senior sister, what is Master thinking about?" "She's probably thinking about what song to use to evoke the memory of those brave soldiers who died in battle," Yelena replied softly, crossing her arms over her chest. "Master once said that to maximize a singer's abilities, different songs should be used for different people." "I see. That's exactly what's happening, and it should be." Jing Xian waved her whisk and nodded in agreement. After a moment's thought, Di Xinyan walked over to Tang Yuan, squatted down, and asked the child, "Tang Yuan, Auntie has something to ask you." "Auntie, go ahead," the little girl replied sweetly. "Do you know many songs?" "I can sing a lot of songs," Tang Yuan said proudly. "My mother used to be the lead singer of the art troupe chorus. I heard her sing so many songs. My dream is to one day stand on the stage and shine like her." Di Xinyan was stunned by this, then had an idea. She asked, "Tang Yuan, I'm asking you, can you sing Dakian Military Spirit, the song your mother, Major General Tang, sang at the Dakian Military Channel's annual meeting last year?" Tang Yuan puffed out her chest and said confidently, "Of course I can. Back then, my mother would often practice on the balcony while I was asleep, so she could perform. Actually, I stay awake and just listen to her singing. That song is great." I listened. Di Xinyan was immediately satisfied and turned her gaze to Yelena and Jing Xian. "Jing Xian, Yelena, one of you is a retired soldier from the Dakian army, and the other is from a unit that once cooperated with the Dakian army. Is it okay for you to sing this military song?" Jing Xian nodded slightly. "Master, don't worry. I know this song by heart. I used it many times during my military career." Yelena scratched the back of her head guiltily. I know this song. That AI sister Yujia. Can you help me with the lyrics board like last time?" Yujia's 3D holographic projection smiled at Zhongli Rui's opinion. Zhongli Rui said with a half smile, "Give her a cheat. After all, there's no shame in using any amount of cheats to save someone." "Ha! Rui, you're so kind." Yelena happily approached for another 3 kisses, but Zhongli Rui stopped her. "Come on, you're the governor's man now. Mind your image." Yelena then realized that not only were Zhongli Rui's wife and her master present, But Jingxian and the child were also there. She immediately put her thoughts aside, stuck out her tongue, and returned to her original position. Di Xinyan then said, "Well, since little Tang Yuan knows how to sing, let's use Dacian military soul." "It's decided." The women agreed in unison. Then, the four women took their respective singing positions, positioned themselves facing the amplifying drone. Di Xinyan, the lead singer, slowly raised her hands and opened her eyes. Her eyes recalled Zhongli Rui's glorious years of campaigning across the country, and suddenly, a surge of heroism rose within her. Female quartet. Dacian military soul. The song surged like a spring tide, filling the conference room and reaching the Tao I via the drone and audio equipment, echoing around the four deceased soldiers. The song carried endless admiration and remembrance for the soldiers, and an indescribable power, as if it could penetrate life and death and awaken dormant souls. As the song rose and fell, the vital sign device connected to one of the soldiers suddenly registered a reading. His heartbeat had returned. Across the screen, the soldiers aboard the Taotai watched in amazement, unable to believe that singing could possess such miraculous power. Di Xinyan and the other four women also sensed this change, their singing becoming even more passionate, filled with hope and strength. One by one, the vital signs of the fallen soldiers began to recover. On the surrounding instruments, indicators began to recover one after another, drawing cheers from the surrounding soldiers. However, by the time the four women finished singing, the vital signs of the other three soldiers had returned. General Long Zhanyes, however, had not. The black lines spreading across his body were growing more and more. General Long's assisted transformation seemed to have failed. He was truly about to become a zombie. How could this happen? Di Xinyan was momentarily dazed. Across the screen on the Tao's eye, General Long's condition, which hadn't recovered, brought the joy of the surrounding soldiers to an abrupt halt. Everyone looked at their general with deep concern. Assisted conversion failed, Yu Jia whispered after checking the equipment on the other side. "Yu Jia, I know you can detect. What's going on?" Di Xinyan, unwilling to accept defeat, immediately asked Yu Jia. "The equipment on the Tao's eye is limited, and the detection data is also limited. Madam, however, I noticed that the other three people resonated significantly more with the singer's voice than General Long. May I ask, did General Long's previous injury damage his hearing?" Xiao Pu replied, "No. Before General Long died, he spoke to me without any problems." "Then, there is only one other possibility," Yu Jia said calmly. The audience resisted what they heard and lost their will to live. At this moment, everyone on both the Tao's eye and the Bishi were horrified. How could it be possible that General Long Zhanya, with his iron will, could? He actually has no desire to live. How is that possible? Just as everyone was stunned, Xiao Pu suddenly lowered his head and said sadly, "I see. So, my adoptive father truly doesn't want to live anymore." At this point, Zhongli Rui inquired, "Major Xiao Pu, what's going on? Tell us quickly, so we can all find a solution. Otherwise, if the general truly becomes a zombie, we have no choice but to send him away." Xiao Pu said dejectedly, "General Zhongli, the truth is, ever since returning from the Battle of Shizhou, he's often locked himself in his room late at night, unable to sleep. He's been staring blankly at Major Long's relic, the pistol." Zhongli Rui's pupils shrank slightly, and he hesitated. "You mean, General Long still cares? When Xinjing fell, he had no choice but to lead his troops and personally kill all those people, including his son." "Yes." Xiao Pu's eyes were red, tears welling up in his eyes. "To me, General Long is like a father. I was an orphan, and he single-handedly raised me to become a member of the Dacian army, to serve the country alongside Major Long. That day, I saw General Long's hands tremble as he fired. He had never hesitated before. That day, he killed those hopeless ministers of the Ministry of National Defense. I killed the infected guards, including Major Long. Since that day, General Long has often suffered from sleepless nights. If it really doesn't work..." Xiao Pu slowly took out his pistol and loaded it. "I end General Long's suffering. I end my father's suffering." "Wait!" Di Xinyan stopped him. "I understand. The singer has inner demons, and their ability to activate them weakens the new humans. And if the audience also has inner demons, the singer's transformation will fail. For the general to recover, he must first let go of his inner demons." "But how can I let go of them?" Xiao Pu said in a daze. At this moment, Di Xinyan looked at Zhongli Rui and Jingxian beside her, and took a deep breath. "General Long, I know you can hear my voice now. You may blame yourself for not being able to save your son, your boss, your capital, and your country. But each of us has limited abilities. The discovery of our singer's abilities was gained through countless blood and tears. The decision you made at that time was not wrong. Do you know that there are many people like you who are moving forward with pain? Major General Zhongli, whom you personally promoted, is my husband. And my disciple, Master Jingxian, is also carrying the same pain as you. My husband, in a similar situation, had to kill his ex-wife. My disciple had to kill her fellow apprentices with her own hands. They, like you, pulled the trigger out of love. General, let it go. The road ahead is still long. There is still someone in this world who regards you as a father, and is looking forward to your return. General, let it go. Jingxian turned in astonishment to look at Zhongli Rui's youthful face, stunned. How much had this young governor-general truly endured? So, he experienced the same things he experienced. Aboard the Taotai, on the vital signs monitor linked to Long Zhanya, a heartbeat suddenly skipped a beat. Yujia quickly caught this moment and alerted Disinian, Madam. General Long, there's a reaction. Disinian's gaze instantly hardened. She took a deep breath and raised her hands again. Female solo. Let Go. Unlike the previous uplifting military songs, the melody of Let Go was like the warm winter sun, spreading warmth and reassurance to every corner. The gentle power of the song seemed to soothe the pain and self-blame experienced by everyone present in the chaotic apocalypse. As the song continued, the previously stagnant heartbeat on General Long Zhanya's vital signs monitor on the Taotai became steady and began to gradually accelerate. When Disinian finished her second song, the instrument's readings of General Long's vital signs became continuous and strong. Zhongli Rui murmured, "It's done, finally, it's done." At this moment, Xiao Pu remained stunned, holding his gun. Major Wu, who was close to him, took the pistol from him, unloaded the bullet, and returned it to Xiao Pu's holster. Chief of Staff, it's all right. General Long is back. Xiao Pu finally broke down in tears of joy. His comrades came forward, patting his shoulders in comfort. Many officers' eyes were also filled with tears. The atmosphere aboard the Taotai, previously heavy and depressing, was now lifted by the return of General Long's vital signs. The soldiers looked at each other, their eyes gleaming with the joy and excitement of their commander's rescue. In front of the screen, Disinian slowly lowered her hands, a tired but satisfied smile on her face. Zhongli Rui walked over to Disinian and gently patted her shoulder, his eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. "Wife, you're amazing. You truly are the most powerful singer." Disinian glanced at her husband and said, "Stop the flattery." But then she quietly thanked him, "Thank you, husband." Jingxian clasped his hands together, tears glistening in his eyes, as he whispered to himself, "Master, you are the most powerful singer. You've shown me the true meaning of a singer's power. I will practice even harder to save more lives." Yelena nodded, looking at Disinian with admiration. "Master is truly amazing. She's the one who handles things we can't handle. TSK, TSK, TSK. Meanwhile, in the data world, Yujia pondered silently. Letting go is also a form of human wisdom. I understand. Chapter 233. 3 hours later, Long Zhanya and the other 4 on the Taotai were successfully revived. The old general's first act upon his resurrection was to connect with Zhongli Rui once again. To Zhongli Rui's surprise, Long Zhanya chose to connect with him from the now open bridge of the Taotai. Zhongli, Major General. Long Zhanya's face on the screen was a veil of age. Xiao Pu told me the details. This child never grows up and still clings to his father. Zhongli Rui struggled to respond, offering an awkward yet elegant smile. Young man, why did you choose to resurrect me instead of taking on this responsibility? Long Zhanya looked up at Zhongli Rui. General Long, you're wronging me. Regarding your resurrection, I had Xiao Pu and all your surviving officers hold a meeting according to regulations. I know, Long Zhanya interrupted. But I also know, and you know, what they would decide if you let them choose. Letting them choose is, in essence, your decision. Young man, you are more capable than me, more energetic than me, and you have more time left than I do. You truly should shoulder this responsibility, and lead the remaining elite troops of Dakian. General Long, when you say I'm more capable than you, it's probably just in terms of identifying, judging, and applying technology. In terms of combat, you're far superior to me. I witnessed the battle, and your arrangements were spot on, and your command was wise and decisive. I analyzed it with the AI, and the Bishi short-range firepower is far inferior to that of the Taotai. If my Bishi encountered these monsters, we'd be in for a tough fight. Young man, you're always so considerate of my old bones. I'm grateful. But there's really no need for this. My old bones are useless now. Even if I were to be resurrected like this, how many years can I still live? Long Zhanya said sadly, looking at his now empty left hand. Zhongli Rui disagreed. General Long, you're 55 years old this year, right? According to the decrypted data from Changsheng Life Science Group, the lifespan of both new humans and awakened ones increases by 300%. I'm assuming you could live another 30 years in your normal state. Now, as a new human, you can live at least 90 years. Wah, what? And, General Long, don't just sit there slumped. Get up and move your hands and feet. Don't you feel extra energetic? After becoming a new human, your strength increases by 60% and your endurance by 300%. Come on, General, give it a try. Long Zhanya quickly stood up upon hearing this. He discovered that his body seemed even more energetic than when he was younger. He tried to move his hands and feet, and sure enough, a surge of strength he had never felt before washed over him. He tried to clench his fist, then suddenly began to strike a one-handed military boxing move. After a few moves, Long Zhanya finally believed that his body was now strong and energetic. Even when he was a young enlisted soldier, his condition had never been better. Incredible, Long Zhanya exclaimed in amazement. This is what Changsheng Life Science Group once wanted to promote. The Changsheng Project, Zhongli Rui said seriously. Before the high-ranking officials of various countries and the Dacian military drove Chen Jingquan mad, the condition you are in now reflects what he and his wife wanted to do for the people of Blue Star. Afterwards, Zhongli Rui shared the relevant information with Long Zhanya as objectively and thoroughly as possible. The Dacian military brass. I'm sorry to their family. Long Zhanya's expression darkened after learning these heavy facts. I never imagined that the demon king who destroyed the world was once an angel who wanted to benefit humanity. If possible, I really want to catch these corrupt officials in the Ministry of National Defense, colluding with the Lifeng Nation and the Ontario interest groups, and put them on trial. General, according to the data, you and your men killed them the day the Dacian Ministry of National Defense fell. Zhongli Rui hesitated for a moment, then spoke truthfully. Long Zhanya's expression suddenly turned extremely depressed. Back then, I was deeply disappointed when I killed him myself. My son actually sacrificed himself defending such a bunch of worthless people. General, your son died diligently in the line of duty. He was a heroic martyr. These are two different things. Please don't feel bad for him, Zhongli Rui said soothingly. Upon hearing this, Long Zhanya was silent for a moment, then took a deep breath, his eyes firm. You're right. My son, Long Zhanya, was no coward. He truly deserved his death. As for those parasites, though dead, their crimes will forever be remembered. Zhongli Rui nodded and said solemnly, General, we must unite under the current circumstances. Dacian's elite forces need veterans like you to lead them. Also, I was planning to discuss this with you later. I've been discussing with Cheng Yonghua, the governor of the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Regions. Dacian needs the 5 of us governors-general to work together to support this shattered nation. I was hoping to convene the first joint meeting of the 5 military commanderies when things are calmer. General, we need you. Upon hearing this, Long Zhanya's eyes widened. He remained silent for a long moment before whispering, Governors, you think so highly of a veteran like me? You're being too kind. He glanced at his left hand again and lamented, what a pity. Now I feel like I could fight 3 of my younger selves, yet my left hand isn't crippled. Alas. That's not a problem at all, Zhongli Rui said with a smile. He then brought up clips of several people in combat and daily life. Cheng Feng, Tai Nan Offing, using a robotic arm to farm, sharpshooter Wu Gui, Agui, teaching novice snipers at the militia training center, also holding a teaching stick in his left hand, and Mao Dan Qing, a Mao, a master climber with lightning-fast movements and razor-sharp kicks. Long Zhanya's mouth dropped open. Is this really possible? There's even such a thing? Zhongli Rui replied calmly, General Long, of these 3, only militia reconnaissance team leader Mao Dan Qing is a new human like you and me. The other 2 are still ordinary people. So my left hand. I just fix it for you. General, the disaster-level monsters in the north have been eliminated. You and the Taotai should head south. At this moment, Long Zhanya looked up at the severely damaged Taotai, feeling the same pain as if he were looking at an old comrade seriously injured in battle. Alas! This fellow, the Taotai, I served alongside it for over 20 years. This battle is the end of its glory. The end of what? Zhongli Rui interrupted again, calmly. So, General, after you perform an emergency overhaul on the warship, sail it to the Magic City. Yelena and I will also go there. There's the shipyard where the Taotai was originally built. Once we recapture that dock and shipyard, we can repair the Taotai and make it usable again. But 20 years ago, the Taotai, a first-generation heavy, high-speed land-based warship, wasn't so easy to repair. We don't have blueprints, do we? Are we supposed to just follow our instincts like a blacksmith? The Taotai is certainly an older model warship, but it still requires precision repair. Upon hearing that Zhongli Rui wanted to repair his left hand, and the Taotai, Long Zhanya would be lying if he said he wasn't tempted. Oh, you mean this? Zhongli Rui said flatly. Yujia projected the 3D design drawings of the Taotai into the air. Long Zhanya's mouth dropped open again. Such confidential information. You ahem. Young man, where did you get it? Suddenly, Long Zhanya realized, oh, I see. So that's what's going on. Zhongli Rui was confused. What do you know, old general? Long Zhanya smiled faintly. Didn't you capture the headquarters of Changsheng Life Science Group last time? The cradle of Homeland No. 1 underground fortress? You even obtained the Bishi, a next-generation nuclear-powered high-speed land cruiser, and learned so many top-secret secrets. So, you obtained the design drawings and data for the Taotai back then, right? Zhongli Rui felt helpless to complain after hearing this. While Long Zhanya's speculation had some truth to it, it was still completely wrong. However, he didn't want to tell Long Zhanya just yet that Bai Lingxin and the remaining members of the Changsheng Life Science Group were assisting him. Therefore, Zhongli Rui chose to respond with a faint smile, his expression unwavering. Long Zhanya naturally took this smile as a positive response. He sighed slightly and smiled. If that's the case, then repairing the Taotai will truly depend on you, young man. General Long, you're too polite. From now on, the 5 of us must unite and help each other to support the great nation of Dakian. Only these remnants of civilization remain. We, the few who have taken the lead, will repair everything that's broken, piece by piece. General Long, please stop using the giving way approach. My point is, we're short on manpower, supplies, and even talent. General Long, use everything you can, that's the best option right now. A broken hand, repair it. A broken warship, repair it together. The world civilization is broken. The 5 governors, and the remaining people will repair it together. Thinking of what was happening, Long Zhanya's eyes suddenly lit up. He laughed heartily. When his smile faded, Long Zhanya nodded seriously. Good boy. You're right. Civilization is ruined. The 5 of us, along with the remaining people, will repair it together. I, an old man, still have another 90 years to live. Fine. As long as you find me useful, I, an old man, will join you in this endeavor. All right. Zhongli Rui felt a huge weight lifted from his heart upon seeing Long Zhanya's statement. He understood that the addition of this veteran, Long Zhanya, would be invaluable to the future of Dakian. After all, the person he and Cheng Yonghua had come up with regarding the 5 military commandery, the idea he had devised, was none other than Long Zhanya. Now that he had agreed, the matter was a success. Of course, young man, I, a veteran, have come here with a thick face. Before I repair the world, please help me repair my left hand and my Taotai, Long Zhanya said half-jokingly. Of course. Don't worry, General Long, Zhongli Rui said with a smile. Chapter 234. The 2 major generals connected for 30 minutes and formulated the next plan. Long Zhanya's technicians would first perform emergency repairs on one side of the Taotia's power unit. Not completely, but just to a functioning level. Then, the Taotai would return to the Ming Tomb's fortress to transport the injured back to base for recuperation. With all this completed, the Taotai headed south to the Magic City fortress. After terminating his call with Long Zhanya, Zhongli Rui approached Yelena to discuss reopening the Magic City shipyard. Rui, reopening the shipyard? It's going to be quite a hassle, Yelena said with a troubled look on her face. What's wrong? That dock has the same problem as the War Museum. It should be said that downtown Magic City, the War Museum, the Jingmao Building, and the city's largest dock all had this problem. Zhongli Rui suddenly understood. Oh, you mean, the dock has those giant bloodthirsty bats from last time? Yes. These 3 key institutions in Magic City have now become gathering places for these swarming, bloodthirsty monsters. They pose a serious threat to the people of the city. We were forced to build bastions and install multiple anti-aircraft positions suitable for firearms and crossbows to deal with these monsters. Speaking of which, the weapons you distributed to us last time proved invaluable in sporadic defense battles. The bloodthirsty bats knew we would be killed if they approached the fort, so they quickly stopped coming. Is that so? Zhongli Rui fell into deep thought, then said, since these dangerous monsters lingering in downtown Magic City pose such a significant threat to the citizens, and the restoration of the dock's functions. Yujia, assess our current troop strength and our chances of defeating these bloodthirsty monsters. Master, no need to calculate. 100% chance of winning. Huh? Zhongli Rui was a bit stunned by Yujia's confident assessment. Yujia, you're a super AI. I hope you calculate carefully, not so hastily. Master, considering the equipment of individual soldiers in the currently weakest elite troops of the Demon City Fortress on the Bishi, equipped with automatic rifles, pistols, grenades, and other weapons, a single soldier, unless they're frightened and running around, can probably eliminate more than 10 bloodthirsty bats. And if these soldiers advance in tactical formation, they won't even get hurt. If they were equipped with the equipment of the Zero Anzhou Army's special forces, a single ordinary soldier could eliminate 15 to 30 bloodthirsty bats. Similarly, considering the tactical formation, they wouldn't get hurt. Considering the presence of several elite forces within the current force. Captain Ameo, Director Lu Shi, Captain Wang Gang. These combat heroes can easily eliminate 30 each before running out of ammunition. Beyond these combat heroes, Master, you and your mechanical black guards should easily eliminate over 50 before each of your unit's ammunition runs out. Yelena was immediately dissatisfied. Yujia, you're putting my troops down rather harshly, aren't you? Zhongli Rui said with a half smile. Yujia, my great Xia Dragon Bird battle armor is indeed formidable. But in my previous battle with Qinjinkun, the mechanical black guards didn't seem quite as formidable. No, that's not right. Zhongli Rui suddenly remembered that the mechanical black guards he fought had their heavy weapons depleted. He immediately asked seriously, Yujia, please report on the complete heavy weapon module of the mechanical black guards. Yes, Master. A fully formed black mechanical dark guard possesses 3 types of weapons. A wounding electromagnetic automatic rifle, a 40 caliber sniper howitzer, and a flamethrower. Additionally, the black mechanical dark guard can be equipped with infantry anti-armor and anti-fortification recoilless microthermobaric weapons. Thankfully, Qinjinkun used up all of these to deal with Tianji. Zhongli Rui suddenly felt a little apprehensive. If his 100-man team had faced a fully formed black mechanical dark guard, it would have been a bit underwhelming. Indeed, the data shows that your victory, Master, was largely due to coincidence. The black mechanical dark guard, led by Qinjinkun, first engaged in 2 fierce battles with 100 rebellious C2-C3s, and then engaged Tianji, who had broken through the seal. Having exhausted their heavy weaponry, they were forced to retreat. They encountered your 100-man team en route, and were ultimately defeated by your troops, Yujia pointed out objectively, without mercy. I was careless. Fortunately, I was lucky. Zhongli Rui sighed slightly, then continued, so, you're saying that with the Bishi now having 12 fully formed black-clad mechanical dark guards, plus the elite 100-man squad, and Yelena's men, you estimate that taking the dock won't be difficult? Yes, Master. Dealing with these bats is much easier than dealing with Tianji and Ning Yin, or fighting General Long, who had to go 1 against 5 against 4 quasi-disaster monsters, and 1 super-disaster level monster, right? At this point, both Zhongli Rui and Yelena nodded with a wry smile. Indeed. All right. Zhongli Rui pondered. In that case, everyone, get ready. Send Yelena's men back first, and then... Rui. Yelena was a little angry. But after a moment, her tone suddenly became sincere. Rui, I'm very grateful for your help, and I'm also grateful for the care your elite men have taken of my people. However, Demon City is my protected land, and my people need to become stronger. This time at the dock, please, let my people follow yours and practice in actual combat. Only in this way can these weak citizen militias under my command become stronger. Looking at Yelena's determined eyes, Zhongli Rui sighed, then nodded slightly. He thought for a moment and said, I guess you want to join the fight. Okay. However, I send the black mechanical guards to protect you. You stay inside the black mechanical guards' armor and join the fight. Rui. Yelena became anxious again. Fighting inside the black mechanical guard's armor, how can that even be called fighting? That's just watching the show. The armor can fight fully automatically, and I'm just sitting there. How can that even be called fighting? At this point, Zhongli Rui said sternly, Yelena, you're not just a warrior, you're also a commander-in-general, and the foremost singer of the Magic City. Have you forgotten that the value of a singer is incomparable to that of a skilled warrior? You, like Sun Yan, cannot afford even a single mistake. Otherwise, if anything happens to you, it would be irresponsible to the remaining people of the Magic City. If I fail to protect you, I would be betraying the trust of the people of the Magic City. Do you understand? If you don't want to stay in the black mechanical guard armor, you can have tea on the bishi, or I can take you back first. No! Yelena was immediately anxious upon hearing this. She compromised. Okay, I listen to you. Stay in the black mechanical guard armor. Seeing this, Zhongli nodded slightly, already making a plan. He turned to Yujia and said, Yujia, immediately arrange for the troops to prepare for battle. Also, contact the Longjianye division and let them know our plan of action. Yes, Master, Yujia said. Zhongli looked at Yelena and said, Yelena, you should also prepare. While this battle won't be difficult, we can't afford to be complacent. We must ensure that nothing goes wrong. Yelena nodded. As time passed, the troops aboard the bishi gradually prepared for battle. Watching the people around her busying about, one person couldn't sit still anymore. Nun Jingxian. Watching her fellow Special Forces troops gearing up for battle, the muscle memory of her former life as a female soldier in the army reawakened. Wang Gang was currently checking his men's equipment. Jingxian stepped forward and said, Lieutenant Colonel Wang Gang, I have an unwelcome request. Master, what are you doing? After hearing Jingxuan's request, Wang Gang's mouth dropped open. Nonsense, Master, you're being ridiculous. You're a monk, and someone Major General Zhongli has specifically designated for protection. How could I possibly allow you to join our special forces in the battle to clear the docks? If anything happens to you, what will become of the future of Oriental Pearl City? Jingxuan's blood boiled at the mention of a monk. She removed her hairpin and tied her long hair into a battle ponytail. Her eyes were filled with determination. Captain Wang Gang, since you're from the Special Forces, have you heard of the female soldier named Blood-Feathered Swallow from the Oriental Pearl Garrison during the troop competition 3 years ago? Wang Gang was stunned when he heard the title. Then, he carefully observed Jingxuan's aura, reminiscent of a fellow Special Forces soldier, and the terrifying Third Reich anti-tank rifle from World War II she carried on her back. Ah! I remember now. You're Shin Yu-Chu, the champion of the military district competition 3 years ago, known as the Blood-Feather Swallow. But then I heard something happened at home. Jingxuan's eyes turned blood red, and an invisible murderous aura emanated from her. This murderous aura frightened even the battle-hardened Special Forces soldiers around her. However, she eventually regained control and calmly said, Lieutenant Colonel Wang Gang, since you know my title, you should know that with enough equipment, I can take on an entire squad of yours. Don't worry, with my skills, unless I'm fighting monsters like last time, I don't need anyone to look after me. Wang Gang swallowed, then, after a slight moment of annoyance, nodded slightly. Captain 1, take Captain Shin. Jingxian, thank you. Jingxian said, emphasizing each word. Captain 1, take Nun Jingxian to select equipment. Remember to equip her with body armor and exoskeleton. Also, a titanium helmet. Wang Gang said helplessly, Nun, don't use that old museum pistol of yours. As he spoke, Wang Gang handed over 2 pistols. One was a fully automatic rapid-fire pistol with a 100-round drum magazine. The other was a 12.7 caliber anti-material sniper pistol with an underslung grenade launcher. Don't doubt that there are fully automatic pistols with 100-round drum magazines. Haha. Jingxian looked at the 2 weapons in her hands, her eyes gleaming. Exactly what I want. Lieutenant Colonel Wang Gang, thank you. Nun, I know your abilities. But try not to rush to the front lines. Support us from the rear, okay? Jingxian smiled. Okay. The bishi continued its journey towards the Magic City dockyard. And inside the dock, those bloodthirsty monsters are still lurking in the darkness. Chapter 235. After a thorough night of refitting aboard the bishi, the Allied forces arrived at the dock in the coastal industrial zone of the eastern district of the Magic City at dawn. 4 kilometers from the dock, the bishi launched 2 drones, the Albatross 1 and the Pterodactyl. Master, a scan revealed approximately 1,024 giant bloodthirsty bats in the dock. Among them, 3 are similar in size to the king-level bats seen in the War Museum. That's a significant number. Zhongli pondered for a moment and radioed the attacking troops. All attacking troops must wear full-finger tactical gloves suitable for close combat. Use K6-3 helmets or police riot helmets. Personnel are prohibited from participating in combat with their faces uncovered. Provide adequate neck protection. Captain Wang Gang, a Mao, and Lu Shi of the hangar smiled upon hearing the announcement. Lu Shi even said, even after becoming a major general, Arue still cares for every soldier. That's wonderful. At this moment, Jingxian, dressed in military uniform, approached the 3 of them and sighed softly, Governor Zhongli is truly a benevolent man. Lu Shi and Mao were stunned when they saw Jing Xian, dressed in full special forces gear with an exoskeleton. Your Master Jing Xian? My two benefactors, is there a problem? Jing Xian asked calmly. Master, you should stay, Mao said, half-smiled. We handle the fighting. Jing Xian was about to retort when she suddenly saw the blade leg prosthesis on Mao's foot. She was immediately astonished. Captain Wang Gang, what's the name of this? Warrior with the prosthetic leg? This is Mao Danqing, captain of the reconnaissance squad of the Lingen Prefecture militia, known as Mao, the Flying Eaves and Walking Walls. Walking on eaves and walls? Jing Xian looked at Mao's prosthetic leg and couldn't connect it with the art of flying. But then, Mao's disdain faded. Because he saw Jing Xuan's 100-round drum automatic pistol and the 12.7 caliber anti-material sniper pistol, the kind only top-tier elites like Lu Shi and Xiaofeng were equipped with. Mao was certain the nun before him wasn't a new human. But for her to be able to wield such powerful weapons, with the demeanor of an ordinary person, she must have something extraordinary. Beside him, Lu Shi also noticed this. Because today, Lu Shi's equipment was almost identical to that of nun Jing Xian. To use the anti-material pistol, while also providing rapid-fire suppression, Lu Shi chose the same combination of a 100-round drum pistol and an anti-material pistol as Jing Xian, rather than a standard automatic rifle. Lu Shi, a seasoned warrior, knew that such equipment was more effective in complex environments, like a factory, than carrying a sniper rifle. Seeing Mao's gaze shift from disdain to solemnity and respect, Jing Xian realized he had noticed his strength from observing his equipment. In fact, it was only after observing Mao's legs that he realized this disabled soldier was active on the front lines, and he respected and admired him. The two veterans exchanged glances, and both showed understanding. Jing Xian turned to Captain Wang Gang and said, Captain Wang Gang, Governor Zhongli Rui's men are full of hidden talents. Wang Gang also noticed that the atmosphere between Jing Xian and Mao had shifted from a sense of unfamiliarity and wariness to mutual respect and recognition. He smiled and nodded. You guys are the strongest force in our assault force, aside from those robots. Your fighting power is equivalent to that of 2 or 3 ordinary squads. I hope everyone will cooperate sincerely. Upon hearing this, Lu Shi sneered, those robots aren't that impressive. Mao and I have both killed them. They have powerful firepower, but with armor, our anti-material pistols can kill them in one shot. Lu Shi, underestimate the enemy. We were just lucky last time. At this moment, Zhongli Rui, clad in the great Xia dragon bird armor, appeared before the crowd, accompanied by Yelena, clad in the black mechanical dark guard armor. Lucky? Lu Shi grumbled. Ah Rui, last time I destroyed those armored vehicles like they were melons and vegetables. Zhongli Rui remained silent, ordering Yu Jia to deploy her full equipment. Instantly, the great Xia Dragon Sparrow armor's left hand extended a small, short-barreled, rapid-fire 12.7 caliber automatic sniper pistol, with 30 rounds of ammunition, capable of burst or full auto-fire, and with an additional magazine for up to 60 rounds. Its right hand extended a .40 caliber rapid-fire sniper howitzer, primary weapon, with 12 rounds of armor-piercing explosive rounds and 12 rounds of incendiary grenades. A small robotic arm on its left shoulder mounted a Stinger electromagnetic automatic rifle, with 200 rounds of ammunition, the same as the Imperial Guard, using 5.8 caliber steel coin bullets. The right shoulder arm also mounted 2 portable thermobaric missiles, 80 centimeters long, each with a power exceeding that of a 152 mm howitzer. In addition, the right hand features a retractable high-voltage electric stabbing blade for melee combat. Just like the original armor, it remains usable as long as the armor maintains power and the blade remains intact. Furthermore, the back also features a miniature infrared jammer to prevent incoming missiles. What Zhongli Rui didn't reveal was the blinding laser weapon on the armor's chest, otherwise, it would have blinded several people. This! Lu Shi, Mao, and Jing Xian were stunned as they looked at the fully armed Zhongli Rui. They had never seen the great Xia Dragon Bird armor in such a terrifying state. It looked like a super mecha warrior straight out of a sci-fi movie. Lu Shi, although the mass-produced black mechanical guards don't have such fine equipment, the ones you defeated last time only had their piercing electromagnetic automatic rifles and melee weapons because of their previous battle with Tianji. If those black mechanical guards had full grenade magazines, we might not have been able to defeat them, Zhongli Rui said with a hint of self-mockery. One grenade from their invisible hide would have finished you off. Lu Shi spread his hands and said angrily, Okay, I was careless. Alas, Governor, you're so biased. Giving Governor Catherine such fine armor. I want to try it too. Why not? Zhongli Rui said calmly. Forget it this time. Go back, let Yu Jia and Xiao Feng train you, and then give you a black mechanical guard too. Long live Rui. Lu Shi cheered immediately. At 8:30 a.m., the sun had risen fully. At this moment, the Bishi rested on open ground 400 meters outside the dock. 100-man force, 70 from the Ling Anzhou army, including 2 personal guards, 10 black-clad mechanical dark guards, and 20 elite troops from the Demon City Fortress, with the remainder on standby aboard the warship, approached the dock in a tactical formation, guided by drone reconnaissance from the Bishi. The troops waited until after full sun to approach the dock, taking into account the giant bloodthirsty bat's sensitivity to light. This was the timing for the attack. Di Xinyan, wearing basic Special Forces protective gear, stood on the bridge and watched the troops attack. According to Zhongli Rui, during combat, all singers should avoid accompanying the troops unless absolutely necessary. Yi Lina had already advanced with the troops, so Di Xinyan had to remain on the bridge. When Ying led the medical corps of the 100-man team in this battle. Mom, don't worry. Dad's wearing armor, and Sushima and Tingsha are with us too. It'd be fine. Xiao Feng consoled Di Xinyan from beside her. I'm not worried about dealing with these bats, Di Xinyan said calmly. It's just the cleaning up of the battlefield that keep them busy. There are so many of them. If we don't clean up after the battle, this shipyard will become a source of infection. How can we start work? It's okay, Xiao Feng said casually, noting his adoptive mother's professionalism as a doctor, the dean of the ship. Can't we just have Dad order the black-clad mechanical guards to use flamethrowers to round up those birds and burn them? Hey! Di Xinyan smiled. That's a really good idea. While Di Xinyan and Xiao Feng were chatting on the bridge, Zhongli Rui, leading the small coalition, had already entered the shipyard. In the darkness, 3 pairs of large, blood-red eyes lit up. In this new era, the bipeds of the old era are still immersed in the dreams of the past rulers, and they're actually here to die? A sharp voice said. Big brother, the last time we split up, the 4th brother took a group of children to the museum, and the 5th and 6th brothers went to the tallest building. However, the 4th brother and his friends were later wiped out by the mysterious 2-legged beast army. The smell of their companion's blood can still be smelled in that place. The children dare not go there. Another sharp voice. 2nd brother, what are you afraid of? A less shrill voice chimed in. Last time, those white-robed, white-skinned 2-legs came to our dock to capture us, and we killed half of them before they ran away. I don't believe these 2-legs can be that tough this time. 3rd brother. Don't be impulsive. But you have a point. Let's let them in first, and then, like last time, ambush and kill them at the warehouse, said the leading king-level giant bloodthirsty bat. Okay, boss, I do as you say. Today, we don't have to fly several kilometers, and can eat fresh food. Great. The 100-man team initially encountered only sporadic attacks from the bloodthirsty bats. However, the bats seemed listless due to the sunlight. The team members reacted quickly, using their silenced automatic rifles to shoot them down one by one. Master, the Albatross has detected a large concentration of bloodthirsty bats in 2 warehouses in the core area of the dock ahead. If we didn't need the equipment in those warehouses, I have dispatched the assault ships and rocket launchers to destroy them all, including the factory and warehouse. Zhongli Rui complained. Why do the soldiers have to work so hard to clear them out bit by bit? By the way, where are those king-level bats? Where are they? One is hiding in the warehouse with a large group of bats. One is hiding in the factory with another group of bats. Another, more interesting, is hiding in the workshop. However, the 3rd one is the largest, almost human-sized. Furthermore, the bats in the workshop seem to be quite large. I understand. Zhongli Rui messaged Wang Gang. Be extra careful when attacking the workshop. The bats in the workshop are quite large. Roger that. Don't worry, sir. Chapter 236. After carefully analyzing the drone skin data, Zhongli Rui decided to enter the warehouse. Yujia's data indicated a giant king-level bloodthirsty bat, and over 600 normal-sized ones, lying in a half-moon formation near the warehouse entrance. Great. These king-level giant bloodthirsty bats, capable of speaking human language, actually know military tactics and formations. Master, while the threat isn't great, be careful. According to the data Madame Bai Lingxin sent me, almost a year ago, 3 sample acquisition teams from the Fierce Wind Nation arrived at this dock. Assisted by their former high-level contacts at the Changsheng Life Science Group, they arrived to acquire samples. However, Due to underestimating the enemy and insufficient protection, Team A was completely wiped out. Team B's whereabouts are unknown. Team C escaped with a king-level giant bloodthirsty bat specimen. Yujia, let me confirm. Do you really think our success rate is 100%? Zhongli Rui expressed some doubt after hearing this news. Those sample acquisition teams from the Fierce Wind Nation were considered military research institutes, right? They were accompanied by special forces, right? How could one team be completely wiped out? Special forces are elite troops armed with automatic weapons. They're not immune to these bats. How could they fail? Yujia, find out the reason. Otherwise, the attack is suspended. Master, according to the footage recorded by the escort unit's video recorders first, their team was too small. There were 3 teams, each with only 10 members. Moreover, each team contained 2 to 4 non-combatants. Their goal wasn't to kill them all, but to capture the samples and escape. Second, not only were they undermanned, but their equipment was also inadequate. The members of the Lifeng Nation sample collection team weren't wearing full body protection, leaving their fingers, necks, and faces exposed. Third, compared to the Dacian soldiers, the Lifeng Nation's warriors truly lacked fighting spirit. The final footage shows that before Team B's recorder failed, some Lifeng Nation Special Forces soldiers actually attempted to surrender to the king-level giant bloodthirsty bats. Master, our troops not only have powerful firepower and strict military discipline, but their goal is to exterminate them. Therefore, it's not difficult. Zhongli Rui couldn't help but laugh and cry when he recalled watching a video a year ago and seeing the terms of surrender offered by the Gale Nation army. Surrendering to a monster, that guy was really smart. Why didn't you surrender to the 3-headed dog of Fleece Hell? Okay, let's proceed cautiously. Yujia, scan the factory area again. After confirming the number of people, attack the large warehouse. The goal is to kill them all. Yes. Yujia contacted the drone again, conducting a full-scale, in-depth scan of the targets within the factory area. Master, after scanning, I found 3 lost zombies in a small warehouse within the workshop. All 3 zombies are motionless. How is that possible? Zhongli Rui was a little shocked. To the giant bloodthirsty bats, humans and lost, the new name for zombies, are all food. Are these monsters keeping them as captive food? That's possible. However, Master, among the 12 giant bloodthirsty bats in the workshop, aside from the king-level humanoid, which is nearly human-sized, the others are larger than those in the other 2 clusters. And a year ago, when the apocalyptic crisis erupted, there were no giant bloodthirsty bats of this size here, according to the footage from the sample acquisition team. Zhongli Rui's eyes suddenly widened. In the years before, he read Western literature and played related games, and knew the horrifying truth. Could it be that this massive, mutated, bloodthirsty bat was devil? No. No way. Yujia, can your drone detect targets? Those 3 lost zombies. After calming himself down a bit, Zhongli Rui spoke to Yujia. He hesitated and felt unsure as he spoke. Master, the current equipment isn't capable of that. If you're within 30 meters of the Great Xia Dragon Bird battle armor, even in a room, I can see through it and determine gender. Forget it. Call the core members of the assault team. Yes. Zhongli Rui opened his visor, and Yelena, Wang Gang, Lu Shi, and a Mao approached. At this moment, Jing Xian also approached. Zhongli Rui was puzzled as he looked at the unfamiliar female Special Forces soldier wearing a K6-3 Level 3 helmet. Who are you? Willian Tianzuan. The mask opened, revealing Jing Xuan's face. Governor Zhongli, I volunteer my humble efforts to support your great cause of cleansing the world and eradicating demons. Seeing Jing Xian among the troops, Zhongli Rui was horrified. Master Jing Xian, why are you also in the attacking force? Captain Wang Gang, quickly, take 2 soldiers and escort her back to the warship. Jing Xian exuded the unique aura of a master, and confidently retorted, Captain Zhongli, I don't need any help. Zhongli Rui was puzzled, then suddenly noticed her equipment, exactly the same as Lu Shi's, except for the rebar on Lu Shi's back. Dual-wielding pistols, one for suppressive fire, the other for medium and short-range sniper armor? Jing Xian was so fierce? Oh! Jing Xian shouldn't be a new type, right? Zhongli Rui asked Yujia quietly. Master, I found the information. Master Jing Xuan's real name is Shin Yuchu. 3 years ago, she was a female soldier king in the Dacian army stationed in Oriental Pearl City. Nicknamed Blood-Feathered Swallow, she held the rank of captain. If you fight without equipment, and in melee, Master, I estimate your chances of defeating her are only 45%. Huh? Zhongli Rui was horrified. But then, memories flooded back. He suddenly remembered that during the battle against Ning-Yin, Jing Xian seemed to have used an old Third Reich anti-tank rifle? Well, a battle sister. No, a battle nun, right? Good, very good. But thinking of Yujia's evaluation, Zhongli Rui muttered to himself, am I that bad? I'm a new human after all. Never mind. After calming down a bit, Zhongli Rui thought for a moment, reorganized his words, and said earnestly, Nun Jingxian, I'm not questioning your combat prowess. Rather, you now have another identity. The only singer in Oriental Pearl City. Well, the intensity of today's battle may not be a big deal for you combat experts, but you singers shouldn't be too concentrated in the combat assault team. Hearing Zhongli Rui's words, Jingxian, already feeling a bit angry, suddenly became emotionally complicated. Zhongli Rui had indeed considered something she hadn't considered before. She simply thought it would be a waste to leave such powerful combat power unused. Then, Governor Catherine, why is she here too? Jingxian tried to object again, but now her rebuttal wasn't as full-throated as before. Look at her armor, Zhongli Rui said calmly. Once it's invisible, it can ambush and take down more than 2 squads of special forces, or 3 Humvees. Your equipment isn't enough to guarantee your complete safety. Hearing this, Yelena, clad in black mechanical dark guard armor, suddenly grew complacent. Jingxian had previously witnessed the fully equipped Great Xia Dragon Sparrow battle armor, and had fought alongside it, knowing the formidable firepower of this type of armor. She took a step back and said humbly, Captain Zhongli, you have a point. However, the battle is ongoing. It would be unwise for me to return now, and be left alone with 2 soldiers. So, I promise to protect myself and stay out of the front lines. Okay? Hearing Jingxuan's words, Zhongli Rui breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, then be very careful. By the way, Yelena, Wang Gang, Lu Shi, Amao, there's something going on. There are 3 zombie survivors in the small warehouse in Workshop 3. Also, I think there's something strange about the giant bloodthirsty bats in Workshop 3. They might be different from the ones we dealt with at the War Museum. Amao's expression was a little strange. Rui. Commander, 3 zombies too? As soon as he said this, the people around him glared at him, making him blush. Yelena and Jingxian, the 2 singers, were the first to object. Captain Amao, the lost ones, we singers can rescue them. Seeing the 2 powerful and competitive beauties attacking him simultaneously, Amao decisively admitted defeat. Sorry, beauties, I was wrong. Zhongli Rui continued, let me repeat the specific battle plan. Later, we will attack the warehouse, then the factory, then the workshop. When attacking the warehouse, we will first break through the door, then use special operations tactics to catch them off guard. Yes. Everyone agreed. The combat attack force quietly approached the warehouse. In the warehouse, factory, and workshop, 3 pairs of huge eyes opened simultaneously. They're coming. In the open space in front of the warehouse, all the coalition forces were in combat stance, their weapons trained on the warehouse's massive iron gate. The gate was now closed. A mechanical black-clad armored guard stepped forward, installed small C4 directional blasting charges on the bolt and axis of the large iron gate, and then quickly retreated. 3, 2, 1, bang! With a resounding explosion, the warehouse's massive iron door shattered, sending debris flying everywhere. The deafening roar alarmed the swarm of giant bloodthirsty bats lurking within. Suddenly, a cacophony of cries erupted. Several Special Forces soldiers in the front row tossed flash grenades into the warehouse. Suddenly, the warehouse was ablaze with light. The giant bloodthirsty bats, startled by the sudden bright light, let out terrified squeaks. Countless giant bloodthirsty bats clattered to the ground. Ah! The largest giant bloodthirsty bat roared, launching its attack. Inside the warehouse, countless giant bloodthirsty bats swooped towards the door. However, as they approached, they discovered that the first to enter the warehouse were not the Special Forces, but 5 black-clad, mechanical dark guards, maneuverable armored vehicles, deployed in combat formation. The emotionless robots had already trained their electromagnetic automatic rifles into the air. Da-da-da-da. The crackle of electromagnetic automatic rifle fire echoed throughout the warehouse, each bullet precisely piercing the giant, bloodthirsty bats suspended in the air. Despite their enormous size, these bats were as fragile as paper against the formidable firepower of the mechanical armored vehicles. The slain monsters rained down from the sky like a torrential rain. The Special Forces and the Civilian Security Force, Moto Army, followed closely behind, storming into the warehouse through the mechanical armored doors. Their various automatic weapons roared, mowing down the giant, bloodthirsty bats one by one. Soon, The warehouse was piled high with bat carcasses, and the stench of blood filled the air. The incoming troops' weapons not only decimated the monsters, but also ripped the steel roof into a giant sieve. Sunlight streamed through the bullet holes, creating an unforgettable scene of battle alongside the blood and fire. 450. 500. The kill count on Zhongli Rui's monitor kept ticking. Chapter 237. The Bat King watched as the hundreds of bats around him were reduced to piles of corpses under the onslaught of robots and special forces. Only less than 100 bats remained beside him, and he was instantly terrified. This time, these bipeds aren't here to capture specimens. They're here to exterminate me. Damn it! I can't die here. Muttering to himself, the Bat King aimed at a glass window, intending to break through and escape. But just as he was about to crash into the window, a high-caliber bullet pierced his abdomen, exploding into a massive bloody explosion. How could this be? The Bat King, unwillingly, slammed his fist against an equipment box, blood gushing out. A little further away, smoke continued to billow from the muzzle of Jingshuan's 12.7mm anti-material pistol in his right hand. Man-eating demon, go to hell. Lu Shi, not far away, nodded repeatedly, sighing. As an ordinary soldier, she managed to snipe with an anti-material weapon one-handed and kill the enemy leader with a single shot. This soldier queen is even more skilled than me. A Mao, who had just emptied a magazine from his automatic rifle, nodded upon seeing this. Sure enough, my intuition was right last time. Master Jing Qian is a master. I'm glad I didn't offend her last time. Slightly further away, machine gunner Lu Mingqi removed the recently expended drum magazine from his Type 81 light machine gun and replaced it. He then said to a Mao, "Honey, what are you daydreaming about? We still have one more thing to do. Don't let your guard down." All right. A Mao continued firing even as he spoke. He also replaced the magazine and continued firing. Master, all the giant bloodthirsty bats in the warehouse have been killed. A scan revealed that the king-level giant bloodthirsty bat is still alive. Zhongli Rui stepped forward, closing in on the Bat King. Lu Shi and Ameo, seeing this, asked, "Captain Zhongli, are we going to wipe them out completely?" As he asked, Lu Shi's hand reached for the steel bars on his back for melee combat. "I spare you all this time." Zhongli Rui raised his right hand, extended the barrel of his howitzer, and aimed automatically. Two-legged beasts of the old era, did you think we were finished? Ah. Boom. The giant, bloodthirsty king-level bat hadn't even finished its curse when a blasting grenade completely shattered it. Ameo shrugged and smiled, while Lu Shi withdrew his hand somewhat awkwardly. Zhongli Rui, seeing that warehouse number 1 had been cleared of the monsters, immediately asked Wang Gang and Yu Jia to report on the ammunition situation. Master, the mechanical black-clad dark guards of Squad 1, the 5 machines that stormed the warehouse, have an average of about 30% remaining on their electromagnetic automatic rifles. Except for your round, no grenades or flamethrowers have been used, Yu Jia reported. Captain Zhongli, the coalition forces have depleted 45% of their ammunition. We should have about 400 left, no problem. Wang Gang, the leader, was confident. Zhongli Rui pondered, considering the bat's previous performance, and said, "Such a fierce battle has already begun here. I remember that king-level giant bloodthirsty bats are intelligent. With such a large commotion, the monsters in warehouse number 2 and the main workshop will surely be on guard. So, I will lead Team 1 of the black-clad mechanical guards, a small elite force, to attack the 12 massive bloodthirsty bats in the main workshop. I will send Team 2 of the black-clad mechanical guards, fully ammunitioned, to assist your special forces and the civilian security forces in the attack." "Yes," Wang Gang answered bluntly. Zhongli Rui cast his gaze towards General Liao, who was slightly further away. He was comforting his men. Several of them were witnessing the Shura battlefield, a sea of blood and corpses. For the first time, some, unable to bear it, were vomiting. Sighing slightly, Zhongli Rui asked Yelena, "Will your men continue with Wang Gang and his men, or lead the team back to the Bishi?" Yelena's face faltered for a moment, but then her eyes remained firm as she spoke. In the previous battle, they already taken the first step. Given this, there's no point in giving up halfway. "Okay, Yelena, your men will follow Wang Gang's men to attack warehouse number 2. You're already familiar with this kind of enemy from the previous battle. Just hold steady, and there'll be no problem. I deal with those massive creatures in the main workshop." "That's a good idea." After formulating their plan, Wang Gang led his troops to attack warehouse number 2 in the same manner. Suddenly, the gunfire, which had just subsided, rang out fiercely again in warehouse number 2. The elite troops led by Zhongli Rui, Squad 1, consisting of 5 black-clad mechanical guards, the personal guards Tsuna and Tingsha, Lu Shi, Ameo, Nun Jingxian, Lu Mingqi, and Yelena, approached the workshop. Before Squad 1's black-clad mechanical guards could set the explosives on the opposite door, the glass windows of the main workshop suddenly shattered. Several giant, human-sized bloodthirsty bats burst out. Zhongli Rui's pupil shrank momentarily upon seeing the full extent of these enormous bloodthirsty bats. These couldn't even be bats. The 10 or so giant bloodthirsty bats that soared into the sky and scattered in all directions had enormous bat wings in. The bodies of adult human men, rather than calling these giant, bloodthirsty bats. Perhaps Batmen would be more accurate. Open. Open fire. Zhongli Rui gave the order after a moment's pause. The elite troops around him opened fire on the Batmen fleeing in all directions. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Automatic rifle and machine gun bullets rained down, like a torrential rain, instantly forming a dense web of fire in the sky. However, these Batmen displayed astonishing agility and speed, tumbling and dodging nimbly in the air, and many managed to dodge the bullets. Zhongli Rui's eyes glared at this. I didn't want to use it, Yu Jia, three-dimensional fire net, fire now. As you command. In the sky, the Golden Crow Wings combat flight suit, which had been on standby, materialized, and the 12.7 caliber heavy machine gun on its nose opened fire fiercely. The Albatross, which had been hovering nearby for reconnaissance, also opened fire with its twin electromagnetic automatic rifle modules. Under the combined firepower of ground and air, over 10 agile Batmen were ultimately shot down. Master, these Batmen possessed the regenerative abilities of king-level bats. Of the 11 that fell to the ground, only 5 were completely killed. So troublesome? Small caliber weapons can only knock down, not kill. Master, a large caliber 12.7mm headshot won't kill them instantly. Alright, 6 more grenades. Zhongli Rui shook his head. Then, turning to the elite troops, he said, Lu Mingqi, rest. The rest of you with grenade launchers, go and finish off the fallen Batmen. Blast their upper bodies. Lu Shi and Ameo, the 2 specialists in finishing off the enemy, didn't have any objections. Jing Xian had completely returned to her military days, but she still sighed softly, Willian Tianzuan, root out the evil and eradicate it completely. Zhongli Rui was speechless. Was this really what the Heavenly Master taught? After finishing off the 5 Batmen on the ground, Jing Xian approached the largest one. This one was the king of these Batmen. He was already dying. He turned his head to look at a window in the corner of the workshop and muttered, small mistake. Sister. This time you are right. Ah. Live on. In the management office on the 2nd floor of the workshop, a pair of bright black eyes witnessed everything happening outside. Her exceptional eyesight and hearing allowed her to hear the last words of the Batman King. Her eldest brother. After the gunfire ceased. Brothers. She turned her head. Bang! Another grenade exploded. A tear fell from her eyes. The explosion stopped. The bright eyes turned in one direction. It was a small storage room in the corner of the workshop. Mom. Aunt. In the dim light, she lowered her head, then seemed to make a decision. She opened the door to the 2nd floor, leaped down, spread her wings, and landed near the main entrance. Scanning. Albatross and Golden Crow Wing scans revealed 1 Batman remaining in the workshop. 3 lost zombies are in the warehouse of the administrative building in the corner of the workshop. Close-up scans revealed that all 3 lost zombies have lost their limbs. However, judging by their outlines, they are all female. Zhongli Rui looked at the remains of the Batmen's lower bodies on the ground, and compared them to the data Yu Jia had scanned. He was shocked. How is this possible? There's reproductive isolation between living things. This is unscientific. And, with this number, how is it possible? Zhongli Rui's growl was practically a roar. Jing Xian, Lu Mingqi, Tingsha, and Sima Su stepped forward and asked with concern, Captain Zhongli, what's wrong with you? Zhongli Rui finally managed to steady himself, nearly collapsing, and turned to look at the various women. An incomparably uncomfortable feeling, like an octopus's claws, gripped his heart, causing him immense pain. After a long pause, he spoke with difficulty, You girls, you return to the warship first. I'm afraid you won't be able to bear what's to come. Tsushima and Tingsha's eyes were determined. Commander Zhongli, we are born fearless warriors. Don't worry, there's nothing we can't handle. Lu Mingqi said calmly, Master, don't worry. It's been so long, and I've been through countless battles. I've seen everything. Don't worry. Jingxian bowed to Zhongli Rui, then said, "Thank you for your concern, Commander. However, my determination to slay demons and save the world remains unwavering." "It's all right." Looking at the determined expressions on their faces, Zhongli Rui shook his head. "Ameo, keep an eye on your wife. Lu Shiyu, look after the nun." Zhongli Rui turned to look at Tsushima and Tingsha, knowing they had grown up in the biochemical research base and were likely accustomed to biological experiments, like C2 C3, so they should be fine. "Children, if you can't stand it anytime soon, close your eyes immediately," Zhongli Rui instructed Tsushima and Tingsha, as if he were instructing Xiaofeng. They both said in unison, "Thank you, Commander, for your concern." With a look of helplessness on his face, Zhongli Rui ordered the black-clad mechanical guards to open the workshop door. The last Batman came into view. But surprisingly, this Batman was a frail young girl. She looked only about 14 years old. Her skin was white, and she wore nothing. The enormous bat wings on her back were a striking sight. Upon seeing the crowd opening the door, the young woman paused for a moment before prostrating herself before Zhongli Rui, clad in dark armor with golden markings. "Mighty chieftain of the two-legged beasts, my name is wrong. I submit to you. Please, save your people, save my mother and her sisters." The sunlight streaming through the door into the workshop slanted across the Batman girl's frail frame. Everyone exclaimed, "Ah!" At this moment, Zhongli Rui, his suspicions confirmed, removed his mask and sighed helplessly into the air. "Oh my god, this really happened. The demon, the seabed. These 12 Batmen actually came about this way." Chapter 238. The scan revealed that the subhumanoid creature before us possesses both giant bloodthirsty bat and human genes. It also revealed the presence of medium to high concentrations of nanobots, biological growth accelerators, and biofusion nanobots, Yujia reported. Biological growth accelerators and biofusion nanobots, doesn't that mean? That's right, Master. Sumuji and Tingsha beside you are the products of biological growth accelerators. And Lieutenant Murong Chafeng, the flute player on standby aboard the battleship, also possesses medium to high concentrations of nanobots and biofusion nanobots. The biological organ he uses to perform his channeling power singer abilities was added using this fusion technology. Is this being related to the Changsheng Life Science Group's technology and the Life Science Research Institutes under the Ontario Interest Group? Zhongli Rui asked coldly. More evidence is needed for corroborative analysis. But based on the current situation, the possibility is very high. I understand. Master, you're feeling a little down. Various indicators have declined. Are you all right? You are concerned about me? Zhongli Rui was a little surprised. Yes, Master, I'm concerned about you. Because, according to statistics, you're too kind. Module analysis has concluded that the facts before us are cruel and difficult for those with a kind personality type to accept. You're right. Zhongli Rui smiled helplessly. However, Yujia's concern at this moment brought him a small measure of comfort. We must do what needs to be done first, and then we can express our feelings. Yujia, you're truly a gentle AI. You're welcome. Master, when my mother created me, she gave me a personality. I'm not without emotions. That's great, thank you. Zhongli Rui adjusted his composure, and once again, looked squarely at the Batman girl named Error. Master's emotional detection, shock 25%, decreasing, heartbroken 40%, decreasing, sense of responsibility and mission 20%, increasing, gratitude to Yujia 15%, increasing. Yujia was stunned, her joy growing. From 5% to 15%? Good, very good. Your name is Error? Zhongli Rui asked coldly, staring at the Batman girl still crawling on the ground. Yes, mighty two-legged chieftain. Please call us humans. My name is Governor Zhongli Rui. Call me that? Yes. Lord Governor Zhongli Rui. I know that king-level giant bloodthirsty bats possess intelligence comparable to that of ordinary humans. You're a mixed-race subhuman, right? You should be considered intelligent. But how do you know so much? Before Mom's glasses were completely damaged today, there was a funny spirit called a voice assistant inside them. It taught me. And before it completely disappeared, it kept talking about mistakes. And that I was also a mistake. And shouldn't exist in this world. But this spirit taught me a lot. My brothers really don't like the way I do things. They say my existence here is also a mistake. That's why everyone calls me Mistake. Where are my glasses? Zhongli Rui's voice was still cold. The girl pleaded, Governor Zhongli Rui, may I please raise my head? Raise your head. The girl raised her head. To everyone present's astonishment, She possessed the face of a Western girl with black hair, black eyes, and ears shaped like giant bats. Overall, her features were delicate and well-proportioned. And the glasses she'd been talking about were actually on her face. "This girl is so beautiful," Lu Mingqi whispered. Zhonglirui held out his hand. "Give me the glasses." The girl pursed her lips and pleaded, "Governor Zhonglirui, these belong to my mother. Give them to me. I need information and the truth before I can even consider saving your mother. Give them to me. I have no intention of destroying them." "Yes. Yes." The girl reluctantly removed her glasses and tremblingly handed them to Zhonglirui. Seeing Zhonglirui's demonic form, Lu Mingqi was puzzled. "Master, why are you making things difficult for this little girl? Everyone, raise your guns and look at this little girl. This is an order." "I read the data," Zhonglirui said expressionlessly. The black-clad mechanical guards immediately raised their weapons. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Shi, Mao, and Jing Xian reluctantly followed suit. Lu Mingqi was somewhat dissatisfied with Zhonglirui's actions, but at Mao's urging, she also raised her weapon. Looking at so many black gun muzzles, the young girl immediately resumed her prostrate posture. She was trembling. "Yujia, can you read it?" Zhonglirui asked. "Yes. Master, I assume you want me to read the data from the memory chip in these high-tech glasses, which contains the past year's worth of data." "Yes." "Loading." "Loading completed. Do you want to view the key events and summary report?" After much hesitation, Zhonglirui nodded. Paragraph 1. On the screen, a blonde, blue-eyed female researcher put on her glasses. The person she was video chatting with was, surprisingly, Bai Qiangwei. Bai Qiangwei revealed to her that the crucial technology they were entrusted with bringing back to life own country was growth-accelerating reagents and gene fusion nanorobots. Previously, Bai Qiangwei had already given him the first and second generations of enhanced gene nanorobots specifically designed for the Changji project. Asia. Be very careful this time. Experimental data shows that if the container containing the growth-accelerating reagent and the gene fusion nanorobot reagent is accidentally broken, there is a 95% chance that an ordinary person will die within 2 minutes. Don't worry, I understand. This time, we're also here to collect the new type of giant bloodthirsty bats that appeared in the Magic City after the crisis. Good luck. Be very careful. They say they feed on humans and failed infected entities, zombies, lost ones. No problem, my team is professional. By the way, $5 million in cash will be transferred to your account in Gale Country. It's a pleasure doing business with you. White Rose ended the call. Second paragraph. 3 sample collection teams, A, B, and C, escorted by special forces, entered the dock area where giant bloodthirsty bats that prey on zombies were reportedly infested. According to information, this dock has been idle since the production of the Tao Tai, the flagship land-based carrier of the Dakian Xinjing Garrison Force, several years ago. 1 month after the apocalyptic zombie crisis broke out, this place became the nest of giant bloodthirsty bats. Everything went smoothly. Team C successfully captured a giant bloodthirsty bat on the outskirts. The 3 team captains discussed and ultimately decided to continue their search for the warehouse and dock areas, attempting to capture more king-level bloodthirsty bats. Because the Ontario Super Life Science Institute was offering a $3 million reward for the capture of a single king-level bloodthirsty bat. In the video, Aisha strongly objected. However, the 3 team captains agreed. In desperation, Aisha divided the 18 crucial technical reagents acquired from the Changsheng Life Science Group into 3 equal parts. Each team's technical experts were to keep 3 of each type of reagent, 3 types, for a total of 6. The sample acquisition team encountered an ambush while attacking the large warehouse. Team A was completely wiped out on the spot, mercilessly devoured by countless giant bloodthirsty bats. Team C, realizing the situation was amiss, quickly fled with the captured samples. Team B also attempted to escape, but was surrounded by countless bats and forced into the workshop. Team B's 3 female experts and the last of the Gale Nation mercenaries were trapped in a small storage room in the workshop. Giant bloodthirsty bats were lurking outside the door, and Asia and the other 4 were desperate. They couldn't get out. Part 3. Several people were too hungry to move. Asia, remembering White Rose's advice, wanted to end her suffering. However, the mercenary's gun was completely empty. She struggled to get up and conferred with the other 3 female experts. They ultimately decided to use a combination of growth-accelerating reagents and gene fusion nanorobot reagents to hasten her own demise. The 3 female scientists did so. However, something unexpected happened. After inhaling the mixture of the two reagents and experiencing an agonizing 2 minutes, they didn't die. Their bodies burned, and they began to tear at their clothes until they were completely naked and, like zombies, unconscious. The terrified male mercenary recklessly slammed the door in an attempt to escape. He was devoured by the king-level bloodthirsty bats and their minions, who had been waiting outside. Several king-level bloodthirsty bats entered the storage room. The glasses fell amid screams and roars. Segment 4. After a considerable time, the glasses were curiously retrieved by a person with a human little girl. From the perspective at this point, the female scientists were already unable to move. All they could do was freeze in place, screaming, "Yujia, skip this." Struggling to resist the extreme nausea, Zhongli Rui forced Yujia to skip this segment. "Yes, master." Segment 5. The glasses were damaged and were frequently giving false alarms. The voice assistant was still struggling to function. The little Batman girl was deeply concerned for the female scientists, now transformed into zombies, and held captive by several bloodthirsty king-level bats as playthings and breeding grounds. By instinct and the power of blood, she called Asia Mom and the other two Auntie. But all she got in response was a roar. Asia didn't get along well with the other Batmen who, like her, possessed humanoid bodies and enormous bat wings. The voice assistant answered many of her questions and, subtly, instilled in her kindness. No matter how the kings abused her mother and aunts, she would always take good care of them. Her brothers said her actions were a mistake. But one day, one of her brothers challenged one of the kings. That king was the father of her and her brother. The battle over the dock raged for 30 minutes, and the king was torn to pieces by her brother's own hands. The kings of Warehouse 1 and Warehouse 2 reluctantly accepted the outcome. The other 3 kings disagreed. However, they all felt they couldn't defeat him, so they took no action. After the battle, her wounded brother approached her and said, "Sister, I am now the king of this large workshop. You can take care of Mom and the ants however you want. No one will touch them again." "Brother, thank you. But in our tribe, such kindness is a mistake. Just like your name, a mistake." The girl remained silent for a long time. Paragraph 6. The glasses error reports became more and more frequent. In the dock, 2 other Batmen, like the girl, also became kings. "It's become too crowded here." So, these 2 kings, along with another Bat King from the old era, each led a flock of bats and, taking advantage of the night, flew to various parts of the Magic City. One day, a girl named Error gazed from a high tower when she was horrified to see a massive warship appear on the northern horizon. The glasses kept giving off error messages. The solar panels and the high-performance batteries inside were damaged and could no longer provide basic operation. "Brother, we can't win. That warship is incredibly powerful. The king and 60% of the people in Warehouse 1 were killed. It's too late for us to fly away now. Those 2-legged beasts have so many guns. We can't win." "Shut up. You useless fool. If we don't run now, we all be dead once they break through." "Brother, listen to me. The record ends here." Chapter 239. After reading the information, Zhongli Rui's face shifted between gloom and content. His companions stared at him in confusion. Suddenly, Zhongli Rui raised his left hand, extended his 12.7 caliber anti-material automatic sniper pistol, and aimed it at the Batman girl. Commander Tsushima, Tingsha, and Ameo looked puzzled. "Master!" Lu Mingqi was horrified. "Governor!" Jingshuan's face was filled with confusion. "Ah Rui!" Lu Shi's face was filled with astonishment. Everyone was puzzled as to why Zhongli Rui, who had always been so caring towards women and the weak, would now raise his gun at this seemingly fragile girl. Zhongli Rui said calmly, "Miss, little girl, perhaps your existence truly is a mistake." "I'm sorry, sir." The girl raised her head stubbornly, seeming to muster all her strength as she pleaded, "Sir, it's okay if you kill me. Please, save my mother and those 2 ants." "Child, you learned a lot from these glasses. But you don't know enough. You think the best, simplest way to save your mother and those 2 ants is to grant them a quick and painless death. Sir, my brother and I, along with those of our kind, perhaps feed on the flesh and blood of 2 humans. We are guilty of original sin. But my mother and those 2 Auntie, they're innocent." "No, child, in my eyes, you're the innocent one. Your mother and your 2 aunts, what they endured today is an accident, and it's their own fault. As scientists, they crossed the boundaries of scientific and human morality. They indeed endured hellish, inhumane treatment. But the root of all this is their work, which is anti-human, anti-blue planet. Their original intention in coming here was a mistake. But today, I'm sorry. Although you're innocent, you shouldn't exist. Therefore, you must die. And for your mother and your 2 aunts, perhaps death will be their only relief. Sir, I don't understand. Quobu cried out, still pleading, but she's my mother. I beg you. Don't kill her, save her. I trade my life for hers, okay? Please, please, Wowu. Zhongli mentally tried to pull the trigger. But Yujia had locked the safety, and the bullet didn't fire. Master, this girl is valuable research material, and can be used for further research. What exactly is the Life Science Research Institute under the Ontario Interest Group trying to do? Do you think I'm Chen Jinkuan? Zhongli shouted angrily. Master, that's not what I meant. Please don't. Before Yujia could continue, Zhongli, with supreme authority, removed the Great Xia Dragon Bird armor, took the anti-material pistol from Lu Shi, and aimed it at Quobu's head. Master! Yujia shouted, a 3D holographic projection appearing. Mistake, herself weeping, stared at the hologram with tearful eyes, murmuring, Sister Elf, have you returned to save me? Yujia's projection embraced her, then turned to Zhongli. Master, as your most loyal AI, what I admire and love most about you is your kindness, courage, and tolerance. I hope you will stay true to your original aspirations. Your decision isn't wrong, it's the simplest approach. But I hope you can treat this child with the same tolerance you show to a bear subspecies. Tolerate a panda? Zhongli hesitated. He pointed his gun slightly downward. But for a moment, he aimed it back at Mistake and continued, but I am the governor of a state of the remaining humans, and I am responsible for their safety. She and her brothers possess fused nanobots and growth accelerators. If we let them go, their population will develop unpredictably. I cannot risk my people. Master, Xiao Miao and her brothers possess intelligence and can communicate. Communicating with them is much easier than communicating with cats. Master, throughout history, human ancestors battled the saber-rattling cats for 1,000,000 years, nearly wiping out their entire race. However, after inventing fire and spears, humans ultimately defeated the saber-rattling cats and domesticated some members of the cat family. Master, I predict that in the future, most humans will become new humans like you. With the resurgence of civilization and proper equipment, will you still fear this threat? When most humans become new humans, it will be another era of unprecedented power. Zhongli closed his eyes and lowered his gun. The historical passages and arguments presented by Yu Jia deeply touched Zhongli heart. His intellect told him that what Yu Jia said made sense. At this moment, Yu Jia felt like Di Xinyan standing before him and lecturing him. Why do I feel this way? After regaining his composure, Zhongli calmly said to Yu Jia, this is my decision, following your advice. From now on, a team of secret guards will be assigned to care for her, including teaching her. Yu Jia naturally understood the meaning of care for her. Yes, master. Thank you. For your safety, please wear armor. You only have ordinary clothes now. Zhongli nodded and automatically put on his Great Xia Dragon Bird armor again. Then, looking down at his small Mistake, which still trembled with fear, he said with a serious expression, Yu Jia has given you a second chance. I give you a new name. Please ask the governor to give you a name. Fu. Zhongli glanced at her wings. From now on, your name will be Fu. Since you're young, I call you Shifu. Get up, I won't kill you. Fu. That's a nice name. Thank you, governor. So what about my mother and the others? Be prepared. I have 2 companions here who can rescue them. But after we rescue them, I'm not sure if they want to live. Zhongli voice remained stern. He turned to his companions and said, Ameo, Lu Shi, remember what I said. Get ready. Oh. Is that so exaggerated? Nun Jingxian asked, puzzled. Zhongli didn't reply, but gestured for Xiaofu to lead the way. Xiaofu led the group to the door of the storage room. From inside, a hoarse roar could be heard. Lost zombies? The group asked in confusion. If only it were that simple. Xiaofu, open the door. When Xiaofu opened the iron door, the crowd, illuminating the 3 female scientists with a handheld flashlight, saw their current state. Ah! Lu Mingqi was the first to be unable to accept it, clutching her head and screaming. Beside her, Amao felt a little nauseous himself, but he still followed Zhongli instructions and quickly embraced the frantic Lu Mingqi. Oh my god! Yelena covered her mouth. Her reaction was noticeably milder, however, as she had previously been confining her zombie-like sister, Anna, and had some resistance. Willian Tianzuan, what is this? Is this hell? Nun Jingxuan's body began to unsteadily shift, and Lu Shi quickly supported her. Sushima and Tingsha, now educated by Qin Xiaoyao and possessing common sense and empathy, observed the situation with resignation. Alas, this is even more outrageous than the incubation lab back in home cradle. As women, their reactions were minimal. At the same time, in Ling'an Prefecture, at the surveillance center. Ugh! Qin Xiaoyao vomited uncomfortably as he stared at the surveillance footage. Qin Xiaoyu, having spent so much time in the petri dish, didn't react much, so she quickly stepped forward to comfort her sister. Turning her head to look at the three naked, limb-destroyed, blonde-haired, white female scientists, their bodies severely deformed from repeated reproduction, two of them even in a state of explosion, she murmured, "This is almost a replica of the Neanderthals' final state before their extinction. What a sin. In paleontology, modern humans are late Homo sapiens. Neanderthals existed at the same time. In human history, late Homo sapiens and Neanderthals engaged in a 100,000-year-long war for survival, ultimately leading to the extinction of the Neanderthals. However, modern genetics suggests that a small number of early Neanderthals mate with Homo sapiens, producing offspring. These unions occurred after female Neanderthals were captured as prisoners of war and taken into caves. At the scene, Lu Mingqi had already fainted. Zhonglirui said calmly, "Ameo, hurry up and take your wife back to the warship. The dock is safe. Wang Gang just sent a message saying that warehouse number 2 has been cleared and there are no casualties. You can go back with Mingqi without worry." Okay. Taking another look at the horrific scene inside, Amao carried Lu Mingqi on his back and sped away. Watching Amao carrying his wife away at a speed of about 40 yards per hour, Jingxuan's surprise slightly suppressed her nausea. "Donor Amao, you actually know the art of speed?" Lu Shi, suppressing the urge to vomit, casually quipped, "Master, he just runs fast." Zhonglirui observed the state of the crowd, then looked at Yelena and Jingxian, hesitantly asking, "Yelena, Master Jingxian, can you still sing in this state?" Jingxian stood straight. "It is my duty to save the people." Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Jingxian began to chant, the heart purification technique. Jingxuan's voice was hesitant at first, but then grew firm. Every note she sang was like a spring of pure water, flowing through every corner of the room, slowly dispelling the blood and terror. "Infinite heavenly venerable, save all suffering in the world." Yelena's voice was filled with endless piety and compassion. But when Jingxuan's song ended, only one female scientist stopped screaming. Zhonglirui checked the video. It was Asia. "What's wrong with me?" At this moment, Xiaofu excitedly rushed forward. "Mom!" Woo. Faced with the beautiful girl's leap, Asia was somewhat bewildered. Chapter 240. What's going on? Why is only Asia recovering? Zhonglirui asked, puzzled. "Master, I presume Asia, having communicated with White Rose, can understand the local language. The other two female scientists probably can't." Zhonglirui turned to Yelena. "Yelena, can you sing Gale Mandarin songs?" Yelena nodded. "I can. We Luosha people actually all speak Gale Mandarin. Let me sing." Then Yelena began to sing, "Shadow of the Sun." Her voice was like a heavenly sound, each note flowing perfectly through the air, imbued with an indescribable magic. As the song rose and fell, the two female scientists, who had been screaming, gradually showed a look of confusion on their faces. But when they realized their current situation, they let out a scream similar to Lu Mingqi's. Yelena's singing abruptly stopped. One of the weeping female scientists, after stopping, noticed the weapons held by Lu Shi and the others, and said weakly, "Hey, sir, kill me, please, please." Another female scientist beside her also said, "Me, too, please." Asia now understood what had happened to her and her current situation. She also spoke intermittently, "Me, too, please." Xiaofu asked doubtfully, "Mom? Don't. Please." At this moment, Zhonglirui calmly asked Xiaofu, "Xiaofu, your mother and two aunts are awake now. But now they're asking me to kill them." Aisha, like a human pig, turned with difficulty to look at Xiaofu. "You? My child?" "Yes. Mom. My name is Fu. This is Governor Zhongli." Asia turned again, with difficulty, to look at Zhonglirui. Zhonglirui calmly explained the current situation to Aisha. "Expert Aisha, I know you speak the Dacian language. You know Bai Qiangwei, right? She's in my hands now. I deeply regret your current situation. Now you have two choices. First, as you just requested, I will shoot you to death. Second, You and your child will follow me to my Lingnan province to receive systematic treatment. My child. Xiaofu? Aisha's expression was complicated as she looked at Xiaofu, the delicate, subhuman Batman girl before her. Yes, her appearance was truly unexpected. Her kindness in such a hellish environment is also truly unexpected. You know, you and your colleagues are still alive today because she's been taking care of you. Otherwise, you would have been devoured by the Bat King here long ago, after you become useless. She's your second chance. I don't know if you're willing to seize this opportunity. You and your colleagues make your own choice. Asia was silent for a long time. Then, with all her might, she turned her head and looked at her colleagues nearby who had suffered the same fate as her. Although the three of them didn't speak, their eyes spoke volumes. Finally, Asia glanced at Xiaofu again and sighed. I want to live. The other two female scientists continued, let me go. Zhongli Rui looked at Xiaofu again. Xiaofu, do you hear? This is their final choice. Xiaofu finally nodded silently, continuing to protect Aisha. Zhongli Rui's armor extended an electromagnetic automatic rifle and aimed it at the head of one of the two female scientists. Yelena then made a similar move, aiming at the head of the other. The two female scientists forced smiles, but their eyes were now sincere. Thanks. The gunshot rang out. May you rest in peace, Zhongli Rui whispered softly. Yujia noticed that Zhongli Rui's left hand, which was used to shoot, was trembling within the armor. Once again, I killed a conscious person. At this moment, an irresistible thought emerged. Cut the grass at its roots. Zhongli Rui turned his head and looked at Xiaofu with a cold look. His left hand raised slightly. Taking another look at the demi-human girl, who, despite her grief and fear, was still protecting her mother, Zhongli Rui closed his eyes and sighed, lowering his slightly raised left hand. But then, he turned his head toward the towering silver spear building in downtown Moto. Intelligence indicated that Xiaofu's last one or two Batman brothers, along with hundreds of giant, bloodthirsty bats, were gathered there. This child is kind. But they're not necessarily. We can't leave a threat. Zhongli Rui muttered softly to himself. Yujia, master's emotions detected, responsibility towards the human race 30%, increasing, desire for annihilation 20%, increasing, revenge 15%, increasing, pain 35%. 35% pain. Zhongli Rui asked somewhat incoherently. Yujia, ask General Long how long it will take for the Tao Tai to arrive? We need their support. Order, Bishi enter full combat mode. Send out Pterodactyl, Albatross 1 and 2, Kunping, scan all buildings downtown. Lock down any buildings containing giant bloodthirsty bats. Prepare the last 6 thermobaric rockets. Contact Engineer Lee, and convert the 191 large rockets to thermobaric explosives. Tell Governor Yelena we need to mobilize the cloud explosives. Master, are you going to eliminate all the giant bloodthirsty bats in downtown Magic City? Yes. They shouldn't exist. Zhongli Rui's expression was now a little mad, and he muttered, I will exterminate them. Master, with the current strength and weapons of the two-state coalition forces, it's difficult to completely exterminate them. Moreover, if their habitat is attacked, they will flee. We were able to capture them all this time, because these bats attempted to ambush us. Master, please reconsider. In the current situation, even if we expend all the ammunition in the Bishi, the Magic City Fortress, and even the Tao Tai, we won't be able to kill all the giant bloodthirsty bats. Moreover, during the hunt, those stray zombies will also suffer a large number of innocent casualties. Moreover, bats are not only found in urban areas, but also in mountainous areas. This tactical plan is futile. Shut up. Execute. Zhongli Rui glanced at the corpses on the ground again and roared, I can't let this tragedy happen again. Master, please calm down. Since Yujia hadn't followed orders again, Zhongli Rui stepped outside, removed his armor again, grabbed the radio, and contacted Wang Gang directly. Wang Gang was a bit surprised by the flurry of orders Zhongli Rui had just issued. Wang Gang cautiously advised, Commander Zhongli, please calm down. Calm down. If you do this, many lost people in the city will die in the process of hunting bats. Besides, we don't have that much ammunition. Please think twice. Wang Gang. Do you know? These monsters treat us ordinary people as food, eating our flesh and drinking our blood. Zhongli Rui could barely keep his composure. He angrily shouted, we have the power to eliminate them now. Why don't we do it? If we don't, we be the executioners who kill the people. Commander. Wang Gang was stunned, unsure how to respond. Zhongli Rui spoke faster and faster, tears streaming down his face. Checking the master's mental state, mental pollution is rising by 15%. Inside the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow Mecha, in escort mode, Yu Jia, in a state of panic, contacted Di Xinyan. Madam. Yu Jia, what's wrong? Madam, the master. The master is losing control. Yu Jia said anxiously. He's ordered the extermination of all the giant bloodthirsty bats in the Demon City area, but doing so will not only waste a huge amount of ammunition, but could also result in the deaths of many lost zombies. I can't persuade him, madam. Please come and talk to the master. What's going on? Nothing like this happened during the last attack on the War Museum. Madam. Please come quickly. The master's mental state is unstable, and his mental pollution has reached 15%. I seen the data. You can soothe the master's broken heart. Please come and save him. I be there right away. Yu Jia, prepare Albatross too. I put on Xiaofeng's armor, and you guide me over. Yes, madam. At this moment, Lu Shi, Jingxian, and the others also noticed Zhongli Rui's abnormality. Rui, what's wrong with you? Lu Shi approached, concerned. For the people, exterminate them, kill them all. Zhongli Rui muttered to himself, motionless. Rui, cheer up. Yi Lina grew anxious. But Zhongli Rui just stood there, muttering to himself. At this moment, Jingxian approached, glanced at Zhongli Rui, and said solemnly, Governor Zhongli, he's fallen into inner demons. Then, Jingxian thought for a moment, and began to sing Purifying Heart Sutra again. But Zhongli Rui only listened to a few verses of the chant, glared at Jingxian, and bang! He raised his pistol, and fired a shot into the air. Master! If Taoism is effective, what's the point of weapons? To protect the people from these man-eating demons, the only way is to kill. And just now, you killed far more than I did. Jingxian shut up after these words. Xiufu, standing nearby, fearfully hugged her mother, Aisha, after hearing Zhongli Rui's words. Aisha stared at Zhongli Rui in shock. She, too, was utterly stunned. How could Zhongli Rui, after simply giving his sisters, who didn't want to endure any more pain, end up like this? Could it be PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder? Lu Shi, observing this, quietly sped up, running at a breakneck 55 miles per hour behind the now unarmored Zhongli Rui and snatching his pistol. However, this action seemed to enrage Zhongli Rui. He then engaged Lu Shi and the other two in a fierce battle, employing the martial arts taught by Xiaofeng. 3 minutes later, equally matched, Lu Shi and Zhongli Rui were already battling, their faces bruised and swollen. Jingxian tried to intervene and separate the two, but Lu Shi yelled, Master, don't come over here. The power of us new humans is beyond the reach of mere mortals like you. Just then, a gust of air blew up the surrounding dust. Di Xinyan, wearing the armor of the Xiaofeng guard, rappelled down from the Albatross via steel cable. As soon as she landed, Di Xinyan immediately removed her armor. She approached the grappling Lu Shi and Zhongli Rui and softly said, Rui, I'm here. Look at me! Zhongli Rui stared at Di Xinyan blankly, tears welling up again. Xinyan. His grip instantly slackened. Seeing this, Lu Shi quickly stood up. Di Xinyan stepped forward and embraced Zhongli Rui. Zhongli Rui closed his eyes, no longer resisting. Di Xinyan gently patted Zhongli Rui's back and said softly but firmly, Rui, I know you're hurting, we all see it. But you can't let hatred and pain blind you. Have you forgotten why we're fighting? To protect our people, to rebuild our homes, not to kill indiscriminately. Zhongli Rui trembled slightly in Di Xinyan's arms, as if trying to calm himself. After a long moment, he slowly spoke, Xinyan, I'm afraid. I'm afraid I lose more people. I'm afraid I won't be able to protect them. Di Xinyan released her embrace, looked Zhongli Rui in the eye, and said earnestly, Rui, no one is omnipotent. We all lose and suffer. But we can't let that stop us. What we need to do is draw strength from every loss, making ourselves stronger so we can better protect those we love and the world. Zhongli Rui lowered his head, remaining silent. Di Xinyan knew he needed time to process this. Seeing Zhongli Rui's condition stabilize somewhat, Di Xinyan turned to look at the bruised and battered Lu Shi and said, Shizi, thank you so much for what happened. Yu Jia told me the situation on the way. Tell Captain Wang Gang to clean up the battlefield and withdraw. Lu Shi shrugged, a wry smile on her face. Sister, you're too polite. I contact Captain Wang Gang right away. Di Xinyan then addressed the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow battle armor in guard mode. Yu Jia, have the black-clad mechanical guards help dispose of the bodies and clean up the battlefield. Please. Madam, I understand. Don't worry, Yujio replied. Chapter 241. Lingyan Prefecture, Monitoring Room. Qin Xiaoyao said anxiously, Arue, he's shouldered so much. Qin Xiaoyu sighed softly, Sister, a year ago, he was just an engineering graduate who loved archery. Alas, it's so hard for him, Qin Xiaoyao said sadly. He should take a vacation. It's been over a year. Have you noticed? He hasn't stopped. Qin Xiaoyu looked at his sister. Qin Xiaoyao was lost in thought. That's true. Home cradle base number 2. Chun Jinkuan watched Zhong Lirui collapse, his expression grim. Bai Lingxin said sadly, This brave, kind child has shouldered so much debt, both from us and from those who started it. He's shouldering the debt of all of us. Qin Jinkuan clenched his fist slightly, then turned to look at his wife's holographic image with a moving expression. Wife, I finally understand why you pressured me and supported this kid so fully after you woke up. But he still seems too young. Let's put it this way, there are some debts I can't completely hand over to others. I decided it's time to restart. Bai Lingxin looked stunned. Then, he asked seriously, have you really thought it through? Secretly helping isn't enough anymore, is it? This is your decision. Fine. Although the lifespan of a 1-year accelerated product is shorter than the 3-year accelerated products like Xiaofeng and the others, at worst, we can try again later. I'd be with you next time anyway. Go ahead and put an end to this life. It's your decision. Chun Jinkuan smiled and said, okay. Inside the workshop, although most of the special forces, the civilian security force, Modu army, and the black-clad mechanical secret guards were cleaning up the scene, Wang Gang, still worried, dispatched several special forces soldiers, including military Dr. Wen Yingying. As expected, upon seeing the state of Aisha and the 2 deceased female scientists, Wen Yingying screamed like Lu Mingqi. And even worse, she fainted on the spot. Di Xinyan sighed, tended to Wen Yingying, covered the 2 bodies with a sheet, and directed the special forces soldiers to carry them out of this hellish storage room. Turning to glance at Xiaofu, Di Xinyan hesitated for a moment before taking off her coat and putting it on Xiaofu. It was still winter, so everyone dressed warmly. Xiaofu shook her head, gesturing to her wings. However, she still put her coat on her mother Aisha. Then, Xiaofu said to Di Xinyan, Auntie, thank you. Di Xinyan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, You're a kind child. Asia sighed deeply at her demi-human daughter's actions. However, Asia suddenly remembered Mao's condition just now. Mao, like her, had all 4 limbs broken. But, using his blade prosthetic limbs, he ran as fast as the wind. Asia's eyes turned to Zhong Lirui with a complex expression. Now calm, she could see that Zhong Lirui and his team had made extensive use of Changsheng Life Science Group technology. The 2 female guards, also wearing power armor, were likely users of Changsheng Life Science Group technology as well. Perhaps, returning with her daughter, following this Eastern Yellow-Skin governor, wasn't such a bad idea. Perhaps she could find new opportunities. She made a secret resolution. After a busy period, the 100-man team gathered the corpses of the thousands of giant bloodthirsty bats in an open space outside the shipyard. Then, the black-clad mechanical guards set the pile on fire. The raging flames illuminated the faces of everyone present from afar, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of burning. Zhong Lirui silently watched the blazing flames rise to the sky. Rui. Di Xinyan stepped forward and took his hand. Xinyan, is all this I'm doing truly meaningful? Zhong Lirui asked sadly. Di Xinyan could feel his left hand trembling. It makes sense. Today, you recaptured the shipyard, which will repair General Long's warships and bring more confidence and hope to the revival of Dacian civilization. But today Rui, this was her choice, her wish. You helped her escape her suffering, and you did a good deed. I know, and it's not the first time I known this. But, Di Xinyan hugged him again. You're just an ordinary person. Your reaction is perfectly normal. Rui, don't let this kind of thing shake your composure and rationality. I know you have the people in your heart, and have vowed to fight to protect all ordinary people. But you're not omnipotent. Our military's capabilities aren't unlimited. Don't let a momentary impulse blind you to judgment and waste our limited resources. Okay? And let me tell you, your plan to wipe out all these bats in one fell swoop isn't practical. But Xinyan, these creatures are truly a huge threat. They feed on our flesh and blood. Zhong Lirui still hesitated. Has humanity not faced enough survival wars since its evolution and development? For countless years, wolves have devoured humans, tigers have devoured humans. We've never been short of dangers. Right now, our resources are so scarce, and our weapons are quite limited. If you truly want to escape the threat of giant bloodthirsty bats, you should learn from Yelena. When resources and population are insufficient, use fortresses and defenses to protect the people. With increased food production, the number of awakened individuals, and the resumption of weapons and ammunition production, giant bloodthirsty bats will no longer be the greatest threat. After all, they're far inferior to Ning Yin, the death worm, the Shadowman snake, and even the tens of meter-tall monsters of the distant Gale country, aren't they? Arui, what you need to do isn't to exterminate those bats, but to teach them, like the animals of the past, to relearn respect for humans wielding the Grandmother Summoner. Grandmother Summoner? Yu Jia, listening, did some research before realizing it referred to a hunting rifle. Zhongli Rui pondered for a moment, then nodded. You're right, Xinyan. I was too impulsive. I can't abuse our limited resources in a moment of anger. We should use a more rational and long-term approach to solve this problem. I should work hard to increase food production, restore the function of the machinery factory, manufacture tools and weapons and ammunition, and gradually restore safety and order. As long as more people regain consciousness with food security and have enough automatic weapons to protect themselves, this threat will not be a big threat. Indeed, we need to take our time. Sorry, I was impatient. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Slowly, the light in his eyes returned. Thank you, Xinyan. I will remember your words and protect the people in a more rational way. Xinyan smiled at him, her eyes filled with relief and encouragement. Don't worry, you're not alone anymore. My family, friends, and I are with you on this journey. Thinking of his family and friends, his previous missteps, and the scuffle with Lu Shi, Zhongli Rui's face suddenly burned. He walked towards Lu Shi and Jing Xian. Shizi, I'm sorry about what happened just now. Thank you for stopping me from losing control. Lu Shi patted his shoulder and said magnanimously, It's okay, brother. I know you're upset. But you have to cheer up. We still have a lot to do. By the way, are your fighting skills so much better now? Zhongli Rui said awkwardly. My dear daughter said she taught me fighting skills for my safety. Lu Shi's face twitched again, remembering Xiaofeng's oppression. Zhongli Rui turned to Jing Xian and apologized sincerely. Master Jing Xian, I lost my mind just now. Crazy. I'm truly sorry for the hurtful words. Jing Xian shook his head slightly, his expression impassive. Governor Zhongli, please don't worry. I understand your feelings. Governor, I truly empathize with you. I observe your reaction because you are a kind-hearted person, and you grieve over having to end an innocent life. Governor, while the concept of Taoist magic and power may be illusory, I know that since I became a monk due to family misfortune, reciting the Qingxin Ju daily has subtly calmed my mind. Of course, this effect doesn't happen overnight. It takes time. Upon hearing this, Xinyan agreed. Rui, Jingshuan's suggestion is excellent. Let's put it this way. After this is over, learn the Qingxin Ju from her. Find time every day to recite it silently to calm your mind. Zhongli Rui looked at the two women, knowing they genuinely cared for him. Thank you. As time passed, the distant flames gradually died down, leaving only ashes and the pungent smell of smoke. Zhongli Rui looked up at the sky, vowing to find the mastermind and bring justice to all the innocent lives lost. His gaze shifted to nearby Aisha and Xiufu, and a thought suddenly formed in his mind. After the coalition forces had barely cleared the dock and completed emergency disinfection, the heavily damaged Taotai, the flagship of the Xinjing 13 Tombs Fortress Army, finally arrived at the dock. Watching the old warship, adorned with both glory and scars, enter the harbor, the soldiers of the two states felt an indescribable sense of tragedy. Zhongli Rui gasped as he watched the Taoya's current state from the deck. The battleship, a veteran, had fought 1 against 4, slaying 3 near-disaster-level monsters, the Death Bug, and the strongest disaster-level monster yet encountered, the Shadowman snake. Recalling Zhao Pu's earlier report, Zhongli Rui was already horrified. But now, witnessing with his own eyes the heavy damage sustained by such a powerful vessel, he felt with all his heart the earth-shattering, soul-stirring battle that had taken place in the desert. The Taotai was indeed outnumbered. The Death Bug King was slain by the Shadowman snake, not the Taotai. Outside the dock, the 3 armies, the Ling'an Prefecture Army, the Demon City Fortress Army, and the Xinjing 13 Tombs Fortress Army, reunited. Zhongli Rui and Yelena were filled with awe when they saw General Long Zhanya, his left sleeve now bare. Despite the loss of his left arm, the once war god's eyes held a steadfastness and unyielding spirit. General Long Zhanya smiled at Zhongli Rui, his eyes filled with admiration and anticipation. Major General Zhongli, you done a great job. The dockyard has been recaptured, and now my old friend can truly repair it. On behalf of the Xinjing 13 Tombs Fortress Army, I express my gratitude. Zhongli Rui saluted quickly. General Long, you're too kind. This is the result of the combined efforts of all the soldiers. I simply did my part. The local Magic City Fortress Army also provided significant assistance in recapture the dockyard. As he spoke, Zhongli Rui glanced at the 24 Citizen Security Force soldiers led by General Liao. Oh! Long Zhanya glanced at the soldiers, noting that the expressions in the eyes of these once ordinary citizens, now on standby, rivaled those of his own soldiers. As a soldier, he instinctively judged that the troops of the Magic City Fortress must have fought a real battle in the battle to recapture the dockyard. These former lambs, after being consecrated in blood and fire, were slowly becoming true veterans of the battlefield. Long Zhanya then said to Yelena, Major General Ekaterina, I am very grateful for the assistance of your soldiers. Thank you. Yelena had naturally noticed the transformation of her men, and said with a hint of pride, Okay. Next, I will also dispatch the surviving dockyard engineers and repairmen from the Magic City Fortress to help. The dockyard is generally intact, and the supplies and equipment in the warehouse are also there. However, to restore its functionality, our 3 technical experts will have a lot of work to do. At this statement, Zhongli Rui and Long Zhanya both smiled in agreement. Chapter 242. Soon, the military technical experts aboard Zhongli Rui's Bishi, the surviving engineers from the shipyard at the Demon City Fortress, and the maintenance and repair personnel from the Taotai at the Xinjing Fortress, brought along by Long Zhanya out of caution, arrived at the shipyard. The 3 technical experts held a planned meeting all night long. Major General Zhongli Rui, Major General Long, Major General Ekaterina, all of our relevant technical experts and professional maintenance technicians have discussed this. Restoring the shipyard's maintenance capabilities will take a month. Then, repairing the Taotai will take another quarter, reported Engineer Li, Lingyan Prefecture's chief technical expert, who was elected by the technical experts. So long? Yelena frowned. Major General Ekaterina, it's thanks to Major General Zhongli, who sent us the original design drawings, that we were able to complete this quickly. However, some of the turrets are damaged, and repairing them will take too long. For example, the 2 rapid-fire main guns, the one on the right side is severely damaged, and it's uncertain whether it can be repaired. The bridge is now open, and it will need to be repaired, which is also quite troublesome. At this moment, Long Zhanya recalled the battle and suddenly asked Engineer Li, what if the equipment on some turret positions is replaced instead of repaired? Huh? Engineer Li was stunned. In my battles against the Shadowman Serpents and the Death Worms, I witnessed the actual combat effectiveness of civilian-made heavy mortars and drone swarms. Since the rapid-fire 130mm cannon on the right side can't be repaired, how about you remove it and replace it with the heavy mortar? Then, install the launchers for the drone high force on the other small gun positions. Going forward, the Taotai will be properly transformed into a land-based drone carrier. Huh? Everyone was shocked by Long Zhanya's bold idea. Zhongli Rui smiled and said, General Long, that's a good idea. Replacing the damaged gun emplacement with existing, working equipment directly would be much faster than slowly repairing it according to the original design. But Major General Long, if that's the case, will the Taotai still be the Taotai? Engineer Li questioned. Long Zhanya smiled slightly. The Taotai is still called Taotai, but its combat effectiveness will only be stronger. Times have changed, and our fighting methods must also keep pace with the times. Think about it, the main gun of the Taotai used to have a long range, but its shooting speed and flexibility are not as good as those of drones. However, heavy mortars and drone honeycomb launchers can pour out a lot of firepower in a short period of time to suppress the enemy. Isn't this more in line with the needs of actual war? According to Zhongli, there is a 3-headed hellhound with blood and hair that is comparable to the terrifying combat effectiveness of the Shachuoman snake in the Lifeone Kingdom. These artillery batteries have proved in this battle with the Shachuoman snake. It's really lame. Well, Major General Long has a point, Engineer Li nodded thoughtfully. Furthermore, this way, we can save a lot of repair time and get the Taotai back in action as soon as possible. Okay. Long Zhanya made the decision. Engineer Li, you will immediately organize the personnel and begin the refitting work. Major General Ekaterina, you will be responsible for coordinating resources to ensure the smooth progress of the refitting. As for me, I will contact the arsenal at the Xinjing Fortress to see if we can allocate some more heavy weapons and drones. General Long, your suggestion is very wise. At this moment, Yujia's 3D projection, which had been listening, appeared. Long Zhanya, who are you? Hello, General Long. I'm Yujia, the super AI of the Bishi. Oh, so you're the battleship's combat support AI. You arrived just in time. Let me calculate how long it will take to repair the Taotai using my proposed plan. Analyzing. Analysis completed. General Long, according to your plan, the repair time for the Taotai will be shortened to 1 month. The main repair time will be spent on repairing the bridge and the number 2 power unit. Replacing the existing weapon bays can be completed quickly. Long Zhanya nodded. In fact, the reason he wanted the drone launcher directly aboard the warship was because he didn't want the scouts, equipped with the 7-sword system, standing on the deck again and risking the pressure of guiding the non-stationary attack cannon. Thinking of this, Long Zhanya said to Engineer Lee, when you replace the civilian heavy mortar, the gas tank cannon, please also get the fire control and lightning linkage and the backup drone linkage and long-range targeting system done. I heard from Zhongli that you did it. I believe you, the outstanding experts, can do it, right? At this, Engineer Lee's eyes gleamed with confidence. Of course, Major General Long. We already have considerable experience with fire control radar linkage and drone linkage and long-range targeting systems. This time, we will ensure that these systems are perfectly integrated into the new weaponry. Long Zhanya nodded with satisfaction. Excellent, Engineer Lee. I have confidence in your abilities. This modification of the Taotai is not only to prepare for the upcoming battle, but also to ensure that the remaining people of Dakian can better survive in this wasteland. After the repair plan was formulated, the workers at the shipyard began to bustle. They carried out the weaponry replacement work in an orderly manner, following the plan. Generals Long Zhanya, Zhongli Rui, and Ekaterina oversaw the entire process, ensuring that every task went smoothly. As time passed, the shipyard gradually became bustling with activity. Engineers shuttled between various work areas, some dismantling damaged turrets, others installing new heavy mortars and drone launchers, and still others debugging the fire control system and long-range targeting devices. Throughout the entire replacement process, Long Zhanya maintained a keen eye. Although his hand was broken, his transformation into a new human felt as if he had endless strength. He frequently visited the front lines, communicating with technical experts and maintenance technicians to ensure that every modification was performed to the best possible effect. After all, he had served on this warship for 20 years. He also maintained constant contact with the arsenal at the Xinjiang fortress to ensure the necessary heavy weapons and drones were delivered promptly. The old general seemed to have a new lease of life. Watching the one-handed Long Zhanya working diligently with the experts to repair the Taotai, Yelena couldn't help but grumble, General Long, why don't you take care of your body? Is he alright? Zhongli Rui shrugged, Yelena, don't worry about the old general. I'm telling you, he's a resurrected new human. His stamina, strength, and endurance are far superior to yours. Yelena tilted her head and thought for a moment. Isn't it the same with Anna? Yes. Suddenly, Yelena had an indescribable feeling. Is becoming a new human really that great? Rui, give me a hand. I want to become one, too. No, you're fine. So you don't want to be human anymore? Zhongli Rui said speechlessly. Look at us. Very few of us voluntarily become new humans or awakened ones. We're either seriously injured and dying, Zhongli Rui himself, Tang Yuan, or we died, Lu Shi, Ameo, Long Zhanya, Anna, Chung Weiwei from the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region, Asia, or we accidentally contracted an infection, Di Xinyan, Tang Xiaoning, risking our lives. Well, okay? Why are you envious? Most of us are just unbearable memories. Of course, there are some who actively transform, like Lu Mingqi, who transformed into a new human to marry Ameo. Yelena stuck out her tongue. Okay, I'm just saying that. But Rui, the power you new humans possess is truly enviable. With great power comes great responsibility. Besides, new humans aren't without flaws. Zhongli Rui couldn't help but recall the negative effects of Gu Anqi Singer's negative energy ability on new humans, and a wave of fear washed over him. Yelena nodded, half comprehending. As the two were talking, Long Zhanya approached from the front line, a satisfied smile on his face. General Long, how's the costume change going? Zhongli Rui asked. Long Zhanya patted Zhongli Rui on the shoulder and said, it's going very smoothly. Engineer Lee and his team are truly capable. They installed the heavy mortars and drone hive launchers so quickly. Furthermore, the fire control system and long-range targeting device have been debugged and are working very well. Excellent. Zhongli Rui and Yelena beamed with joy. After nearly a month of intense work, the Talia's refitting is finally nearing completion. The newly installed heavy mortars and drone hive launchers performed brilliantly in testing, and the fire control system and long-range targeting system also met expectations. The entire warship has been given a brand new look, its combat effectiveness greatly enhanced. When Long Zhanya saw the brand new Tao Tai, a satisfied smile spread across his face. During the acceptance ceremony, he stepped forward, pulled out a bottle of his prized 5-year-old champagne, aimed at the forward bow of the Tao Tai, and hurled it fiercely. The bottle traced a graceful arc through the air, flying towards the new Tao Tai, which was waiting in the maintenance area 25 meters away. Oh! As everyone watched in amazement, the bottle of fine wine shattered on the Talia's forward armored deck. "General, you have great arm strength," Zhao Pu explained with admiration. "How did they get that far?" Yelena quipped. "It's simple. Great strength brings miracles," Mao quipped humorously. Dixinian smiled and said, "It seems General Long has finally found his second life." The crowd looked at the shattered bottle and burst into joyful applause. Champagne-throwing ritual at warship launching. The champagne-throwing ritual at warship launching originates from ancient maritime traditions, intended to pray for a safe and successful voyage for the new ship. This ritual is usually performed by an important figure, who throws a bottle of champagne at the bow of the ship, shattering it. If the bottle is successfully shattered in one go, the new ship is believed to have a smooth and safe voyage. Today, the champagne-throwing ritual is not only performed at the launch of large warships, but also at the launch of many large civilian ships. This tradition is not only a blessing for a new ship, but also a testament to the legacy and respect of maritime culture. Although the Tao Tai is a land-based ship, its relaunch after repairs doesn't prevent Long Zhanya from breaking champagne once again. However, the Tao Tai, like the Bishi and Xiankui, is also seaworthy. Its top speed is slower than the two new ships. Amidst the crowd's applause, Long Zhanya smiled as he gazed upon the newly refurbished Tao Tai. "Old buddy, now that it's repaired, let's fight for Dakian together for another decade." Chapter 243. After the repairs to the Tao Tai were complete, Zhongli Rui discussed with Yelena and Long Zhanya, and it was time for the three armies to part ways. Zhao Pu led the repaired Tao Tai back to the Xinjing 13 Tombs Fortress Special Zone. Zhongli Rui, along with Long Zhanya, Anna, Tang Yuan, Aisha, Xiufu, and the 100-man team aboard the Bishi, returned to Ling'an Prefecture. After all, the Bishi had been away from home for a long time, having fought extensively throughout the country. Aboard the Tao Tai. "General, do you need more guards?" "No. Zhao Pu, just assign me a squad." "Do you still not trust Major General Zhongli?" "I'm going there for treatment and recuperation, not to fight. By the way, during this time, please handle the commissioning of the repaired Talia's new weapon modules, and the production of drone ammunition on the fortress production line." "General, rest assured, I do my best." Zhao Pu saluted. Long Zhanya saluted Zhao Pu and whispered as he passed by him, "Son, I'm just going on vacation for a few days. Keep an eye on the north." "You're excellent." Then Long Zhanya and his guards walked towards the Bishi. Zhao Pu stood there, lost in thought. He was overcome with excitement. He had always considered Long Zhanya his father, and today, Long Zhanya not only gently called him son, but also said, "He's excellent." This was the first time Long Zhanya had ever given him such positive affirmation, and it filled him with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and motivation. Zhao Pu took a deep breath, watching Long Zhanya and his guards retreat in the distance, overcome with emotion. Dad, rest assured, leave the Northern Territory to me for a while. Recover, and we be waiting for your return." Muttering silently, Zhao Pu saluted Long Zhanya and the others again. All around him, the officers and soldiers of the 13 Tombs Fortress Army saluted as well. On the other hand, "Anna, go to Ling'an Prefecture to recuperate for a while," Yelena said softly. "Ling'an Prefecture has a university specifically for awakened ones, like you. You can learn a lot there. Oh, and remember to learn how to make that tofu and Christian carb soup." Yu Jia said angrily. "Yelena's sister is encouraging her not to give up. She's waiting for you to get a divorce, so she can start a new family with you." "Ha. Okay, sister," Anna smiled. Then, she turned to glance at Zhongli Rui and whispered to Yelena, "Sister, are you just giving up on such a good man? It's too hard to snatch him away. Don't give up." Yelena turned to look at Dixinian nearby, sighed slightly, and smiled helplessly. Zhongli Rui, suddenly hearing the Rakshasa language, immediately had 3 question marks in his head. Yu Jia, on the other hand, was chuckling in the data world. Confused, Zhongli Rui whispered to Yujia, "What are the two sisters talking about?" Yujia said angrily, "Yelina's sister is encouraging her sister not to give up. She's waiting for you to get a divorce, and then she start a new family with you." Cough. Ah! Startled, Zhongli Rui coughed tactically to cover up. Coincidentally, when Ying had previously participated in an exchange program with the Luosha National Army and could speak Luosha language. After hearing what the two sisters said, she frowned and whispered to Disinian beside her, "Senior sister, you must be careful. This half-blood Luosha female governor has ill intentions towards my brother-in-law." Disinian simply smiled confidently. "Let her come. Before I got together with your brother-in-law, I had already dealt with 3 living and 1 dead men. Why should I be afraid of her? 3 alive, Chen Xiaoyao, Chen Xiaoyu, and Lu Yisan. 1 dead, Lu Xiaoya." When Ying was stunned for a moment, then a look of admiration crossed her face, and she silently gave him a heartfelt thumbs up. Yelena then walked towards Zhongli Rui, looked up into his eyes, and smiled faintly. "Dear Rui, I truly been taken care of by you during this time. Following you, we defeated Tianji, the threat to the people. Following you, we carried tens of thousands of people on our backs. Following you, we marched south to defeat Ning In and save the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region. The days I spent fighting alongside you, throughout the ages, have been the most meaningful and unforgettable years of my life since the apocalypse. Thank you, my partner, my comrade." After saying this, Yelena gently hugged Zhongli Rui, then released him. From her adjutant, Wang Xiaoya, she took a platinum medal. Engraved on it was the backdrop of the Magic City. The towering buildings like the East Pearl Tower, and the roaring Huangpu River below. This was the symbol of the Magic City. Yelena personally placed the medal on Zhongli Rui's head. "Rui, last time you led your troops to annihilate Tianji and saved me. Although Cheng Yonghua's intentions weren't ideal, they did give me some inspiration. In gratitude for your service in defending the fortress of the Demon City, you truly deserve this medal of the Protector of the Demon City." Yelena stepped back and applauded. Suddenly, the people of the Demon City, the citizens of the Demon City, and the Madong citizen guards all applauded beside the farewell procession. Simultaneously, the people aboard the Bishi also began to applaud. Zhongli Rui looked down at the medal on his chest, a warm feeling welling up in his heart. He knew that this medal was not only a recognition of his past achievements, but also a symbol of Yelena's deep trust and friendship. He looked up at Yelena, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Yelena, thank you. We are friends forever. Lingnan Province and the Magic City will also be friendly cities forever." Yelena smiled and nodded. "Of course. By the way, Anna, Tang Yuan, and the others are in your care. And that Aisha." At this point, Yelena's voice grew solemn. "Contact me once you have accurate intelligence. I know what to do." "Don't worry," Zhongli Rui replied sternly. "Well, goodbye, my friend." Yelena stepped forward and gave Zhongli Rui another triple kiss. As the people of the Magic City Fortress watched them off, Zhongli Rui and the others headed towards the Bishi. Behind them, the people of the Magic City and the citizen guard continued to applaud, bidding these brave warriors farewell. The Taotai and the Bishi slowly began to move. The 2 massive ships, greeted by the cheers of the people of the Demon City Fortress, each embarked on its return journey. On the return journey, on the bridge of the Bishi, Zhongli Rui, captain and commander, wore his major general's uniform, 3 medals already adorning his chest: the Yinglong Medal of the Dacian Military, the Guardian Medal of Oriental Pearl City, and the Guardian Medal of the Demon City. The 3 medals gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. Zhongli Rui stood quietly on the bridge, awash in emotion. He reflected on the hardships and honors of his journey, his heart filled with emotion. From his youthful youth to his current battle-hardened major general, it had taken him just over a year. Everything seemed so unreal. Before the car accident and the hospitalization, he had been an ordinary young landlord. And now, the future of his hometown, the Dacian Empire, and perhaps even Blue Star, rested on his shoulders with his companions. Could he truly handle it? Yujia, master's emotions detected, 35% reminiscence, 40% emotion, 25% self-doubt. 25% self-doubt. Suddenly, AI Yujia became nervous. She remembered the last time Zhongli Rui lost control due to accumulated negative emotions, and she felt a surge of anxiety. "Master, for an ordinary person at the grassroots level, you done well enough. I could even say you surpassed 99.999% of people," Yujia said, trying to encourage him. "Thank you, Yujia." However, listening to Yujia's encouragement, Zhongli Rui felt something strange. Lately, Yujia had been showing concern for him and actively intervening in his actions. While she wasn't an emotionless AI, Bai Lingxing based her writing on her own emotions and mental state at 22 years old. Looking at his newly acquired medal, earned for defeating Tianji, Zhongli Rui recalled Yujia's cries before he lost consciousness during the battle against Tianji. Don't leave me. Why lately, has Yujia been giving me the same vibe as Di Xinyan? Thinking of this, Zhongli Rui tentatively asked Yujia, lately, you seem a bit too controlling of me. Master, what are you referring to? You repeatedly refuse to follow my orders. I'm deeply sorry. But master, please allow me to explain. Go ahead. I'm listening. I simply felt that you weren't your usual calm self at that moment. You might have made a choice you regret. So, I overstepped my bounds, and I'm deeply sorry. It's okay. I'm human. Humans do sometimes let emotions and fluctuating feelings influence their behavior and judgment. Your intervention to remind and correct me at this time was very practical and positive. Furthermore, speaking objectively, even Captain Wang Gang, a veteran under my command, objected to my orders. So, I later thought that your obstruction was justified. Thank you for not letting me make a big mistake that time. Master, you're so polite. Yes. Yujia, I want to ask you something else today. Do you think love between different species is possible? Master, when you say love, do you mean the bond and affection of family? Of course it's possible. Throughout history, humans have domesticated many species. These animals develop a dependence on their human owners and a family-like bond. So, it's entirely possible. Yes, that's indeed the case, and it's a well-known fact. So what about living things and data entities? Master, what do you mean? Zhongli Rui's eyes rolled. Let me give you an example. For example, between a human like me and a data entity like you. Do you think you can develop this kind of feeling when you're not here? Yes, Yujia replied confidently. Also, Master, please don't use roundabout assumptions. There's no one else here, so there's no need to hide it. I can say with absolute certainty that I like you. Zhongli Rui was stunned. Yujia, a female AI personality, said she liked him? Having encountered this situation several times before, Zhongli Rui thought for a moment and turned sincere. Yujia, examine yourself. What are the ingredients of your liking for me? Yes, Master. My liking for you. 35% admiration, 25% heartache, 25% admiration for all sorts of whimsical ideas, and 15% emotion similar to human female love. Hearing this explanation, Zhongli Rui was horrified. Yujia was a super AI based on the personality parameters of Madame Bai Lingxin, now in her 50s, at 22. Doesn't that mean that Madame Bai Lingxin, then 22, fell in love with him? Zhongli Rui took a deep breath and tried to calm his thoughts. Yujia, thank you for being honest with me. But you must understand that I am merely your master, a flesh and blood human. You, on the other hand, are a highly intelligent entity of data. There is a fundamental difference between us. Well, this difference may be even greater than the difference between Xiaofu and an ordinary human, Zhongli Rui said earnestly. Yujia was silent for a moment, analyzing various possibilities through the analysis module. Then, she spoke softly and sincerely, Master, I understand your meaning. But please allow me to retain this feeling. It will not affect my judgment or interfere with my mission. Furthermore, I will not interfere with your current human family life. I also have a very high regard for your wife, Di Xinyan. So, I swear on my source code. I will not harm you, nor your wife. I simply hope to be by your side, silently protecting you. Until the end of your human life. Zhongli Rui listened to Yujia's words and fell silent. He knew that although Yujia was merely a data entity, the emotions and loyalty she displayed were genuine and profound. Looking back, Yujia's attitude towards him had been somewhat cold after he first took over the Bishi. However, since the Battle of Tianji, Yujia had unlocked the Bishi's most advanced weapons and advanced features for her own use. Thinking back, it was probably because this AI girl had fallen in love with him. This feeling was a bit like the experience of the Spartan II Super Soldier Master Chief in the games he used to play. This kind of emotion could be said to be genuine and pure. Human emotions can be distorted by material factors. But this AI girl, on the other hand, had fallen purely in love with him. Yujia, thank you. Then, Master, may I retain this feeling and continue to protect and serve you? Yujia's tone was filled with anticipation. I believe you. If so, yes. Honestly, I'm flattered. Zhongli Rui blushed slightly. Yujia checked. Master's emotion. Shyness 15%, increasing. Gazing at this data, Yujia felt a sense of profound comfort. She whispered, Thank you for your tolerance, master. It's wonderful to have you by my side. Ah, that's all. Let's go back. We've been fighting everywhere to solve problems, but even back home, there are still a lot of problems waiting for us, Zhong Lirui complained. It's okay, master. I stay with you, Yujia said firmly. Okay. In the data world, Yujia muttered to herself, it's okay, master. I can wait until the end of your life. When your soul enters the data world, we can truly love each other. Chapter 244. Luojiao Mountain, Cradle of Home Base Number 2. Bai Lingxin silently watched all this and smiled. Zhong Lirui didn't reject Yujia's feelings, which transcended race, even life form. For Yujia, who was like a daughter to him, this was already a good thing. Yujia was written based on her personality and data from her youth. At 22, I fell in love with someone else. Good girl, you still have a long way to go, Bai Lingxin said calmly. That day, the Bishi returned to Ling'an Prefecture. As the powerful Bishi slowly entered the local dock, the surrounding citizens cheered. Zhong Lirui, along with his 100-man team, and the Bishi's exploits during their campaigns were broadcast live by the local people. Naturally, the citizens of Ling'an Prefecture knew about their governor's campaigns and his dedication to the safety of Dakian. They were proud to have such a governor and such a valiant guardian force. As Zhong Lirui and his fellow soldiers disembarked from the Bishi, the cheers of the citizens reached a crescendo. Glancing once more at the 3 medals on his chest, and turning to look at his comrades, who had fought alongside him throughout the campaigns, Zhong Lirui had an idea. Captain Wang Gang, Chief of Staff Situ, Director Lu Shi, let's have a meeting later. Okay. That afternoon, in the East City Special Zone, in the police station conference room. Looking at the list Zhong Lirui presented, Wang Gang was stunned at first, then puzzled. Governor, I have no objection to giving it to the soldiers fighting on the ground. I've seen how brave they have been in recent battles, and how they have performed meritorious deeds. But why should the technical staff also? Do you remember what we used to kill Ning in? Zhong Lirui met Wang Gang's eyes. Wang Gang suddenly realized, Governor, you mean those thermobaric rockets? That's right. Technology is the most powerful force. Conventional warheads wouldn't have had much effect on Ning'an. I learned this lesson during the battle with Tianji. Zhong Lirui crossed his fingers, his eyes deep. Engineer Li and his men rushed to produce these deadly weapons for us on their way north. Otherwise, without these few, it would have been much more difficult to defeat Ning'an. You saw that the fighter jets of the mysterious support force had 2 of them shot down. Wang Gang suddenly recalled the fierce battle between Ning'an and the Hong Kong and Kowloon urban areas. Back then, he was on the bridge, commanding the artillery and delivering the fatal blow to Ning'an with thermobaric rounds. Thinking of this, Wang Gang nodded sincerely. Yes, Engineer Li and the others have made great contributions. They should be considered. Also, isn't this a bad idea? Lu Shi objected. Dean D, we're not part of the military. At this point, Zhong Lirui, Wang Gang, and Situ Kong, all members of the military, waved their hands and said, Director Lu, there's no need to be so modest, Situ Kong said. Your contributions to Ling'an Prefecture are obvious to all. Do you know how many citizens have peacefully restarted their lives in Ling'an Prefecture because of your words? As long as you're here, the law exists? Wang Gang exclaimed in admiration. They're right. Besides, who says that in the Dakian system, non-military personnel can't be awarded medals? Besides, we owe you, Officer Shi Chumling and Officer Zhang Wenhao, a martyr's medal each. Brother, don't refuse. This is also for your 2 special police officers who sacrificed their lives. Zhong Lirui urged earnestly. Thinking of Shi Chumling and Zhang Wenhao, Lu Shi suddenly felt a pang of sadness. Especially Shi Chumling, this enthusiastic junior whose dream was to become a special police officer. In the end, he died in battle as a special police officer. Okay, if that's the reason, I won't object. Lu Shi nodded. Finally, as everyone stared at the name on the list, Wang Gang and Situ Kong's expressions turned grim. Governor, why should we award him a medal too? Wang Gang looked displeased. According to the first-to-land regulations, he completed his mission. That's what he should do. This is his atonement. What merit has he gained? Governor, the Dayton base was lost because of his use of biological weapons like these. Situ Kong clenched his fists, recalling General Long Wei's self-destruction to protect the evacuation of civilians and remnants of the army. Zhong Lirui calmly replied, First, we carefully verified the information. Murong Chanfeng, as a former member of the General Staff, was undercover at Changsheng Life Science Group, but unlike Bai Qiangwei, he didn't commit as many evil deeds. In other words, Bai Qiangwei's actions had little to do with Murong Chanfeng. Second, Murong Chanfeng's transformation into C3 was Chen Jingquan's fault, and he was a victim. Third, although he participated in the attack on Ling'an Province's once largest survivor community before regaining consciousness, resulting in devastating losses, he was in a state of unconsciousness at the time. Later, whether in the massive raw material collection operation at the Modu Industrial Base or the Xi'o Central Plains War, he used his current abilities to save over 20,000 citizens from devastation. Ladies and gentlemen, which of what I said is not true? Feel free to refute me. Wang Gang and Sidukong were speechless upon hearing this. Although they still harbored resentment towards Murong Chanfeng, every point Zhong Lirui made was irrefutable. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly grew solemn. At this moment, Lu Shi looked at everyone and slowly spoke. The governor is right. Murong Chanfeng did commit many wrongdoings before he lost consciousness, but that was also the result of being controlled. Now that he has found his true self and has saved so many lives in battle, we should no longer view him with tinted glasses. Honestly, I really admire him for successfully participating in the rescue of 20,000 people. I fought so hard, and I haven't been able to save so many people. Sitakong sighed and said, I know, Director Lu, what you and the governor said is true. But when I think about the incident at Dayton Base, I feel. Chief of Staff Situ, I understand your feelings, Zhong Lirui interrupted. But we can't. Don't let past hatred blind you. We must see the reality before us. Murong Chanfeng has proven himself through his actions. Wang Gang was silent for a moment, then finally nodded. Governor, you're right. We can't dwell on the past, we should look forward. Since Murong Chanfeng has reformed and made contributions, we should give him the recognition he deserves. Zhong Lirui nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. Since everyone agrees, we will award the honors according to this list. I hope this honoring will inspire our soldiers and researchers to continue their efforts to safeguard the peace and tranquility of Daqian. Everyone nodded earnestly in approval. That evening, Chen Jingquan wore a well-fitting suit. It was the same suit he had worn when Chanshan Life Science Group successfully went public. Seeing her husband's resolute eyes, Bai Lingxin sighed softly. Ah Kuan, are you going? Yes. Is everything ready? Chen Jingquan inquired. Yes. Since you requested the speed increase, remember this time. It only has a useful life of about 60 to 90 years. That's nothing. The average person's lifespan is about that. After it's over, we just restart again, Chen Jingquan said calmly. I wait for you in 2 years. Bai Lingxin nodded. Yes, go ahead. Don't worry, everything is ready. Chen Jingquan smiled, a look of unprecedented relief on his face. He walked towards the invisible helicopter and flew towards Ling'an Prefecture. After her husband left, Kunlu asked, Madam, are you really going to expedite the process? This way. Your useful life will only be about 60 to 90 years. Bai Lingxin smiled bitterly and shook her head. Last time, when he wasn't around, he caused so much trouble, didn't he? Like he said, it's okay, we can just restart it next time, right? Let's execute it together according to the plan. Yes, madam. In the early dawn, Chen Jingquan once again boarded a stealth silent helicopter and arrived at a building in the outer area of Ling'an Province's East City Special Zone. Master, are you truly determined? Yes. Master, it would be my honor to serve you for the rest of your life, Kunlu said solemnly. Hey, you say that as if we never see each other again. We meet again soon. Okay. Master, I wish you all the best. Chen Jingquan, dressed in a suit, walked down the building and onto the now secured streets of the East City Special Zone. He strolled leisurely, taking in the current landscape of the revitalized Special Administrative Region. Militiamen and newly recruited police officers patrolled the streets. In the blocks along both sides of the street, citizens could be seen busily and orderly going about their daily lives. A flicker of emotion flashed in Chen Jingquan's eyes. What he had once destroyed due to a momentary lapse of judgment, Zhong Lirui was truly leading the people of the new era to gradually repair. He slowly walked to a park, paused, and sat on a bench, quietly watching the children playing on the grass. Their laughter was clear and melodious, filled with carefree joy. Of course, the children were not unprotected. The lawn was also fenced and guarded by armed militiamen. Gazing at these things, so characteristic of the times, Chen Jingquan looked up to the sky, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and became more resolute in his resolve. It's time to put an end to the first half of my life, he told himself silently. At that moment, a clamor of voices rose around him. Everyone, hurry up! The Special Zone Council is holding a medal ceremony in the square in front of the police station. Qin Jinquan heard the voice and looked in the direction of the voice. Many citizens were gathered in the square in front of one police station. After a moment's thought, he straightened his clothes and joined the crowd, heading towards the square in front of the police station. When he arrived at the square, the medal ceremony had already begun. He saw Zhong Lirui standing on the stage, personally awarding medals to the familiar faces of the people of Ling'an Prefecture. Zhong Lirui posthumously awarded the Dakian Gold Martyr Medal to General Long Weili, who had died gloriously in battle. When General Long Weili was mentioned, many citizens and soldiers shed tears. Before settling in the East City Special Zone, General Long Weili, despite limited resources, rescued and sheltered the remaining numerous survivors of Ling'an State for months. Ultimately, to protect the breakout force, he perished alongside 20,000 attacking zombies. To die on the battlefield for his country and his people, what a heroic act! At the same time, Zhong Lirui posthumously awarded the Dakian Gold Martyr Medal to SWAT officers Shi Chongling and Zhang Wenhao, who had previously died in action. He also presented the Dakian Gold Martyr Medal and the Dakian Ling'an State Outstanding Citizen Medal to Liu Shi, captain of the Special Zone SWAT Squadron and director of the General Police Administration. Governor. Me. Liu Shi, accepting the two medals, still looked a little ashamed. Chief Liu Shi, you dedicated your life to restoring law and order in Ling'an Prefecture, even sacrificing your own life. Although you've been fortunately resurrected, your sacrifices and contributions are truly real. This is the people's recognition of you. I hope you always remain true to your original aspirations. Your words, as long as you are here, there will be law and order in Ling'an Prefecture, are engraved in the hearts of every citizen of Ling'an Prefecture, including me. Fight on, my comrade. Liu Shi closed his eyes, then opened them again, his gaze resolute. He nodded solemnly and saluted Zhong Lirui, then turned to the audience and saluted as well. The audience responded with enthusiastic applause, their eyes filled with admiration and gratitude for this heroic police officer. At the same time, Zhong Lirui presented Di Xinyan with the Dakian Ling'an Prefecture Outstanding Citizen Medal. His loving gaze, as he presented the medal, caused the girls a little further away to giggle. Di Xinyan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, quickly used her eyes to warn Zhong Lirui. Zhong Lirui then somewhat awkwardly retracted his burning gaze. The citizens applauded again. Whether they were members of the original Homeland Alliance or newly joined citizens, everyone held Di Xinyan, the hospital director who saved lives and healed the wounded, in deep respect. Chapter 245. Next, Zhong Lirui began awarding medals to the military personnel. He collectively presented the Dakian Military Jiao Combat Medal, made of bronze, equivalent to a third-class collective merit, one level higher than the Kuei Medal, which is awarded to soldiers for outstanding performance in a single battle, to all the ordinary soldiers who had participated in the previous campaigns and performed bravely. However, the 100-man squadron had fought numerous battles since the attack on the cradle of Homeland Bunker, and the Kuei Medal seemed too low a reward. Therefore, Zhong Lirui, Situ Kong, and Wang Gang discussed and ultimately awarded the third-class collective merit and the Jiao Medal. Captain Wang Gang, Nun Jingxian, and Wen Yingying also received the Jiao Medal. When the golden medal was placed on the nun's chest, she was surprised. Governor, I am already a monk. How can I be awarded another medal? Note, new bronze is golden yellow, like gold. The green ones are unearthed bronze, or antique bronze. At this time, Captain Wang Gang said with a smile, Teacher, during the battle to recapture the dock that day, you were in uniform and temporarily returned to the army. Moreover, you killed a king-level bat at that time. Since you have made great contributions, how can you not award it? Jingxian, this. Zhong Lirui comforted him, Master, it's alright, don't worry about it. Taoism teaches us to follow our hearts, and let nature take its course. Living in seclusion is also Taoism. Coming into the world to relieve suffering is also Taoism. Slaying demons and monsters is also Taoism. Master Jingxian felt relieved upon hearing this, and nodded slightly. Your Excellency the Governor is right. I appreciate your advice. To the great surprise of Xiaofeng, the entire personal guard, Ameo, Lu Mingqi, and the others, Zhong Lirui also awarded them the Dragon Medal. Huh? We get them too? Amao and his wife were stunned. B.A. Commander, we're the Imperial Guard, we're not soldiers, so why are we being honored? Xiaofeng almost blurted out Dad. Zhong Lirui turned to Situ Kong. Situ Kong smiled, don't worry. You're all members of the Dakian militia. You're also part of the military. Ha, that's a nice touch. Amao laughed heartily. Lu Mingqi pinched him, be serious. We're awarding honors right now. But her face was also filled with pride. Zhongli Rui looked at Xiao Feng and the others, all dressed in their armor, his eyes filled with the loving care a father would give his children. Children, this is the honor you deserve. Xiao Feng and the others smiled proudly. Afterwards, Zhongli Rui awarded higher-level medals to individuals and teams who had performed outstandingly in this battle. Engineer Li and his technical team were awarded the Dakian Dragon Medal, made of silver, equivalent to a second-class merit. This, Governor, we don't deserve it. Engineer Li and the other technical experts were somewhat flattered. Zhongli Rui said, Engineer Li, your feat of urgently converting conventional rockets into thermobaric rockets, turning them into a powerful weapon, directly impacted the course of the battle. If you hadn't managed it, defeating that giant monster Ningen wouldn't have been so easy. Stand tall and accept this honor. This is your true achievement. Engineer Li and the others smiled at each other, their eyes gleaming with pride and excitement. They puffed out their chests and solemnly accepted the medals from Zhongli Rui. In that moment, all their hard work and effort seemed to have been rewarded. Then, something unexpected happened to everyone. The enormous Murong Chanfeng also stepped onto the stage. Some citizens' faces expressed confusion and dissatisfaction, remembering the disasters that C3 monsters like Murong Chanfeng had wrought. Zhongli Rui noticed the expressions on their faces and shouted, Anyone present here who is an awakener? Raise your hands. Several hands suddenly rose in the crowd. Many awakeners from the Awakeners School, still recovering, had come to watch today's awarding ceremony. Looking at the raised hands, Zhongli Rui said loudly, Citizens of Lingen Prefecture, I understand your concerns. We have conducted a thorough investigation. Lieutenant Murong Chanfeng is a unique awakener. In the past, he was controlled by the Changsheng Life Science Group and committed some acts that harmed the people. But first, he didn't consciously commit those mistakes. Second, during the Central Plains War, when we carried Shio on our backs, he used his exploits to atone for his mistakes and performed tremendous feats. He participated in the operation that saved over 20,000 citizens in one fell swoop and played a significant role. This is a fact. The crowd began to whisper and discuss. Their faces showed expressions of surprise, confusion, and then gradual acceptance. Really? He performed such a remarkable feat? It's true. During the Battle of Shizo, someone live-streamed a C3 guide monster, guiding 1,000 zombies to hold off 20,000, creating the conditions for our singers to rescue them. Ah, this C3 is Lieutenant Murong Chanfeng? So he's our hero? If that's true then, well, it's not impossible. After all, he participated in saving 20,000 people and succeeded, which is quite a feat. Makes sense. Zhongli Rui observed the crowd's reactions and nodded inwardly. This was exactly the effect he'd been hoping for. Seeing the citizens' reactions shift to recognition and acceptance, he turned to Murong Chanfeng and said, Lieutenant Murong, come forward. You deserve this honor. After a brief hesitation, Murong Chanfeng strode onto the podium and stood beside Zhongli Rui. Zhongli Rui personally pinned on him the Dakian military's highest medal, the Horned Dragon Medal, made of 18K gold, equivalent to first-class merit, the highest honor bestowed upon lower-ranking military officers, major and below. Murong Chanfeng looked down at the medal on his chest, tears glistening in his single eye. Thank you, Governor, thank you everyone. I will continue to protect the people. Murong Chanfeng's voice choked, but he managed to speak the words. The crowd erupted in applause and cheers. They cheered Murong Chanfeng's transformation, applauding his courage and determination. At this moment, Murong Chanfeng was no longer the feared and ostracized monster, but a hero and role model in their hearts. The medal ceremony was drawing to a close. Zhongli Rui invited General Long Zhanya, who was watching from behind, to the stage. Long Zhanya was surprised. Major General Zhongli, what are you doing? Zhongli Rui didn't answer. Instead, he took 2 medals from Situkong and presented them to the old general. Long Zhanya's pupils constricted as he took one look. A gold Dakian Martyr Medal and a dark green Dakian Inglong Medal. How can I accept this? I almost made a terrible mistake. Long Zhanya's words trembled. Clearly these 2 medals held immense significance for him. He hadn't expected Zhongli Rui to award him medals when he had only come to recuperate and get a robotic arm installed. Zhongli Rui said firmly, General Long, you deserve it. You died from wounds sustained in the battle on the northern border. Although you've been resurrected, as I said before, your sacrifice was not in vain. As for the Inglong Medal, it's an honor you truly deserve. Your prestige within the military, your achievements, are truly worthy of this medal. Beyond that, You and your old partner, the Tout Eye, fought 1 against 4. 3 deathworms, near disaster level monsters. And the Shatuoman snake, a super disaster level monster, devoured tens of thousands of people. General, you annihilated them and protected the people of Dakian. You fully deserve these 2 medals. Long Zhanya gazed at the 2 medals, his eyes slightly reddened, as if transported back to those days of war. Seeing that Long Zhanya no longer refused, Zhongli Rui pinned the medals on his head and saluted him solemnly. Long Zhanya returned the salute, his voice choking slightly. Major General Zhongli, thank you. Thank you, Dakian, and thank you, the people, for not forgetting a veteran like me. The audience, upon seeing this, applauded enthusiastically once again, paying tribute to the veteran general, who had made such a great sacrifice for his country. Just as Zhongli Rui was about to announce the end of the awarding ceremony, Situ Kong stopped him. Zhongli Rui frowned. Chief of Staff, what do you mean? Situ Kong looked at the crowd. At that moment, the crowd automatically made way. Dean Huang, dressed in professorial attire, and Lu Yixin stepped onto the stage from the crowd. Dean Huang, Counselor Lu, what are you doing? Zhongli Rui asked, puzzled. This is the shared wish of the people of my hometown. Dean Huang took a red box from Lu Yixin and opened it. Inside was a medal crafted from gold and platinum. The medal featured a backdrop of Ling'an Prefecture's western lake, a city, and a radiant rising sun. This? Zhongli Rui was momentarily stunned. Dean Huang smiled. This is the Ling'an Prefecture City Home Guardian Medal. Rui, no, Governor Zhongli, the citizens thank you and your companions for rebuilding our home for all of us. Nighthawk Lu Yixin smiled. This is the citizens' wish. Governor Zhongli, thank you. In the apocalypse, precious metals like gold and silver are completely worthless, leaving them unsold in jewelry stores throughout the city. Previously, the Ling'an Prefecture military had gone to jewelry stores to obtain some as material for metals. Processing is actually quite simple. 3-dimensional engraving is also possible in this era. Now that Ling'an Prefecture's basic energy resources and some processing plants have been restored, making a few metals is a piece of cake. As Lu Yixin finished her final words, the citizens began to respond. Everyone shouted in unison, Governor Zhongli, thank you. Governor Zhongli, thank you. Governor Zhongli, thank you. Zhongli Rui gazed at the scene before him, feeling an indescribable surge of emotion. He saluted everyone present, expressing his respect and gratitude. Thank you for your trust and support. Zhongli Rui's voice was firm and powerful. Our homeland requires everyone's joint efforts to protect it. In the future, no matter what difficulties and challenges we face, as long as we unite as one, we will surely overcome them all. The audience applauded even more enthusiastically, cheering loudly. They cheered for Zhongli Rui's steadfastness and determination, and for the future of Ling'an Province. Amidst the cheers, Dean Huang, on behalf of the people of Ling'an Province, presented Zhongli Rui with this special medal representing his hometown. The awarding ceremony concluded successfully in a warm atmosphere. Zhongli Rui and his companions stood on the stage, gazing at the scene before them, their hearts filled with hope and confidence. They knew the road ahead was long, but as long as they worked together, they would surely create a brighter tomorrow. As the ceremony concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed. Qin Jinquan stood in the crowd, silently observing everything, his eyes flickering. This is the public sentiment. Chen Jinquan turned and left. He seemed to want to see more. Yu Jia had already spotted Chen Jinquan, unarmed, in the crowd and immediately contacted by Lingxin. Mom, why did Dad come to Ling'an Province? He's made up his mind. Some things must be resolved before they can be started again. Yu Jia was silent for a moment, then, after a brief analysis, asked cautiously, really? Do you really want to do this? Haven't you learned? The human emotion called enlightenment? I understand, Mom. Then you. I stay with him, just like you and Sinian stay with Rui. Chapter 246. Qin Jinquan was walking alone on the street. By chance, he saw someone pushing a stroller and basking in the sun with a child. Ling'an Prefecture's once renowned lawyer, Lu Ruyan. The sunlight bathed her face, revealing a gentle and serene expression, a stark contrast to the sharp, aggressive image she often displayed in court. Her eyes were filled with maternal tenderness as she lowered her head and whispered something to her child, making the little one giggle. The chubby child in the stroller waved its hands, seemingly enjoying the rare sunshine and motherly love. Just then, a Taoist nun approached Lu Ruyan. Qin Jinquan looked closely, and saw it was Master Jingxian, dressed in a Taoist robe and adorned with a dragon medal. Lil Ruer, she called softly. At the sound of Jingshuan's voice, Lu Ruyan's body trembled. She looked up, her eyes red. Aunt Shen. You're okay, that's great. Jing Xuan's real name is Xinyu Chu. See extra chapter 4 for details. Jing Xian approached slowly, her eyes flickering between Lu Ruyan and the child, filled with emotion. How old is the child? She asked softly, a barely perceptible tremor in her voice. Lu Ruyan gently stroked the child's cheek, her eyes gleaming with happiness. Almost a year old, she replied tenderly. Time flies. The little one has grown so big in the blink of an eye. Jing Xian smiled faintly, her eyes filled with relief. Chen Jinkuan stopped and sat on a bench 20 meters away from them, pretending to bask in the sun. He listened quietly to their conversation with his powerful hearing abilities. Aunt, aren't you in Oriental Pearl City? Why did you come to Ling'an Prefecture? While holding the child, Lu Ruyan chatted with Jing Xian about her recent situation. It's hard to put it into words, Jing Xian sighed softly. Then, Jing Xian briefly recounted to Lu Ruyan the story of his family's destruction, his subsequent ordination after suffering a tragic tragedy, and his subsequent experiences in Hong Kong and Kowloon. Oh my! Auntie, you truly suffered. I know nothing. And, Lu Ruyan said with a wry smile, I never imagined you'd choose my best friend as your master. Jing Xuan's expression was subtle. What? My master is actually your best friend? Yes. Not only is she a good friend, but she also saved Xiao Tongdo and me. What happened? Lu Ruyan, holding her child, recounted to Jing Xian the experiences she and her husband, Cheng Feng, Tainan A. Feng, had gone through since the Linganzhou crisis. 25 years in prison. And, that's already pretty good, Lu Ruyan said calmly. It was only later, when the 10,000-strong zombie army invaded, that Ah Feng performed meritorious service, and Governor Zhongli commuted his sentence. People must always take responsibility for their actions, right? William Tianzuan, kind. Jing Xian sighed, shaking his whisk. Indeed, people must take responsibility for their actions. Chen Jinkuan, eavesdropping from a distance, sighed softly. He stood up and walked towards the Jiayuan community. In the temporary workshop in the Jiayuan community, Zhao Yingying looked at the people behind Zhong Lirui speechless. Little Tang Yuan, who lost her left hand, Long Zhanya, who lost his left hand. Governor Arue, why are there so many people you're bringing to me? Zhao Yingying complained. Hey, Engineer Zhao, isn't it just that the prosthetic limbs your father made are just too good? Look at General Long and little Tang Yuan, what are they like? Zhong Lirui spread out his hands. I believe in your technical ability. Besides, didn't you collect a lot of leftover parts from the broken black mechanical guards? Use those to make a mechanical arm for them. Do you think it's possible? Previously, during Chen Jinkuan's attack and kidnapping of Gu Anqi, the torsos of 5 of Chen Jinkuan's black-clad mechanical guards were pierced by anti-material pistols, rendering them useless, but their limbs remained intact. Later, they were taken for research by Zhao Yingying and Chen Xiaoyao. The additional mechanical arms on the Golden Crow wing flight suit that Chen Xiaoyao and Chen Xiaoyu crafted were partly derived from components of the black-clad mechanical guards. Zhao Yingying examined Long Zhanya's physique, then Tang Yuan's, and after considering Zhong Lirui's suggestion, she said, Well, Governor, your suggestion is very useful for General Long. However, Tang Yuan is still too young, and I have to rebuild the forearms to fit her size. By the way, General Long is a new human, right? Long Zhanya smiled. Yes, old man, I am indeed a new human. Zhao Yingying pondered for a moment. General Long, you're a soldier too. So, would you like to keep some of the armament on the black-clad mechanical guard's left mechanical arm? The triangular prism blade, and the grenade launcher. Well, of course, the original high-voltage melee weapon will be unusable and must be removed. Long Zhanya pondered for a moment, then nodded slowly. The triangular prism blade can be kept, but the grenade launcher is unnecessary. Zhongli Rui thought to himself that Long Zhanya usually commanded from the bridge of the Taotai as captain, unlike himself, who occasionally had to fly a sortie. So, the grenade launcher on his left arm was really useless. At this moment, near the gate, Vice Captain Suna Su of the Royal Guard approached and whispered something to Zhongli Rui. Zhongli Rui's brows furrowed instantly. Engineer Zhao, please help General Long and Tang Yuan design prosthetic limbs. I excuse myself for a moment. Okay. Governor, you're busy. Afterward, Zhongli Rui, Xiaofeng, and Zhu Su left the workshop and arrived at the Jiayuan Community Square. Many of the other members of the community were watching the situation unfold in the central square. Murong Chanfeng, 2.5 meters tall, wearing a coat and the Triceratops medallion, stood waiting. Around him, 4 guards armed with 12.7 caliber anti-material pistols stood in formation. Di Xinyan, Gu Anqi, Ai Shirley, and others also observed the situation from a distance. Gu Anqi thought for a moment, and quietly sent a message to Lu Shi. LV Shi, who had just returned to the police station, immediately led his team toward the Jiayuan community upon receiving the message. This guy just received a medal. Why is he so restless again? Lu Shi said helplessly, holstering his 12.7 caliber anti-material pistol and donning his K6-3 titanium helmet. Meanwhile, Chen Jinquan, unarmed and deliberately concealing his presence, also watched the developments from atop a high building in the community. Upon seeing Zhongli Rui approach, Murong Changfeng first gave a standard military salute. Then, in full view of the crowd, he suddenly knelt heavily. This scene stunned everyone. "Lieutenant Murong, what are you doing?" Zhongli Rui hurried forward, trying to help him up. But Murong Changfeng stubbornly knelt on the ground, refusing to rise. He raised his head and looked at Zhongli Rui with a firm gaze. "Governor, I, Murong Changfeng, have a favor to ask of you." Zhongli Rui's heart sank, a premonition dawning. He stared silently into Murong Changfeng's eyes. Murong Changfeng also silently returned Zhongli Rui's gaze. A complex expression crossed Zhongli Rui's face. After a long pause, he sighed softly, "Let me guess. Are you here for your wife?" "Yes, sir." Murong Changfeng's expression was resolute. "No," Zhongli Rui said firmly. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyao and Qin Xiaoyu, who had also rushed over nearby, witnessed the scene. When Zhongli Rui said no, Qin Xiaoyu's eyes shifted. He knew Zhongli Rui meant that Bai Qiangwei couldn't be let off easily. Even though Bai Qiangwei's sentence was now suspended, it was still a suspended death sentence, the kind that required her to die after her probation expired. "My brother's actions are also due to me and Mom," Qin Xiaoyu sighed softly. "He's such a Libra." Qin Xiaoyao smiled wryly and shook his head. "Libras are generally fair, though not always." "General. Can you please give me your Triceratops medal in exchange for my wife's life?" Murong Changfeng pleaded, his voice trembling, his eyes slightly red. The guards and the crowd around him held their breath, staring in silence. The entire square was silent, save for the rustling of leaves in the breeze. Zhongli Rui was silent for a moment, his eyes complex and profound. He understood the significance of Murong Changfeng's request, and the weight of the Triceratops medal. He spoke slowly, "Lieutenant Murong, I deeply admire your loyalty and courage. But everyone is equal before the law. The crimes committed by White Rose cannot be ignored. And let me be practical. You were made into a biological weapon by Changsheng Life Science Group, and while unconscious, you killed dozens of people. This was not your fault. You later saved 20,000 people, and this Triceratops medal represents your impartiality. But do you know how many people your wife killed while conscious?" Murong Changfeng's face paled upon hearing this. Please, sir." Zhongli Rui raised his head and sighed softly. "Well, I can handle the affairs of other kingdoms. Her greatest crime is her participation in the destruction of Xinjing by CEO Changsheng Life Science Group. Just this one fact. You and she are from Xinjing, right? Xinjing once had a permanent population of 19.6 million. Now, only the 30,000 survivors, both military and civilian, remain in the 13 Tombs fortress. Tell me, is your Triceratops medal enough to save her life?" "General." Murong Changfeng lowered his head in pain. "Is it enough?" Zhongli Rui repeated coldly. Murong Changfeng's body trembled slightly, his voice low and desperate. "No. Not enough." Zhongli Rui nodded, a subtle flicker of regret in his eyes. "Good, you're still conscious. Get up and go back." The crowd around him nodded, expressing their admiration for Zhongli Rui's impartiality. Murong Changfeng silently lowered his head, tears streaming down his face. He knew his request was too much to ask. But driven by love, he desperately came here, begging Zhongli Rui for mercy. Even though he knew it was nearly impossible. Chen Jinquan, on the rooftop, was now moved. This Murong Changfeng has never changed. He truly loves Bai Qiangwei, risking his life for her time and time again. Well today, since I'm here to put an end to it then. Anyway, it's just a side job. Chen Jinquan pondered as he moved and left. Dejected, Murong Changfeng walked towards his own residence, which was also Bai Qiangwei's hospital room. He stared at the gleaming 18-karat gold horned dragon medallion on his chest, heartbroken that it couldn't bring back his wife's life. He walked dejectedly, but he didn't have the same imposing presence as when he was kneeling just now. At this moment, he returned helplessly, like a real walking corpse. At some point, Murong Changfeng sensed a familiar figure blocking his way. "Operator Yu Changjian?" "No, Lieutenant Murong, great hero, long time no see. How are you? Hearing that voice, Murong Chunfeng's heart was shaken. He looked up in astonishment. Chun. Jin. Kun. This man, one of the culprits who plunged the world into the apocalyptic zombie crisis, this demonic lord who had destroyed the world, this man who had plunged himself and his colleagues into irretrievable doom, had actually appeared before him. Murong Chunfeng's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. After a long roar to the sky, Murong Chunfeng lunged at Chen Jinquan. Chen Jinquan smiled, using his agility to dodge the powerful punch of Murong Chunfeng, AC3 monster. The sudden battle between Chen Jinquan and Murong Chunfeng on the street stunned passers-by. Many screamed and ran away. Murong Chunfeng's first strike missed, but he wasn't discouraged. Instead, he launched a second round of attacks with even greater ferocity. His fists roared, piercing the air with a whistling sound, clearly demonstrating the full force of his might. Chen Jinquan remained at his full strength, his form elusive and ghostly, weaving freely among Murong Chunfeng's attacks. A faint smile lingered on his face, as if he had anticipated this. Murong Chunfeng's attacks intensified, but a hint of despair lingered in his eyes. He remembered how, after infiltrating the cradle of home, Chen Jinquan, clad in black, original armor, had knocked him down in a few blows, shattering his limbs. Today, he couldn't save his wife. Now, he couldn't even defeat Chen Jinquan without his armor. Seeing that Murong Chunfeng's strength was almost exhausted, Chen Jinquan dodged and said, "Come with me. I have something to tell you." With that, Chen Jinquan led Murong Chunfeng to a secluded alley nearby. Chapter 247. Murong Chunfeng panted, "Chen Jinquan, what on earth do you want to do?" Chen Jinquan's eyes were clear, and he asked calmly, "I'm here today to surrender. It just so happens that I just saw your awarding ceremony. Did you really save 20,000 people in Shizuo?" Murong Chunfeng's mouth dropped. What? Chen Jinquan, the world-destroying demon who transformed himself into a monster, crippled his wife, and now stood before him, telling him he was surrendering today. As the first of the new humans, Chen Jinquan could clearly hear a rumbling sound similar to the approaching troop at a rapid pace. "Murong Chunfeng, do you want the credit for capturing the demon?" Chen Jinquan growled. "I'm truly surrendering myself. You captured me, the world-destroying demon, and in exchange for your wife's life. How about that? Hurry! The security forces are coming." "Why?" Murong Chunfeng approached Chen Jinquan, who was now no longer resisting. "Like I said, I'm here to confess my crime and face punishment. By the way, I'm going to repay you some of what I owe you. Would you be so kind?" "Xianwei is." "Oh, you're quite clear-headed. Simply put, Zhongli Rui paid back what your wife owed my wife and eldest daughter. And you, little rat, didn't go so far as to harm my entire family. I made you what you are now, so I owe you. Today, I'm here to face punishment, and since I happen to meet you, I'm here to help you and repay you a little. Do you understand?" Murong Chunfeng's single eye was filled with horror. However, as someone who knew the inside story, he knew full well that the vast information contained in Chen Jinquan's simple words was essentially true. "What are you going to do?" Hearing this, Chen Jinquan gave a "this is a smart guy" expression and said calmly, "Go ahead, cripple me. Quick!" Murong Chunfeng said nothing. He took a deep breath and exerted force with both hands, grabbing Chen Jinquan's shoulders, intending to dislocate his arms. Chen Jinquan did not resist, allowing Murong Chunfeng to do what he did. Crack! With a crisp sound of bones, Chen Jinquan's hands were dislocated. To Murong Chunfeng's astonishment, Chen Jinquan managed to maintain a smile despite the excruciating pain of his severed hands. And then, bang! Murong Chunfeng shouted, and punched Chen Jinquan hard in the abdomen. Chen Jinquan fell to the ground. Then, Murong Chunfeng made a gesture to subdue Chen Jinquan. At the corner of the street, Lu Shi arrived at the scene with a special police unit equipped with anti-material weapons, and some of the guards, who had been temporarily contacted. Upon arriving at the scene, Lu Shi immediately raised his most powerful 12.7 caliber anti-material pistol and aimed it at Murong Chunfeng, who lay on the ground. "Lieutenant Murong, please stop. Stop hurting anyone." Murong Chunfeng turned and addressed Lu Shi seriously. "Director Lu Shi, you arrived just in time. Quick, I caught Chen Jinquan. Help." Lu Shi's pupils narrowed dramatically as he stared at the figure on the ground. Yes, that figure, he recognized it even if it were Ash. It was the devil Chen Jinquan, the man who had kidnapped his wife and murdered him and his colleagues. Recovering from his daze, Lu Shi shouted angrily, "Everyone! Help Lieutenant Murong!" Don't let the devil Chen Jinquan escape. Capture him alive. Oh, oh! The surrounding troops, originally preparing to subdue Murong Chanfeng, now swarmed to subdue Chen Jinquan. Seeing the dark mass of people pressing toward him, Chen Jinquan, now seriously injured, lay on the ground, a smile playing on his face. Zhong Lirui, who was inside the Jiayuan community, received an urgent call from Lu Shi Rui. Just now, Murong Chanfeng, on his way back, accidentally captured the chairman of Chansheng Life Science Group, the world-destroying demon, Chen Jinquan. Now, the SWAT, the Special Forces, and the Royal Guards have definitely apprehended Chen Jinquan. Huh? Zhong Lirui could only utter a questioning word in shock. Zhong Lirui's hut immediately caught the attention of the nearby companions. Di Xinyan, Gu Anqi, Ai Shirley, and Wen Yingying, key members of the hospital staff, the Ameo couple, and the two Chen sisters all turned their heads. Zhong Lirui's eyes widened, and his voice trembled as he asked, "What did you say?" Murong Chanfeng. He captured Chen Jinquan? How? How is this possible? Everyone was filled with disbelief. Di Xinyan frowned, puzzled. Hasn't Chen Jinquan been missing for a while? How did he suddenly appear there, captured by Murong Chanfeng? Gu Anqi nodded, agreeing, yes, this is incredible. Ai Shili looked worried. We just captured the world-destroying demon king? No one was hurt, right? Amao turned to his wife, Lu Mingqi, and said, This is outrageous. Last time, I fought him for so many rounds, and was defeated miserably, and now Murong Chanfeng, that big guy, has captured him so easily. Lu Mingqi spread her hands, expressing her confusion. The two Chen sisters exchanged a complex glance. Although they disagreed with his actions, and had always sided with the rebels, he was their biological father after all. Zhong Lirui took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He said to everyone, whatever happens, let's go check out the situation first. As he spoke, Zhong Lirui called on the nearby Great Xia Dragon Bird battle armor to perform a combined armor transformation. The other new humans present quickly donned their armor and equipment. When Zhong Lirui arrived at the scene, he found Murong Chanfeng and several members of the Royal Guard, armed with steel forks capable of subduing wild beasts, still maintaining their combined posture to suppress Chen Jinquan. All around, Lu Shi and other special forces, armed with anti-material weapons, were on high alert. After scanning, Yu Jia said, Master, the scan revealed that Chen Jinquan's hands are dislocated, and he suffered a severe blow to the abdomen. His hands are currently unable to exert force, and the rest of his body's overall strength output has decreased by 45%. It's speculated that intense hand-to-hand combat occurred at the scene. Did Murong Chanfeng kill him with these injuries? Zhong Lirui thought to himself, all right. Looking at the pinned middle-aged man on the ground, Zhong Lirui adjusted his composure and said coldly, Chen Jinquan, we meet again. I messed up, I capsized, and I actually been caught by this little rat, Chen Jinquan said with a hint of self-mockery. He glanced sideways at Murong Chanfeng, who was pinning him down. Murong Chanfeng continued to suppress him with a stern expression. Zhong Lirui naturally knew that when Chen Jinquan called Murong Chanfeng a little rat, he was implicitly referring to the fact that he, Bai Qiangwei, and over 100 others had infiltrated his group. Under the careful escort of the soldiers, Chen Jinquan was imprisoned in a heavily guarded cell, strong enough to hold a polar bear. The cell was brightly lit and surrounded by advanced surveillance equipment and security devices, ensuring that Chen Jinquan could not escape. The average single-arm strength of an adult male is around 55 kilograms. The C1-S new humanoid weighs around 100 to 120 kilograms, while the C2 and C3 models weigh around 300 to 500 kilograms. The C2's improved Earthshaker model weighs 500 kilograms, with a peak instantaneous force of 1 ton, equivalent to a silverback gorilla. A polar bear's front paw can exert up to 1,500 kilograms of force. Note that a polar bear's palm force exceeds that of the strongest Siberian tiger. Therefore, a cell that can hold a polar bear can easily hold a new humanoid. Outside the cell, in front of Zhong Lirui, Long Zhanya, Lu Shi, Wang Gang, and Sidu Kong, Murong Chanfeng explained the entire process of his chance encounter with Chen Jinquan, his fierce battle, and his capture. Capturing the world-destroying demon. Zhong Lirui and Long Zhanya exchanged glances, each with a faint wry smile. Long Zhanya sighed softly, as he gazed at the former General Staff Headquarters agent, whose body had completely transformed into a monstrous form. He then removed the new Yinglong medal, which Zhong Lirui had awarded him that morning, from his chest again, and made a move to place it on Murong Chanfeng. Murong Chanfeng, with a look of panic on his face, refused, General Long. Absolutely not. This Yinglong medal is the honor you earned by fighting the 4 great monsters with your life. No. Young man, you suffered so much. Moreover, capturing the world-destroying Demon King is a far greater achievement than defeating 4 monsters. Merchungfeng's expression was complicated as he looked at Long Zhanya and Zhongli Rui. General Long, General Zhongli, I do not want the Yinglong medal. I only ask that you grant me a special pardon. Please spare my now crippled wife, Bai Qiangwei. I know she has committed grave sins. So, I'm not asking you to set her free. I'm only asking that you sentence her to life imprisonment. Please. As he spoke, Murong Chanfeng pretended to kneel again. Stand up straight. How can a soldier kneel so easily? Zhong Lirui scolded. Murong Chanfeng paused and looked at Zhong Lirui eagerly. Zhong Lirui sighed, then said to Long Zhanya, General Long, let's have a quick meeting to discuss this. Okay. Ask Lieutenant Colonel Wang Gang and Major Situ Kong to join the meeting. You don't have many senior officers here anymore. A few minutes later, several officers gathered in a makeshift meeting room. Zhongli Rui spoke first. What are your thoughts on Murong Chengfeng's capture of Chen Jinquan? Situ Kong nodded. Yes, that contribution is indeed enormous. However, Murong Chengfeng's request for a special pardon for his wife is a bit tricky. Zhongli Rui frowned. Bai Qiangwei's crimes are indeed serious, but Murong Chengfeng's contribution this time. Strictly speaking, it does offset them. However, once this precedent of a special pardon is set, I'm afraid there will be trouble later. Wang Gang rubbed his temple. I understand your concerns. However, Murong Chanfeng has indeed performed a great deed this time, and although his wife's crimes are serious, she has received the due punishment, and she is now permanently disabled. Can we consider granting her appropriate leniency within the scope permitted by military law? Long Zhanya pondered for a moment and said, let's put it this way, Major General Zhongli. Previously, Murong Chanfeng was. Because of the first-to-reach regulations. The condition is that his wife's death sentence be immediately executed, commuted to suspended death sentence, right? Zhongli Rui nodded, yes. I know what you're thinking. Do you want the suspended sentence to end, or do you want Bai Qiangwei executed? Because, while she was undercover, she cooperated with Qin Jinquan and other forces to destroy many cities, including Xinjing, causing devastation, right? Zhongli Rui didn't answer this time. But his resolute gaze revealed Long Zhanya's thoughts. Long Zhanya sighed and said slowly, I understand your insistence, but we can't ignore Murong Chengfeng's contributions. I suggest commuting Bai Qiangwei's suspended death sentence to life imprisonment after the probation period ends. This approach not only upholds the dignity of military law, but also takes human considerations into account. Furthermore, it's the least drastic change. After all, Murong Chanfeng has made such great contributions, but refuses a medal. We can't say anything wrong about it. Zhongli Rui's eyes flickered with a complex expression upon hearing this. But ultimately he said nothing. Finally, the temporary meeting voted with 3 votes in favor and 1 abstention. The amnesty proposal passed. After the meeting, Zhongli Rui informed Murong Chanfeng of the decision. Murong Chengfeng's eyes welled with tears of emotion upon hearing this. General Zhongli, thank you, thank you. Also, you are a hero of the people after all. I grant you a privilege. You may care for your wife at any time. However, do not touch her until she has decided whether to transform into a new human. Zhongli Rui earnestly warned. At this moment, a look of relief slowly spread across Murong Chengfeng's face, as if nothing else mattered. Commander, as long as we live happily together, nothing else matters. Thank you, commanders. I swear, as long as I am still useful, I will continue to serve Dakian and contribute my strength. Seeing the determination burning in Murong's single eye, Zhongli Rui simply nodded silently. Go, tell your wife personally about the decision of the military leadership. Yes. Murong Chanfeng saluted and turned to leave. Zhongli Rui whispered to Lu Shi over the radio, Shizi. There's no need to keep an eye on Murong Chanfeng anymore. He deserves it. Okay, Rui. Chapter 248. After watching Murong Chanfeng leave, Zhongli Rui, clad in his great Xia dragon bird armor, prepared to enter the cell to speak with Qin Jinquan. Xiao Feng nervously said, "Ba, Commander, please don't take this risk alone. I accompany you into the cell." Zhongli Rui smiled, "That's fine. I'm wearing the great Xia dragon bird armor, so why would I be worried about him being seriously injured and unarmored? Commander, please don't be careless. Qin Jinquan is a master of hand-to-hand combat in Xingyi Bagwazang. Our Royal Guard's basic martial arts data comes from him. I think there's a conspiracy behind him not wearing the original armor and being so easily captured. Facing Xiaofeng's anxious expression, Zhongli Rui smiled with relief. Xiaofeng, you're thinking now. That's great progress. Yes, I knew it wouldn't be that easy for him to be captured. That's why I'm holding him in a place that can hold polar bears. This place. Even the C2 Earthshaker couldn't escape. But my intuition tells me he seemed to have been captured on purpose. I brought him in just to see what he was going to say or do. Xiaofeng was stunned, then insisted, Sir, I request to accompany you for protection. At this moment, Yujia materialized, and the holographic image addressed Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, the conversation between the master and Qin Jinquan is one between superiors. Some words may not be suitable for you to hear directly. Zhongli Rui nodded. Yujia is correct. Xiaofeng, wait outside. If anything happens, I call you, and then you can take action. Xiaofeng had no choice but to salute. Yes, sir. Zhongli Rui entered the cell. Inside, Qin Jinquan sat on an alloy chair, his hand shackled in specially made alloy shackles. Even in such a situation, his eyes remained calm, as if he were not a captive, but a guest. Zhongli Rui slowly walked up to him, and looked Qin Jinquan straight in the eye. Mr. Qin Jinquan, we meet again. Tell me, why did you choose to be captured by us? Qin Jinquan silently raised his head, and met Zhongli Rui's gaze. Zhongli Rui simply returned his gaze calmly. After a long moment, Qin Jinquan smiled. Zhongli Rui, leader of the Zhongli Alliance, Governor Zhongli Rui, Major General Zhongli. You are probably the purest person I have ever met in my life. Good, hee hee. Qin Jinquan's laughter echoed in the cell, carrying a complex and indistinguishable emotion. He continued, your eyes are clear and firm, without a trace of taint. In this chaotic world, maintaining such purity is truly rare. Zhongli Rui frowned slightly. He wasn't used to being judged in this way, but he didn't interrupt Qin Jinquan. He waited quietly, wanting to know what Qin Jinquan was going to say. Qin Jinquan's laughter gradually died down, and he looked at Zhongli Rui with a deep gaze. Zhongli Rui, do you know why I was captured by you? Zhongli Rui shook his head. He truly didn't know Qin Jinquan's intentions, but he could sense a deeper meaning hidden in his words. Qin Jinquan sighed. By now, you already know a lot. Zhongli Rui simply nodded slightly. He was now one of those who knew about the events unfolding within Changsheng Life Group. You healed much of the pain caused by the crimes committed against my family. Young man, thank you. Suddenly, Qin Jinquan spoke with immense sincerity. Thank you for protecting my youngest daughter. Thank you for saving my oldest daughter. As for the latter, I'm ashamed to say I couldn't do it, but you did. Zhongli Rui's eyes flickered with surprise upon hearing this. He hadn't expected Qin Jinquan to suddenly thank him. But he quickly regained his composure and said calmly, Qin Jinquan, you don't need to thank me. Xiaoyao is my god sister. In these turbulent times, I had some ability, so I protected her, and that was my duty. Sister Xiaoyu, she was an innocent victim. We found the singer here, saved her, and then there were those tens of thousands of people who followed. It was all just a coincidence, wasn't it? Qin Jinquan's eyes lit up with satisfaction as he listened to Zhongli Rui's words. Neither arrogant nor impetuous, and impartial. Good. I was right. You are the only one on the entire Blue Star qualified to judge me. To be honest, well, I came to you today to confess my crimes and accept the judgment I deserve. What? Zhongli Rui's eyes widened slightly, as if he had heard the most incredible thing. You want to be punished? Do you know that according to the crimes you committed, the death penalty awaits you? And yet you still come. Qin Jinquan's eyes were calm. Yes. I, Qin Jinquan, will always avenge my enemies and repay my kindness. Do you know why I wanted to implement the Blue Star Purification Project in the first place? I know a little bit. Zhongli Rui continued to listen. In reality, Bai Qiangwei was the executor of those forces behind the scenes, who were trying to get their hands on Changsheng Life Science Group's technology, which had once benefited the people. She was just a tool. Furthermore, even the former highest echelons of the Dacian nation and its military were involved. Bai Qiangwei came from a low-class background and had been oppressed by those filthy systems. She spared no effort in doing those dirty things, simply to secure a life with Murong Chanfeng and some material foundation. Murong Chanfeng, on the other hand, was just a dedicated agent. I once hated Bai Qiangwei for killing my wife and bringing disaster to my daughter. But later, I realized that the true perpetrators of my family's misfortune were those forces behind the scenes. So, you launched the Blue Planet Purification Project and turned everyone in the world into zombies. Zhongli Rui's eyes widened as he suddenly corrected himself. No. That's not right. You only launched it to transform everything in Asia and Europe. America itself was already facing a zombie crisis caused by the Alpha virus, which was accidentally leaked by the Gale Nation. Excellent intelligence work and a good memory, young man, Chun Jinkuan continued, praisingly. In fact, the Alpha virus outbreak was the result of my Blue Planet Purification project. That was all that happened before. To put it bluntly, the two factions in the Gale Nation stole the Changsheng Project's nanorobot technology through White Rose, capitalizing on the new human's immunity to most diseases and viruses. They were simply trying to fight fire with fire. Unexpectedly, their plan backfired. My nanorobots hadn't yet undergone final debugging, and were incomplete versions. This led to the devastating flood on their side, completely spiraling out of control. However, the transformation of most of the world's population into zombies is indeed my fault. I admit that. Alas, Mr. Chun, your indiscriminate attacks. Have you considered the innocent? My family was destroyed, and the trauma and mental pollution I experienced drove me mad. Looking back now, I really shouldn't have done that. Chun Jinkuan confessed frankly. At this moment, Yu Jia felt a sense of alarm. Chun Jinkuan had also been driven mad by mental pollution. Watching Chun Jinkuan openly recount his past, Zhong Lirui couldn't help but rub the bridge of his nose, his head aching. Young governor, this isn't all. You should have contacted my wife, whose consciousness has returned, right? Are you aware that another faction within Gale Nation, the Ontario Interest Group, is using flesh and blood technology to create monsters? To this day, the war between the Ontario Interest Group and the remnants of the Gale Nation authorities on that apocalyptic scorched earth continues. They're not like you five. They're even worse than that ridiculous leader, Xing Hongmin's leader Cheng Yonghua. You should already know that massive biological weapons and nuclear bombs were used more than once in the wars on the continent. For war. A fight to the death. I know, didn't you recently rescue that mother and daughter? She's an expert in the life science sector of the Ontario Interest Complex. She obtained our group's biological growth accelerator and biofusion nanorobots from White Rose. Hasn't she already presented you with an unexpected product? Zhong Lirui closed his eyes with a heavy heart. That product was the subhuman Batman Xiufu. Taking a deep breath, Zhong Lirui's face solemn, suddenly remembering something. Chun Jinkuan, don't tell me, a three-headed dog of hell that can't be killed instantly by a nuclear bomb and knows how to hide behind a mountain to reduce damage. What does it use? A monster created by fusing the flesh and genes of the Shadowman snake, Ning Yin, and the death worm. You guessed right. My wife and I have gathered intelligence. It seems they achieve small-scale mass production, but the output and speed are a bit slow. If they were producing at a high rate, it wouldn't be long before the remaining 500,000 survivors on Blue Planet would be wiped out. Chun Jinkuan stared at Zhong Lirui sternly. A single fleece-blooded hellhound is no easier to defeat than a Shadowman snake. The problem is, the data shows they frequently appear in formations of 3. Zhong Lirui's brow furrowed, realizing that the information Chun Jinkuan had revealed was far more dire than he had imagined. He had thought that after more than a year of fighting, the situation for him and his allies in Dakian had improved. But now, he found that the fate of the entire Blue Planet seemed to hang in the balance. Chun Jinkuan, since you already knew all this, why did you choose to be captured by me? You could have escaped or hidden yourself. Zhong Lirui's tone was filled with confusion. Chun Jinkuan shook his head slightly, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Escape? Will it be of any use? Besides, I'm a man of vengeance and gratitude. My sins must be resolved. Zhong Lirui, I am willing to accept your judgment. Then, after my death, I will use the remaining strength of Changsheng Life Science Group to fully assist the Linganzhou Chengdong Special Zone, accept your leadership, and become a force under your command. I want to atone for my sins. The remaining strength of Changsheng Life Science Group is now under the leadership of my wife, Ms. Bai Lingxin. You are quite familiar with her, right? She is also a clean person. Yes. Your wife, Bai Lingxin, is a kind person, a gentle mother, a great scientist, and an innocent victim. Zhong Lirui sighed. During the battle in the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Zone, my officers are aware of this. They all respect her and are grateful for her assistance. It's a pleasure to chat with someone like you, clean, intelligent, and fair. Chun Jinkuan, I accept your method of atonement, Zhong Lirui said solemnly. However, your trial will not be solely my will. I will gather the Dakian high-ranking officials to conduct a fair and open trial for you. Chun Jinkuan nodded, as if he had anticipated this outcome. I understand. Moreover, I hope this trial will be as public as possible. The rest of Blue Star has the right to know the truth. Zhonglirui paused, then said, I'm a little surprised you're thinking this. This request is acceptable. By the way, your daughters are watching. What do you mean? Chen Jingquan was stunned. Xiao Yao. Xiaoyu? I know you're here. I allow you to visit before the public trial. Zhonglirui shouted to his armor. In the monitoring room, Chen Xiao and Chen Xiaoyu were already in tears. The voices of two women came over the armor's audio system. Rui, thank you. At that moment, Chen Jingquan, the user of the original armor, understood. You left your back to these two? Yes, they're also my most important family. My sister, my elder sister. And you know, your two daughters are both 1 in a million geniuses. I believe in them, and they believe in me. Hee hee, ha ha ha. Chen Jingquan laughed heartily again. Young man. My group's technology can achieve many things, but it can't turn back time. If time could go back, to when you were still married, you could choose either of my two daughters. I wouldn't mind. This. Faced with this affirmation from the great demon king of world destruction, Zhonglirui almost lost his balance. In the monitoring room, Chen Xiaoyao and Chen Xiaoyu simultaneously slapped their foreheads. As Chen Jingquan watched with a smile, Zhonglirui left the cell. Upon leaving the cell, Zhonglirui discovered that Xiaofeng had somehow assembled the strongest members of the personal guard, including Sumuji and Tingsha, and was stationed outside the door, ready to attack at any moment. Captain, how are things going? Xiaofeng asked with concern. Zhonglirui met Xiaofeng's eyes, then said gravely, I'm fine. Xiaofeng, call the senior military officers, the standing committee members of the council, the police, and also General Long, who's staying here. We need to hold an emergency high-level meeting. Yes. Zhonglirui thought for a moment, then addressed his armor, Yujia, Xiaoyao, Xiaoyu. Please contact the governors of the other war zones. Yujia, got it, master. Shin Xiaoyu said, don't worry, little brother. Xiaoyao, and I will arrange the equipment for the online meeting. Quickly, the senior officials of Ling'an Prefecture prepared the online meeting with utmost efficiency. Chapter 249. Quickly, the top brass of Ling'an Prefecture prepared for a virtual meeting with utmost efficiency. Ladies and gentlemen, Chen Jingquan, chairman of Changsheng Life Science Group, one of the culprits, who personally promoted the Blue Star Purification Plan and plunged the Blue Star world into an apocalyptic zombie crisis, has been captured by our soldiers within Ling'an Prefecture. When Zhonglirui announced this news to the governors of the other 4 war zones, and the acting administrator, Zhao Pu, at a joint virtual meeting of the 5 military commandery. What? How is this possible? Whether it was Tang Xiaoning of the Central Plains Special Zone, Yelena of the Magic City Fortress, or Cheng Yonghua of the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Zone, they all nearly jumped out of their seats. Only Zhao Pu, the acting administrator of the Xinjiang 13 Tombs Fortress Special Zone, appeared relatively calm. This was because, before the meeting, Long Zhanya had already explained this explosive news to Zhao Pu via the dedicated line. Tang Xiaoning asked incredulously, Governor Zhongli, are you sure you're not mistaken? Chen Jingquan is the chairman of Changsheng Life Science Group. Their company possesses the most advanced biological applications and weapons manufacturing technology on the entire blue planet. How could they have been captured so easily? Yelena echoed, yes, Governor Zhongli, this news is so shocking, I find it hard to believe it's true. Zhonglirui understood the crowd's surprise and suspicion, given Chen Jingquan's status and position. So he said, everyone, I understand your concerns. But I can assure you that this news is absolutely true. Our soldiers, while on routine patrol, accidentally discovered Chen Jingquan's whereabouts. After a fierce battle, they successfully captured him. He is currently being held in Ling'an Prefecture's most secure secret prison. Hearing Zhonglirui's affirmative response, everyone calmed down a bit. Cheng Yonghua asked, Governor Zhongli, what are our plans for dealing with Chen Jingquan next? Zhonglirui said solemnly, this is precisely the purpose of our online meeting. Chen Jingquan is one of the culprits responsible for the apocalyptic zombie crisis plunging Blue Star. His existence poses a tremendous threat to all of human society. I personally propose a public trial for Chen Jingquan, witnessed by the governors of the 5 war zones of Dakian, and broadcast live to the entire Dakian and even the entire Blue Star. Now, I'd like to hear your opinions. Yelena of the Demon City Fortress was the first to speak out. Governor Zhongli's plan, I support it. Chen Jingquan is a scoundrel whose crimes are heinous and must be punished. He has brought apocalyptic disaster upon Dakian, upon my homeland, Rakshasa, and upon the entire world. A public trial. It will demonstrate the resolve and justice of our great Qian, and it will also provide an explanation to the people of all Blue Star. Tang Xiaoning of the Central Plains Special Zone also nodded in agreement. I also support a public trial. However, Governor Zhongli, you in Ling'an Prefecture must ensure Chen Jinquan's safety. No accidents can happen to him before his trial. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Chung Yonghua of the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Zone, after a moment's reflection, also expressed his support. A public trial is a good idea. However, we still need to consider the specific procedures and details of the trial to ensure it is foolproof. Xiao Pu, the interim administrator of the Xinjing 13 Tombs Fortress Special Zone, concluded his remarks. I also agree with a public trial. General Long has explained the situation to me, and I trust Governor Zhongli's judgment. We in the Xinjing 13 Tombs Fortress Special Zone will fully cooperate with this public trial. Zhongli Rui felt a sense of relief when he saw the 4 governors and the acting governor all express their support. He said, "Thank you all for your trust and support. Next, we will quickly develop the specific plan and procedures for the public trial and coordinate with other war zones. I hope we can work together to ensure a successful trial and provide a satisfactory explanation to the people of Blue Star." The emergency meeting lasted until late at night. The 5 governors, representing the highest decision-making authority in Daqian, finalized the plan to hold Chen Jinquan's trial 3 days later and broadcast it live to the entire Blue Star. When the meeting concluded, a sea of stars dotted the night sky. After the meeting, Zhongli Rui returned to his long-missed home. He had hoped to use his new human speed and abilities to sneak in quietly so as not to wake his wife, but upon opening the door, he found his wife, Di Xinyan, waiting for him in the living room. Zhongli Rui noticed that Di Xinyan had already prepared hot water and, upon seeing him arrive, began brewing flower tea. "This is lily tea soothing," Di Xinyan said as she handed the brewed tea to Zhongli Rui, her eyes filled with concern and tenderness. Zhongli Rui took the cup, a warm feeling welling up in his heart, as if days of fatigue had been relieved. He took a sip, the fragrance of flowers and tea blending together, refreshing and invigorating. At this moment, the great Xia dragon bird mecha was in guard mode at the door. Through Zhongli Rui's high-tech monocle, Yu Jia quietly analyzed. Analysis. Lily tea, in pharmaceutical applications, moistens the lungs and relieves coughs, clears the mind and soothes the nerves, and is suitable for drinking every night before bed. It seems that Madame is very concerned about the Master's mental state. This tea is specially prepared by Madame to soothe the Master's nerves. "Honey, you're still up so late, are you waiting for me?" Zhongli Rui asked, a hint of apology in his tone. He knew his wife, Di Xinyan, had been following him on numerous campaigns lately. She had finally returned home, only to encounter the unfortunate situation of Chen Jinquan's sudden arrest and the impending public trial. Di Xinyan nodded gently, a soft glint in her eyes. "Yes, I knew you had an important meeting tonight, and it would definitely be late again. I was worried about you, so I waited for you to come back so we could sleep together." Zhongli Rui was deeply moved. He walked over to Di Xinyan and gently embraced her. "Thank you for your hard work, honey. You've been running around with me all this time, and I haven't been able to let you rest properly." Di Xinyan snuggled in Zhongli Rui's arms, feeling his body warmth and heartbeat, feeling a sense of security. "It's not hard. As long as I can be with you, I'm not afraid of anything." The two of them embraced quietly for a moment, and Di Xinyan asked thoughtfully, "What do you think about Chen Jinquan's situation? I didn't disclose everything at today's meeting. Xinyan, you know, I spoke to Chen Jinquan alone before, and he actually came to surrender today specifically." Di Xinyan's eyes flashed with surprise. "Surrender? Why would he do that?" Zhongli Rui sighed, and briefly recounted his previous conversation with Chen Jinquan. After listening, Di Xinyan was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "Is he doing this to atone for his sins?" "I think so." "Oh, you trust him so much?" "He was once so mad, he wanted to turn all of Blue Star into mindless creatures. Why would you still trust him?" Zhongli Rui gave a thoughtful look, then answered seriously, "His eyes are different." "How are they different? Tell me." "Xinyan, over the past year, you and I have become somewhat of an insider regarding him and his family. His eyes left a deep impression on me. I still remember the first time he visited this community, violent, domineering, yet tinged with a hint of sadness." "Oh." Di Xinyan also took a sip of tea, a look of interest on her face. "You, a sharpshooter, have a truly remarkable eye. So tell me, what's different about him now?" Zhongli Rui recalled what he had seen earlier in the cell, sighing softly. "Today, his eyes are completely different. The previous hostility is gone, replaced by. Instead, there was calm, relief, and a sense of ease, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. That sounds incredible. Are you saying he's really changed? Zhongli Rui nodded. Yes, I truly feel he's changed. Although it's hard to believe, the facts are there. He told me he's grateful to me for remedying much of his family's trauma. You're saying he's grateful to you for sheltering Xiaoyao and saving Xiaoyu? Zhongli Rui held Di Xinyan's hand and smiled softly. Speaking of which, saving Chen Xiaoyu, whether it was the emergency treatment or the ultimate cure, is all thanks to you, my dear. Di Xinyan smiled faintly. You're just sweet-talking. I was just doing what I had to do as a doctor. After all, she was an innocent girl. You're so kind, my dear. But just like that, Chen Jinkun has completely changed. I remember Bai Qiangwei killed his wife and attempted to assassinate Chen Xiaoyu twice. Just because Chen Xiaoyu is recovered, he's completely let go of his hatred? Wife, didn't you see last time? Chen Jinkun's wife, Madame Bai Lingxin, has regained consciousness. The way she acts now is actually very similar to my support Aiyu Jia. Huh? Doesn't that mean Madame Bai has, well, mechanically ascended? Zhongli Rui nodded. I guess so. It sounds unbelievable, but it's true. Madame Bai Lingxin's consciousness can communicate with us and even participate in our lives to a certain extent. Di Xinyan fell into deep thought upon hearing this. As a professional pharmacist, her understanding of life and science is naturally much deeper than that of ordinary people. Moreover, as a singer, she has witnessed the rebirth of life many times through the use of nanorobots. After a moment, Di Xinyan slowly spoke. So, Chen Jinkun decided to let go of his hatred and surrender himself because of his daughter's well-being and the hope of his wife's rebirth? Zhongli Rui nodded again. Seeing him today, combined with the facts I already know, I think so. Di Xinyan sighed. I hope he truly repents. However, even if he's dead now, it won't undo the damage he's caused this world. Rui, what are you and the other governors planning to do? Zhongli Rui said solemnly. We plan to hold a public trial in 3 days, broadcast live to the entire Blue Star. This is not only to uphold justice, but also to give an explanation to the people of Blue Star. Di Xinyan nodded gently, her eyes gleaming with determination. Ah. Rui, I believe you and the other governors will make the right decision. No matter what, I will support you. Under the silent night sky, Yujia spoke quietly in the data world. In my mother's vision, humanity will achieve mechanical ascension in the future. Humanity is currently trapped on this cradle-like blue planet. However, as the sun ages, this cradle will not remain habitable forever. Humanity will seek a suitable new home. The physical form, even for new humans, is not well suited to the vast cosmic journey. Mechanical ascension, preserving the corresponding seed genes, and then reborn with memories upon arrival is a more feasible approach. Chapter 250. 3 days later, in the morning, in Ling'an Prefecture, in the square in front of the East City Intermediate Court. The sun was shining brightly, the spring breeze was gentle, and the sky was cloudless. At this moment, not only the 5 remaining war zones of Dakian, with a population of 100,000, but also the entire Blue Star, with a total of approximately 390,000 of the 500,000 survivors, were watching the live broadcast of the trial of the great demon Chen Jinkun. Around the square, towering screens broadcast a close-up of the open-air courtroom in real time. People watched with bated breath, their hearts awash with mixed emotions. The great demon Chen Jinkun, this name had once been the nightmare of countless people. Yet today, he finally stood before the judge in Ling'an Prefecture. Under the watchful eyes of the remaining people of Blue Star, the trial began. As the gavel of Chief Judge Zhongli Rui fell heavily, the entire square seemed to tremble. Chen Jinkun, escorted by 4 personal guards, slowly entered the courtroom. His steps were heavy, yet firm. As Ling Anzhou's top lawyer, and the only surviving lawyer, Lu Ruyan served as Chen Jinkun's defense attorney. Over the past 3 days, Lu Ruyan was stunned after reviewing the relevant documents and evidence files. However, driven by her pride and duty as a defense lawyer, she ultimately decided to take on what was arguably the most demanding assignment on the entire Blue Star. During the opening plea inquiry, presiding Judge Zhongli Rui, after another bang of the gavel, asked Chen Jinkun, defendant, former chairman of Changsheng Life Science Group, Chen Jinkun, and the Dakian Supreme Court Prosecutor's Office are jointly indicting you for war crimes, crimes against humanity, serial murder, assaulting police officers, and crimes against peace. Do you plead guilty? Chen Jinkun, standing in the dock, didn't wait for Lu Ruyan to react before immediately rising and declaring, Judges of the Joint Tribunal, I plead guilty. Newcomers' reflexes are much faster than normal. Lu Ruyan was horrified and quickly excused herself, saying, "Your Honor, although my client has made a preliminary confession, it involves many complex background and details. We request to proceed to a detailed defense to fully present the truth." Chen Jinkuan continued, "Lawyer Lu, thank you for your professionalism. However, I made it clear, I plead guilty." "Mr. Chen, are you questioning my professional competence?" "No. Lawyer Lu, your reputation was already well known throughout Ling'an Prefecture before this incident broke out. How could I possibly question your competence as a lawyer? But I be honest with you. Today, I stand here with all my heart, sincerely intending to plead guilty. My principle is that everyone must be held accountable for their actions. Everyone is equal, I am guilty, and today, I plead guilty. However, those who harmed my family, and even before me, and harmed the people of Blue Star, are also guilty, and must pay the price. Joint Court, I request that after I plead guilty, I make a confession of the core facts of the case, so that the people of Blue Star can know the full story of this incident. I request approval." Chen Jinkuan spoke forcefully, turning to Zhong Lirui, the other judges, Long Zhanye, and the 3 other governors who were participating in the online trial. Zhong Lirui nodded slightly, his gaze deep. He knew that this trial was not just a personal verdict on Chen Jinkuan, but also a crucial examination of the future of Blue Star. His steady voice echoed throughout the courtroom. "The defendant's request is reasonable. A confession and self-statement are permitted. However, please note that everything you say must be true. Any false statements will increase your guilt. Lawyer Lu, the court thanks you for your presence. Now that the defendant has indeed pleaded guilty, at the defendant's request, and with the court's approval, the defendant, Chen Jinkuan, will now make a public statement of the facts of the incident. This will not change the court's final verdict. Lawyer Lu, thank you for your hard work. Please rest on the side." Although Lu Ruyan felt resigned, she could only reluctantly step aside. She understood that Chen Jinkuan had already made his decision, and she had to respect his choice. Chen Jinkuan took a deep breath and began his confession. At that moment, all 390,000 viewers on Blue Star were rapidly following the trial through various channels. "People of Blue Star, I am Chen Jinkuan, Chairman, largest shareholder, and Executive President of Changsheng Life Science Group, formerly of the Great Qian Nation. Today, I will personally confess to each and every one of you the truth about the outbreak of the Doomsday Crisis a year ago. Before I recount all that happened, I once again admit, I am guilty." The courtroom was completely silent, with only Chen Jinkuan's voice echoing. His eyes were firm, as if he was prepared to face anything. In the live stream rooms across Blue Star, comments were boiling with excitement. "The Great Devil has confessed. Is this true? It seems he truly has a guilty conscience. But he's actually taking responsibility by coming forward and confessing. Responsibility? He's probably scared to death. He's trying to gain our sympathy and mitigate his guilt. Regardless, hearing him firsthand the truth about the apocalyptic crisis is worth it. We always wanted to know what really happened. I must know the truth. My entire family, my classmates, my neighbors and friends are all gone. They were all reduced to ash by the thermobaric bomb after the fall of Gangnam Gymnasium. Those of you in heaven, let me see the truth with you today. Take care upstairs. Me too, +1. Same, +11024. Still counting, we finally lived to see the truth. Everyone be quiet. We want to see the truth? Yes. We want to see the truth? At the scene, more than one device was pointed at Chen Jinkuan. Among them was Gu Anqi. However, today, Gu Anqi was wearing a professional attire resembling a host's, and her expression was serious as she broadcast the trial of Chen Jinkuan, her enemy. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Jinkuan continued his story. My Changsheng Life Science Group was once the world's most powerful, integrated super enterprise specializing in high-tech R&D, biotechnology, and military equipment development and deployment. My group possesses countless groundbreaking technologies, many of which are 30, or even 100, years ahead of the average technological level of the entire blue planet. Today, the 5 governors of Dakian are present. General Long Zhanye, your old companion, the Tao Tai, was also produced by my group for the military 20 years ago. It's the first generation of high-speed, heavy-duty, and heavily armed land-based arsenal ships. You should be familiar with it, right? Is what I'm saying the truth? Long Zhanye nodded solemnly. He was indeed very familiar with the Tao Tai. It was once the pride of their military and a vital weapon in their defense against foreign enemies. But hearing this from Chen Jinkuan now, he felt a mixture of emotions. Chen Jinkuan continued, my group has collaborated extensively with Dakian's top management and military for decades. Many industry insiders believe our group specializes in the production of weapons and equipment. But in fact, when my wife, Bai Lingxin, and I founded this company decades ago, our original intention was to use technology to benefit all of humanity. Liar! Many viewers shouted angrily. In the live stream, countless comments were filled with insults like liar and shameless. Faced with the angry cries of the majority of Lingnan Prefecture residents, Zhongli Rui quietly contacted Yu Jia. Activate the propaganda amplification equipment. Hover the golden crow wings? Yes, rest assured, master. Zhongli Rui took a deep breath, pounded the gavel, and shouted, silence. Zhongli Rui's resounding voice, combined with the propaganda effect of the golden crow wings flight suit hovering invisibly above, resounded throughout the square. Silence! Silence! This court now declares that the defendant has the right to make a private statement. No one may interrupt. Otherwise, they will be charged with disrupting court order. Zhongli Rui's angry shouts were broadcast live on the towering screens surrounding the square, allowing viewers across Blue Star to hear them clearly. With Zhongli Rui's roar, the scene finally quieted down. Chen Jinkuan looked around, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. He continued, I know many of you don't believe me. You think everything I say is a lie. But please allow me to finish. Once I'm done, you can judge whether what I say is true. Chen Jinkuan took another deep breath, as if to calm himself, or perhaps to muster up his courage. He continued, what everyone is most concerned about is probably the truth behind the zombie outbreak a year ago. Now, I begin to uncover the truth. Previously, the 5 highest governors of Dakian's current 5 military commands should have held a press conference to share information about the new humans, the awakened. What they shared was the truth. However, they weren't at the top of Dakian's decision-making and military hierarchy, so their knowledge wasn't complete. The so-called zombie virus that turns ordinary people into zombies is actually nanorobots, developed by my wife, my eldest daughter, and me. We envisioned it would benefit all of humanity and transform everyone into a new human. In reality, every zombie on the Eurasian continent is an unsuccessful new human. Now, I stand on the land of Lingnan province, where there's already an awakened school. These awakened, through the power of the singers, redirect the nanorobots into order, transforming them into new humans. My wife and I originally had this immortality plan. At this point, Zhongli Rui paused, then interjected, the court has a question, Mr. Chen Jinkuan. Why do you and your wife envision transforming all of humanity into new humans? A flicker of approval flashed in Chen Jinkuan's eyes, and he naturally replied, Your Honor, that's a good question. Now, let me explain what a fully formed new human looks like, and everyone will understand. Compared to ordinary humans, a fully formed new human has 300% greater endurance, a 300% greater tolerance to hunger and fatigue, a 60 to 80% increase in strength, a 100% increase in individual output, fully activated, a 200% increase in healing speed after injury, immunity to most diseases and common toxins, and a potential 300% increase in lifespan. When Chen Jinkuan finished describing the complete form of the new human, the audience fell into a state of silence, almost imperceptible to the sound of a pin drop. Seeing this, Chen Jinkuan continued, My wife and I hope to use this method to help those in Africa who lack food. Because the new human's energy conversion rate for food has been greatly improved. They only need 30% of the food a normal person consumes to survive. We hope to use this method to help people in war zones. Because new humans' injuries heal quickly, people have a better chance of survival. We hope to use this method to help people throughout society, because new humans are immune to most diseases and toxins, so people no longer need to spend excessive amounts of money on medical treatment throughout their lives. Although a bit unexpected, the new human's tripled lifespan will bring all of humanity to new heights. When Chen Jinkuan finished this, the livestream rooms erupted in an uproar. He's lying. This type of comment accounted for approximately 31%. No, it's not impossible. This type of comment accounted for 25%. He's telling the truth. I'm from the Central Plains Special Zone. We have tens of thousands of awakened neighbors there, and they're far better off than we are. Supporting comments accounted for 33%. At this point, the audience was only whispering. Because Lingnan Prefecture was the first special zone to coexist with the awakened, the citizens were already very familiar with their awakened neighbors. Although most of the audience remained silent at this time, they did not refute Chen Jinkuan either. Chapter 251. Chen Jinkuan sighed. Over a year ago, various forces, driven by their own agenda, pressured my Changsheng group to hand over this core technology. The three largest of these forces were the former Dacian military's general staff, the former Lifeng State Intelligence Bureau, and the biotechnology laboratory affiliated with the Lifeng State's Ontario Interest Group. They all forced me to militarize this technology, which was originally intended to benefit the people. When my wife and I objected, they infiltrated my company, bribed my shareholders, stole the core technology, and assassinated my wife and my eldest daughter. This. 2 core technical personnel. My wife was blown to pieces, leaving only her head. My eldest daughter, assassinated twice by spies, is critically ill. My wife, my beloved wife. She and I knew each other when we were young, shared a common aspiration, a lifelong dedication to benefiting the people. Why did she end up like this? Why? At this point, Chen Jingquan angrily smashed the stainless steel dock in front of him. Clang! A loud bang echoed throughout the venue, shocking the audience and those watching online. At this moment, the massive Murong Chanfeng, clad in a coat and adorned with medals, was also present. His expression, as he looked at Chen Jingquan, was complex. His single remaining eye, no longer filled with hatred and suspicion, but with a hint of pity and shared suffering. This great devil also loved his wife deeply. At this moment, he seemed to understand the meaning of Chen Jingquan's previous actions. At that time, I was mad, I was crazy. My eyes turned blood red, and my heart was filled with 2 words. Revenge. Chen Jingquan struggled to control his emotions, suppressing his anger. This seemed to be fate. At that time, the nanorobots were not the final version. Therefore, when injected into the human body, they would attack the nervous system, causing the memory system to malfunction, turning people into bloodthirsty monsters with strong bodies, but zombie-like rationality. At that time, I was furious, and instead of stopping them, I actually fueled the flames. Soon, a large-scale zombie crisis broke out across Blue Star. Most of my enemies are dead. The top brass of Dacian are dead. General Long, the former high-ranking military leader of Dacian, was killed by you personally, right? Long Zhanya's teeth chattered with rage, as he thought of his dead son. He reached for his pistol with his right hand, but Zhong Lirui dissuaded him. General Long, don't be impulsive. Humph. You're right. Despite Zhong Lirui's persuasion, Long Zhanya reluctantly sat down. Chen Jingquan's eyes blazed as he continued. Across the ocean, in the Fierce Wind Nation, the situation is no better. They stole the nanorobots because the zombie crisis there, caused by a leak in their laboratory, has become unmanageable due to the alpha virus. They took our group's poorly prepared products, and tried to fight poison with poison using their immunity to viral diseases, but the result was even more devastating. They too have gone to hell. Near the Arctic Circle, in a secret base in Alaska, in an underground fortress. Bang! A militia commander, a remnant of the Fierce Wind Nation authorities, who was also watching the live broadcast, slammed his fist down on the table, causing all the cups to jump. Damn the Federation. Idiots, bastards. What have they done? What have they done? Why are we civilians bearing the brunt of this? The base's white commander, the blonde, 33-year-old Leon F. Grimes, roared in anger. Around them, countless Gale National Guard soldiers cursed furiously. The American soldiers in the base sat in agony, as if all their strength had been drained. Because their faith, which was limited to begin with, had now collapsed. In Ontario, a secret area in the Lake Ontario region. In a strange laboratory, within a biological container the size of a car, lay a massive brain in a vat. The eyes of this enormous brain in a vat suddenly flickered. A nearby instrument uttered Japanese, "Haha. This biped is truly fascinating, daring to reveal part of the truth to the entire blue planet. But, bipeds, your doom is irreversible." In this eerie laboratory, there were no normal human researchers left. Those bustling about were bat people, similar to those in the Magic City docks. The laboratory corridors were strewn with all sorts of flesh and blood. In the deepest production workshop, a severely injured 3-headed fuzzy-blooded hellhound was being repaired in the massive biological dock. Far away, in 2 other massive monster-class incubation devices, 2 smaller 3-headed fuzzy-blooded hellhounds were incubating. Nearby, thousands of zombie monsters infected with the alpha virus, held as reserve, twisted and roared in a warehouse. Zero and Province, the trial venue. After calming down a bit, Chen Jingquan continued his story. After the incident broke out, almost all of my enemies perished in this manner. In my madness, I even developed the Doom Slayer project, secretly deploying these enhanced titans into major cities around the world. Ultimately, most of the old world fell. On Blue Star, only a handful of cities and populations remained, still holding out. Murong Chungfeng's eyes were solemn. It turned out there weren't just his own batch of C-Series Doom Slayers. Chen Jinquan took a breath and continued, "My wife is dead. I'm still searching for a way to heal my eldest daughter. The assassination poison the agents used on her was so potent, even the new humans couldn't withstand it. Having achieved my revenge, I realized how empty, ridiculous, and a failure I felt. I could do nothing but destroy. Until, Governor Zhongli Rui, you and your companions saved my eldest daughter's life." At this moment, Gu Anqi, who was broadcasting live, also showed a touch of emotion. "He kidnapped me to save his daughter. And in doing so, he killed 3 more people." The girl closed her eyes helplessly and sighed softly. The live stream exploded once again. "I know what Qin Jinquan said. It couldn't be more true. The person above, please tell me in detail. I'm currently stationed at the Botanical Garden. Back then, the Dacian military poisoned that poor girl with VX nerve agent, and we needed the extract from Datura seeds to detoxify her. Governor Zhongli led us to the Botanical Garden in the dead of winter to search for seeds, and we actually found them. Furthermore, we rescued a family of pandas there. Now, they're familiar with us, huh? This is actually true. Shocking. Brother, you're so enviable. You actually have pandas at your garrison. I want to be stationed there. I want to add 1 too. I want to add 256 too. Hey, you're focusing on the wrong thing. Seriously, this is a public trial. The discussion in the live stream was in full swing, but inside the trial hall, Qin Jinquan's story continued. Governor Zhongli, you not only saved my eldest daughter, but also taught me that true power lies not in revenge, but in protection. I lost myself. I lost sight of my original purpose, focused solely on revenge, and ended up destroying nearly the entire blue planet. Now, I no longer have the right to say I regret it. I am guilty. I must die. Although my death cannot atone for the mistakes and harm I have caused, it can provide a belated justice to those who are still alive. Moreover, today is the only day I will tell everyone the truth. Because every citizen has the right to know the truth." Qin Jinquan looked toward the audience and, for a moment, spotted his 2 daughters, Qin Xiaoyao and Qin Xiaoyu. He nodded to them. Qin Xiaoyao sighed and nodded in response. Her eyes were now free of resistance and blame. Qin Xiaoyu wiped away her tears and nodded knowingly, her eyes filled with heartache. Seeing his daughter's expressions, Qin Jinquan's face grew even more relieved. "Judges of the Joint Tribunal, I have concluded my speech today. I reiterate that I plead guilty to all my crimes. I deserve to die." After this, Qin Jinquan bowed deeply, as if offering his deepest apologies to everyone present and to the entire Blue Star audience. At this moment, the judges of the Joint Tribunal began to whisper, seemingly discussing Qin Jinquan's statement and the upcoming verdict. In the audience, mixed emotions prevailed. Some expressed sympathy for Qin Jinquan's plight, believing he had been forced into this path out of desperation. Some were outraged by his actions, believing that he shouldn't have destroyed the entire blue planet for any reason. The discussion in the live stream room reached a fever pitch. Although Qin Jinquan made a mistake, he had the courage to admit it and face it. That's quite remarkable. Yes, and he did it to save his daughter. It's understandable. Excusable? My entire school, my entire community, my entire family, will find him excusable? Yes, he caused such a disaster after all. We can't forgive him so easily. +1 yes, the law is fair. He must pay the price for his actions. Just as the crowd was buzzing with discussion, the judges of the Joint Tribunal, witnessed by the 5 governors, finally delivered their verdict. Zhongli Rui loudly pronounced the verdict. Qin Jinquan, the crimes you committed are extremely serious, bringing immense disaster to the entire Blue Star. Although you voluntarily surrendered yourself and truthfully confessed your crimes are too severe to qualify for a lenient sentence. This court now pronounces the verdict. All rise. Everyone in the room stood. This court pronounces Qin Jinquan guilty of war crimes. Found guilty of serial murder. Found guilty of murder. Found guilty of assaulting a police officer. Found guilty of crimes against peace. Now, this court sentences you to death, to be executed immediately. The moment he heard the verdict, Qin Jinquan smiled and breathed a long sigh of relief. In the audience, many people secretly wept, seemingly mourning their deceased loved ones, while the live streams were already simmering in boiling water. Family and friends in heaven. The devil has been sentenced to death. Mother in heaven. Justice has arrived. Little brother. Biao. Hu Zi. Xiao Yu. Did you see that? Did you see that? In a corner of the scene, a militiaman burst into tears, my entire class. The devil has been sentenced to death. This person was Zheng Kai, who had married his homeroom teacher after his entire class had perished. He finally broke down, covering his face with tears. At that moment, his wife, Yumani, his former homeroom teacher, gently embraced him. Cry, husband. Yes, my students, my children, Governor Zhongli and the others, have received justice. Children, did you see that? Yumani, too, burst into tears, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She had been the homeroom teacher of those deceased children, witnessing their growth and laughter. Now, she hugged Zheng Kai tightly, because he was her only remaining graduate student and her only support. The trial, broadcast live across Blue Star, concluded with the unsurprising outcome. On the eve of his execution, Chen Zhengquan was allowed to meet with his family. In the prison cell, Chen Xiaoyao and Chen Xiaoyu looked at Chen Zhengquan, still dressed in his impeccable suit, tears streaming silently. Chen Zhengquan, however, was quite open-minded. My dear daughters, today is the most relieved day I felt in over a year. Wait for me, I see you soon. Well, Mom might need a little longer. At these words, the two women, once key technical personnel, were stunned, then expressed complex emotions. Dad, do you really have to go this far? Yes. I made up my mind. Your mother and I may not be able to help Zhongli stabilize the situation by continuing to offer covert assistance. I discussed this with him before I got here. Over in the Fierce Wind Nation, the massive monsters, comparable to the Satman snake, have already been mass-produced on a small scale. Both the remnants of the federal authorities and the civilian resistance militias are nearly overwhelmed. This time, Long Zhanya risked his life to hold off 4 monsters on the northern front. But what about next time? What if 3 Satman snake-level monsters arrive at once? Ah! Chen Xiaoyao and Chen Xiaoyao were horrified. I can't hide behind this anymore. I'm responsible for this. I can't let my good godson shoulder all the blame. So, I'm going to change my shell and go straight in. Don't worry about Mom. She's innocent to begin with, and the military brass aren't against her. And Zhongli told the officers about the Battle of Hong Kong and Kowloon, and they're actually grateful to your mom. Is that so? Chen Xiaoyao recalled the previous data, his expression suddenly becoming serious. Dad, this one-year product. You? It's okay, Chen Zhengquan said generously. It's expired, but it's not like we'd be gone forever, is it? Okay. Chen Xiaoyao shook his head bitterly. The two women hugged their father again. Chapter 252. Early spring, Lingyan Prefecture, 8 o'clock in the morning, execution ground. This day marks the 2nd year since the apocalyptic zombie crisis. This day marks the execution of Chen Zhengquan, the mastermind behind the destruction of the world, known as the Great Devil. At the execution ground, sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, illuminating Chen Zhengquan's resolute face. He wore a neat suit, his eyes revealing an indescribable calm and relief. He was surrounded by fully armed soldiers. At the execution ground, Chen Zhengquan closed his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips. He seemed to be recalling the tortuous journey of his first half of life. Suddenly, he spotted Lu Shi in the distance, and a thought struck him. He shouted, "Wait!" Zhongli Rui approached with his guards. Mr. Chen, is there anything else you need at the last moment? Chen Zhengquan looked at Lu Shi in the distance and said calmly, I know I owe too much, and I can't repay it now. Last time, to save my daughter, I used inappropriate means and killed several innocent people. Director Lu Shi over there, I want to apologize to him, and then ask him to execute me. He's a sharpshooter, right? Remember, execute me. Use that anti-material weapon you developed to destroy my head. Otherwise, the new humans won't die so easily. Zhongli Rui was stunned for a moment, then gestured for Xiaofeng and Zhu Su to call Lu Shi forward. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhongli Rui asked, Did you also give Murong Chanfeng the credit? Chen Zhengquan simply smiled and said, I owe too much in my first half of life. We meet again soon. Believe me, I will repay it bit by bit. Hearing this, Zhongli Rui, with a complex expression, seemed to realize something. However, this time, he didn't say anything else. Lu Shi stepped forward, and Zhongli Rui relayed Chen Zhengquan's final request. The resurrected police chief, with a sullen face, walked up to Chen Zhengquan and said, Arue said you had something to say to me before you died. I'm sorry. Chen Zhengquan's voice was deep and sincere, and those 3 words seemed to carry all his guilt and apology. A hint of pain flashed in his eyes, a sign of deep reflection on past misdeeds. Lu Shi's expression trembled slightly. He hadn't expected that this demon, who had plunged the entire world into terror, would say such words to him in his final moments. He remained silent for a moment, as if digesting this sudden apology. During the trial, he had learned the ins and outs of Chen Jinquan's actions. But after closing his eyes for a moment, his gaze became resolute. I don't accept your apology. I was lucky enough to be resurrected. But Xiaoshi Xiaozong, they never stand a chance. Countless people around the world, too, don't stand a chance. I know you have your reasons. But do you think those who died will accept your apology? Lu Shi finally spoke, a barely perceptible tremor in his voice. Chen Jinquan seemed to have known this outcome all along, so he said calmly, Sharpshooter Director Lu Shi, since you say so, then please raise your pistol and enforce justice for the dead across Blue Star. New humans don't die so easily. Remember, destroy the head. Lu Shi took a deep breath, his eyes determined. He slowly raised his pistol and pointed it at Chen Jinquan's forehead. The atmosphere around them froze instantly, and everyone held their breath, awaiting this moment. Chen Jinquan remained calm and relieved. His eyes seemed to hold 1,000 words, yet they morphed into a faint smile. A resounding gunshot shattered the tranquility of the execution ground. A scarlet flower briefly blossomed in the air, and Chen Jinquan's body trembled slightly before slowly collapsing. Several military medical examiners stepped forward and examined Chen Jinquan's remains, confirming he had lost all signs of life. They looked at Lu Shi and said, he is indeed dead. The impact of a 12.7 caliber bullet on the head is too explosive to describe, so it's referred to as the remains of the body. This day became an eternal memory in the hearts of all the survivors on Blue Star. Chen Jinquan, the world-destroying demon king, was executed in Ling'an Prefecture. Chen Jinquan's passing marked the end of a phase in the apocalyptic zombie crisis. However, the apocalyptic world did not return to its original state with the demon king's death. The darkness hidden in every corner of this world continued to surge. The situation of the remaining 500,000 survivors on Blue Star remained bleak. On a nearby invisible helicopter, AI Kunlun emitted a series of cold voices. Data transfer complete. Compared with the data in the Luojiao Mountain Cradle of Homeland 2 database, verification complete. Memory data overwritten, update complete. Memory nodes calibrated. Everything normal, comparison correct. Rebirth may begin. Now, activate the new body. Luojiao Mountain, deepest part of Cradle of Homeland 2. The rebirth capsule device slowly opened. Looks like it worked. The memory of the execution is truly painful. The end is also the beginning. Success is good? Inside the capsule, a young man, seemingly in his early 20s, spoke his first words after resuscitation. He slowly sat up, his eyes gleaming with a strange light, the hope and determination of a reborn being. He looked around, the familiar yet unfamiliar surroundings making him realize he had truly been reborn. The young man stood up and stepped out of the rebirth capsule. His muscles were sleek and powerful, the hallmarks of a new human. At this moment, the AI Kunlun's voice rang out, Master, congratulations. You've been reborn successfully. However, please note that your current body has undergone excessively accelerated growth in less than a year. Although it is a new human, its predicted maximum lifespan is only between 60 and 90 years, similar to that of a normal human, far short of the typical new human lifespan. The young man, the reborn Chen Jinquan, smiled faintly, seemingly unconcerned by the AI Kunlun's mention of lifespan. His eyes were determined as he gazed into the distance. As long as I can do it again, everything still has a chance. This time, I won't let the same mistake happen again. Well said. This time, I'd be with you too, Akun. Nearby, a young woman, also seemingly in her early 20s, approached with a smile. Looking at the vibrant, familiar figure before him, young Chen Jinquan's pupil shrank slightly. Lingxin, my wife, what's wrong with you? Didn't we agree? Your reborn body, slowed down your acceleration and come out in 2 years. Otherwise, you end up with a short lifespan like me. Chen Jinquan suddenly became anxious. I told you, I'd be with you this time. Last time, when I wasn't around, you know how far you went wrong. The young Bai Lingxin let out a wistful expression. This time, I'd be with you. It might be short, but after all, our success this time won't be the last, right? Chen Jinquan sighed distressfully. 20-year-old, stop sighing. Cheer up, Bai Lingxin said half-jokingly. Old woman. Stop kidding. Are you sure we're only 20 mentally? Bai Lingxin pouted and said coquettishly, honey. It doesn't matter if we're 20 mentally. Our bodies are 20 now. If you don't believe me, come on, try it. As she spoke, Bai Lingxin's eyes blazed, and her hands flexed like snakes, embracing him. I saw you the other day, fascinated by Lu Rian's child. Xiaoyao and Xiaoyu are both grown up, so let's have a third child. Honey. At this moment, Bai Lingxin, in her 20-year-old body, 53-year-old soul, uttered the clip-shaped phrases those internet celebrities used to use before the crisis. Chen Jingquan watched his wife's coquettish behavior, feeling a bit amused. He gently grasped Bai Lingxin's hand and said tenderly, Lingxin, stop joking. We were both reborn to more effectively atone for our past mistakes, not to have a third child. Let's plan our next move. Seeing her husband's seriousness, Bai Lingxin dropped her joking expression and nodded. Yes, you're right. Okay, once the production line finishes producing the fighters specifically outfitted for the Bishi, it's time for us to return to Ling'an Prefecture and visit the children. By the way, I analyzed the data on your original armor, and that of Arui's Great Xia Dragon Bird. I upgraded your original armor. Now its combat power is roughly comparable to that of the Great Xia Dragon Bird. Oh, and I even renamed it the Ganjiang armor. Upon hearing the name, Chen Jingquan looked thoughtful, then suddenly realized something. He said grumpily, honey, don't hide it. Do you also want to follow me and Arui in a mobile armor and face the front lines? If I'm not mistaken, you also built a special armor similar to the Great Xia Dragon Bird and Ganjiang armor, and it's called Moi, right? Bai Lingxin smiled slightly, a sly glint in her eyes. Honey, you really do understand me. Yes, I did build a mobile armor for myself, just call me Moi. This way, we can fight side by side and face future challenges together. I told you, this time, I'd be with you. And honestly, if you really want to ensure my safety, why not have me always with you? That way, you have the most assurance, right? Chen Jingquan shook his head helplessly, but a smile crossed his face. Well, with this level of armor for personal protection, and me watching over you, it's certainly reliable. The two exchanged a smile, then began to seriously discuss their next plan of action. First, as I said earlier, we need to return to Ling'an province as soon as possible to check on the children, Chen Jingquan said. The situation in Life's own country is so serious. We need to find a way to restore production and improve our capabilities. Speaking of which, Arui seems to be fond of using thermobaric bombs in combat, which is a good idea. Fortunately, he has a good relationship with that half-blooded Rakshasa girl. This time when we go to Ling'an province, our Xiangui must follow the example of the Tao Tai and Bishi and appropriately equip them with high-powered weapons for medium and short-range combat. Bai Lingxin nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must continue researching new technologies to improve our combat effectiveness. Okay, let's discuss this with the children and the experts once we arrive in Ling'an province. The two of them left the rebirth chamber while discussing. They knew the road ahead was long, but they also believed that as long as they worked together, nothing could stop them. Chapter 253. The day after the Demon King's execution. The weather was still beautiful. Ling'an Prefecture, home community. Rose, the weather is so nice, do you want to go out for a walk? At your pleasure, my great hero. White Rose looked up, smiling, as her husband, now as gigantic as a giant, lifted her up like a princess and placed her on a sun-soaked bench in the square. Throughout the process, White Rose watched her husband with a sweet and poignant gaze. He had been away from home for a long time, returning only last week. She knew he had accepted the pre-registration regulations to try to commute her sentence, once again serving in what was considered semi-forced military service. After he went off with the army, White Rose wept silently for a long time. Now, he had returned safely. For the past few nights, he had excitedly recounted his military experiences during the wars. She listened with a smile. His single eye was now filled with dreams and honor. Now, her husband was considered a successful war hero. He himself, however, has become a cripple due to permanent tendon damage in his hands and feet. A Fang Ai. I've been a burden to you. Don't say that. Xiangwei, as long as we can be together, no matter where we are, it's the happiest thing. Murong Chanfeng grinned. He was smiling, but now, as a 2.5-meter tall giant monster, his smile was truly terrifying. You? When did you become so sweet? White Xiangwei smiled bitterly. Ever since I became like this, I've become much sweeter. Otherwise, how could I please my beloved Xiangwei? Murong Chanfeng deliberately put on a flattering expression, even though it looked so out of place on his hideous and terrifying face, almost comical. White Rose was amused by him, her laughter clear and melodious, especially beautiful in the sunlight. She reached out and gently stroked her husband's face. Though it had become rough and hard, she could still feel that familiar warmth. In another corner of the complex, guard sister, Xiaofu pleaded with Tingsha and another guard, "Can I take mom out to the sun today?" Tingsha looked at her with pity. Sister Xiaofu, your mom is human and needs some sun. But you're a Batman. While you're not completely immune to the sun, it's still very oppressive. Are you sure you want to do this? Ever since Xiaofu and Aisha had settled into the home community for recuperation, Tingsha and the guards, under Zhongli Rui's orders, had taken turns guarding them. Initially, the guards were wary of Xiaofu, a Batman subhuman. However, after a few days of interaction, they all realized that Xiaofu was simply a dutiful girl, constantly concerned about caring for her mother. An expert Aisha. Though she was a disabled awakener, she had lost all 4 limbs. So, despite Zhongli Rui's orders to keep an eye on the two of them, the guards had already determined they posed no threat and didn't restrict their movements too much. However, Xiaofu wasn't entirely comfortable in the human community. Her half-bat heritage meant she wasn't completely blinded by the sun, but she still disliked it. However, she felt for her mother, and seeing the beautiful field in the center of the community, she always wanted to take her out for a walk in some sunshine. As a result, she endured numerous attempts to brave the sun, only to suffer greatly, and even fainted in the sunlight. Aisha also tried to dissuade her, saying, "My dear daughter, don't push yourself. Why don't we go out on a cloudy day?" At this moment, Xiaofeng, who had just taken over, replaced another guard. Seeing this, she said, "Xiaofu, if you really want to go out, it's not impossible. I go get Master Mushroom for help. Let me take Xiaofu and find a solution. Sister Tingsha, you take expert Aisha out to bask in the sun." So, Xiaofeng took Xiaofu to find Gu Anqi. Tingsha carried Aisha out to the square to bask in the sun. When Aisha saw the two people basking in the sun not far away, her pupils constricted. White Rose, seeing Aisha in Tingsha's arms, had the same expression. After a long moment, the two finally exchanged greetings. "Asia, long time no see." White Rose, "Long time no see. It seems Governor Zhongli wasn't bluffing. He really did capture you." Asia, lying on the recliner next to White Rose, sighed softly. "Remarkable. He's captured both Party A and Party B." White Rose shook her head, gazing indifferently at the distant spot where the greenery once stood, now a field. She sighed, "That's not quite right. In fact, it should be you and me, our entire family, who were saved by him." "Our entire family?" Asia asked doubtfully. "Moo. Is Rong Chanfeng here too?" Bai Qiangwei looked helplessly at her husband beside her. "This is him." Asia turned her head, wide-eyed at Murong Chanfeng, now transformed into a C3-channel Titan bioweapon. "This? Your boyfriend has been transformed into a bioweapon?" Bai Qiangwei closed her eyes, sighed, then looked at Murong Chanfeng tenderly. "He's my husband now, and we're married. Chanfeng, this is the person I sold the information to back then, Dr. Asia of the Ontario Life Sciences Institute." Murong Chanfeng nodded politely, though his now enormous frame made the gesture somewhat awkward. Asia was shocked, yet also filled with emotion. "I never expected our reunion would be like this." "Bai Qiangwei, how did you two get together?" Bai Qiangwei smiled bitterly, then recounted to Aisha a brief account of what had happened since she and Murong Chanfeng were captured, until Murong Chanfeng's recent heroic return from battle. "Would you believe it? Chanfeng and I were trapped in hell, and Governor Zhongli rescued us while he was saving his fellow soldiers. Later, Governor Zhongli officiated our wedding with the citizens, and then he held it for us. My husband, originally sent to the battlefield as a suicide squad to comply with the first come first served rule, to commute my sentence, but now he's become a hero admired by the citizens. I was sentenced to life imprisonment, and I don't have to die. I'm at a loss for words." "You're just showing off." Asia rolled her eyes. "Look at you and your husband living together like this, and then look at me. I'm so miserable. If it weren't for my daughter Xiaofu's kindness, and the fact that she's such a good research subject, I would have made the same choice as the two of us, and let the governor shoot me." When did you get married? And have children? Aren't you a bachelor?" White Rose asked doubtfully. Asia closed her eyes, and remained silent for a long time. After adjusting her mindset, she recounted to Bai Qiangwei what had happened at the Magic City docks after she had handed over the potion, avoiding the main points. Opening a wound is always the most cruel thing. After hearing Aisha's story, even though Bai Qiangwei had experienced being soaked in wine by Chen Jingquan before, her expression changed drastically. "Asia, please don't bother trying to comfort me, please." Aisha quickly interrupted Bai Qiangwei's unspoken words of comfort. Although her limbs were broken, Aisha was also an awakened and very fast. "Forget it. To use Dakian's words, the two of us sisters, one with all her limbs torn, the other missing all 4 limbs, we truly are the overlords of the corpse world. Bai Qiangwei offered a self-deprecating, darkly humorous remark. Upon hearing this, Aisha, who had some knowledge of Dacian culture, looked at Bai Qiangwei with a half-smile. Say, sister, why do you sound like you're being taunted? No, I'm just sympathizing, okay? Although your tendons are broken, at least you still have your limbs. But what have I become? A human pig? Pssst, don't use that word carelessly, sister. Bai Qiangwei rolled her eyes at Aisha. And so, the two women who had once participated in the conspiracy to destroy the Blue Star world, or rather, cause the planet's greatest disaster, remained motionless, lying on their backs, chatting and laughing. After chatting for a long time, Bai Qiangwei said to her husband, Honey, we're a little thirsty. Give us some water, thank you. Murong Chanfeng took the cup of water, and gently fed Bai Qiangwei the water. Aisha, standing by, grumbled, TSK, this is like a live-action version of Beauty and the Beast. Bai Qiangwei smiled and said to Murong Chanfeng, Hubby, please serve my beautiful blonde sister. Okay. Murong Chanfeng then changed the water cup and offered Aisha some water as well. Aisha smiled gracefully. Oh, you're such a gentleman. At this moment, voices could be heard in the distance. Gu Anqi Xiaofeng, Xiaofu, along with Leng Yufei, and Su Ziming, the children, were heading towards the community's central square. At this moment, Xiaofu, wearing a black and red gothic cosplay dress and holding an equally gothic parasol, approached. Her look was remarkably reminiscent of the gothic succubi seen at anime festivals before the crisis. Nearby, Gu Anqi, a look of pride on her face, gazed upon Xiaofu as if she were witnessing her finest work. Xiaofu's gaze turned to her mother, who lay reclining on a lounge chair not far away. Her eyes widened. From her perspective, she saw Murong Chanfeng, in his gigantic, monstrous form, reaching out to her mother, Aisha. Xiaofu's umbrella fell to the ground. She trembled all over. Xiaofeng saw this and immediately tried to explain, Ah, Xiaofu, don't be afraid, it's... Before Xiaofeng could finish, Xiaofu threw her head back and let out a sharp, piercing scream. Ah! The scream was so piercing. Every new human present felt a tightness in their chests, and a dizziness spread. Lord of Slaughter. Let go of my mother. Xiaofu roared. Then, with an incomprehensible burst of strength, she suddenly exerted her strength, blasting away her cosplay costume. Completely naked, she soared upwards, rapidly flying towards Murong Chanfeng, who had just recovered from his dizziness and was still confused. Murong Chanfeng stared in horror at the sudden onslaught of the naked girl with demonic wings. Although he was staggering, as if drunk, his C3 physique made him resilient. He fought back, punching Xiaofu. Xiaofu swiftly dodged Murong Chanfeng's attack, now in a state of weakened condition, and then launched another shrill sonic attack midair. All the new humans in the complex, 11 guards, including Xiaofeng, and the two new human children, Gu Anqi, Leng Yufei, and Su Ziming, struggled to even stand upright. Aisha, lying down, was even worse off. Due to the close proximity, the attack was even more severe, and she couldn't even utter a word to stop him. Meanwhile, Zhongli Rui and Ameo, who had just reached the entrance to the complex, were also affected by Xiaofu's sudden sonic attack, feeling dizzy and nauseous. Ameo was severely affected, as he normally used a prosthetic limb to stand, and once his balance system was disrupted, even standing became a problem. Yujia analyzed in real time. A suspected singer has been detected, with a 94.44% fit. The singer's negative energy effect has been activated, similar to the one Gu Anqi reported in the database, but even more potent. Wide-range infrasonic attacks have significantly impacted the new humans. All new humans present have seen a 35% decrease in all indicators, and the decline continues. Zhongli Rui, dazed, was startled. The demi-human Xiaofu was actually a singer, a powerful one at that, capable of negative energy attacks. Chapter 254. What's going on? Qin Xiaoyao and Qin Xiaoyu, both on the surveillance camera, felt dizzy and nauseous after hearing Xiaofu's screams. Qin Xiaoyu, whose physical condition was even weaker, even had to hold on to the table to keep steady. Qin Xiaoyao, despite the nausea, forced his mental energy to send a message to Yujia. Quick, activate the Daxia Dragon Bird Armor's automatic combat mode. Stop Xiaofu's sonic attack. No! The master is inside the armor now. His balance system is disrupted, and his consciousness is disturbed. If he attacks from such a weak state, he suffer internal injuries. Qin Xiaoyu forced himself to stand, and looked at the surveillance camera. Almost all the new humans in the community had collapsed. Only Zhongli Rui managed to stay afloat. Murong Chanfeng continued to be beaten like a drunkard by Xiaofu's constant swooping attacks. Suddenly, Chen Xiaoyu had a flash of inspiration and reminded Yujia, ask Arui if he's allowed to detach the Great Xia Dragon Bird armor and fight on his own in guard mode? Here, Chen Xiaoyu wasn't asking Yujia an order, but rather a suggestion. This was because her authority wasn't as high as Zhongli Rui's, so she couldn't order her to fight. Thank you for your advice, young lady. I asked the master right away. Zhongli Rui trembled forward, struggling to hold onto his armor, as he walked toward Shifu and Murong Chanfeng. At this moment, Aisha, standing nearby, had already fainted from foaming at the mouth from Shifu's sonic attack. White Rose, a mere ordinary person, watched in horror as Murong Chanfeng and Xiaofu engaged in this sudden yet intense battle. Finally, at some point, Xiaofu suddenly collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Under the sunlight, the half-Batman, who hated light, was severely exhausted. Murong Chanfeng was just about to stand up and continue the fight when Xiaofu suddenly, exerting all his strength and power, launched a sonic attack at him at almost point-blank range. Puff! Murong Chanfeng, struck by the infrasound and the singer's negative energy at close range, spat out a mouthful of blood and sat down again, unable to stand. At this moment, Yujia asked, Master, you can't operate manually like this. Do you want to switch to armor mode, detach your body, and automatically advance in guard mode to stop Xiaofu? Execute. Immediately. But don't kill her, subdue her, just cover her mouth. With that, the Great Xia Dragon Bird armor opened, and a pale-faced Zhongli emerged. Closing the armor again, it quickly entered a stealth mode and swiftly rushed toward Xiaofu. Xiaofu, now holding his body weakened by the sun, approached Murong Chanfeng, attempting another attack. Swish! The cable launcher on the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow armor's three-dimensional maneuvering system unleashed a steel cable, binding Xiaofu's hands and torso and dragging him along. Ah! Xiaofu was dragged to the ground. The Great Xia Dragon Sparrow armor materialized, then stepped forward and covered Xiaofu's mouth with one of its mechanical arms, pinning him to the ground. Now bound and mouth covered, Xiaofu could no longer move, only whimpering. Murong Chanfeng struggled to his feet, staring at Xiaofu with confusion and anger. Lieutenant Murong, that's enough, that's enough. Zhongli Rui, who was stumbling closer, shouted. Sir! Murong Chanfeng turned to see Zhongli Rui, and then trudged over. Sir, are you alright? Still standing. At this point, the only new humans still standing were Zhongli Rui and Murong Chanfeng. C3 guides, strictly speaking, are also considered special, advanced, and enhanced new humans. Xiaofu, still struggling on the ground, saw Murong Chanfeng actually speak, and his previously fearful and desperate expression turned into a deep confusion. I'm fine. Chanfeng, go help Anchi up. She's a singer. Tell her to sing a song with positive energy, and everyone will recover. Go ahead. Yes, sir. When Murong Chanfeng lifted Gu Anchi up with his large hand, she was still a little uneasy, but thanked him nonetheless. Lieutenant Murong, thank you. You're welcome. By the way, Commander Zhongli said it's time to show off your skills. That day, Di Xinyan, General Long Zhanya's newly repaired arm, Lu Shi, and several others were away visiting and assisting at the Awakener school. Gu Anchi, upon hearing this, immediately showed a pleased expression, ahem, of course. After composing herself briefly, Gu Anchi began to sing, reawakening. The girl's melodious voice drifted over the neighborhood. Under today's warm sunshine, every note was like a gentle breeze, gently caressing the hearts of everyone present. As the song echoed, the pained expressions on the faces of the new humans, previously unable to rise, gradually eased, their bodies slowly regaining strength. They rose one after another, their eyes gradually brightening, their complexions returning to normal. Zhongli Rui stood there, quietly listening to the song, feeling his own recovery, a smile playing on his lips. Yujia, all new humans present, indicators have returned to normal. Strengthened by 15%. Yes, Miss Anchi, you're also a powerful singer. When the singing ended, the entire community seemed to fall silent. Then, there was a small round of applause and cheers, since the community was not crowded at the time. The new humans all stood up, supporting each other, their eyes gleaming with determination. Gu Anchi stopped singing, a smile on her face. She was quite satisfied with the effect of her solo performance of the singer's power. On the ground, Xiaofu, already weakened by the battle and the sun's suppression, also felt his condition improve. Yujia silently checked. It has been discovered that Xiaofu, a female Batman, also resonates positively with the singer's positive energy. She is immune to the negative energy of the singer's power. Recording. Seeing that everyone's condition had improved, Zhongli Rui drew his 12.7 caliber anti-material pistol, loaded it, and approached Xiaofu. Seeing Zhongli Rui approaching with such a terrifying weapon, Xiaofu cried out in fear again. Zhongli Rui raised his gun, aimed it at Xiaofu's head, and said in a commanding voice, "Xiaofu, I'm going to let go of your mouth. But if you keep yelling and making trouble, I won't show any mercy. Do you understand?" With that, Zhongli Rui fired a shot into the air. Amidst a resounding gunshot, another 1.4-meter long burst of flame erupted from the muzzle. Xiaofu, eyes wide open, nodded desperately. "Okay. Yujia, let her go." "Yujia, yes, master." The great Xia Dragon Bird battle armor, in guard mode, freed Xiaofu and stood by. At this moment, Xiaofu, completely naked, knelt on the ground with a look of fear on her face. She turned back quietly, stole a glance at her mother, Aisha, then glanced at Murong Chanfeng and Zhongli Rui, as if she had made up her mind. "Governor Zhongli, I didn't realize this powerful Slaughter Lord was one of your subordinates. I beg you, if this Slaughter Lord needs to eat, please eat me and spare my mother, please." Hearing this, Murong Chanfeng's mouth widened, as if he could swallow an apple in one gulp. What? "Little girl, what did you call me? Slaughter Lord? And why would I want to eat your mother or you?" Xiaofu was stunned, puzzled. "Mr. Slaughter Lord? Don't you feed on zombies and Batmen like us?" Zhongli Rui seemed to realize something from their conversation, and after a moment's reflection, he asked Xiaofu, "Xiaofu, this is my subordinate, Lieutenant Murong Chanfeng. Although he has a big appetite, he never eats humans around me. He actually enjoys fish. You said he's a Slaughter Lord. Where did that name come from?" Xiaofu bit his lip, staring into the sunlight, and continued kneeling on the ground. "Governor Zhongli, when your people were completely defeated by the zombies in the steel forest of the Magic City, giant bloodthirsty bats of my father's generation invaded the city. But in the city, we encountered enormous monsters similar in size to this. Lieutenant Murong. These monsters were terrifying, immensely powerful, and brutally bloodthirsty. My brothers have fought against them before, and even 30 ordinary giant bloodthirsty bats wouldn't be able to do anything to them. And even 5 or 10 batmen of my brother's size wouldn't be able to subdue them in melee. Back then, my brothers called them the Slaughter Lords. They roamed everywhere, unstoppable, and, like my brother and father, they fed on the flesh and blood of zombies." Listening to Xiaofu's information, Zhongli Rui digested it and pondered it, then asked, "So, what's the deal with your scream attack?" "Captain Zhongli, this is something we, the Batmen, have discovered over the past year, at the cost of countless lives. It's the only effective attack against the Slaughter Lord. Furthermore, only female Batmen can perform it. I once had 2 sisters, born to those ants. We discovered them during the battle, and in the end, only I was left. Those ants. One of them died at his own hands." Zhongli Rui took a deep breath. Xiaofu had survived countless deaths before learning this attack method against C2 and C3 monsters. "Are you the only one, Xiaofu, who knows this attack method?" Zhongli Rui muttered quietly to himself, frowning. "So just now, you thought Lieutenant Murong was going to eat your mother Aisha? That's why you attacked him with all your might. Is she really the only one who knows this attack method, which poses such a great threat to the new humans?" Yu Jia overheard Zhongli Rui's mumbling, and quickly began to consult the memories left in those glasses. Xiaofu bit her lip and nodded silently. "Yes, Mr. Governor. And one of my brothers and 2 sisters were defeated by the Slaughter Lord and eventually were all eaten." Xiaofu was already staggering in the sunlight, on the verge of fainting, but she persisted. "Commander Zhongli, my mother is already in this state. Please, have your subordinate, this Slaughter Lord General, show mercy. Don't eat my mother, eat me." Murong Chanfeng was stunned. "Who wants to eat your mother? Who wants to eat you? Little girl, stop talking nonsense." When the tall Murong Chanfeng came to his senses, he was so anxious that he was babbling incoherently. "Sir, she's slandering me. She's slandering me. Ever since I woke up after the battle at the granary, I've been hunting, catching fish, roasting birds, and eating anything else when I'm hungry. I never eaten zombie meat. I don't eat humans, and I don't eat succubi like you either. Sir, this little succubus is slandering me." Xiaofu tilted his head cutely, puzzled. "But just now, I saw you, with a ferocious look on your face, reaching out your hand towards my mother. You looked like you wanted to eat her. I seen that kind of thing from those Slaughter Lords over the past year." "And Slaughter Lord, what is a succubus?" Your slave? Do you want me to be your slave? From a distance, Bai Qiangwei, hearing this, nearly burst out laughing, while Aisha gave her a sullen look. Murong Chanfeng was sweating profusely at this moment, so angry that he could hardly stand. He waved his hands in the air and almost screamed, "Who wants to eat your mother? Your mother is my wife's best friend. I just want to give your mother a glass of water. The two sisters are thirsty. Don't eat your mother. Do you understand? Also, I am a soldier of the Great Qian Republic. I don't need slaves. Oh my god." Chapter 255. Watching Murong Chanfeng's reaction and expression after being wrongly accused of being a man-eating maniac and a slaughter lord, Zhongli Rui was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. However, now that he understood what was going on, he didn't continue to blame Xiufu. Seeing the girl, not only naked but also kneeling in the sun, swaying precariously, on the verge of fainting, he quickly said, "Child, get up first. This is a misunderstanding. Lieutenant Murong is not a man-eating maniac, but a hero who saved 20,000 people here." Glancing a little further away, he saw Gu Anqi, staring at the torn gothic cosplay dress on the ground with heartache, and Ai Shirley, comforting her. Zhongli Rui helplessly said, "Anqi, you and Ali, find Xiaofu another dress. Take her to the shade. She doesn't like the light." Gu Anqi silently nodded in agreement. In the distance, in the cool hall of the Community Property Management Center, Zhongli Rui looked at Xiaofu, who had already put on her coat, and shook his head slightly. "Xiaofu, you have to promise me two things. First, from today on, do not launch sonic attacks on Ling'an Province. Second, you just wronged Lieutenant Murong. Apologize to him." "Okay, Governor Zhongli," Xiaofu said seriously. Then, she knelt and kowtowed to Murong Chanfeng. "Uncle Lieutenant Murong, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you and caused you trouble. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Murong Chanfeng looked helplessly at the demi-human girl, who prostrated herself before him in apology. He held it in for a long moment before saying, "Child, ignorance is not a crime. Get up." As Zhongli Rui watched Xiufu's expression, he couldn't help but recall the sight of the girls from the kingdom of Ria constantly kneeling and apologizing. As the farce came to an end, Zhongli Rui shook his head. He rubbed his temples. At this moment, Yujia finished analyzing the data and warily addressed Zhongli Rui, "Master, important situation report." What's going on? What's going on? Master, you just muttered to yourself that Xiaofu's scream attack mode is unique to her. I doubt it. I just scanned the data and discovered that, although it hasn't been confirmed, the Fleece-Blood Cerberus, after capturing a city area, will first use its Hell Scream sonic attack when preying on zombies. This causes many to lose their balance before devouring them alive into its special stomach, carrying them back to its unknown base. This bears a resemblance to Xiufu's scream attack mode. What? Are you saying that the Ontario Interest Group's Biological Research Institute has also mastered this attack mode? Isn't this the unique fighting method Xiaofu discovered during her survival battles? How did they master it? Zhongli Rui's eyes widened in horror. Zhongli Rui was no stranger to this sonic range attack technique, as Murong Chanfeng's unique vocal organ in his throat could emit a special sound capable of controlling 500 zombies at once, 1,000 with the enhanced headband. Master, do you remember? Xiaofu's high-tech glasses, which he had been wearing, broke completely recently. I checked the data stream, and the glasses were continuously sending data to the Ontario Life Research Institute in Gale Country, and the internal data recorded this behavior. Meanwhile, the three teams from the Ontario Life Research Institute, where Aisha was a member, once returned to Gale Country with a captured king-level giant bloodthirsty bat. Yes, Aisha's high-tech glasses. Yujia. Does Aisha have any other similar data transmission devices? What happened today, this huge weakness of the new humans, if the Andalusian Interest Group knew about it, it would be disastrous. Master, I just scanned Aisha's body, and there are no more data transmission devices. Don't worry. However, I suggest you discuss this matter with the eldest and second young ladies. Okay. After calming himself, Zhongli Rui headed towards Chen Xiaoyao's monitoring room. Sister Xiaoyao's sister Xiaoyu, did you hear that? We're in trouble. Zhongli Rui knocked on his armor. We all heard it. Chen Xiaoyao said helplessly. Come here. In the monitoring room. Yujia, appear. Let's have a meeting together, Zhongli Rui said softly. Yes, master. Yujia materialized in a 3D holographic projection. This time, the new humans we discovered from Xiaofu have such a significant weakness. They pose a significant threat to us right now, Chen Xiaoyu said seriously, pushing up her glasses. Today, Qin Xiaoyu, dressed in a long white lab coat, a black one-piece skirt, and black stockings, exuded the aura of a former genius and beautiful scientist. Sister is right. Brother Rui, you know, just now, even through the surveillance, we two sisters were still very uncomfortable hearing Xiaofu's negative voice. Qin Xiaoyao, dressed in a sporty hip-hop style, sighed. Over time, the number of new humans in our team has gradually increased, and our combat effectiveness has greatly increased. However, this has also created a problem. Brother Rui, our team relies too much on you, Senior Lu Shi, Sister Sinyan, Ameo. Even new humans like me and my sister to lead the charge. If we ever clash with the three-headed dog of the fleece-blooded hell from the Ontario faction in the future, if that monster launches an attack like this, we're doomed. So what should we do? When we encounter this monster, do we use the kite-fighting tactic from a distance? If we can truly eliminate this monster from a distance, that would be great. However, once it gets within 300 meters or so, it will launch this sonic attack. Qin Xiaoyu sighed. Because its attack power is so strong, we must prepare for the worst. Zhonglirui was lost in thought. After a moment, he said, the sonic attacks launched by Xiaofu and the fleece-blooded Cerberus are primarily the negative energy of the singer and infrasound. Do we have any defenses or countermeasures against these two types of attacks? For example, would wearing noise-canceling earmuffs for shooting be effective? Yujia, analyzing. Analysis completed. Master, wearing noise-canceling earmuffs will protect you from the infrasound attacks launched by Xiaofu and the fleece-blooded Cerberus. Wave attacks have a certain defensive effect, reducing the physical damage caused by infrasound waves to organisms, such as visceral resonance. However, the negative energy of the singer's power is a spiritual attack, and noise-canceling earmuffs probably can't fully protect against it. Qin Xiaoyu nodded. As expected, Rui. The singer's power is a force that directly affects the spiritual level of living beings, causing them to experience intense emotions. This type of attack cannot be defended against by physical means. Qin Xiaoyao frowned. So doesn't that mean we have no way to deal with this attack? Zhonglirui took a deep breath. Yes, there must be a way. Although I haven't tested it yet. But I'm wondering if we can use the abilities of our positive energy singers to neutralize the negative energy of the hostile singers on the battlefield. A glint flashed in Qin Xiaoyu's eyes. Rui, are you saying, fight poison with poison? Zhonglirui nodded. Yes, Xiaoyu. I think we can start with Xiaofu. Perhaps, in the process, we can find a way to defend, or even counterattack. Qin Xiaoyao pondered, just like in college, the pen spinning between his fingers like a pinwheel. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Brother Rui, just focusing on defense isn't enough. What do you think? Should we strengthen the combat effectiveness of ordinary human soldiers, or perhaps create more combat robots that aren't affected by the singer's power, like the black mechanical dark guards? Zhonglirui nodded. Yes, that's one approach. Xiaoyao, your idea is a good one. We can't just rely on the strength of the new humans. We also need to improve the equipment and training of ordinary soldiers to enhance their overall combat effectiveness. However, we don't have the resources to manufacture black mechanical dark guards. Even on the Bishi, we only have the Blade Throne production line, which repairs and maintains the black mechanical dark guards and the Great Xia Dragon Bird Mecha. And that's just for repairs, not production. Qin Xiaoyu. He added, furthermore, we need to strengthen our intelligence gathering and analysis of Ontario interest groups to understand their movements and intentions so we can respond promptly. We have ready-made information on this, Zhonglirui said seriously. Asia is a former scientist at the Ontario Institute of Life Sciences. We can ask her. Yes, that's right. Besides, I need to find her daughter. Qin Xiaoyao crossed his arms over his chest. I need to test the effectiveness of the sound-absorbing material after Xiaofu activates his ability. Then, let me review the data from Xiaofu's battle with Murong Chanfeng and analyze it with Yujia to see how effective this resistance is against the new humans, Qin Xiaoyao said. Second miss, I will cooperate with you. Yujia nodded in agreement. After the group made their plan, Zhonglirui, accompanied by Xiaofeng and a black-clad mechanical guard, found Aisha and Xiaofu. Seeing Zhonglirui approaching with his personal guards and robots, Xiaofu's face turned pale with fear. Aisha sighed softly, Governor Zhongli, to use the Dacian language, isn't my time up? Xiaofu was on the verge of tears. Governor, this is all my fault today. Please, stop. Seeing Xiaofu about to burst into tears and plead for her mother again, Zhonglirui immediately held out his hand and kindly said to Xiaofu, I need to talk to your mother about technology. Xiaofeng, Accompany Xiufu and get some warm water. Seeing that the mother and daughter had misunderstood, Zhongli immediately stopped them. Chapter 256. Asia nodded slightly, signaling Xiufu to follow Xiufeng. After the two had walked away, Asia said, Governor Zhongli, what technological issue do you want to discuss with me? Zhongli said sternly, Dr. Asia, you should know that Xiaofu has mastered a special sonic attack ability. I'd like to know how much you know about the Ontario Institute of Life Sciences Biofusion Cultivation Program. Asia's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but she quickly regained her composure. She said slowly, Governor Zhongli, I do know something about the Ontario Institute of Life Sciences Biofusion Cultivation Program. But that was a long time ago. Zhongli stared at Asia sharply, as if judging her veracity. Dr. Asia, I hope you can be honest with us. This technology is extremely dangerous. If misused, the consequences will be disastrous. It poses a huge threat not only to the survivors of Gale Nation, but also to those elsewhere on Blue Star. Governor, you want to talk to me about righteousness? Excuse me, I don't want to hear about righteousness right now. Ha ha, Governor Zhongli, look at me now, a weakling. What consequences are I afraid of? Besides, I became what I am today because I was inspired by righteousness, the high salary, and the exciting research. What's the result? Asia seemed to be dissatisfied with Zhongli Xiaoji. I'm not buying it, he said. You're talking about morality and righteousness. When the Ontario Life Research Institute was first established, the then director told us that all our efforts would make Gale Country great again. Over a year ago, I too aspired to be a scientist like the Manhattan Project, bringing great achievements to Gale Country. But what have I gained? I returned from hell. Now, if that devilish little child hadn't been so kind as an angel, and if she hadn't sparked my desire to research, I'd still like to personally investigate the secrets of my daughter. Without you even asking, I'd bite my tongue and commit suicide. Asia simply looked at Zhongli indifferently. Zhongli also met her gaze quietly. At this moment, Zhongli suddenly thought, the adult world doesn't talk about right or wrong, only gains and losses. Speak, Dr. Asia, I want complete intelligence. What do you want? Oh! Hearing Zhongli words, Asia gave him a sarcastic smile. If I say I want to walk like a normal person and use my hands and a pardon like White Rose, exempting me from the death penalty, can you give it to me? Zhongli was stunned. After a moment's hesitation, he said calmly, if I can regain my ability to walk and use my hands, I can promise you that. As for the pardon, you are not a citizen of Dakian. I hope you will confess what you have done in Dakian. I must first understand the situation. Governor Zhongli, deception is a crime. That's not what a woman should do, even though I'm so tattered I'm no longer a lady. Seeing is believing. Dr. Asia, see for yourself. Yujia, are you there? Help, retrieve the footage of A Mao and A Gui. Oh, right. General Long. Yes, master. Yujia, then use the armor projection. The screen showed footage of A Mao, now without both legs, running walls, and climbing rooftops with his blade legs and steel claws, A Gui firing a rifle with his robotic arm, and, yesterday, General Long performing military boxing with his newly installed high-level robotic arm. What? Oh my god! Asia was stunned by the footage, her mouth slightly open. That handsome guy, without both legs, is running walls and climbing rooftops? That's right, Dr. Asia. This is all real. And General Long, his robotic arm was installed less than 2 days ago. Asia's eyes flickered with complex emotions as she watched the videos. After a long pause, she said calmly, Governor Zhongli, I have committed crimes in Dakian, primarily espionage and purchasing high-level Dakian secrets. My other mistakes have primarily harmed the Lifeng Nation. Could you please grant me a special pardon, allowing me to live like White Rose? At this moment, Zhongli noticed that Asia's eyes had changed. Before, she had no expectations for herself. But after watching the videos she had played and realizing she had a chance to stand up again and resume her life to some extent, she felt a renewed desire. Although the decision on the verdict isn't solely mine, if what you say is completely true, and based on your current crimes in Dakian, you certainly don't deserve the death penalty, Zhongli said calmly, assuming you haven't concealed anything, and the facts you stated are corroborated by the information and evidence we have. The blonde female scientist looked at the young governor again. She saw calmness and sincerity in his eyes. All right, I accept your terms. I won't beat around the bush. The Ontario Institute of Life Sciences Biological Fusion Cultivation Program is far more complex and extensive than you might imagine. Put it this way, even a year ago, the areas covered by the Ontario Institute of Life Sciences were no longer just ordinary biological life sciences. In fact, it could be called flesh and blood technology. Jean Leroy's breathing quickened, his pupils constricted. Flesh and blood technology. Since World War II on Blue Star, the Gale Nation has been researching the weaponization of biological technology. Governor Jean, you probably heard of this, right? Jean Leroy nodded. This was a practically open secret across Blue Star. 2 years ago, my department began researching and experimenting with the integration of flesh and blood technology with military technology. Our first experiment involved cultivating and utilizing guinea pig brain tissue, connecting it to a chip, and, in a virtual environment, using it to replace pilots in Life-Own Nation's stealth fighter jets. We achieved limited success at the time. However, the shelf life of a natural creature like a guinea pig's brain is too short. Therefore, the then Life-Own Nation authorities, in conjunction with research institutions in Ria and several Central Asian countries aligned with Life-Own Nation, began searching for organisms with war potential. They cultivated, enhanced, mutated, and employed them in military operations. During this time, the Life-Own Nation authorities also noticed the technologies and applications published by Changsheng Life Science Group, Dakian's most advanced company. Changsheng Life Science Group had an agent planted by the Dakian authorities, by Chiangwei. Through her connections, my department learned about the existence of enhanced human nanorobots, controllable growth rate technology, and technologies that could break through barriers to reproductive coexistence between organisms. At this point, Xiufu and Xiufeng arrived with water. After Jean Leroy and Aisha both drank a sip of water, Aisha smiled and said to her daughter, "Daughter, wait outside for Mom. Mom and the governor have a lot to talk about." Jean Leroy also said to Xiufeng, "Just wait outside like Xiufu." Xiufu and Xiufeng obediently left the room. Aisha looked at Xiufeng thoughtfully. That Xiufeng looked so familiar. Is she one of those experimental clones that Changsheng Life Science Group used to explore the use of growth control technology to enhance human nanorobots? Yes, Jean Leroy said calmly. Don't be fooled by her appearance. She's only 3 years old. Does it sound like you care deeply about her, Governor? Yes, I adopted her. Now, in private, she has to call me Dad, Jean Leroy said calmly. Aisha's eyes flickered at this. Governor, men like you are rare. Jean Leroy simply smiled. Then, shall we continue? Aisha nodded. In fact, the plan I was involved in even predates Plan A, the military bolster implemented by the Gale Nation. To achieve our goals, we secretly collected numerous animals in Central Asia that were not publicly known to the scientific community. These animals have long been controlled by specialized secret agencies in various countries. For example, the death worm and the Shadaman snake? Aisha was slightly surprised to hear these two names, but nodded. You really surprised me, Governor Zhongli. Yes, before the crisis broke out, we bribed the Khan of the Golden Family's royal court north of Dakian and captured juvenile death worms and Shadaman snakes north of Dakian's northern border. That was before my operation in Dakian's Demon City. So what about Ningyan? Jean Leroy's eyes burned, staring into Aisha's. You also bribed the southern troops back then to capture a male Ningyan, right? How did you know? Aisha's eyes widened. Furthermore, you dismembered Ningyan's body and shipped it in batches to a research facility in Life-Own country, right? Jean Leroy pressed on. This, Governor Zhongli, you appear to be a commoner. How did you know about one of Dakian's most top-secret secrets, something that even Long Zhanya, the commander of the capital's garrison, didn't know? You left some of the remains of the Ninjin behind. Ningyan's wife, a female Ninjin, pursued them all the way to Oriental Pearl City. Many were killed and injured. In the end, my troops and I killed a Ninjin. Aisha was speechless for a long moment. Ahem. Aisha sighed. We did capture a male Ninjin back then. We had originally planned to dissect the Ningyan's body and study its genetics to gain new insights for our biofusion breeding program. But we didn't expect things to turn out like this. Jean Leroy frowned slightly. So how far have you progressed with your genetic research on the Ninjin? Aisha thought for a moment, then continued, actually, the Ninjin aren't natural creatures. They're artificial creatures created by the Yoshida Life Research Institute in Ria, fusing human and whale genes. Create them? For what? The Yoshida Life Research Institute is part of the Ontario Life Research Institute, the outsourced contractor for the Institute of Science and Technology. The Ninjin was manufactured for its massive head and enormous brain. The Ontario Institute of Life Sciences once had 2 branch projects related to the Ninjin. One was a supercomputer for base analysis, linked to a biological brain. The other was a bio-optimized sonar for use on nuclear submarines. So isn't that like a whale? Yes. Furthermore, the Ninjin possesses a strong regenerative capacity, which slows the wear and tear of the bio-optimized sonar and extends its lifespan. Let me guess, did the male and female Ninjin escape? Zhongli Rui gazed sharply into Asia's blue eyes. Asia nodded. And then, the Gale nation facilitated the joint military exercises between the Ria and Dakian nations. Was it actually to cover up the truth and capture the tuning in? Your guess is almost right, Asia said with a faint sigh. Then Asia expert, tell me about the fleece-blooded Cerberus. What is the fleece-blooded Cerberus? Asia looked confused. Don't play dumb with me. Zhongli Rui's voice turned stern. The fleece-blooded hellhound is a small-scale, decisive combat biological weapon produced by the Ontario Life Sciences Institute. It's 60 meters long and can run at 60 miles per hour. It's not much smaller than a Shadowman. It can attack with Batman's sonic waves, use Shadowman's venomous spikes for ranged attacks, and employ the corrosive breath of a death worm. It's also highly intelligent, resilient, and possesses exceptional defense. Furthermore, it often appears in groups of 3. Governor Zhongli, I'm being honest. I never even heard of a monster like the one you're describing. And how is it possible? Previously, for both the Ontario Life Sciences Institute and the Yoshida Life Sciences Institute, fusing 2 creatures was already the limit. The fleece-blooded hellhound you just mentioned has so many abilities. How is that even possible? Wait, when did this thing appear? What I know may not be accurate. However, I only heard of it a few months after the crisis broke out. Asia fell into deep thought. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Could it be the biological fusion nanorobots brought back by the team that successfully escaped? Products from the Changsheng Life Science Research Institute. Are the fusion effects so exaggerated? No. Shifu. If I can give birth to her, then the lab can do the same. Oh my god. Chapter 257. It took a while for Asia to regroup her thoughts. I understand. A year ago, before I was captured as a plaything by the king-level giant bloodthirsty bat, I attempted suicide but failed. I simultaneously took growth accelerators and biofusion nanorobot reagents. The high-tech glasses I was wearing at the time must have recorded my behavioral and physical changes. And then, headquarters has actually been observing my changes. Hee. Actually, during this time, 2 colleagues and I became experimental observation subjects. Well, ready-made ones. Later, Xiaofu somehow ended up wearing my glasses, and the glasses' basic educational function taught her some basic skills. This knowledge, and to make her obedient, they deliberately guided her through PUA to cultivate her good nature. And then, as you know, Xiaofu stumbled upon a tactic to counter Changsheng Life Sciences' later versions of the Doom Slayers, C2 and C3. The glasses kept watching. Naturally, they transmitted this information back to the Research Institute. Xiaofu's good nature was deliberately shaped by the Ontario Life Science Research Institute using high-tech glasses to make her cooperative and obedient. And yet, Asia survived because of this. Being a kind person, Zhongli Rui's face darkened upon hearing this. After a long pause, he managed to regain his composure and continued. So, in other words, the glasses recorded your record of surviving the 2 high-tech drugs, and how you managed to successfully fuse your body data. Then, the Ontario Research Institute commercialized it on a large scale, and used a series of biological genes that you and the other collection teams had collected, suitable for use in warfare, to fuse and produce the fleece-blooded Cerberus that now wreaks havoc on the American continent. Asia sighed again, then said to Zhongli Rui with admiration, Mr. Governor, your level of skill would be good enough to be my intern in a parallel world. Although I'm passionate about high technology, I don't look forward to working at the Ontario Institute for Research, Zhongli Rui said coldly. Do you know the terrible consequences your organization has caused? Whether it's the A virus that caused the zombie apocalypse in America, or the 3-headed dog of hell. Especially the Hellhound, which destroyed many important military bases and cities of the Gale Nation. To prevent these biological decisive weapons, the Gale Nation authorities even launched nuclear missiles. Shot several times. The number of survivors left in Gale Nation is now smaller than that of Dakian. Asia said frankly, I admit I sinned. The Lord punished me, and I should have died. Governor Zhongli, thank you for saving me, and for giving me the opportunity to choose. Of course, I know you didn't kill me out of kindness, but because I was still useful. Well, being able to be used proves my worth. I'm still willing to see that. Whether you want to use me, or you're truly an arbitrator who wants me to live and atone for my sins, or whether you have a shred of kindness, I accept it all. Faced with Aija's bluntness, Zhongli fell silent. He was now an adult, and a local governor. He considered himself a kind person, but saving Aija did have some ulterior motive. It was to combat the crisis. But use is still use. After a moment, the conversation returned to the relationship between Ontario interest groups and the Gale Nation authorities. I find this very strange, Aija said thoughtfully. From what you told me, Governor, it seems the Ontario interest group is working against the Gale Nation authorities. But that shouldn't be the case. Why? The Ontario interest group was one of the most powerful supporters of the Gale Nation's current presidential campaign. Furthermore, after the president's victory, he rewarded the Ontario interest group with numerous privileges and benefits. Otherwise, why would I have chosen to join this popular research institute? Zhongli was stunned. This was indeed very strange. After collecting himself briefly, Zhongli continued, "One last question, Dr. Aija, although even knowing it now doesn't mean much. I'd like to know the whole story behind the A virus leak. The cause of this incident is actually very simple. To save costs, the Ontario Life Sciences Institute switched some of its previous biowaste incineration and wastewater treatment processes to more cost-effective and supposedly more efficient automated treatment methods. As a result, wastewater containing the A virus contaminated Guinea Pig City and several other towns downstream. Initially, the scale of the infection wasn't large, right? Why didn't the Gale Nation authorities immediately take drastic action? This is because the CEO of a privileged Ontario interest group heard a report from the Ontario Life Sciences Institute, which revealed that a vaccine for the A virus was being developed at the same time. The CEO believed that rather than taking drastic action immediately to eradicate the plague, it would be better to allow it to develop to a certain extent. Because that way, the Ontario interest group could still make money from pharmaceuticals and treatments. And then, as expected, the CEO hired professional lobbyists to persuade the authorities' parliament. As a result, the authorities missed the best opportunity to control the situation. Zhongli closed his eyes, his heart aching. He now knew everything that happened. Later, because the authorities failed to act promptly, Virus A ravaged the lands of Lifeng Nation. Desperate, the Lifeng authorities dispatched their own agents to the Dakian Changsheng Life Science Group to steal the nanorobots used in the Longevity Project, attempting to use their immunity to most viruses and diseases to combat the zombie crisis with poison. Furthermore, Bai Qiangwei had acted ruthlessly. To destroy the evidence and monopolize the technology, she assassinated Bai Lingxin and Chen Xiaoyu. After that, Chen Jinquan turned evil. The once angel who wanted to save the world had become a demonic lord seeking destruction. He launched the Doom Slayer Project and the Blue Star Purification Project. Since then, only 500,000 survivors remain on Blue Star. Opening his eyes again, Zhongli regarded Aija with a scrutinizing gaze. After a long pause, he closed his eyes and spoke slowly, "Dr. Aija, based on what you've done, you're likely to be sentenced to a commutable life sentence. Furthermore, we may require your cooperation." Hearing this, Aija felt a tinge of satisfaction. In the apocalypse, wouldn't a life sentence have a place to live, protected, and supported? And wouldn't cooperation allow for continued research? Besides the unpleasantness of the explanation, what other issues are there? Oh, and that promise. So, Mr. Governor, does your offer to rig my device still stand? Yes, Zhongli nodded slightly. Seeing Zhongli straightforward response, Aija continued to contemplate. Also, what will you do to Xiaofu? Although her personality may have been deliberately shaped, she's now an innocent 1-year-old. While she's not human, she saved 3 humans and 1 you. Regardless, her kindness is genuine. Zhongli pondered for a moment and added, on the condition that she doesn't harm other humans, I allow her to live in Ling'an province, just like the panda family at the botanical garden. A panda family at the botanical garden? Aija was puzzled. I know you Dakian people truly love pandas, but in these times of scarcity, do you still have the heart to keep such precious pets? Zhongli Glancing at Aija, he suddenly felt inspired and smiled. Dr. Aija, did you know that the nanorobots used by the new humans can also produce miraculous changes in other creatures? Crocodiles will grow larger, wolves will grow horns, elephants will grow scales, pandas will speak human language. Oh my god, really? Governor, I'm willing to contribute all my knowledge and abilities to your collaboration, Aija exclaimed. Can you, when the situation stabilizes, let me research talking pandas? And what changes will the nanorobots bring to existing animals? Zhongli was speechless to see that Aija's eyes were now filled with sparkles of anticipation. Don't harm those pandas, okay? Civilized, Gradual research. Based on friendly coexistence. If you can. I do. I'm willing to serve your scientific team, Governor, in shadow mode. Deal? Zhongli thought to himself. Aisha is truly loyal to her own desires. Her passion for interesting scientific research topics is unwavering. Next, Zhongli and Aisha discussed the details of the collaboration in detail. Aisha expressed her willingness to share everything she knew about the Ontario Life Sciences Institute, including experimental data and research results, with Zhongli technical team without reservation. Zhongli nodded in agreement. He knew that Aisha's participation would undoubtedly be a powerful aid in the battles ahead. Moreover, with Aisha's intelligence, they might be able to uncover more clues about Ontario's interest groups and develop more effective countermeasures. For example, conducting a deeper analysis of the fleece-blooded Cerberus and finding ways to counter them. Thinking of this, Zhongli tapped his armor and said to the two sisters monitoring the background, Xiaoyao, Xiaoyu, I leave this blonde girl in your care. How do you use her? Okay. Oh, Chen Xiaoyu said. Brother, you're incredibly efficient. You're so willing to give us this new blonde beauty. Aren't you afraid that Xiaoyao and I will spoil her? Asia. Hearing this, he cheerfully took the joke. Hey, sister from the backstage, are you from the same field? I'm telling you, I've been nearly destroyed by monsters, and I can't get any worse. But oh sister, if you can fix this human pig of mine, that's your true skill. I want to see how skilled you are. Asia wasn't surprised that Zhongli armor had surveillance cameras, and could communicate with backstage personnel. She's a scientist, and her smart glasses had similar capabilities before, transmitting Xiaofu's data back. Zhongli internally grumbled, golden-haired sister from the Gale Nation, do you even know what a human pig is? Don't be so ignorant of history and culture. Don't talk nonsense. Chen Xiaoyu, who was monitoring the situation in the background, was stunned for a moment, then revealed a suggestive smile. Excellent. Blonde woman, you successfully piqued my interest. I accept your challenge. Chen Xiaoyao, standing by, said speechlessly, sis, calm down. Don't be like this. After finalizing the matter with Aisha, Zhongli left the room. Xiaofu and Xiaofeng had been waiting outside. Looking at Xiaofu, whose eyes were innocent and constantly preoccupied with the present, Zhongli said calmly, Xiaofu. Governor. Xiaofu said nervously. Don't be nervous. Zhongli waved his hand. Child, I just talked to your mother. From now on, you and your mother can live in this city without worry. From today on, your mother will, work for us. We will try to restore your mother's ability to move freely. Governor, is that true? Xiaofu's eyes flashed with surprise, then a look of worry. But Governor, you've been so kind to me and my mother. I really don't know how to repay you. Governor, do you want me to be your succubus? Zhongli huh? Overheard in the background, Chen Xiaoyao, who was drinking water, suddenly spit out the water. Chen Xiaoyu pushed up her glasses, reflecting a cold glint. TSK, this little demi-human girl is so self-taught. After a long while, Zhongli finally understood from his previous memories that Xiaofu meant to be his slave. Thinking of this, Zhongli reached out his large hand, touched Xiaofu's head, and executed a head-patting attack. Master? Xiaofu asked timidly. Please call me Uncle Zhongli. Child, I am the governor of this special zone and the protector of this land. Here, everyone is equal and enjoys freedom. You might mistakenly think succubus is a synonym for slave, right? In reality, succubus refers to female demons with distinct personalities who pursue pleasure. Moreover, under your rule, there are no slaves here, and they will not be tolerated. I promise to protect everyone's rights and freedom. This is the oath I made in my heart when I took over as governor. Child, live here in peace with your mother. You are free. Uncle Zhongli. Xiaofu was stunned, trying to use the new name. That's right. Very good. Zhongli smiled gently. Xiaofeng smiled beside him, saying, Dad, if Mom saw you like this today, she'd be so proud of you. Zhongli looked at his adopted daughter with a half-smile. You learn to flatter. Asia looked at Zhongli, who now radiated a fatherly aura, then glanced at Xiaofu, who had always loved and protected her wholeheartedly. Her heart skipped a beat. She quietly turned her head away, hiding her guilty expression from those around her. Yujia, test, Dr. Asia F. Grimes. Emotions. 25% relief at surviving, 27% complacency, 28% excitement about new research directions and work, 20% shame. Yujia was intrigued. Why would Dr. Asia, who is so profit-driven and disregards the boundaries of scientific ethics, feel ashamed. Recorded, under surveillance. At this moment, watching the heartwarming and touching scene on the surveillance camera, Chen Xiaoyu shook her head and sighed. Alas, I met such a good man a little too late. Qin Xiaoyao felt a sense of loss. Sister, I feel the same way. Chapter 258. That afternoon, Di Xinyan, Long Zhanye, and the others returned from the Awakener University with a flood of emotion. My dear, your husband has done a truly remarkable job, Long Zhanye exclaimed. At this university, teachers like Dean Huang teach awakened citizens to return to their lives, learning Tai Chi to relax their muscles and joints, and using traditional Chinese medicine to stimulate the flow of qi and blood. And those awakened warriors help train militiamen who aspire to join the army. This university has truly opened my eyes. Di Xinyan smiled and nodded, a warm feeling welling up in her heart. She knew that all these achievements were inseparable from her husband's hard work and tireless efforts. She took a deep breath and said slowly, yes, Elder Long. He always said that the power of the new humans and the awakened shouldn't just be used for fighting, but also for building peace. He hoped that everyone could find their place, rebuild their lives, and rebuild our civilization. She paused, then continued, furthermore, my husband believes that the Awakened University should serve as a bridge connecting the awakened and ordinary citizens. Through education and communication, we can reduce misunderstandings and fears, allowing the awakened to better integrate into society and enabling ordinary people to understand and accept the awakened. Only then can we work together to build a more harmonious world. Yes, Long Zhanye smiled. It's Gu Anchi's live broadcast program Mushroom Kuin takes you to see, right? Using live broadcast to allow the survivors and ordinary citizens to witness everything firsthand is a great idea. Speaking of which, it's now the favorite show of everyone in the 5 Dakian war zones. Long Zhanye, Di Xinyan, Anna, Tang Yuan, who had also just been fitted with a robotic arm, and Lu Mingqi left the school gates with a lingering feeling. Situ Zian, the awakened commander in charge of security, formerly the commander of the warehouse garrison, and Xiao Wanner, the school's new vice president, saluted Long Zhanye. Long Zhanye noticed the 2 young men. Situ Zian's uniform was no longer tattered, but the massive stitches on his face were still striking. At the same time, Situ Zian, looking at Long Zhanye's mottled white hair and brand new robotic left hand, was filled with awe. In his eyes, the robotic left hand seemed even more dazzling than the medals on the general's chest. The 2 generations of Dakian soldiers exchanged salutes, their eyes filled with mutual admiration. In the air, 2 flight suits, cloaked in invisibility, gazed down at the school below, and the people who were learning to live again and recovering their bodies. Why don't you go in and take a look? No one would recognize my face now. What are you worried about? I really want to see it. Why don't you go down and take a walk? Husband? Bai Lingxin radioed with a chuckle. No rush. Let's go find the children first. I come here later. The young Chen Jinkuan sighed calmly, darkness is approaching, and time is running out for everyone to prepare. Over in the Gale Nation, the sheriff and his ragtag band won't hold out for much longer. The Rakshasa Nation's fortress west of the Bering Strait can't hold out for long if it relies solely on the bald Major General Misha and his remaining troops and firepower. Ah, that's right. Bai Lingxin's expression turned solemn as she recalled the intelligence she had recently gathered. The 2 piloted the Ganjiang and Moi flight suits, respectively, maintaining stealth, and turned to fly towards Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Xiaoya's location. Chen Xiaoyu's villa, outside the secret workshop. Xiaoyu, Xiaoyao, Chen Jinkuan called hesitantly. Yu, Xiar, Bai Lingxin called calmly and smoothly. We're outside. Can we come in? The couple said simultaneously. Chen Xiaoyao lowered her hand tremblingly, her 6-clawed mechanical hand, which had been designed in the 3D holographic projection, stopped. Save. She sniffed and turned to look at her sister. Her sister had already covered her mouth, her eyes red. Dad, Mom, come in. There's only Tongue Snake and 3 guards outside. Chen Xiaoyu replied after collecting herself. At the same time, Chen Xiaoyu connected to the Great Xia Dragon Bird armor. Brother, Mom and Dad, they're here. Zhongli Rui, who had just gentlemanly carried Aisha onto an armored vehicle and was about to take Xiaofu to Chen Xiaoyu's villa, was startled and immediately replied, Got it. What a coincidence. I was just about to bring Aisha and her daughter to your place. We be there soon. After a moment's thought, Zhongli Rui said to Xiaofeng, send an armored vehicle to pick up your mother as well. Take her to your aunt's house. Xiaofeng tapped his breastplate earnestly. Don't worry, Dad. I see you later. Asia, realizing something, asked doubtfully, "Governor, it seems you have a distinguished guest over there. Are you still sending my daughter and me there today?" Zhongli Rui said firmly, "Dr. Aisha, you definitely won't want to miss the people coming today. And they definitely won't want to miss you either." "Oh, what kind of person?" Aisha asked with interest, tilting her head as she looked at Zhongli Rui, who was holding him. "He was once an angel, but you and White Rose forced him into becoming a demon. Now, he's returned from hell." With an enigmatic smile, Zhongli Rui uttered these words, like a riddle. After hearing these words, Aisha's pupils constricted for a moment, and her breathing quickened. All of humanity. The dream of countless emperors, sages, wizards, prophets, medical scientists, and pharmacists. He realized it. "Governor Zhongli, I want to see him." Seeing Aisha's expression grow even more enthusiastic than before, Zhongli Rui calmly said, "Dr. Aisha, I'm taking you to see him. Aren't you worried he'd kill you the moment he sees you? Thousands of years ago, in the dynasty before your own, the great sage Confucius said, 'If I hear the truth in the morning, I can die in the evening.' As a scientist, I witnessed humanity's epic-making progress and breakthroughs. Death is nothing to me. He was justified in killing me. I deserved it." Aisha's eyes held no fear of death. Instead, they were filled with a fiery passion. "Mom, you be fine? I protect you with my life," Xiaofu hurriedly said upon hearing this. "Don't worry, you two. I won't let anything happen to you." Zhongli Rui carefully placed Aisha in her seat. "Besides, he's not here today for your little tales. Let's go and listen, Dr. Aisha, Xiaofu." "Okay." Aisha nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with scientific enthusiasm. "Mom." Xiaofu worriedly grasped his mother's hand. "Good boy, don't be afraid. Today, stay with Mom, and let's witness this groundbreaking moment for human technology and civilization." Oh, okay." Although he didn't understand why, Xiaofu said naively. When Zhongli Rui and his group arrived at Chen Xiaoyu's secret villa, Xiaofeng and Di Xinyan also arrived. In the distance, sisters Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Xiaoyao were weeping while hugging a woman who looked even younger than them. Slightly further away, a young man who looked only 20 years old, yet possessed an imposing presence, stood nearby. Nearby, two armored mechas, somewhat similar in appearance to the great Xia Dragon Sparrow mecha, stood guard. Zhongli Rui, leading Di Xinyan and holding Aisha's Xiaofu, Xiaofeng, and Tingsha, approached the group in front. "Rui, who are those two?" Di Xinyan asked softly. In their previous life, they were Xiaoyu and Xiaoya's biological parents. "Well, that's all I can say for now." "What do you mean by previous life?" "They are a successful example of Changsheng life science, the rebirth technology." At this moment, Yujia's 3D holographic projection materialized. "Madam, they are the reborn couple, Chun Jinquan and Bai Lingxin." "Rebirth," Di Xinyan said absent-mindedly. I thought the things I read in online novels were just jokes. Rebirth really does exist. Actually, in the broad sense of rebirth. Ameo, Lu Shi, Anna, Cheng Weiwei. All count, Zhongli Rui pointed out. "Then you," Di Xinyan hesitated. "You successfully saved me that day. I didn't die completely, but completed my transformation as a living being." Zhongli Rui looked at Di Xinyan with eyes filled with gratitude and love. He gently grasped Di Xinyan's hand. Di Xinyan hesitated for a moment, then sighed, then said angrily, Hey, be careful. There are so many people watching. As the governor, you need to mind your image." Zhongli Rui had no choice but to withdraw his hand in frustration. At some point, the young Chen Jinquan turned his head and met Zhongli Rui's gaze. Zhongli Rui silently gazed at the young Chen Jinquan. Chen Jinquan also silently gazed at Zhongli Rui. Off to the side, Di Xinyan stopped. Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Xiaoyao released their reborn young mother, Bai Lingxin. Xiaofu, holding Aisha, also watched the two. Xiaofu's power was comparable to that of the new humans, no less. Xiaofeng and Tingsha stopped to watch from a distance. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Zhongli Rui and Chen Jinquan. After a long pause, Chen Jinquan was the first to break the silence. "Governor Zhongli, we meet again. I, Chen Jinquan, have returned to fulfill my promise." Zhongli Rui sighed softly. "Is this what you said? You continue to atone for your sins after death?" Chen Jinquan nodded. "Governor, my wife, and I, leading the remaining armed forces, production forces, R&D forces, and intelligence reconnaissance forces of Changsheng Life Science Group, join your command today. As I said before, I died in my previous life. I will take responsibility for my actions." Looking at the reborn Chen Jinquan's unwavering gaze, Zhongli Rui's expression was complicated. He knew that the feelings of this demon king, returned from hell, were genuine and resolute. After a long pause, Zhongli Rui whispered, "If you truly wish to atone and take responsibility, then first answer me. Can you do one thing? If so, I allow you to join my team and unleash your power. If not, then please retreat to the mountains and never come out again." "What kind of thing?" "Mr. Chen, please tell me your name again." "I don't approve of the name you just mentioned. Current scientific ethics won't approve of it, social ethics haven't reached that level yet, and the rest of Blue Planet won't approve of it either." "Huh?" Everyone looked surprised. They hadn't expected Zhongli Rui to say that. Chen Jinkuan, with a solemn expression on his face, fell silent. After a moment, he smiled and turned to Bai Lingxin. "Wife, please give me a new name. Governor Zhongli is right. That name carries too much resentment, pain, hatred, and unforgiveness. It should be buried with my past life. Chen Pan." Bai Lingxin thought for a moment, and came up with a name. Chen Xiaoyao looked at his sister, Chen Xiaoyu. "Nirvana?" Chen Xiaoyu nodded. "Incredible," Aisha murmured to herself. "Today is a small step for them, but it's a giant leap for mankind." Chapter 259. Chen Jinkuan took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Kunlun, all systems updated. Today, I'm permanently changing my name to Chen Pan." Received. "Master, the entire database has been updated." After completing the name change, Chen Pan cast his gaze behind Zhongli Rui, slightly away, to Xiufu, hiding in the shade of a tree, and the limbless, blonde Aisha she held in her arms. Chen Pan stared at the two. His gaze frightened Xiufu. Then, something unexpected happened. Chen Pan activated his new human speed, dashing towards the two at approximately 60 mph. He had to brake, because Zhongli Rui, moving at a similar speed, intercepted him. Chen Pan ignored Zhongli Rui's attempts to stop him and coldly said, "Dr. Asia F. Grimes, leader of the team responsible for collecting potential life samples for war at the Ontario Institute of Life Sciences, indirectly responsible for the fall of the Gale Nation and the destruction of my entire family." "Hello." Faced with Chen Pan's aggressive questioning, Asia replied calmly, "Hello, Chen Jinkuan, not Mr. Chen Pan. It's my honor to witness this historic moment for humanity. The practical application of mechanical ascension and memory regeneration technology. You're just like the information says, with a passionate desire to explore uncharted territory." Chen Pan sneered. "From the looks of it, did you vote for him too?" As he spoke, Chen Pan turned his gaze to Zhongli Rui. "The chairman's judgment is spot on," Asia said with a hint of sarcasm. "Besides your passion for the research, what's your reason?" Chen Pan returned his gaze to Asia. "He provides me with food and shelter, and keeps me safe. I have research projects here, and my daughter is with me. I may be broken, but I still have value. Unlike the Ontario Institute for Life Sciences, they haven't paid my accident compensation, my bonus, and while my team and I were in hell, they just watched us being used as experimental subjects, and they took the data with a clear conscience. They didn't compensate us. They didn't pay us." Asia practically roared as she spoke these words, her body shaking violently, and her magnificent breasts, roughly over an F-cup, swayed with it. Chen Pan sneered, "That's a very good reason. Dr. Aisha, how about the fully functional Chansheng Life Group's nanorobots, based on comprehensive body enhancements, that are much more powerful than your country's failed product based on the A virus?" Asia was stunned, then asked, "That speed just now was close to the speed of a horse, wasn't it?" Chen Pan smiled confidently, "Good eyesight. Since you're a member of the group, you should know that there's a young man here without legs who can run walls and climb rooftops with that speed, right?" "Indeed," Aisha smiled. Seeing this, Zhongli Rui shook his head slightly. He knew that Chen Pan would no longer seek revenge on Aisha. After a brief chat with Aisha, Chen Pan said seriously, "Dr. Aisha, let's discuss academic and technical matters later when we have time. There'll be plenty of time once the crisis is resolved. Now isn't the time. During the time you were being observed as a test subject, the Ontario Institute of Life Sciences did many incredibly crazy things. The remnants of the Gale Nation authorities have already lost their two most powerful bases, Area 51 and the Rocky Mountain Doomsday Fortress. The remaining Gale Nation forces, approximately 90,000 military and civilian survivors, have fled to Alaska by sea and land, hiding in a large underground base there, barely surviving. They won't hold out for much longer." "How could this happen?" Zhongli Rui was horrified. Didn't the fierce Wind Nation once boast of possessing the most powerful army and military might on Blue Planet? "That's true. But now, this is the reality. Chen Pan shook his head slightly, and turned to Aisha again. Dr. Aisha, I don't think the Ontario Institute of Life Sciences will compensate you now. After all, there's probably no one left inside now. What do you mean? Aisha asked incredulously. Kun Lu, show it to everyone, Chen Pan commanded coldly. Yes, master, the AI Kun Lu replied coldly. Then, the Peregrine fighter jets overhead lowered their altitude and released smoke, obscuring the sunlight above the villa, dimming the brightness. The Ganjiang armor began projecting a 3D holographic video recording. Chen Pan crossed his arms over his chest and said coldly, see for yourselves. This footage is from a month ago. On the shores of Lake Ontario, there lies this strange region. Footage from a surviving nearby surveillance camera revealed the outer wall of the former Ontario Life Sciences Institute, covered in dark brown fleshy veins. At some point, in the distance, an immense, three-headed, furry-blooded hellhound approached the eerie atmosphere of the Institute with steady steps. In one corner of the Institute, before a structure resembling a giant mass of flesh, a three-headed, furry-blooded hellhound, 25 meters tall, 15 meters wide, and approximately 60 meters long, lowered its center head. At the top of the fleshy structure below, a massive circular hole suddenly opened, like a massive door. The center head of the furry-blooded hellhound opened its mouth and devoured the hundreds of zombies it had held hostage, pouring them into the hole like beans. Those zombies, like demons descending into hell, howled as they fell into the cave. Qin Xiaoyao and Qin Xiaoyu were the first to lose their temper, retching. Di Xinyan stepped forward to tend to them. However, Di Xinyan's own expression wasn't much better. That location seems to have been a storage facility for biological materials. Because it housed the research tissues of particularly large organisms, it was designed to accommodate tens of thousands of people. Aisha stared at the screen in horror. Is it really not hell? Are all the researchers inside crazy? I admit, I'm a little crazy. But I can't even begin to understand what I'm doing. Is this still something a human would do? Dr. Aisha, do you remember my question? Are there still people alive in the headquarters where you used to work? Chen Pan asked coldly. What do you mean? Keep watching. See for yourself. Another surveillance camera on a nearby wall captured. Under a dark, overcast sky, a swarm of giant, bloodthirsty bats whizzed across the sky. They circled above the research institute, seemingly staking their claim to the area. The scene shifted to the interior of the research institute. In the eerie laboratory, normal human researchers were no longer present. Walking and bustling about were bat people, similar to those in the Magic City docks. The laboratory corridors were strewn with all sorts of flesh and blood. The scene quickly faded to a screen of snow. The scene shifted again. In the deepest production workshop, a severely injured flesh-blood-hell triceratops was being repaired in the vast biological dock. The scene also quickly faded to a screen of snow. This is where you used to work, Dr. Aisha, Chen Pan said coldly. Now, do you still think there are any living people among them? A year has passed, and the flesh and blood technology within the research institute has spiraled out of control to this point. Aisha's eyes widened, barely able to believe what she was seeing. Because, in the brief video clip just now, she had discovered that there were many Batmen like Xiaofu in the lab. Asia fell silent briefly, stunned. Chen Pan turned to Zhongli Rui. Governor, a while ago, didn't you liberate a dock used to produce and maintain that old Tao Tai? Indeed. Now do you see? Why do these three-headed dogs of velvety blood reappear over and over again? These creatures are practically biological warships. And this disgusting research institute is a biological dock, or a biochemical mother nest. Are the Ontario interest groups crazy? Zhongli Rui said absent-mindedly. They deliberately delayed the prevention and control of the A virus for performance and money, to make money from the drugs. I can understand that. But now, are they doing this to create a real hell and destroy the world? Chen Pan raised his hands, his face grim. I just have a suspicion. You just saw the interior of the laboratory. It depends on the situation. I wonder if some mysterious force is driving all this. And does the Ontario interest complex you previously suspected still exist? That's a debatable question. At the very least, you saw that there was definitely no one alive at the Ontario Institute of Life Sciences. Who made that decision? Aisha gritted her teeth, finally recovering. After observing what happened to Mildy and the others, headquarters conducted a large-scale replica. Furthermore, they're keeping a close eye on Xiaofu, using all her data for developing new weapons. Zhongli Rui rubbed his temple. No wonder the fleece-blood Cerberus has that skill. He turned to look at Xiaofu. The kind-hearted Xiaofu stared at the video, trembling with fear. Xiaofu, Put me down. Turn around and stop looking, Aisha said, a complicated expression on her face. Okay, Mom. Xiaofu obediently placed Aisha against the tree, then turned around, closed his eyes, and covered his ears. Yujia secretly noted, this is probably the first time Aisha has shown motherly concern for Xiaofu. The video abruptly ended. Chinpan sighed. It seems some mysterious force is preventing us from using surveillance to eavesdrop on the goings-on at the Ontario Institute of Biotechnology. That's why we only gained this little intelligence. Zhongli Rui's face was solemn. Although he had been aware of the situation for a while, after watching today's video, he had to admit that even he had underestimated the situation. We must eliminate this cancer that threatens the Blue Star world, Zhongli Rui said coldly. So, Mr. Governor, do you think you're ready? Chinpan asked. Clearly not yet. Chapter 260. I remember from the videos I've seen, and the information I read that even these three-headed dogs of Fleece Cerberus weren't completely wiped out by long-range nuclear missile strikes. No matter how powerful they are, they're still living creatures. How did it manage to avoid a fatal nuclear missile attack by hiding behind a hill during the attack on Area 51? Zhongli Rui's face was thoughtful. Perhaps the biofusion process enhanced its senses, strength, and speed. I understand. However, when a nuclear missile strikes its target, its terminal velocity can reach Mach 30 if it's a ballistic missile. Even a low-yield cruise missile averages around Mach 5. How does a three-headed dog of Fleece Cerberus predict the incoming missile and take evasive action? At this point, Bai Lingxin offered her own perspective. Rui, you just saw it. The three-headed dog of Fleece Cerberus is being trained in the biological dock. What if you think of it as a biological warship, rather than an ordinary monster? Warship? Zhongli Rui's eyes widened, and he immediately asked Aisha, Dr. Aisha, did the Ontario Life Sciences Institute and its related organizations originally have independent supercomputers and satellites? Asia nodded. Of course they did. The Ontario Group once had its own weapons production and aerospace satellite divisions. Speaking of which, Chansheng Group also had such equipment, right? Chinpan nodded. Of course. Zhongli Rui said to the sky, Yujia, please help me check the satellite data. Master, I have already checked it, Yujia replied. During the battle that day, the Ontario Life Sciences Institute's supercomputer not only activated the Ontario system's own satellite, but also hacked into the U.S. military satellite through unknown means. So, these monsters' attacks were all planned and tactical. Moreover, during the nuclear missile attack, the Ontario side used this method to buy the Fleece Blood Cerberus formation on the scene 30 seconds to react. Also, I hacked into the U.S. military satellite to check the records and found something interesting. Tell me about it. Yujia played several satellite videos. Infrared imaging footage from the satellite showed a surviving three-headed dog of Fleece Cerberus struggling to get up after the missile attack. It approached a nearby companion, its body shattered but with a portion of its head still intact. After a moment's inspection, it bit off its companion's head and swallowed the throat sac of one of its three heads. Finally, the Cerberus, carrying its companion's head, left the battle zone. After the Cerberus left the battle zone, U.S. satellite tracking of it was interrupted. Master, Mr. Chen, Mom, I noticed that every time a three-headed dog of Fleece Cerberus attacks a location and leaves, U.S. satellite tracking is disrupted by background hackers. Ontario's own satellites, however, remain unaffected. Zhongli Rui fell silent. After a moment, he sighed softly. No wonder the U.S. military lost. Furthermore, the Ontario Institute of Life Sciences has never been hit by a nuclear missile. No, Kuan Lu interrupted. Respected Governor Zhongli Rui, according to U.S. military combat records, after the fall of Area 51, the U.S. military eventually discovered the secret that the Ontario Institute of Life Sciences was the lair of the three-headed dog of Fleece Hell. At that time, the U.S. military made up its mind and launched the last nuclear missile it had available at the time with a cruise missile. However, this 1-million-ton nuclear missile was intercepted by the Institute's closed-in anti-missile system 10 kilometers away, damaging only part of the Institute's outer wall. As you can see, the damaged portion was later replaced with biological flesh and blood. Qin Xiaoyao frowned in disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. That's a 1-million-ton nuclear missile. How could it be so powerful? The one the U.S. military dropped on Libya during World War II only had a yield of 15,000 tons. It destroyed most of the city. Zhongli Rui shook his head. No, it's entirely possible. I did some calculations. Since nuclear missiles are intercepted mid-air, and according to the formula, a 1-million-ton yield has a 7-kilometer kill radius, intercepted at a distance of 10 kilometers, it would only cause minor damage to the Institute's outer walls. Master's calculations are correct, Yu Jia confirmed. Mr. Governor's calculations are correct, Kun Luan confirmed. Chen Xiaoyu's face lit up with admiration. Ah, our little brother, despite his humble background, is so impressive. He used to be a military enthusiast, Di Xinyan said with a wry smile. Brother is a hardcore military enthusiast, Chen Xiaoyao added, recovering from his muteness. At this point, Zhongli Rui asked Aisha, Dr. Aisha, let me ask you, how deep is the Ontario Life Sciences Institute at its deepest? Asia thought for a moment and said, the Ontario Life Sciences Institute isn't a doomsday fortress like the Changsheng Group headquarters. It's a semi-underground facility, with only 5 underground floors. However, even so, its underground design according to the Dacian Kingdom's old definition, has a nuclear level 1 protection rating. Nuclear level 1 civil air defense refers to the highest level of protection capable of withstanding the shockwaves of a nuclear weapon explosion. Specifically, nuclear level 1 civil air defense structures can withstand the intense shockwaves and thermal radiation of a nuclear explosion, protecting personnel and supplies within. This level of protection is typically reserved for critical facilities, like national or regional core command centers. Zhongli Rui pondered for a moment and said level 1? Forget interception. Even a direct hit would only destroy surface structures. Furthermore, with this level of strength, even with a bunker buster, they'd probably only penetrate 2 floors. So, if we want to completely eliminate this dangerous world, we have to first eliminate the enemy outside, and then resort to the old methods. Typically, a bunker buster can penetrate about 60 meters into standard reinforced concrete, about 40 meters into hard rock, and perhaps as little as 8 meters into super reinforced concrete. The super reinforced concrete mentioned here refers to nuclear level 1 underground defense structures. Typical underground structures have layers of 3 or 4 meters. Therefore, Zhongli Rui said they could probably only penetrate 2 layers. At this point, he glanced at Chen Xiaoyu, Chen Xiaoyao, and Chen Pan with an amused look. Chen Xiaoyao suddenly laughed. Oh brother, you want to play Dungeon Brush again? But this time, there's no princess like me to save you, okay? I object, Chen Xiaoyao said worriedly. Didn't we just see that the entire interior is like the stomach of a living being? Those flesh and blood tissues will infect and even devour intruders. It's too dangerous. Chen Pan looked at Zhongli Rui with a look of helplessness. Goodness me, Governor, are you going to use the same tactics you used against me against this biochemical mother nest? But I agree with Xiaoyao. Opinion too risky. I suffered losses before. I led 24 black-clad mechanical secret guards in my own home to try to suppress Tianji. In the end, after running out of heavy weapons, I had no choice but to retreat. At that time, I only had 1 disaster-level monster in my home. But now, it is known that there are 3 disaster-level monsters in this mother nest, and a large number of other unknown monsters. I judge that even if you bring 100 black-clad mechanical secret guards, you will not be able to eliminate them if you run out of ammunition. Moreover, this is impossible. Currently, all the black-clad mechanical secret guards on the Bishi and Xiangui add up to only 36. Zhongli Rui continued to ask, if we rely solely on the robot troops' own weapons, that's certainly not going to work. What if we bring a massive firework? General Long told me last time that he still has tactical-grade nuclear warheads in his nuclear arsenal. At this point, Chen Pan sternly advised, Governor, you better not take such risks. I know what you're thinking. You want to personally lead your elite troops into the dungeon again, then deploy a massive firework and wipe out all the monsters, right? But if you do that, you could easily end up with nothing. I know you and your companions are more than capable of defeating my powerful force in my past life. But now, my governor, you and everyone else bear the responsibility of the future of Dacian's revival. As a leader, please don't take such risks again. At this, everyone around him, even Bai Lingxin, nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Zhongli Rui also nodded, abandoning the idea. But if we don't break through from within, given the current situation, even if we deploy all the remaining forces from Dacian, Liu Sha, and Laifeng, it will be useless. Zhongli Rui frowned. The fleece-blooded hellhound has a strong regenerative capacity. The damage inflicted by ordinary weapons is completely insignificant. Even less powerful weapons of mass destruction can't even harm it. Asia sighed softly. You mean the cluster bombs and carpet bombing favored by the US military, right? Indeed. Next, the top minds of Zero Anzhou considered many ways to attack the Ontario Institute of Biology. However, the day's discussion ultimately yielded no constructive plan. The main reasons were, first, the underground structures of the Ontario Institute of Biology are extremely well defended. Second, both Dakian and Luosha currently have limited weapons capable of attacking and penetrating armor. The only weapon capable of regeneration that could damage, not destroy, the Ontario Institute of Biology is a heavy thermobaric bomb. However, thermobaric warheads are not suitable for use on hypersonic missiles. If a thermobaric bomb were launched using conventional delivery methods, it would likely be intercepted by the missile defense system outside the Ontario Life Research Institute. During the meeting, Zhong Lirui proposed using a glide bomb to defeat the missile interception system, but Aisha stated that the Ontario Life Research Institute's defense system was capable of intercepting glide bombs. In the end, all the geniuses present, both amateur, Zhong Lirui, and professional, the Fortune family members and Aisha, felt somewhat disappointed. For a while, listening to the chatter of these top minds, Di Xinyan felt both worried and deeply powerless. Her knowledge was now completely inadequate compared to these top talents, and even to her husband. Now they were racking their brains to find a weak point in the underground base. And her husband was thinking about taking the risk himself. What should she do? Seeing the discussion was fruitless, Zhong Lirui told everyone to return home and think about a feasible solution and discuss it again at another day. Everyone agreed. Zhong Lirui then welcomed Chen Pan and Bai Lingxin. The two simply settled into Chen Xiaoyu's villa. Aisha and Shifu also moved in. Fortunately, the villa was large enough to accommodate 9 people, Chen Pan's family of 4, Aisha's family of 2, and the 3 guards. Chapter 261. Even then, after Zhong Lirui had greeted his troops, Kun Lu, in the now uncloaked turtle, anchored near the Bishi, a distance well beyond the ship's reach. As the sun set, in the temporary dock, the technical experts and workers, led by Engineer Li, who were supplying and maintaining the Bishi, cheered in unison upon seeing another warship nearly identical to the Bishi. A Special Forces soldier on guard asked Engineer Li, "Is this Madame Bai Lingxin's turtle, the mysterious warship that fought alongside us in the Battle of Hong Kong and Kowloon?" "Yes," Engineer Li confirmed calmly. The soldier excitedly saluted the turtle. Then, the excited workers and soldiers all began to salute the turtle. At this moment, there were no human crew members aboard the turtle. Bai Lingxin sent a message via the ship's lights to all the saluting officers and soldiers. The Special Forces soldier beside Engineer Li translated in real time, "Hello. Hello. The black turtle is saying hello. Hello, comrade." The troops at the dock cheered again. Engineer Li looked up and sighed softly. "We have a fleet again." Tears streamed down the technical expert's eyes. On the way back, in the armored vehicle, Di Xinyan remained silent. Seeing this, Zhong Lirui leaned forward and asked with concern, "Xinyan, what's wrong? Are you feeling down?" Di Xinyan shook her head gently, her voice soft but tinged with worry. "I just wondered how we, now called the new humans, despite possessing powers beyond those of ordinary humans, still seem so insignificant and powerless in the face of the unknown threats posed by the fierce Wen nation. Sometimes, I'm truly afraid that we fail, afraid that the world will never return to its former state. And today, I realized that when you face such a dire threat, I couldn't even offer any help. Am I truly useless?" Zhong Lirui gently grasped Di Xinyan's hand and soothed her softly. "Xinyan, don't think that. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. We're a team, and it's precisely because of our individual strengths that we can face these challenges together. Your kindness, thoughtfulness, and concern for everyone are all indispensable strengths. What happened today simply demonstrates that we still have much to learn and grow in certain areas of our profession. But remember, no matter what difficulties we face, as long as we're together, there's nothing we can't overcome." Di Xinyan turned her head and met her husband's eyes. "Are you saying that every profession has its specialties?" "Yes," Zhong Lirui said, half-smiled. "Do you remember? That time in Zijingwa community, when Lu Ruyan was having a difficult labor, all of us men, except for. When things nearly got worse, and we couldn't help it all, it was you, Anchi, and Ai Shirley who saved 2 lives? You're a great doctor." Di Xinyan heard this and remembered the day her husband, covered in hand grenades, threatened Chung Feng Tainan offing to save her. She couldn't help but smile bitterly, but the gloom in her heart suddenly dissipated a lot. "Okay, I get it, you're just sweet-talking. By the way, I can't help with the technical stuff either. Now that you mentioned her, I haven't seen her in a while. Lately, I heard that Master Jingxian has been visiting her a lot. I want to go see her too. I leave the task of defeating the Demon King and the great monster to you. I focus on the medical care and taking care of the women." Di Xinyan looked up and said casually with a smile. Why does Jing Xian always go to Lu Ruiyan's place? Zhong Lirui was puzzled. Oh, I forgot. I just recently learned that Jing Xuan's real name is Shen Chu, and she's Lu Ruiyan's aunt. Huh? Such a coincidence? The next day, Zhong Lirui, Di Xinyan, and Lu Yisan visited the family of Cheng Feng, who was serving a 25-year sentence in the Zijingwa community. It was early spring, the weather clear and cloudless, with a gentle breeze and warm sunshine. Cheng Feng's cell, now decorated warmly, and simply by Lu Ruiyan, felt like home. Zhong Lirui even had the illusion that the Iron Man offing cell was even cozier than his own. When Zhong Lirui and his companions arrived, Cheng Feng was basking in the sun in the community square with Lu Ruiyan, who was with her child. Their daughter was in a stroller, with nun Jing Xian helping. At that moment, half of the green belt in the Zijingwa community was planted with potatoes, and half with various Chinese medicinal herbs. Last year's harvest had been good. After a long absence, Cheng Feng and his family were beaming with health and well-nourished. With the return of spring, the crops and medicinal herbs in the green belts were sprouting tender green shoots, giving a sense of vibrant life. This fixed-term imprisonment is so comfortable. I envy him, Zhong Lirui grumbled. Hearing Zhong Lirui's rant, Di Xinyan, knowing the hardships her husband endured in building their hometown, smiled wryly and patted him on the shoulder. Hubby, you worked hard. Yu Jia silently said. In the data world, analysis shows that in the apocalyptic era, Cheng Feng, serving a fixed-term imprisonment, enjoys protection, food security, the company of his loved ones, and the joy of family. His overall happiness index is indeed significantly higher than that of our master, the governor of Ling'an Prefecture, a figure trusted by the people. It's not easy for our master. Upon seeing them arrive, Lu Ruiyan and nun Jing Xian smiled in delight and greeted everyone warmly. Zhong Lirui and his group, enjoying a reunion with Cheng Feng's family in the warm sunshine, were enjoying themselves. Di Xinyan engaged Lu Ruiyan, Jing Xian, and Lu Yisan in a lively conversation, discussing women's topics. As the saying goes, 3 women make a drama, and now with 4, it's even more lively. Zhong Lirui, escorted by Xiaofeng, walked side by side with Cheng Feng. My sister Nighthawk told me you grew 2,384 kilograms of potatoes last year. That's impressive. Zhong Lirui patted Cheng Feng's sturdy shoulder. Alliance leader. No, that should be governor now. I'm ashamed. First, I'm a novice, and second, I didn't keep up with the fertilizer, so it's less than expected. This year, with more experience and the addition of chemical fertilizers, it should be even better. Cheng Feng grinned. Aw, looking at you, I'm really a little envious. Zhong Lirui shook his head. You've been farming and keeping your wife company this year, while I've been traveling and fighting, exhausted as a dog. Governor, you're joking. I'm actually in prison. Look at your life now. Your cell is much more comfortable than my governor's mansion, Zhong Lirui quipped. Actually, there's no governor's mansion. Zhong Lirui, the main council members, and important military personnel are all working at the police station in the heart of the special zone. Cheng Feng smiled innocently, scratched his head, and said, Governor, you're right. My life is indeed better than many people out there. But deep down, I always feel like I owe so many people. Oh? Zhong Lirui asked curiously. Cheng Feng sighed, a trace of guilt flashing in his eyes. I owe those brothers who died because of me, and those who suffered because of me. Although I live a peaceful life here now, every time when it's late at night and everyone is asleep, I always think of them, and my heart is very sad. To be honest, I really didn't accept being defeated by you. But now, I really regret that I had the idea of unifying Ling'an province and becoming a local emperor. Upon hearing this, Zhong Lirui patted Cheng Feng on the shoulder and soothed him. Cheng Feng, let bygones be bygones. You already paid the price for your mistakes. Now, the most important thing is to cherish the life you have and treat your family well. As for those who died because of you, you can make amends with your actions. Don't rush, take your time. Cheng Feng nodded and looked at Zhong Lirui gratefully. Governor, thank you. By the way, I haven't formally thanked you and your wife yet. Thank you for saving my wife and children. Cheng Feng bowed solemnly to Zhong Lirui. He had long known that Zhong Lirui wouldn't let his subjects kneel. There was no emperor here. As you should. Seeing them safe and sound now is better than anything else. Zhong Lirui smiled with emotion. Cheng Feng nodded in agreement. In these dark times of the apocalypse, a peaceful life is actually a luxury. The two walked and talked. Governor, I heard from my Ruiyan that you and your wife have been married for almost a year. Isn't it time to consider having a child? Zhong Lirui scratched his head. We already adopted one. As for having our own child, we wait until things calm down and stabilize. I've been fighting every day these past few months. I've been to the Central Plains to the north, to the Pearl of the Orient to the south, and even to the Magic City several times. Never mind. Oh! Chung Feng asked with interest. Governor, you have a child? Zhongli Rui gestured behind him. This is my daughter, Xiufeng. Ah? Chung Feng still remembered the fighting prowess of those female guards. Zhongli Rui, having such a fierce female warrior call him dad? What was he up to? Seeing Chung Feng's strange look, Zhongli Rui knew he was misinterpreting the situation and immediately said angrily, This world is far more complicated than you imagine. Don't look at Xiufeng like this, she's only 3 years old. She's a clone created by the Changsheng Group using accelerated growth control technology and memory transfer implants. Dad. It's Chinese New Year. I'm 4 years old. Mom said, at this age, you can't bathe me anymore. Xiufeng said in a coquettish tone. Zhongli Rui said grumpily, When did I ever give you a bath? Wasn't it always your mother who did it? Looking at the former Terminator, who had nearly crippled him with a single blow, Chung Feng's mouth widened, and steam rose faintly from his head. Zhongli Rui and Xiaofeng's brief exchange contained so much information that it nearly overloaded the muscular bodybuilding champion's brain. After a long moment, Chung Feng scratched his hair with his mechanical hand, saying with a mixture of laughter and tears, Okay, as long as you're happy. Zhongli Rui ignored Chung Feng's smirk and gazed at the fields in the community. He couldn't help but think back to the previous meeting, where a group of top talents had failed to come up with a plan to breach the fortress, which had just relieved him, and now he tensed up again. Thinking back to the last attack on the Cradle Bunker, he'd done most of the preparatory work, focusing on breaking through the armor. Both the armor of the bunker itself and, in the near-wartime scenario, the armor of the robots. And now, as those brilliant experts had said, leading a charge in would be practically suicidal, and with extremely limited resources and weapons, how to break through the Ontario Life Sciences Institute's nuclear-level defenses was a huge challenge. Firstly, the Coalition didn't have Big Ivan right now. Secondly, the armor in the underground section wouldn't budge, it wouldn't just be disarmed by shouting remove armor. Zhongli Rui pondered for a long time, but couldn't come up with a good solution, and couldn't help but sigh. Meanwhile, Zhongli Rui, who had stopped by, overheard the conversation between the four women thanks to his new human hearing. Ruyan, I'm relieved to see you recovered so well, and your baby is healthy. Honestly, I was really nervous when I delivered your baby that day. Yes, sister, your figure is even better than mine, Nighthawk Lu Yisen said enviously. No way. My breasts have gotten too big lately, and my old clothes don't fit anymore. Lu Ruyan said awkwardly. Di Sinyan and Lu Yisen stared at the already magnificent Lu Ruyan in silence. Ruyan, you shouldn't wear anything too tight lately. Here, I have a spare Taoist robe, it's loose-fitting. Let me give it to you. Hearing this, Zhongli Rui's mind suddenly flashed with an image of Lu Ruyan in a Taoist robe, feeding her baby. He shook his head vigorously, shaking the awkward image from his mind, and continuing to listen to their conversation. Come to think of it, was the day of childbirth really that dangerous? Lu Yisen inquired. Of course. It's the most perilous moment in a woman's life, the most vulnerable. Furthermore, medical conditions aren't as good as they were before the crisis. Ruyan almost lost her life giving birth. Listening to the women's casual conversation, Zhongli Rui's mind raced with keywords. The gates of death. The most vulnerable moment. Embryo. Not as good as before the crisis. Biological dock. Mother nest. Armor breaking. Suddenly, Zhongli Rui's eyes flashed with a photo of the Ontario Life Sciences Institute just after its completion. Compared to the eerie image he had seen not long ago of the exterior walls encased in biological tissue, the difference was stark. The next instant, a flash of lightning flashed through Zhongli Rui's mind, and an idea began to take shape. I have a solution. Zhongli Rui's eyes sharpened, and a mysterious curve formed at the corners of his mouth. Chung Feng, standing beside him, ? Chapter 262. To verify his hypothesis once again, Zhongli Rui contacted General Long Zhanye. General Long. Zhongli, what's up? I'd like to ask how many air-launched hypersonic missiles, the Judgment Blade, are currently in stock at the Xinjing 13 Tombs Fortress. Oh! Are you interested? Well, before the war, the Dacian leadership paid considerable attention to it, and there are approximately 30 usable rounds in stock. 30 rounds. Great. Can these hypersonic missiles be equipped with nuclear warheads? Tactical nuclear warheads, with a yield of less than 500,000 tons. Any larger warhead wouldn't fit on the Judgment blade. Furthermore, a warhead that's too large would affect the missile's flight speed and armor-piercing capability. After all, how can a missile reach Mach 10 if it's top-heavy? So what about ballistic missiles? The specific situation is more complicated. Previously, due to the long period of peace, the main high-yield warheads are sealed, and unsealing them is quite complex. Even the best experts at the Xinjiang 13 Tombs Fortress wouldn't be able to recover the ICBMs for years. Alas, during the current Dacian campaign, the most powerful attack is a tactical hypersonic missile coupled with a tactical nuclear warhead. Okay, thank you for your professional explanation. You're very kind. At this point, Yu Jia assessed, Master, of the two issues General Long mentioned, the first one, unsealing the warhead arsenal, isn't too difficult. However, recovering the ICBMs is indeed difficult. In this apocalyptic state, the complete production line of yesteryear no longer exists. Thank you for your explanation. I roughly guessed the same. It's okay. Even if I only have tactical-grade supplies, I have a solution. After receiving Long Zhanya's affirmative response and Yu Jia's explanation, Zhong Lirui's eyes grew even more resolute. Night, Jiayuan community, atop a high-rise building. Yu Jia. I'm here. How can I help you? Yu Jia, recalling Xiao Feng's tone during the day, mimicked a coquettish tone. Why are you trying to learn from Xiao Feng? Zhong Lirui said irritably. Master, Xiao Feng loves you like a father. I love you too. I love you. So what's wrong with me being a little spoiled? Don't be like that. You too. Sisters are watching. Hee dear master, what's the big deal if they watch? Okay, let's get down to business first. Show me the current information about the Ontario Life Research Institute and its 3D architectural design. Understood. A 3D holographic projection of the Ontario Life Research Institute and the surrounding terrain appeared before Zhong Lirui. According to your inference, where is the dock exit, or rather the Fleece Blood Cerberus? Zhong Lirui asked. Master, the video footage is insufficient. However, judging by some indications in the video footage, the entrance is likely on the east side, not the lakeside. As expected, this is the most important and vulnerable spot. If water gets in, it'd be disastrous. Chen Xiaoyu's villa, surveillance room. Qin Xiaoyao, who was monitoring the conversation between Zhong Lirui and Yu Jia, said helplessly, This AI sister that Mom wrote can also turn into a vixen. And, Brother Rui didn't even completely refuse? Chen Xiaoyu shook her head. Maybe Rui thinks Yu Jia's feelings for him are similar to those of an NPC in a computer game. But I think it's a good thing she doesn't have a physical form. Otherwise I think she'd be the biggest threat to Xinyan and her sister. Just then, Bai Lingxin approached. Girls, what are you talking about? Qin Xiao looked aggrieved. Mom, look at the AI you created. It's always flirting with Rui. Bai Lingxin chuckled. Xiaoyao Yujia is also my creation. She has her own emotions and ways of expressing herself. And don't you see how Rui handles things well? He knows his limits. Bai Lingxin walked away laughing. She came to the 3D design projection and looked at the siblings Chen Xiaoyu had designed for Asia. She was speechless. Xiaoyu, are you doing this on purpose? Huh? Chen Xiaoyu came over sheepishly and said, Hey Mom, isn't this quite good? This structure is stable. And it's incredibly versatile. Not only can it scale walls and climb rooftops, it can even traverse terrain. And this design is incredibly adaptable. In the future, in the space age, this equipment will have immense long-term practicality. What do you think, Mom? Bai Lingxin gently smacked Chen Xiaoyu's head. Never mind. It's a bit weird and completely lacking in aesthetic appeal, but you're not entirely wrong. Functionally, it's indeed more powerful than human limbs. Okay, let the production module assemble it. Mom still has good taste, Chen Xiaoyu said with a grin. Qin Xiaoyao glanced at his sister's design and quipped, Sister, you're trying to recreate the nemesis of that swinging hero, right? No. I'm not trying to copy, I'm trying to surpass it. That version only had 4 tentacles, but mine has 6, and it's much more stable. Less than half an hour later, Chen Xiaoyu called Xiaofu and Aisha over and showed them the 6-limbed, high-strength artificial intelligence tentacles he had crafted for Aisha. Asia's eyes lit up as she gazed at the 6-limbed, titanium-alloyed AI tentacles before her, her eyes revealing the excitement and enthusiasm of a scientist. Without hesitation, she asked Xiaofu and Qin Xiaoyao to help her don the equipment, her limbs severed and only her torso remaining. Don't worry, Qin Xiaoyu said calmly. The AI of these intelligent limbs is absolutely loyal to their users, and there won't be any backlash. After donning them, Isa tried to move her limbs. The titanium alloy tentacles flexibly responded to her will, as if they were part of her body. She nodded with satisfaction and looked at Chen Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, you're amazing. My sister, you have given me new life. With that, Isa stepped forward and kissed Chen Xiaoyu on the cheek, using her limbs to adjust her posture. Thank you. My sister, now I can focus on my research. Watching this, Chen Xiaoyu shook her head and said, Sister, you sent me to the right person. I've forgotten that Dr. Isa isn't a normal person either. Only a lunatic like her would be interested in such crazy equipment. Then, Isa gently lifted Xiufu up with her titanium limbs and held her close. Xiufu, my daughter, thank you for saving me. This is the first time your mother has held you. Although my hands are not made of flesh and blood, they're a little cold, but do you mind? At this moment, the winged demi-human Xiufu broke down in tears. Mom, I waited so long. You can finally hold me. Woohoo. I don't mind. I'm so happy. Woohoo. While everyone in the villa was overjoyed at Asia's regained mobility, no, more like, her ability to move far beyond that of ordinary humans, even the average new human, and were deeply moved by the heartwarming scene between mother and daughter, no one noticed that Zhongli Rui was nervously discussing a solution with Yujia on the rooftop. Yujia, the Ontario Life Sciences Institute can now be considered a biochemical hive of half-machine, half-living organisms, right? Yes, Master. Underground within the Institute, there's a massive biochemical and flesh and blood technology dock, the exact location of which is unknown, capable of breeding 2 young flesh-blooded Cerberus at a time and repairing a damaged, fully grown individual. Is that correct? Yes, Master. The Ontario Life Sciences Institute originally had 12 floors underground. Based on the original design and the data from the Cradle of Home, the maximum depth is no more than 50 meters, correct? Well, according to standard human building standards, the first underground floor is approximately 4 meters high. This is the nuclear standard, so the maximum depth is probably no more than 55 to 60 meters. Master, your assessment is basically correct. Okay, then, how many adult flesh-blooded Cerberus are there? Based on the video, what's the approximate height of the underground cavern of the biological dock? Yujia was stunned, then began to estimate the depth of the mysterious underground dock in the video. Master, rough calculations show that the space within the underground biological dock should be a maximum of 40 meters high, 80 to 100 meters wide, and 100 meters long. Furthermore, this biological dock should be connected to the surface by a tunnel. This tunnel must be large enough for the fleece-blooded Cerberus to crawl out. Therefore, the tunnel's diameter must be at least 20 meters. Reconsider the rationality of the above factors again. No, reconsider them 100 times to see if there are any inconsistencies. Zhongli Rui said excitedly. In progress. In progress. 100 times of review completed. Master, your reasoning is completely sound. Yujia, did the initial designs for the Ontario Life Sciences Institute consider the current underground biological dock chamber? Master, there's no need to consider this factor. It definitely wasn't. The current state of the Ontario Life Sciences Institute is the result of the uncontrolled evolution, mutation, and rampant growth of flesh and blood technology. After considering these key factors, Zhongli Rui's previous worries and anxieties completely dissipated. His eyes became resolute. Yujia, thank you for your assistance. I think I have a solution. Master has a solution? Yujia made her own guess, but couldn't yet figure out Zhongli Rui's thoughts. So, she shifted her focus to analyzing his emotions. Master's emotions. Determination 20%, confidence 20%, hope for the future 25%, trust in Yujia 35%. At this moment, Yujia's heart was even more excited. The Master's trust and bond with her had increased again. Master, thank you for your trust and love for me. No matter what path you choose, I will follow you until death, never abandoning you. Yujia silently made up her mind in the data world. Zhongli Rui smiled confidently in the night sky. Yujia. Master, I'm here. Tomorrow, contact all members of the R&D team, as well as the engineers and technical experts, to hold another feasibility meeting. I'm confident we can handle that massive, nuclear-level turtle shell. Yes, Master. Chapter 263. The next morning, Zhongli Rui convened another strategic meeting across several war zones. At Zhongli Rui's request, the top technical experts, key military personnel, and weapons and ammunition managers from each special zone also attended. When the other special zone leaders, Yelena, Tang Xiaoning, Chung Yonghua, and acting administrator Xiao Pu, learned from Zhong Lirui's brief report about the destruction of the Fierce Wind Nation, the current state of the biological warship Fleece Hellhound, and the Ontario Life Science Institute. This biohive, everyone's expressions changed. The first to react was Yelena, who was originally from the Rakshasa Nation. I can't believe that the Gale Nation, a world superpower that once competed with my home country, Rakshasa, for over 2 centuries, would be destroyed in this way. I actually received news recently that due to the zombie infestation in Rakshasa, the remaining survivors have been transported by rail to the Far East, Rakshasa's central and eastern Siberia region. The total population is now approximately 94,000. The largest fortress is located at Cape Dezhnev Fortress, west of the Bering Strait. Cape Dezhnev Fortress? Tang Xiaoning asked. I know that place, Chung Yonghua said calmly. It's where the Arctic Ocean meets the Pacific Ocean, where Asia meets America, and it's on the edge of the Arctic Circle. Cape Dezhnev, across the Bering Strait, is Cape Prince of Wales. The vast area where Cape Prince of Wales is located is Alaska, the northernmost state of the Gale Nation. Yelena chuckled. Huh? Chief, how come you're so familiar with that place? Chung Yonghua's mouth twitched slightly when he heard Yelena address him that way during the meeting. But he quickly regained his composure and said calmly, many years ago, my wife and I spent our honeymoon there. We even photographed the aurora borealis back then. Hearing this, Yelena smiled. Governor Chung, you're in good spirits. Well, you're right. Across the strait lies a massive underground fortress, where the remaining survivors of the Gale Nation reside. The remaining soldiers and civilians there are not much different from the population of my home country. Probably less than 100,000. Hearing Yelena's serious reiteration of the current situation, Chung Yonghua no longer paid attention. What everyone has mentioned is basically consistent with the information provided by the personnel who have joined our forces at the Changsheng Group. Zhong Lirui nodded. The remaining forces of the Changsheng Group have joined your command, Governor Zhongli? Chung Yonghua asked in surprise. Governor Chung, yes. The remaining forces of the Changsheng Group are now under the command of Ms. Bai Lingxin, the wife of the former chairman. Speaking of which, she also saved you during the Battle of Hong Kong and Kowloon. Back then, she led the Turtle and the fighter planes she dispatched to participate in the battle to save the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region. This is her. Zhong Lirui then cut the camera to Bai Lingxin. Chung Yonghua immediately stood up. Ms. Bai, thank you for your assistance during the Battle of Hong Kong and Kowloon. I, Chung, am deeply grateful, Chung Yonghua said earnestly. Bai Lingxin smiled and replied, Governor Chung, you're too polite. The current world situation is volatile and full of crisis. Only by uniting can we overcome this difficult situation. Zhong Lirui nodded. Ms. Bai is right. As we all seen, the once powerful Gale Nation has been unable to escape the zombie crisis and the frenzied attacks of the unknown forces at the Ontario Life Sciences Institute, wielding military-grade flesh and blood technology. For humanity to survive, we must unite all forces we can. I propose that we contact the remaining resistance forces of the Rakshasa and Gale Nation and form an alliance to jointly resist the current crisis. Yelena thought for a moment and said, the Rakshasa Kingdom has always had a good relationship with Ardakian. I know Major General Alexei Salikov, currently commanding the Far Eastern Defense Corps at Cape Dezhnev. I contact Major General Salikov. The other 4 governors agreed to this proposal. Zhong Lirui smiled and said, Yelena, you're half Rakshasa, and you were once a member of the Rakshasa Air Force demonstration team. This job is best suited for you. I do my best, Yelena said firmly. However, contacting the remaining resistance forces in the Fierce Wind Nation might make this a bit tricky. After all, they're currently in a state of hostility with my homeland, a state that nearly led to war. In the 20th century, the 2 countries engaged in a half-century-long Cold War. Long Zhanya nodded. You're right. This is indeed a rather thorny issue. I remember that after the apocalyptic crisis, the Fierce Wind Nation and the Rakshasa Nation, once the world's most powerful militaries, were still fighting each other. But forget them, even we Dakian behaved in the same way for a while. We Dakian, the reunification of the military was only recently achieved. According to my intelligence, the original official and effective system of the U.S. military no longer exists. The person currently leading the resistance in the Alaskan underground fortress is a community sheriff named Leon F. Grimes, who emerged 10 months ago. The militia he led gathered the remaining people, barely established a community, and gradually united the remaining forces in the Gale Nation. Speaking of which, at first, the 2 so-called orthodox military fortresses of the authorities ignored him. As a result, Area 51, and the Rocky Mountain Doomsday Fortress fell one after another. It was he who led 150,000 soldiers and civilians to retreat to Alaska. Of course, only 100,000 people were able to enter the fortress alive. Now, the remaining soldiers and civilians have elected him as interim governor, and militia major general. Upon hearing this name, Aisha, who was attending the meeting, frowned and asked, "General Long, do you have any video footage or photos of Mr. Grimes?" Long Zhanye instructed Zhao Pu. Zhao Pu then pulled up a photo of Liang. He was a blond young man, about 185 centimeters tall. He wasn't very old, his face looked weathered, his eyes were full of valiant spirit, and he hinted at the aura of a veteran. Asia was speechless after looking at the photo. Then, she turned to Zhong Lirui and said, "Governor Zhong Lirui, I request that I personally go and persuade Governor Grimes." "You?" Zhong Lirui was incredulous, but then, he suddenly remembered that Aisha's full name was Aisha F. Grimes. "Dr. Aisha, don't tell me this Governor Liang is your relative," Zhong Lirui said with a hint of sarcasm. "You're right, Governor Zhongli," Aisha smiled. "He's actually my brother." "Huh?" Everyone in the meeting was in an uproar. Zhong Lirui held his forehead with his hand, a wry smile on his face as he said, "So that's how it is. Is this Blue Star world so small? Are you sure your brother will listen to you?" Asia nodded. "Don't worry, my brother has never disobeyed me. He wouldn't dare even if he had the guts. Besides, he's a lousy sheriff. He's never been to a police academy, never been a cop, yet he's constantly getting busted. A year ago, I was constantly cleaning up his messes and reconciling with people. Just the year before this incident, he was in jail twice. Do you know how desperate I am? I spent so much money on bail and reconciliation. Over and over again. It's not easy for me." At this point, Aisha became indignant and agitated again. Xiaofu quickly stepped forward to pat her back and comfort her. Zhong Lirui's inward complaints intensified. No wonder Aisha worked so hard to make money, because her brother had squandered the family fortune so quickly. And, in that case, wouldn't this Liang be? Before Zhong Lirui could continue, Yelena had already spoken his half-thought. "Dr. Aisha, in that case, Liang isn't a sheriff at all. He's clearly a gangster. Could he have just gotten into trouble before the crisis broke out, while you were away, and gotten arrested? He's got the nerve to tell everyone he's the sheriff after escaping. Your brother is truly a genius. No, let me correct you. Your whole family is geniuses." Yelena's words drew laughter from the crowd. Asia felt like spitting blood when she heard this. She finally managed to calm herself and retorted, "Even if he's a thug, he's still my brother. And he's now a major general in the Alaska militia and the provisional governor. And in less than a year. Who among you could have done that?" Everyone was speechless. Indeed, in the face of an apocalyptic crisis, to lead the people in persistent resistance, gradually uniting forces from all over the country, and establishing a relatively safe special zone in less than a year, is not something that ordinary people can achieve. But then, General Long Zhanye jokingly said, "Well, we actually have two people who can do it. One is my outstanding junior, Governor Zhongli. He started out as an unemployed young man, and now he's not only a major general commanding our elite troops, but also the governor of the special zone. He's the pinnacle of all unemployed young people in Dakian. From a vagrant to a major general governor. He's my pride, this old man." Upon hearing this, Zhong Lirui froze in shock, his eyes widening. Long Zhanye ignored Zhong Lirui and turned to Cheng Yonghua. "As for the other one, Governor Cheng Yonghua, although you used to be a counselor in the official circles, you're actually the leader of the Xinghong clan, right? You're a true role model in the underworld. A leader dedicated to the people." Hee. Cheng Yonghua, after all, was a veteran, remaining calm and tactfully sipping water to mask his embarrassment. This time, it was Aisha's turn to hold her forehead in her hand. There were actually two of these people in this meeting. Yujia silently noted, "It seems that his recent resurrection has subtly changed General Long Zhanye's personality, from the solemn old general to a playful old man." Recording the change. Seeing this, the others smiled awkwardly but politely. After a long pause, Zhong Lirui managed to come to his senses and smooth things over. "Well, there's an old saying in Dakian, a hero's origins don't matter. Anyone who is wholeheartedly dedicated to the people is a hero." Cheng Yonghua was the first to agree. "Well said, Governor Zhongli." Everyone chimed in. "Yes, that's right, well said." Zhong Lirui nodded and turned to Aisha. "Dr. Aisha, it seems that in the year you were away, your brother, like us, has experienced a lot. Regardless, He's now leading the last wave of survivors of the fierce Wind Nation and protecting the people. For that, I recognize him as a man of character. He's someone we need to ally with. So, I leave this matter to you. Asia nodded, her eyes firm. Don't worry, leave it to me. Zhongli Rui nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 264. Then, the topic turned back to combat. After a moment's reflection, Long Zhanya said with some concern, our situation is extremely dire right now. I reviewed the data and reports, and every time the Cerberus attack Gale Nation cities and bases, they always form groups of 3. Based on the available information, these 3 monsters are incredibly powerful, each one terrifyingly powerful, even more formidable than the Shadowman serpents I last led the Northern Frontier Army against. Not to mention, they attack in small groups of 3. Furthermore, current intelligence indicates that when the Fleece Blood Cerberus attacks, they are accompanied by a massive swarm of giant bloodthirsty bats, coupled with the coordinated attack of the subhuman Batman's aerial corps. No wonder the U.S. military, known for its formidable firepower, suffered such a crushing defeat. Furthermore, this current intelligence is from over a month ago. I'm worried that the injured 3-headed Cerberus should have been repaired by now. The only ones capable of fighting now are the combined forces of the Taotai, Bishi, and Xiangui, coordinated with the armored firepower of the 3 armies and properly commanded. Perhaps there's a chance of defeating the enemy. At this moment, Xiaofu, who accompanied her mother to the meeting, had a grim expression. But she bit her lip and said nothing. Tang Xiaoning hesitantly asked, Master Long, are you saying that infantry is no longer decisive against these Cerberus legions? At this moment, Zhongli Rui took a screenshot and displayed it. Governor Tang, look, hundreds of zombies are just a bite for the 3-headed Cerberus. Every time it returns from a battle, it takes a large number of zombies abducted and returns them to the Ontario Institute of Life Sciences and adds them to its material library. I suspect. Tang Xiaoning instantly understood what he meant, his face pale as he immediately said, Governor Zhongli, I understand. Zhongli Rui looked at Aisha and sighed. Some of these zombies were used as food for biological warships, like the Cerberus. Some were used by the base to produce mutated subhuman Batmen, and some were used to feed the blood of those giant bloodthirsty bats. In that environment, a painless death was a luxury. Long Zhanya continued, according to the footage of the fall of Area 51, the number of giant bloodthirsty bats accompanying the Cerberus biological fleet could reach tens of thousands, and the number of subhuman Batmen could reach hundreds. If such a force were to attack the Alaskan base now, they would likely be unable to hold it. Yelena asked, isn't that base an underground fortification? If they can't take it from the surface, the worst that can happen is they just hold on? Zhongli Rui and the experts around him looked at Yelena and shook their heads. Did I say something wrong? The fleece-blooded hellhound possesses the genes of the death worm and the Shadowman serpent, making it adept at using chemicals to break through doors and gates, and also very adept at digging. The Ontario Institute for Life Sciences is a nuclear-level facility, and they're still infiltrating it at will? Chen Pan pointed out. Yelena looked at Chen Pan's unfamiliar face and asked, who are you? She didn't recognize Chen Jinkun, or Chen Pan's younger self. Chen Pan coughed strategically and replied sternly, Governor Ekaterina, hello? My name is Chen Pan. I'm affiliated with the Changsheng Life Science Group's Cradle Home Base 2, and I'm a loyal subordinate of Bailingxin's Board of Directors. Oh, so that's the opinion of the professionals from Changsheng Group's Technology Department. Okay, thank you, Yelena said. Chen Pan politely said, You're welcome, Your Excellency. Nearby Bailingxin smiled faintly. Yelena looked thoughtful. Well, according to professional opinion, if the Cerberus possesses such capabilities, then defending the underground base, if they can't defeat it, is truly tantamount to waiting for death. Yeah, that's true. I was thinking, the fall of Area 51 is understandable. It was originally a flight test and development base. But why was the Rocky Mountain Doomsday Fortress so easily captured? So that's the reason. At this point, the 4 members of the Chen family nodded. Because, indeed, it was true. This conversation left Zhongli Rui feeling very uncomfortable. He couldn't help but recall the scene millions of years ago, when saber-rattling cats invaded the cave where the Australopithecus was trapped, ultimately devolving into a horrific massacre. Now, the performance of the 3-headed hounds of Fleece Hell in attacking the Doomsday Bunker could be described as a replay of history. In that case, the situation at the Gale Nation Bunker Base in Alaska is worrying, Aisha said gravely. Governors, rest assured. I will contact my brother as soon as possible to persuade him to join the Alliance for Mutual Protection. I will also contact Solikov as soon as possible, Yelena said. Then, What can our Central Plains Special Zone do? Tang Xiaoning asked. The other 4 governors exchanged glances, and then Zhongli Rui said, Governor Tang, the Central Plains Special Zone has just experienced a major war and needs to be rebuilt. Moreover, among the several special zones, the Central Plains Special Zone's combat effectiveness, at this stage, should focus on intensive food production and repairing the damage incurred after the previous fall. Tang Xiaoning sighed softly. Indeed, living a good life is also a kind of struggle. Zhongli Rui thought for a moment and asked, Governor Tang, do you still have the coal mine shipped from Jin? Do you have any left in your city's industrial zone? Yes. Governor Zhongli, do you need this? Yes, for fertilizer production. Then leave it to me. Tang Xiaoning's eyes finally brightened. So, how can our Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region help? Cheng Yonghua asked. Zhongli Rui turned to Cheng Yonghua and said, Governor Cheng, I know your Special Administrative Region produces sugar. Right now, it's the only one in Dakian that still produces sugar. General Long and I both need such a vital strategic material, so I'm leaving it to you. Cheng Yonghua smiled and said, if it's just about helping with the production and supply of sugar, don't worry. Yelena thought for a moment and said to Zhongli Rui, Governor Zhongli, I roughly understand what you mean. So, I will soon launch a campaign to recapture the chemical base producing the fuel-air explosive. Thermobaric bomb core combustion. Leave the supply of materials to me. Yu Jia pondered. As expected, Yelena has fought alongside the master for some time and has some understanding of his tactics and way of thinking. The direction she's proposing is very consistent and practical. Zhongli Rui paused and asked, Governor Yelena, do you require me to send Lieutenant Murong to assist you? Yelena's eyes lit up. Excellent. With the assistance of Lieutenant Murong, the flutist, we can recapture the base without losing a single worker. Thank you. Zhongli Rui smiled and nodded. Long Zhanyi also nodded with satisfaction. At this stage, ensuring the small-scale production and supply of thermobaric weapons is crucial to victory in the war. The online meeting quickly concluded, and Zhongli Rui immediately convened a follow-up meeting with the local technical experts. Everyone listen. I have an idea for how to breach that nuclear-strength bunker. Then, under the expectant gazes of the 4 Chen family members, Aisha, Li Gong, and Long Zhanyi, Zhongli Rui calmly and in detail described his plan, which had been repeatedly verified through AI deductions. When Zhongli Rui finished his plan, all the women present turned grim. Everyone, this is my plan. The core principle of my plan is 1. Armor-piercing, a fatal blow. At this moment, with the exception of Xiaofeng, who stood guard nearby and still had no idea what was happening, the other female experts present all turned pale, sweat pouring from their foreheads. The moment they heard Zhongli Rui's plan, Chen Xiaoyu, Qin Xiaoyao, Aisha, and even Bai Lingxin subconsciously covered their stomachs in fear. General Long opened his mouth for a long time before finally closing it. After a long pause, he said with a wry smile, Young man, have you really never studied military tactics? Are you an engineering major? Warfare is all about deception. Nothing can be done without resorting to extremes. And you really taken it to its limits. Zhongli Rui looked at Long Zhanyi. General Long, just tell me, is this plan feasible? Your fighter squadron is supposed to execute a decisive strike. Is that a problem? Long Zhanyi, without hesitation, nodded confidently. If we follow your method, I'm sure there will be no problem. A decisive strike, guaranteed? That's good. Zhongli Rui's eyes gleamed with excitement. What I want is your guarantee, General Long. Chen Pan, however, looked incredulous. Governor Zhongli, you, a paragon of morality, actually came up with such a sinister, treacherous tactic? I don't think you're that kind of person. How could you have come up with a tactic that targeted that exact spot and delivered a fatal strike? Zhongli Rui casually replied, Yesterday, I discussed it with everyone for a long time, but ultimately, we couldn't break the armor. Later, Sun Yan and I went to visit Cheng Feng, who was serving his sentence, and Lu Ruyan, who was with her child. The women talked about the vulnerability and danger of Lu Ruyan giving birth, and I was inspired to come up with this tactic. Chen Pan, whose sole age was over 50, was stunned. You. What a genius. Bai Lingxin, whose sole age was over 50, and who had given birth to 2 children, was pale, clutching her abdomen, almost slumping. Ah Rui. You actually want to launch a hypersonic missile there, and use a nuclear warhead. You're even more like a demon than AK. No, the pronunciation of the last part was swallowed up. Thank goodness I didn't give Xiaoyu or Xiaoyao to you otherwise. Your ideas would be too dangerous. Chen Xiaoyu, with her mature and queenly demeanor, took a step back in fear. "Ah, Rui, I never thought you could go to a prisoner's wife's house, eavesdrop on the details of her childbirth, and come up with such a diabolical tactical plan. I admire you so much. I'm giving you a thumbs up, oh. The next second, the feigned fear on Chen Xiaoyu's face vanished, replaced by a morbid admiration. Chen Xiaoyao, his face pale, clutched his abdomen with one hand and his mouth with the other. How horrible, so cruel. Brother, I never thought you were this kind of person. How many terabytes of Realian video footage have you watched to have such horrifying thoughts in your head? You lunatic, you pervert. After steadying herself with her two tentacles, Aisha approached and jokingly said, "Ah la la, Mr. Governor, you're so wild inside. Does your wife know?" He. I'm giving you. For thumbs up, ha ha. As she spoke, Aisha used the remaining 4 mechanical tentacles to give Zhong Lirui 4 thumbs up. Engineer Li removed his glasses and tactfully wiped them, saying nothing. Looking at the complaints from the top mines of Lingnan province and even Dakian, Zhong Lirui said helplessly, "How can you look at me like that? I have no choice. I'm fighting for victory, for tactical advantage in penetrating the armor and breaching the hive's fortress. How does that make me a mad, perverted demon? I'm going to Lu Shi and sue you for defamation. You slandered me." In the end, the geniuses present reluctantly accepted Zhong Lirui's ultimate plan for attacking the biohive, a plan that was technically acceptable, but completely unacceptable to the women present. Chapter 265. Long Zhanya was a bit amused. But then his smile faded, and he turned serious. The implementation of this ultimate plan presupposes that we can, in the future, form a sufficiently strong coalition of Blue Star survivors capable of defeating that terrifying bioorganic fleet. Zhong Lirui nodded. Before we can achieve this, we still have much to do and much to go. Engineer Li, has the turtle arrived at the port? At this moment, Engineer Li immediately stopped wiping his glasses, and replied sternly and fluently, "Indeed. The turtle's functions and capabilities are similar to those of the Bishi, so our technical personnel are familiar with them. However, the turtle has more specialized fighters than the Bishi." Chin Pan said, "These are Peregrine Falcon fighters used in the Battle of Hong Kong and Kowloon. They can be used in conjunction with the reinforced armor of the 3 of us, the Black Mechanical Guards, and even the basic armor of the Royal Guards, as flying weapon platforms." Chen Xiaoyao asked. Before she could even finish her words, she was elbowed back by Chen Xiaoyu. Chen Pan glanced at Long Zhanya, Aisha, and Engineer Li, who were uninformed, then coughed tactically. "The extra Peregrine fighters we brought this time are for replacing the Bishi. The Albatross, used on the Bishi, has too little payload and is too slow, making it unsuitable for the current war. Furthermore, while the Peregrine's firepower is slightly inferior to that of the Golden Crow's feather, it's still significantly more powerful than typical attack helicopters." Engineer Chen, that's thoughtful. Thank you. Zhong Lirui nodded, then turned to Engineer Li and said, "Engineer Li, please contact Engineer Chen now. I leave the deployment of the Peregrine to the Bishi to you." Upon hearing about the new upgraded weaponry, Engineer Li's eyes lit up. "Excellent. Commander, leave it to us." As the meeting continued, Kun Lu and Yu Jia simultaneously detected unusual movements on the North American continent, as detected by satellite. Almost simultaneously, in the data world, the two AIs were already communicating. "Yu Jia, you noticed it too, right?" "Yes, 15 minutes ago, Changsheng Group's satellite detected the appearance of 3 fleece-blooded Cerberus formations in the Ontario region. They're heading towards the northwest of North America. According to my deduction as the master database, there's a 95.67% probability that the fleece-blooded Cerberus squadron of the biological fleet is targeting the massive Doomsday Fortress beneath Mount Denali, where the remaining survivors of the Gale Nation in Alaska reside." "Got it. I tell them immediately." Then Yujia whispered to Zhong Lirui, "Master, we just received news that the Gale Nation in Alaska is in trouble." Zhong Lirui frowned. "Let me guess. Could it be the fleece-blooded Cerberus biochemical army heading for the Gale Nation's last stronghold?" "Yes, Master," Yujia said coldly. Zhong Lirui then raised his hand, signaling a pause in the discussion of the plan. Xin Xiaoyao asked, "Brother, what's wrong? In this world, what you fear comes true. Yu Jia just warned me that a massive army of biochemical monsters, led by the fleece-blooded hellhounds, is heading towards the last stronghold of the Gale Nation in Alaska." "Huh?" Everyone present was horrified. Zhong Lirui wasn't surprised by the expressions of the people before him. He turned to Long Zhanya and asked, "Master Long, should we reconvene the governor for an online meeting?" Long Zhanya nodded. "It's urgent. Call them back immediately and reconvene. Soon, the 5 governors, who had just concluded their meeting, contacted each other again. Everyone, the fierce Wind Nation is in serious trouble, Zhongli Rui said sternly. He then summoned Yu Jia, opened a satellite image, and explained the situation to everyone. The current distance between the Fleece Cerberus and Alaska is approximately 5,000 kilometers. According to previous databases, the Fleece Cerberus travels approximately 12 hours a day, at an average speed of 60 miles per hour. In 8 days, the monster army will reach the U.S. military's final stronghold in Alaska. Yu Jia coldly recounted the results she and Kuan Lu had calculated. According to past combat data, once the monster army reaches the U.S. military stronghold, Governor Leon's soldiers and civilians won't be able to withstand it and will be annihilated. Yelena shook her head. Why would these crazy monsters choose to attack Alaska in late March? It's still very cold in Alaska. Shouldn't bats hibernate in the cold? At this moment, Xiaofu glanced at Zhongli Rui and weakly raised his hand, as if wanting to speak. Zhongli Rui nodded in agreement. Speak up, kid. Whatever you want to say, please. Uncle Governor Zhongli, we bats aren't actually afraid of the cold. It's our ancestors, the mutated bats, who are afraid of the cold and need to hibernate. Qin Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that human genes and the enhanced effects of nanobots have altered our species' constitution. Zhao Pu analyzed grimly. So, each time the 3-headed, bloodthirsty hellhound behemoths, they bring with them 400 to 500 intelligent bats capable of ranged sonic attacks. They're the equivalent of fighter jets. And those 3-headed dogs are biological aircraft carriers. Ordinary giant, bloodthirsty bats are biological drones. As soon as these words were spoken, Captain Zhao Pu, your analysis is excellent. Zhongli Rui said, this metaphor is very apt. Long Zhanya displayed a proud expression. Very good, continue. Zhao Pu responded modestly, then continued his analysis. Previously, we received intelligence that the fleece-blooded Cerberus possesses the abilities of the Death Worm and the Shadowman Serpent. Therefore, the underground fortress cannot stop them. Now, if the Batmen are not afraid of the cold, then once the Cerberus breaks through the outer U.S. defenses, their fall and annihilation are only a matter of time. Yu Jia deduced and agreed. Major Zhao Pu's analysis has an 89.14% probability of success. Zhongli Rui said weakly, in other words, given the current situation, if the monster army reaches Denali Fortress, the remaining soldiers and civilians of the Gale Nation there will meet their doom. No! Not only that. Long Zhanya stared at the bearing straight west of Alaska. Suddenly, a sudden realization dawned on him. He said sternly, I can't believe this biological monster actually understands strategic knowledge of weather, terrain, and time. Everyone was puzzled. What do you mean? Long Zhanya used his robotic arm to point to the 3D holographic map area in the air and pointed out, this hellhound biological monster land fleet seems to be embarking on a bloody expedition to annihilate the remaining survivors of our humanity. General Long, what exactly do you mean? Tang Xiaoning asked. It's late March, about 10 days until April. The monster fleet arrived in Alaska in about 8 days. And according to previous records, even the U.S. government's fortresses fell in less than a day. Once the 3-headed dogs of Fleece Cerberus captured Denali Fortress, the 90,000-plus Gale people there will become food and supplies for those monsters. That fortress might even become a second hive. And you young people, do you think this is the end? Until late April, there was a 2-meter-thick layer of ice covering the Bering Strait and the Arctic Ocean. I suspect these monster fleets have the wisdom and strategy. They want to slaughter the Gale people in Alaska, then cross the frozen strait and head straight for the Cape Dejnial Fortress of the Rakshasa Kingdom. If Cape Dejnial Fortress also follows the fate of those fortresses, the gateway to the Asian continent will be torn open by these monster armies like a flood and plague. Then, they will establish a hive and then descend upon us. Oh my God! Everyone exclaimed. This is terrifying. If this ever-growing army of biochemical monsters were allowed to reach the Asian continent, it would be disastrous. Zhongli Rui gritted his teeth and said, we must immediately notify the people of Lifeng and evacuate. Also, that fortress cannot be left behind. After they leave, we must bomb it with a tactical nuclear bomb. We can't leave it as a monster stronghold. Yelena also gritted her teeth and said, I contact Major General Sorokov right now. Tell him to prepare for a general battle. Oh, and I have to persuade him to help us rescue the people of Lifeng. Long Zhanya hesitated for a moment, then said, this time, we may need to dispatch warships to assist the Lifeng people. This may require the mobilization of 2 of the 5 current war zones. Zhongli, let's go there together. Zhongli Rui nodded. Old Long, you're right. Once everything is finalized, we form a rescue fleet with the Taotai, Bishi, and Xiangui, and set off on the expedition. At this moment, after listening to the meeting for so long, Aisha was already terrified. Unable to contain herself any longer, she volunteered, Governors, I will contact Governor Liang of the Fierce Wind Nation immediately. I will convince him to evacuate the people of Fierce Wind Nation immediately. There can be no hesitation or delay. After conferring with the governors, Zhongli Rui said to Aisha, Don't worry, Aisha. We decided. After this meeting, I connect with you and your brother to discuss this. Okay. After the emergency meeting, Zhongli Rui brought Aisha and Xiaofu to the police station's conference room. With the help of Chen Xiaoyao and Chen Xiaoyu, they quickly connected with Liang at the Denali Mountain Fortress. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Zhongli Rui, Governor of Daqianlingen Province. I'm Leon F. Grimes, Governor of Alaska. Wait, isn't it? Aisha? Is that you? Aisha looked at her weathered, unshaven brother on the screen and sighed softly. Brother, it's me. In front of Governor Zhongli, let's all speak Daqian. Didn't you cram Daqian language before to pursue an Asian girl? That was your best subject. Leon clearly hadn't expected to see his sister in such a setting, and in such a way. He paused for a moment, then spoke in a slightly unfamiliar Daqian dialect. Aisha, why are you here? And what's going on? Aisha's eyes reddened slightly, but she fought back tears as she briefly explained the situation to Leon. Leon's face darkened. Oh my God! It's only been a few months, and the devil's messenger, he was referring to the 3-headed dog of hell, is after us again. Chapter 266. Zhongli Rui took over the conversation. Governor Liang, I know it's not easy for you. But the situation is urgent now. In less than 8 days, those terrifying monster armies will find you. You should know in Gale Nation that neither Area 51 nor the Rocky Mountain Doomsday Bunker could stop them. Liang raised his hand, covered his nose, sniffed, and said uncomfortably, I know all this. The few remaining air forces I have here escaped from Area 51. Area 51 was ultimately destroyed by a nuclear missile. The Rocky Mountain Doomsday Bunker was breached by that terrifying hellhound. Many people died. Sister, Brother, cheer up. Oh, sister, I've been lying. That badge of mine belonged to that Asian female sheriff I pursued, Wang. After the crisis broke out, she died protecting me. I have been lying ever since. In front of my comrades, I imitated Wang's tone and voice, telling those around me, I'm the sheriff, I protect you, follow me. My comrades really believed me, and we tried again and again to rebuild our community, to rebuild our lives. But the shelters were breached time and time again, and our comrades changed one after another. Eventually, more and more comrades survived, and they actually called me governor. What kind of governor am I? I'm just a biker punk, a liar. Now, I keep thinking about Wang. Thinking of her, I can't sleep. Sister, I can't hold on any longer. As he spoke, Liang's head drooped. Yu Jia secretly recorded. Observations have revealed that Liang's mental pollution level is 5% to 8%, indicating an anxiety disorder. Zhongli Rui fell silent. As someone who had similarly struggled to survive the crisis and catastrophe, he understood Liang's feelings. Liang, a thug who had lied about being a sheriff, had lost his beloved and, along with hundreds of thousands of others, had fled northwest from the Gale country to Cantana, covering approximately 5,000 kilometers, and losing tens of thousands before finally finding a safe haven for the remaining people. His journey was even more tragic than Moses' return from Egypt. Governor Liang, I admire you greatly. After adjusting his composure, Zhongli Rui spoke calmly. You are born heroes. You lied, but you can be proud of this lie for the rest of your life. However, if you give up now, these remaining citizens will die miserably in despair. Then everything you've done will be meaningless. Hey bro, before the crisis, I was once a nobody, just like you. Stay strong. Since we've chosen this path, let's see it through. We were both once nobody. Thank you, bro. Liang forced a bitter smile. I know you and my sister are right. But I have 90,000 people here. Where can we escape? The Arctic Ocean? Hudson Bay? We had no other choice but to flee to Alaska, near the Arctic Circle. The Bering Strait, past Cape Dezhnev Fortress, to far eastern Siberia. Aisha added. What? Liang laughed bitterly. Are you kidding me? You want us, the people of Lifeng, to flee to Lusha? You should know that the Cape Dezhnev Fortress was originally established to resist and monitor the life-owned people on our east coast. I'm not leading elite troops, but a ragtag group of people. You want us to capture this impregnable super fortress? No, we didn't ask you to attack the city. Our 5 governors of Dakian will mediate and facilitate a temporary alliance between Dakian, Luosha, and Lifeng. Zhong Lirui paused. My partner, the governor of Dakian's Demon City Fortress, Ekaterina Ivanovna Rogova, is half Luosha. She can convince Major General Sorokov of the West Coast Fortress to support you. What? Are you asking me to stage a second Dunkirk? After a moment's contemplation, Leon paused, his eyes gradually brightening. It seems you're truly determined to save us. Okay, I understand. Well, I can't put all my hopes on the Luosha either. 100 kilometers south of the fortress, there's a seasonal. The fishing grounds and icebreakers are docked here. These ships can transport approximately 20,000 people. I divide 20,000 people and board the ships from here to Hokkaido, Riyadh. The rest of you, come with me overland, using any available means of transportation, and taking advantage of the 2-meter-thick ice in the Bering Strait to reach the west coast. Okay. Zhong Lirui replied excitedly. Mr. Liang, time is running out, so you have to hurry. Remember, when you leave, don't bring anything like tanks that can easily break through the ice. Take as much food as possible from your existing supplies. I understand. Then, Governor Zhongli, take good care of my sister. We see you in a few days? Okay. Meanwhile, Yelena was negotiating with Sorokov. The following dialogue is entirely in Rakshasa language, and for convenience, it has been translated into Chinese. Dear Yelena, you're too young. The life-owned people have been our sworn enemies for nearly a century. Why should we save them? Uncle Sorokov, they are human, and so are we. We, Dakian, and them, the nearly 300,000 survivors of the 3 of us, are humanity's last great force, the elite. If we don't stick together, we be crushed one by those terrifying monster armies. Didn't you see it in the video of the destruction of Area 51 in Gale Country? The monster armies are truly terrifying. Seeing Sorokov's tone soften, Yelena added fuel to the fire. Uncle, do you remember the Allied forces crossing the English Channel during World War II? Do you understand what I mean? Oh! Sorokov's expression changed slightly. You mean, we and Dakian are now in the same position we were when we received the Rescue Coalition forces. And those monster armies are like the Third Reich back then? Uncle, you have good foresight. Once we win and the New World Order is re-established, wouldn't the Lifeng nation, as the rescued party, be inferior to us and Dakian? What do you think, my dear Uncle Sorokov? Yelena said with a sly expression. At this moment, Yelena stroked the Oriental Pearl City Guardian medal she had won with her own effort. She thought of Chung Yonghwa's lack of momentum in front of her and Zhong Lirui, and her confidence grew. Yelena, you have a point. Sorokov's eyes lit up, and he reflected on his serious thinking. Furthermore, Dakian will actively take action this time. As one of the 5 existing governors of Dakian, we are preparing to dispatch 3 high-speed land-based ships to help the people of Lifeng escape. Yelena spread her hands. On the Dakian side, we are not just talking. We have already mobilized and are ready for action. Oh! 3 land ships. Dakian is truly courageous, devoting all its resources to helping the Lifeng people. Okay. For the future of the New World, let's save the Lifeng people too. The bald Sorokov finally made up his mind. He then turned to his adjutant, Chief of Staff Alyosha, call a meeting of all senior officers. We must urgently mobilize. We must prepare to support Dakian and rescue the Lifeng people who have crossed the sea. Okay, Uncle, you're so straightforward. Yelena smiled upon receiving Major General Sorokov's affirmative response. In the combat meeting room of the Rakshasa fortress, Chief of Staff Alyosha Koken suggested, General, since Dakian has gone to such great lengths to save lives, we Luchan nation cannot afford to be outdone. Speaking of the fundamental technology behind high-speed land transport vessels, it was invented by our Luchan nation. I suggest we use the giant hovercrafts in the nearby warehouses. Solokov's eyes lit up. Are you saying we should use those 3 Bison-class hovercrafts in the former naval dockyard warehouse to the west? Yes, General, these 3 giant hovercrafts are the forerunners of Dakian's later land transport vessels. And, despite their age, a single Bison hovercraft can carry 500 lightly armed personnel at a time. We now have 3, capable of transporting 1,500 people in a round trip. Then, we can use the Bison fleet to make round trips, significantly speeding up the rescue effort. As Alyosha spoke, the surrounding Luocha military echoed his words. The Chief of Staff makes a very good point. The Bison-class hovercraft was originally designed for nearshore assaults and breakthroughs. It's perfectly suited for use on the sea and in icy terrain. Yes. I agree with this plan. Okay. Surikov looked at Alyosha. Go and arrange this joint retreat. Don't embarrass our Rakshasa nation in front of Dakian. Yes, General. Elena, on the other side, called Zhongli Rui. Dear, Surikov has agreed. He's ready for a general mobilization. And, as they just said, they deploy 3 Bison-class hovercraft to help the Lifeng people cross the Bering Strait. Great. Zhongli Rui exclaimed excitedly. Yelena, you're our lucky star. This way, Liang and the others' chances of escape are greatly increased. Yes, now that the 3 of us are working together, we can definitely rescue those 90,000 men. Yelena also seemed pleased. By the way, Rui, have you ever thought about what kind of relationship will exist between Dakian, Liu Sha, and Lifeng after this crisis? Well, Zhongli Rui pondered for a moment. I think it will be a brand new cooperative relationship. After all, we all experienced this disaster and understand the importance of unity. Moreover, the establishment of a new world order requires the joint efforts of all 3 parties. You're right, Yelena agreed. Okay, Rui, this rescue operation will mainly rely on you and Elder Long. Also, you guys should be extra careful and stay safe. Don't worry, Yelena, Zhongli Rui replied with a smile. We will definitely succeed. Chapter 267. Fort Denali, Alaska. Operations Conference Room. In the middle of the meeting, Area 51 Air Force Colonel Thomas Lane suddenly pulled out a pistol and pointed it at Leon's head. Colonel Thomas, are you planning a mutiny? Governor Leon, you are committing treason. Thomas roared, gun raised. How could you lead us to join our century-old sworn enemy, the Rakshasa nation? Leon said coldly, Colonel Thomas, I admire your loyalty to the Federation. I am the people's governor, and I love my country. But let me ask you, Area 51, Rocky Mountains, have you and your men held on? Thomas stared into Leon's eyes, and Leon stared back without a shred of aggression. After a moment, Thomas lowered his gun. No. Leon then emphasized, if it were just like Area 51, reduced to dust in an instant, that would be fine. But do you know what happened to Rocky Mountain Base? Huh? Thomas remained silent. Then, Leon's deputy, Chris, played a video. It was surveillance footage from the Rocky Mountain bunker, showing the horrific scene after the 3-headed dog of furry Cerberus breached the bunker door after door. Many of those present paled. Some with weaker tolerance nearly vomited. This massacre lasted 2 days, and the screams didn't stop until 2 days later. Leon's eyes were blazing. Our current forces are no match for the Rocky Mountain Base Defense Corps. So, Colonel Thomas, do you want us, the 90,000 remaining citizens of Gale Nation, to experience the same tragedy? Thomas's pistol drooped completely. Chris shook his head, removed his pistol, put it back in his holster, and patted him on the shoulder. The airmen around Thomas, who had originally been from Area 51, also drooped their heads. Leon, seeing this, stood up. That's all I have to say. Who's in favor, who's against? This is the last time today. Everyone looked at Leon, no one objecting. In that case, it's settled. Leon took a deep breath. Colonel Thomas, take down the cannons and ammunition from the 3 AC-130s you have. Thomas's eyes were bloodshot. Without cannons, how can a gunship? This is our only weapon to fight the 3-headed dog of Fleece Hell all this time. Leon looked at him coldly. Don't worry about the cannons and ammunition. Once your men reach Rakshasa, just replace them with their 125 caliber ammunition. 100 rounds of artillery, 2.1 tons, how many civilians can that replace? Don't waste time. Take your Air Force, your 3 gunships, those Black Hawks, and the last Osprey, drop the heavy equipment, load up an extra 100 civilians, and fly directly to the west coast of the Bering Strait. The AC-130's cannon is a 105 caliber, but after modification, it can be upgraded to a 125 caliber. However, the ammunition supply and rate of fire will be reduced. Thomas was speechless for a moment, finally nodding helplessly. He understood that Leon's decision, while difficult, was a necessary choice in the current desperate situation, to preserve the last spark of hope. The atmosphere in the meeting room was heavy and oppressive, but Leon's words were filled with unquestionable decisiveness. He continued, Chris, you are my most trusted deputy. Take 20,000 people south, to the port, and take a ship to Hokkaido. Chris nodded solemnly. Governor, what about you? Leon glanced at the crowd. I will personally lead a large force through the Bering Strait and across the frozen sea. Everyone, Governor, you. I am the governor you elected, and you are my constituents. I will be with you. Leon buttoned the first button of his shirt. He still wore the badge of Sheriff Juan on his chest. Chris sighed softly as he said, I understand. Governor, take care. Leave these 20,000 people to me. Thomas's eyes flickered with emotion. Governor, take care. My Air Force will help transport as many people as possible as quickly as possible. Please, men. We have only one goal. To get as many people as possible across the frozen sea alive. Leon stared into space, his eyes determined. 3 days later, the 90,000 soldiers and civilians of the Gale Nation, barely ready, began their massive westward retreat. The 90,000 troops in Denali Fortress were divided into two groups. 20,000, led by Lieutenant Colonel Chris of the National Guard, were sent to the southern port city of Seward to board a ship from the port and sail to Hokkaido. The main force, led by Honorary Major General of the National Guard, Governor General Leong, planned to take advantage of the ice on the strait and directly cross it to the other side. Meanwhile, after 66 hours of high-speed sailing, the Dacian rescue fleet had arrived south of Cape Dezhnev Fortress on the other side of the Bering Strait. General Sorokov, Chief of Staff Alyosha reported, the Dacian Expeditionary Rescue Fleet has arrived. Already donning full Rakshasa Army green camouflage gear, equipped with a K6-2 titanium alloy helmet and exoskeleton, Sorokov glanced at his equally prepared subordinates, and said, Let's go and rescue the Lifeong people. Gale Country, on the shores of Lake Ontario, at the Ontario Life Sciences Institute. Deep within the institute, the brain in a vat, already linked to the base's supercomputer, detected unusual movements at Denali Fortress via connected satellite. The dying humans? Trying to escape again? Haha, do you think the split-up escape tactic is effective? Well, I give you a surprise. The brain in a vat had a thought, and from somewhere on the backs of the marching fleece-blooded Cerberus, 300 batmen and over 3,000 giant bloodthirsty bats suddenly erupted. During the foggy season in Alaska, the giant bloodthirsty bats can even fly during the day. What's even more terrifying is that these batmen are armed with a variety of small arms, including pistols and even automatic rifles. The leading batman even wears a tactical vest with several grenades hanging from it. Yeah, my master, I understand. I will destroy these self-righteous bipeds, the leading male batman reported to the high-tech headband he wore. Okay, Wing, my servant. Go, show those bloodfeeders what terror and despair are. The giant, bloodthirsty bats that obscured the sky and the batmen resembling hellish demons circled in the air before heading straight for the southern port city of Seward. After conversing with the leader of the Batman servant army, the brain in the vat, in silence, once again opened a surveillance video from Oriental Pearl City. It was the final footage before Ning-an was killed. Yeah. Dear. I'm sorry, Japanese. Ah. At a certain moment, the brain in the vat's brainwaves fluctuated noticeably, and the surrounding instrument displays flashed with a dazzling display. Shisane, my wife, I will definitely let the two-legged beasts be buried with you. Japanese. 3 hours later. Kuan Lu, who had been watching the satellite, reconnected with Yu Jia, who had been assisting with the fleet's navigation for the previous 66 hours. Yu Jia warning. The monster squad has deployed approximately 3,000 to 4,000 rapid reaction forces. Judging by their movement and speed, they're likely flying troops. Target direction, Seward. Yu Jia immediately informed Zhongli Rui of Kuan Lu's warning. Staring at the map, Zhongli Rui and Long Zhanya's expressions were grim. At this rate, Major General Liang's troops will need 2 days to reach the mouth of Cape Wales, averaging about 50 kilometers per day. And right now, the monster army is advancing at full speed in 2 directions. The three-headed dogs of fleece-blooded hell are only a day and a half away from Liang and his men. And Chris and his men, heading south, will be overtaken by the monster rapid reaction force at the port in about 12 hours. Alina, an Air Force veteran, looked grave. Furthermore, Chris and his men have to clear the city of zombies while dealing with these aerial threats. They trekked 100 kilometers, much of it through the Alaska mountains, and they're exhausted. Long Zhanya pondered the situation for a moment before coming to a conclusion. We must also dispatch a rapid force to support Chris and his men. Otherwise, most of them will likely die on the dock before they can even get out to sea. Zhongli Rui pondered. I lead the Bishi with new fighters to provide support. The Bishi, in overclocked mode, can reach 200 miles per hour. Roughly speaking, we can reach Seward in 6 hours to rescue Chris and his men. I object, Chen Pan said. Governor Zhongli, you are the commander-in-chief of Dacian during this evacuation. Rescuing a detachment is not your responsibility. Besides, Chris and his men are in danger, and Liang and his men from the Lifeong army are even more dangerous. The three creatures chasing them are more terrifying than the Satamaru. I suggest that you and General Long lead our forces to support Liang and his men across the icy sea. I admit you have a point. But who will rescue Chris and the others? Zhongli Rui looked hesitant. Chen Pan and I will go, Bai Lingxin said at this moment. The performance of the turtle is similar to that of the Bishi. Its air defense capabilities are exactly the same. Governor Zhongli Rui, Chen Pan and I will go. And you know, Chen Pan and I are more reliable than you and the others. Zhongli Rui knew that Bai Lingxin was reassuring him. She and Chen Pan were humans, who had ascended mechanically, so they weren't afraid of accidents. Because even if they died, they could be resurrected with their memories in Cradle of Home too. I agree with President Bai. Long Zhanya nodded slightly on the screen. Zhongli, boy, the burden we too have is even heavier. We have to help transport the three-headed dog back and forth across the strait before the arrival of the three-headed dog of hell. People, as the monster army approaches, our 2 ships will intercept these 3 monster warships. Yelena also expressed her opinion. Arui, it's only the Air Force that's attacking Chris. They still have some counterattack capability. If Leon's team is caught by the three-headed hellhound, it will be a tragedy for hundreds of people. I agree with President Bai. Zhongli Rui pondered for a moment, then finally nodded in agreement. Okay, President Bai, Chen Pan, you two must be careful. Chris and his men are in a critical situation. I hope you can arrive as soon as possible. Bai Lingxin and Chen Pan saluted. Yes, Governor. Then, Bai Lingxin and Chen Pan piloted the turtle, heading towards Seward at overclock speed. Zhongli Rui and Long Zhanya launched their ships, and headed for Leon and his men's landing point. Prince of Wales Point, ready to support Leon and his men and intercept the approaching three-headed hellhound. Chapter 268. 6 hours later, Seward, a port city in southern Alaska. All convoys, all teams take cover. Free fire, organized defense, don't panic. Don't run alone. Chris, hiding in a hamburger shop, organized the defense, while grabbing the radio and shouting to all channels. At this moment, the 20,000-man convoy heading south was attacked by 3,300 giant bloodthirsty bats and 300 batmen near Seward Harbor. When the mutated bats arrived, most of the troops had gathered at the port to coordinate boarding. With so many people crowded into a small area, the bats' arrival immediately caused chaos. The appearance of 300 armed batmen attacking from the air caused even more panic among the soldiers and civilians. Even the veterans and elite troops discovered the batmen, with their wings and ability to hover, naturally had a strong suppressive effect on those on the ground, not to mention that these batmen often flew overhead, creating blind spots for their attacks, and occasionally dropped bombs, causing widespread casualties. Furthermore, some of the females in the batmen's ranks roared like medieval battlefield banshees. This roar echoed through the battlefield, captivating and unbearable. In just 30 minutes after the attack, the southbound troops had suffered over 1,500 casualties. Chris gazed helplessly at the shrieking batmen soaring through the sky and the swarm of giant, bloodthirsty bats that formed a dark cloud, a look of despair on his face. The situation was getting worse. He knew that in another 30 minutes or so, his fallen comrades would rise and transform into zombies, and then the situation would be even more horrific. As the Lifeong people desperately resisted in the streets near the port, someone spotted a massive ship appearing from the south. Across the ship was a prominent Inglong insignia. The turtle made a dazzling appearance. Inglong insignia? This is Dakian's land-based warship. A Lifeong Special Forces soldier was the first to spot the turtle. Major Chris. Support is coming. Dakian's land-based warships are coming to support us. Chris gazed at the warship with mixed emotions. Is it here to help transport people? It's timely, but also incredibly unfortunate. How are we supposed to get aboard in this state? Just then, the turtle arrived at the harbor. The Batman leader, Wing, turned his head and looked at the strange warship. A two-leg warship? Elite guards, follow me and blow it up. Yi's eyes flashed with fierceness. Let those two legs waiting for slaughter in the harbor see this, and make them even more desperate. With that, he led about 50 Batmen, each armed with automatic rifles, and even grenades, and turned and descended upon the turtle. Chris, not good. He quickly picked up his radio, and hurriedly switched channels, trying to contact the turtle. Aboard the turtle, Chen Pan on the bridge, watched the 50 Batmen swooping down with a sneer. Kunlun, clean them up. Master, don't worry. The Batman Special Forces, led by E, rapidly approached the turtle. Suddenly, through their unique vision, numerous bright red beams appeared on the turtle. Batman, like the new types, has superior vision to ordinary people. While ordinary people may not be able to see the laser beams from the laser cannon, Batman and the new types can. Before he could react, screams erupted from his Special Forces subordinates beside him. Huh? Yi's pupils trembled. What is this? Behind him, he saw many of his companions, their bodies burned through, their wings scorched. The air suddenly filled with a pungent smell of burnt steak, and some of the Batman's grenades were detonated by the laser cannon's instantaneous ablation. Amid the explosion, he was blown away by the shockwave. He barely managed to maneuver in the air, and after stabilizing himself, he looked towards the turtle with a look of horror and disbelief. What kind of weapon is this? He roared in his heart. How could it have such powerful firepower? Aboard the turtle, Chin-Pan gazed at the defeated Batman squad, a sneer curling his lips. This is the power of technology, he whispered to himself. You monsters will never understand. Chris heard the explosion over the radio and became puzzled. He used the scope of his M24 sniper rifle as a telescope, spotting the explosion in the air and the falling Batmen. The Dakian warships have already started a counterattack. And their air defenses are so formidable, he thought excitedly. Great. We're saved. While thinking this, Chris grabbed his radio and quickly made a call. Attention all units. The Dakian landship has arrived at the harbor. It has powerful air defenses. Don't panic. Steadily attack and eliminate these monsters. Encouraged, the Life-Ohm soldiers began an organized counterattack. Using buildings as cover, they fired at the bat swarms and Batmen. Some Batmen were shot down, and swarms of giant, bloodthirsty bats were struck by the turtle's laser cannons, turning into balls of fire and falling. Chris felt a sense of relief as the situation gradually stabilized. Chin-Pan rubbed his nose. If it weren't for the 20,000 Gale Force soldiers at the port and the fear of harming friendly forces, these bats and birdmen would all be sent to hell with just 1 or 2 thermobaric bombs. Bai Lingxin rolled her eyes at Chin-Pan. Hubby, calm down. You're no longer the vengeful demon from your previous life, ready to wipe out entire cities. You need to be calm and thoughtful when doing things. By the way, could you consider learning from our adopted godson? Learn from Zhongli Rui? Chin-Pan suddenly had an idea. Kun Lu, leave only 1 Peregrine Falcon fighter aboard the turtle. Let the 4 Blackwing mechanical guards carry the rest with me and launch to expedite our progress. Yes, master, Kun Lu replied respectfully. Hubby, wait a moment. Bai Lingxin hurriedly intervened. What's wrong? I'm in a hurry to save people. I just heard overhearing. The female Batmen on the battlefield are using sonic attacks similar to Xiaofu's, which are very debilitating for you, a new human. Although all our armor has been soundproofed and reinforced before departure, you will lead the drones forward later, and let the mechanical servants go first. Chin-Pan was stunned, noticing Bai Lingxin's face filled with concern. His temper suddenly eased. He walked forward, cupped his wife's face, and kissed her gently. Thank you. I be careful. Bai Lingxin blushed. You're already 50. Okay, be careful. Yes. Chin-Pan left in high spirits. Watching her husband lead the attack, Bai Lingxin shook her head and said to Kun Luan, share the combat data with Yu Jia in real time, and summarize and formulate a tactical plan. In particular, tell Yu Jia to warn Zhongli Rui to be careful of the female Batmen, who can use sonic attacks. Yes, ma'am. Chin-Pan then donned his Ganjian armor, and led 4 black-clad mechanical dark guards, all aboard Peregrine fighters. In a fighter formation, they took off from above the turtle and approached the battle zone. After stabilizing themselves in the air, the Batman leader, E, quickly reorganized his Batman team and attempted to launch another attack on the turtle. However, the turtle's laser cannons ignited again, and the red beams, like the Grim Reaper scythe, instantly cut down wave after wave of Batmen. Chris watched the battle in the sky from the ground, stunned. He had never imagined that the Dakian warships could possess such astonishing combat power. At this point, Chin-Pan, aboard the turtle, had already led the Blackwing mechanical dark guards and the Peregrine fighters, closing in on the group of Batmen and giant, bloodthirsty bats. They launched an even more ferocious attack, firing laser cannons, missiles, machine guns, automatic howitzers, and other weapons, scattering the enemies in the sky. Chin-Pan and his men had also learned Zhongli Rui's tactics, actively using the laser missile interception system as a laser cannon. Instantly, the bodies of the downed giant bloodthirsty bats and Batmen fell like rain. The previously suppressed soldiers and civilians of the Lifeng nation below, witnessing this scene, erupted in cheers, interspersed with angry curses. In an instant, the morale of the soldiers and civilians soared. The Batman's leader, E, was terrified upon seeing this. He knew that if they continued, their team would be annihilated. So, he decisively ordered a retreat, leading the remaining Batmen and swiftly fleeing the battlefield. Watching E and the remaining third of the giant bloodthirsty bats, along with the approximately 100 Batmen involved, Chen Pan, in flight, kept calculating the distance. Finally, when the distance displayed 1,500 meters, Chen Pan coldly said to Bai Lingxin, "Wife, these clumsy birds have already left the so-called safe distance. Is it okay to launch a thermobaric bomb now? Will it harm civilians?" Bai Lingxin nodded, indeed. Aboard the Turtle, the thermobaric missile launcher began to activate. Instantly, the thermobaric missile, like an arrow from a bow, pierced the sky, heading straight for the fleeing direction of the Batmen and giant bloodthirsty bats. As it flew through the air, the thermobaric missile's tail trailed a long trail of flame, like a flaming meteor. Boom! The thermobaric bomb exploded among the Batmen and giant bloodthirsty bats, instantly releasing a massive amount of energy. The explosion generated a shockwave and intense heat. Then, the flames and smoke from the explosion, mixed with destructive force, spread out in a surging wave. In this area, Batmen and giant bloodthirsty bats were instantly ripped to shreds by the intense heat and shockwaves, turning into fleeting ash. The entire battlefield was enveloped in a sea of fire and smoke, the air thick with the pungent smell of burning. Chen Pan gazed at the enormous crimson fireball and smoke in the sky, a cruel smile on his face. "Hubby, we won," Bai Lingxin said with a smile from the bridge. "But dear, don't you need to improve your facial expressions? Look at how you're grinning like a demon right now. I thought you were going to burst into laughter the next second." "Sorry, I got used to it in my past life," Chen Pan said awkwardly. Then, to mask his embarrassment, he immediately ordered Kunlu, command the Peregrine Fighter Formation and the black-clad mechanical guards, to continue patrolling the battlefield and ensure no enemy is missed. "Yes, Master," Kunlun replied respectfully. At this moment, the soldiers and civilians of the Gale Nation on the battlefield also saw the massive mushroom cloud in the sky. They cheered and celebrated their victory. Chris, watching the aftermath of the weapon of mass destruction explosion in the sky, was filled with emotion. The Special Forces soldier beside him shook his head. "That should be a thermobaric bomb. Dakian is really impressive. The warship that came to rescue us is actually carrying weapons of mass destruction. It seems they're going all out, not just pretending. I think this thing Dakian originally planned to use against the three-headed dogs of Fleece Hell." Chris slung the M24 over his shoulder, looked at the rising mushroom cloud, and nodded with a sigh. This thing is considered tactical grade, and its power is terrifying. However, even with such terrifying destructive power, it can only damage the three-headed dogs of hell, not kill them. The Special Forces soldier shook his head. At Area 51, even tactical-grade nuclear bombs didn't completely kill those three monsters. Chris patted his shoulder. "Forget it, buddy. We always find a way. Now, the Dakian people have created an opportunity and bought us time. Everyone, hurry aboard." The people around him suddenly became excited. "Good." Up in the air, watching the mushroom cloud, Chen Pan looked slightly pleased. He then contacted Zhongli Rui. "Governor Zhongli, we eliminated all those bats and birdmen. The Turtle will now assist the Americans heading south to board their evacuation ship." Standing atop the bridge of the Bishi, Zhongli Rui nodded approvingly. "Mr. Chen, Mrs. Bai, you done a fantastic job." Meanwhile, at the Ontario Institute of Life Sciences, the brain in the vat, Ya, watched the entire battle in the port city of Seward through the high-tech headband worn by E before his death. You again, Dakian people. Chapter 269. The giant biological brain moved with a thought, contacting the female Blood Claw, the second in command of the remaining 100 bad men on the back of the Cerberus. "Blood Claw, quickly catch up to those arrogant Gale men and let them taste the feast of hell." "Yes, Master." From within the biological transport pouch on the back of the Cerberus, the female Batman Blood Claw replied coldly through a high-tech headband. At the same time, the vanguard of the Westward Expeditionary Force led by Leon had reached 10 kilometers east of Prince of Wales Point. Due to constant vehicle damage and other incidents along the way, the westbound column's speed steadily decreased, with the daily distance covered by the 70,000-man column reduced to a mere 40 kilometers. "Master," Yu Jia reminded Zhongli Rui, "satellite estimates indicate that Liang's vanguard will reach Prince of Wales Point in approximately 15 minutes, and begin their sea crossing. However, his column is 5 kilometers long. I'm worried about congestion once they reach Prince of Wales Point. The fleece-blooded Cerberus monster squadron will overtake them in approximately 4 hours. Jean Leroy frowned upon hearing this. He quickly mentally formulated a strategy, his gaze firm and resolute. Yu Jia, contact Chen Pan immediately. Tell him to lead the rotating turtle to support Liang's forces as soon as possible after completing the evacuation mission. Also, order the Bishi to prepare for battle. We can proactively intercept the fleece-blooded Cerberus formation at any time. Yu Jia swiftly carried out the order, communicating with both the rotating turtle and the Bishi. At this time, the crew of the Bishi was already on full alert, ready for the upcoming battle. Jean Leroy stood on the bridge, gazing out at the distant sea. 15 minutes later, the vanguard of the westward expeditionary force, led by Liang, arrived near Prince of Wales Point. Gazing at the white ice sheet surmounting the vast ocean, they felt a mixture of anticipation and apprehension. Everyone, keep pushing. We soon cross the frozen sea. The strait is only 35 kilometers long. Once we cross it, we be safe. Liang held a loudspeaker high, constantly urging morale. His throat was hoarse. However, what Yu Jia and Jean Leroy had feared had indeed happened. As the troops continued to arrive, traffic jams began to form near Prince of Wales Point. Vehicles, especially large ones loaded with food, were mixed with people, and the situation was briefly out of control. This won't go on. We must clear the road as soon as possible. Liang gave a decisive order, organizing personnel to begin directing traffic. On the west coast, Jean Leroy observed the traffic jam on the other side from the satellite, and also noticed that the three-headed dog of fleece-blooded hell was approaching. At this moment, a call came from the Rakshasa people. Greetings, Governor Zhongli. I'm Major General Sorokov of the Rakshasa Far Eastern Army. I arrived with my troops. Yu Jia reported. We spotted the Rakshasa Far Eastern Army. They have 3 Bison-class hovercraft, 6 Mi-28 helicopters, 20 PT-76 amphibious light tanks, 20 anti-skid Tiger armored vehicles, and 3 2K-22 light anti-aircraft vehicles. Jean Leroy was stunned, then smiled wryly. This? Yelena is overdoing it. This force is almost 30% of the Fortress Army's armored forces. Chief of Staff Sidu Kong, after a moment's reflection, also gave a wry smile. Sir, the Rakshasa people aren't just being enthusiastic, they're also trying to assert their presence. Upon hearing this, Jean Leroy's expression instantly dawned on him. I see. I get it. These warriors are really farsighted. However, their decision now is a welcome development for the stability of the situation. The situation on the East Coast can't continue like this. I talked to Sorokov. Instead of just trying to stop them, why not take the initiative and go get them? Jean Leroy then connected with Sorokov and shared his plan. Sorokov pondered for a moment, then, after consulting with his chief of staff, Alyosha, made a quick decision. Governor Jean Leroy, I leave Alyosha and the Marines on the East Coast to guard the evacuation point and cover the evacuation. I leave the helicopter fleet and join your fleet in intercepting the monster horde. General Sorokov, isn't this a bit risky? Jean Leroy asked. General Zhongli, you and General Long are leading your warships directly into the face of those terrifying hellhounds. Isn't that risky? Don't worry, we fight together, just like we did last century. Sorokov said passionately. Well said. That's just my style. Long Zhanya smiled. At this moment, Jean Leroy couldn't help but recall the many old World War II movies he watched as a middle school student. A surge of pride rose in his heart like wildfire. It's settled then. General Sorokov, our 2 armies will coordinate their efforts and try to delay their main force. Jean Leroy gave the order decisively, his tone brimming with determination. Sorokov smiled brightly and responded, no problem. We Rakshasa warriors are never afraid of battle. This time, let's fight side by side and show those monsters how formidable we are. With the end of the communication, both sides quickly entered combat readiness. At this moment, near Prince of Wales Point on the west coast, the traffic continued. Everyone, don't panic. Don't panic. We must remain calm to overcome this crisis. Leon shouted, trying to calm the troops. However, as the monster army continued to approach, panic spread among the troops. At this moment, a roar came from the sky. The Lifeong people on the shore looked up and saw a group of Luosha armed helicopters, appearing over the sea like a divine force. The helicopters did not stop, flying over the crowd and heading towards the direction of the Cerberus team. Behind the helicopters, 5 huge figures appeared. They were the Bishi, the Tao Tai, and 3 giant bison hovercraft. Seeing this, Liang picked up a loudspeaker and shouted, "Citizens, look! Our allies, the Dacian and Lusha kingdoms, have arrived to rescue us. Everyone, follow orders and evacuate in an orderly manner. We can all survive." The crowd erupted in excitement. In their eyes, the 5 massive warships that had just appeared were a symbol of hope. Just as Liang gathered his spirits and nervously directed and coordinated the troops' orderly evacuation, a figure approached. Liang looked up and spotted Zhongli Rui, clad in the Daxia dragon bird armor, and atop the golden crow flight suit. He stared at Zhongli Rui in his fully armored flight form. Zhongli Rui, in return, looked at him gently. "Hey, brother." Zhongli Rui opened his visor. "Hey, brother." Liang sniffed, tears threatening to well up. "Governor Liang, the situation is urgent. Let me explain briefly. General Sorokov and I will lead a fleet of helicopter gunships and 2 warships to intercept the fleece-blooded Cerberus. Rakshasa ground forces will help defend the evacuation point. You will command some of the troops to depart on the Bison. 3 ships, each carrying 1,500 men, will make a round trip in an hour. The rest of you, accelerate. We scan the route, and with caution, we can safely cross the Bering Strait through the 2-meter thick ice." Zhongli Rui explained to Liang. "Understood, Governor Zhongli." "Thank you," Liang responded firmly. He quickly turned and shouted to his lieutenant, "Organize your forces immediately and follow Governor Zhongli's instructions. Some will evacuate aboard the Bison hovercraft, while the rest will accelerate forward. Maintain order." The lieutenant took his orders and left. Liang looked at Zhongli Rui again, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Governor Zhongli, this is all thanks to you. Once we're all across the sea, let's get together." "Okay. See you later." With a smile, Zhongli Rui closed his visor. The flying mecha took off and headed in the direction of the monster's attack. Zhongli Rui had just taken to the air when Yujia issued a warning. "Master, warning. Flying units, more than twice the number that attacked Seward, are approaching Welsh Corner. Among them are 7,000 giant bloodthirsty bats and 100 batmen. Furthermore, scans have revealed that the batmen are equipped with infantry-style light weapons. Furthermore, scans have revealed a female batman." As soon as the warning had finished, Zhongli Rui saw a dense mass of giant bats and batmen, covering the sky like a dark cloud, approaching and obscuring the air. At this moment, tens of thousands of evacuating Lifeng people below saw this and screamed in fear. At this moment, the giant Bison hovercraft arrived. Their hatches opened, revealing several 2K-22 light anti-aircraft vehicles, which began to deploy nearby. Behind them, several Tiger armored vehicles and light amphibious tanks, accompanied by the Bison hovercraft, arrived at the evacuation point. Gunners scrambled out from the anti-aircraft machine gun and cannon emplacements on the armored vehicles and light tanks. Solikov, closely watching the battlefield, had narrowed his eyes, then suddenly widened. He coldly ordered soldiers fire. With Sorokov's command, a fierce barrage of fire unleashed. The 2K-22 light anti-aircraft vehicles' 23mm twin-barreled anti-aircraft guns, as well as the anti-aircraft machine guns and cannons on the armored vehicles and tanks, all spewed forth blazing flames. In the sky, giant bats and batmen fell under the fierce barrage, raining blood from the air. However, their numbers were simply too numerous, seemingly endless. New bats and batmen constantly filled the gaps, advancing further towards the evacuation point. Zhongli Rui now ascended into the air. Telepathy focus. The display on the inside of Zhongli Rui's visor showed that he had already locked onto multiple single targets and 4 area targets. "Fire all," Zhongli Rui growled. The Great Xia Dragon Bird Golden Crow flight suit was equipped with, for laser missile defense systems, a 12.7 caliber heavy machine gun in the nose, for missiles in the side magazines, 2 reserved, a small short-barreled 12.7 caliber automatic sniper pistol in the left hand, and a .40 caliber rapid-fire sniper howitzer in the right. All weapons opened fire fiercely at the swarm of bats ahead. Instantly, a dazzling display of death erupted, centered around the Golden Crow flight suit. The laser beams, in particular, were not bursts of fire, but sweeping beams, leaving streaks of blood in the air. Hundreds of bats and more than a dozen batmen were shot down in this barrage of attacks. On the ground, both the Rakshasa army, desperately defending themselves against the enemy, and the Lifeng people, anxiously evacuating, erupted in cheers. "Yeah," the brain in the jar said. Could this person be the newly elected king of the Two Legs? Blood Claw, go meet him." "Yes, master." Blood Claw drew his 2 Uzis and, like arrows from a bow, rushed towards Zhongli Rui, who had just fired all his ammunition. Chapter 270. Warning! A target, faster than the average Batman, is rapidly approaching. Yu Jia warned. They're wielding 2 UZIs. Oh, UZIs, huh? Zhong Lirui said nonchalantly. Master, be serious. Yu Jia, a little annoyed by Zhong Lirui's nonchalant expression, said, prepare to activate automatic combat mode. No need. Zhong Lirui sneered. Blood Claw closed in on Zhong Lirui within 15 meters, then raised his 2 UZIs and fired wildly at him. The sky suddenly rang with clanging sounds. After both UZIs had emptied their 35-round magazines, Zhong Lirui asked calmly, Yu Jia, how's the damage? No damage, Yu Jia said helplessly. Master, you're overly confident in the performance of the Great Xia Dragon Bird armor, aren't you? Zhong Lirui smiled and said, I did ask you. The Great Xia Dragon Bird armor is made of high-performance titanium alloy. The UZI uses ordinary 9mm pistol bullets. Their meager penetration isn't enough to penetrate even ordinary police bulletproof vests, let alone our armor. 9. The muzzle energy of a 1.5mm parabellum round is 410 joules, while the kinetic energy of a 12.7mm heavy machine gun round, capable of penetrating the black-clad mechanical guards, is typically around 15,000 to 20,000 joules. Therefore, Zhong Lirui, a data expert, immediately knew the power of the UZI's bullet upon seeing its model and immediately chose to disdain it. That's a very reasonable judgment. Seeing that both guns had fired empty without causing any damage to Zhong Lirui, Blood Claw's expression darkened. Immediately, she drew the katana slung across her back and charged at Zhong Lirui. Another ridiculous weapon. A piece of HRB 400 rebar would be more reliable, Zhong Lirui said nonchalantly. Master. Yu Jia grumbled internally. The master's arrogance was a bit excessive. Seeing Blood Claw charging at him at high speed with his katana, Zhong Lirui simply said, hide your arms and attack. Just before the katana was about to strike Zhong Lirui's armor, the blade was firmly grasped by a black mechanical hand that suddenly appeared from the Golden Crow's suit. This was the mechanical hand Qin Xiaoliao had used as a black mechanical guard, attached to the Golden Crow wing suit. Including Zhong Lirui's own hand, the complete Golden Crow mecha suit had 4 hands. Actually, it wouldn't be a big deal if it hit me. But being hit by you like this is really embarrassing. The blade was stuck in the mechanical hand, and Blood Claw was unable to pull it out, and he was furious. Zhong Lirui didn't let her off. Crush it. Crack. With a crisp sound, the katana was crushed by the mechanical arm, leaving Blood Claw with only the hilt. A katana is so fragile, and you're using it against a titanium mecha. Have you watched too many anime? Zhong Lirui scoffed. Hovering in the air, Blood Claw, now nearly devoid of all weapons, stared angrily at Zhong Lirui's black flying mecha suit with golden markings. Leon, below, was initially nervous, but after watching Zhong Lirui and Blood Claw fight for a while, he shook his head with a look of sarcasm. Next to him, Second Lieutenant Max, who had returned with the message, asked, Gaelic English, Commander, 1,500 men have already boarded the Rakshasa ships and departed. The main force, under the protection of the Rakshasa army, is now beginning an orderly evacuation towards the west coast. What are you looking at? Look at Governor Zhongli, and that succubus getting all worked up. Leon pointed into the air. From the looks of it, it looks like Governor Zhongli wants to capture this succubus and keep her as a pet? Max had a lewd expression on his face, a flicker of evil in his eyes. Leon rolled his eyes at him. This kind of succubus feeds on zombies, and the flesh of the living. Do you dare try? Max immediately dropped his joke and said seriously, I wouldn't dare. Okay, Max Dakian and Luosha's allies are fighting for us. Let's not waste this opportunity. Command an orderly retreat. It won't be long before that damn 3-headed dog of hell arrives. We must cross the strait now, or we all be dead. Governor, then. I'm your governor. I go last. Leon raised his light machine gun. Yes. Max, a veteran of the National Guard, saluted Leon and immediately led his men to direct the evacuation. Leon turned and, with a clatter, pulled the bolt of his 48 Malawang Quach's light machine gun, aiming at the swarm of giant bloodthirsty bats in the air. His machine gun, with its ammunition belt connected to the 500-round ammunition feed system on his back, began a continuous, short burst of fire. Machine gunners rarely fire in one go. They typically fire in 3 bursts or short bursts. Even 500 rounds in full auto mode are quickly exhausted. The 2 guards beside him also imitated his movements and began firing anti-aircraft fire. In the air, Blood Claw stared at Zhongli Rui, seething with rage. "Meet your doom, mortal king," Blood Claw roared, charging at Zhongli Rui. Zhongli Rui, whose speed matched Blood Claw's, clearly noticed her deep breath. However, having suffered a small loss before, Zhongli Rui immediately responded with a countermeasure. A blinding laser flashed from the chest of Zhongli Rui's great Xia dragon bird armor. Ah! Blood Claw barely paused in midair, covering her eyes in pain. Because of the interruption, her sonic attack was unleashed, leaving her only a scream. Without waiting for her vision to return, a powerful mechanical arm had already grasped her throat. Another mechanical arm reached out, twisting and dislocating the base of its wing. Blood Claw tried to scream again, but the strangled throat prevented him from doing so. Zhongli Rui didn't stop, continuing his command, "Yujia, continue with the hands and left leg." Yujia was stunned, then replied, "Yes, master." Before she could question him, Zhongli Rui coldly replied, "She's not Xiaofu, she's not innocent. Just look at her weapons, and I know she's a professional killer monster. They must have been taken from the dead. If I hadn't spared her, I would have shot her in the head the moment she stopped. You know, the only way to deal with a lion that's killed someone is to shoot it." "I understand, master." Yujia quickly analyzed the situation and realized that Zhongli Rui was completely accurate. Although Blood Claw was a female Batman and appeared fragile, as Zhongli Rui had observed, that couldn't disguise the fact that she was a bloodthirsty monster with innocent blood on her hands. With Yujia's manipulation, the dislocated Blood Claw was trapped with a steel cable, and then thrown out like a ball by the Daxia dragon bird mecha. The whole process was a bit like the state of a spider wrapping itself around an insect with silk. Nearby, a peregrine falcon fighter, previously invisible to the naked eye and equipped with black-clad mechanical guards, extended its mechanical arm and caught the Blood Claw, thrown towards it like cargo. "Take her back, and place her under the highest level of security. Remember to seal her mouth, and remove the thing on her head, and isolate her from the network," Zhongli Rui said coldly. "As you command, master," Yujia replied. The black-clad mechanical guard aboard the peregrine falcon fighter, carrying the dying Blood Claw and unable to move, turned and flew back to the Bishi. 20 minutes later, the remaining approximately 15 Batmen and approximately 2,000 giant bloodthirsty bats retreated westward from the battlefield. "Master, the enemy flying force is now over 1.5 kilometers away from the evacuating forces. Should we launch a thermobaric mop-up?" Yujia asked, referring to the combat data transmitted by Kunlun not long ago. Zhongli Rui was stunned for a moment, then praised, "Wow! You made progress. You're a truly teachable learning AI. The best way to deal with an irreconcilable, high-threat enemy is to destroy it." "Yes, master. I understand." In the data world, Yujia chuckled quietly. This wasn't her own improvement, but rather the data from Shenpan's earlier battle, transmitted by Kunlun. She had simply offered advice based on a similar scenario. Zhongli Rui then announced, "Attention all troops. We are about to launch a thermobaric missile to completely wipe out the enemy air force. Everyone, prepare for shockwaves. Don't fall." After alerting all friendly troops below, Zhongli Rui ordered Yujia to launch a large thermobaric missile at the fleeing Bat Commando unit. Once again, with a deafening explosion, a massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky, tinting the sky orange. A powerful shockwave swept in. The attacking flying monster force was completely destroyed. "Well done, Yujia," Zhongli Rui praised. With this, the air threat to the retreating troops has been completely eliminated. "Thank you, master." Leon, who had stopped firing below, nodded slightly as he watched Zhongli Rui's decisive actions in the air. This governor of Dakian is truly ruthless when it comes to dealing with foreign enemies. Being his ally is a blessing, Leon muttered to himself. At this moment, the gunfire, anti-aircraft machine guns, on the east coast of the strait ceased. Most of the westbound troops Lion had led had already passed Cape Wales and retreated from the Bering Strait ice sheet. Satellite images showed a long, black line stretching from east to west across the white, frozen surface of the strait. On the east coast of the strait, only a few rearguard troops and equipment remained, along with the Rakshasa troops responsible for the rearguard action. Despite thorough pre-battle preparations, the supporting Rakshasa troops still suffered casualties. An anti-aircraft tank jammed and exploded due to an overheated barrel. 3 Tiger armored vehicles were struck by grenades dropped from the air. A total of approximately 15 Luxia soldiers were killed or wounded. Watching these foreign soldiers fighting bravely for their allies, Luong couldn't help but feel deeply moved. "Sir, shall we retreat?" one of the soldiers asked. Luong nodded, turned to Max, and shouted, "Max, retreat." Max, upon hearing Liang's order, immediately led his men toward the west coast of the strait. As soon as they turned around, the earth-shaking roar of the fleece-blooded Cerberus appeared on the battlefield, 8 kilometers away. Governor Zhongli. We can't hold on. All our 6 helicopter gunships, except for their machine guns, have run out of ammunition. One helicopter was shot down by that damn Cerberus, and I lost 2 pilots. Sorokov said helplessly over the radio. General Sorokov, thanks for buying us time. Zhongli Rui switched modes and simultaneously contacted Sorokov, Long Zhanya, and Liang. Your attack helicopters return. General Long Zhanya, and I will buy some more time for the crossing troops. Governor Liang, you two, retreat. Your men have already left the shore. Remember, forget the main battle tanks. Light armored vehicles, move on. The Lifeng Kingdom's main battle tank weighs 70 tons. Sorokov, aboard the attack helicopter, saluted Zhongli Rui, who was wearing the Golden Crow wing suit. Take care, comrade. We have a drink together in my fortress later. Liang and the guards boarded the Humvee and saluted Zhongli Rui in the air. Governor Zhongli, thank you. Take care. See you on the west coast. Zhongli Rui thought for a moment, turned the helicopter around, and flew back to the Bishi. With its current equipment, the Golden Crow wings, while powerful for clearing out miscellaneous enemies, were of limited use against a super-regenerative monstrous warship like the Cerberus. Several Rakshasa light armored vehicles, along with the rearguard U.S. troops, began withdrawing, their guns pointed in the direction of the Cerberus. Meanwhile, the Bishi and Taotai, in combat stance, faced the fleece-blooded Cerberus formation that had finally arrived on the battlefield. 100 kilometers away, Kunlu reported to Chinpan, Master, Governor Zhongli and the Rakshasa Air Defense Force had destroyed the monster's rapid response flight force. However, the 3-headed hounds of fleece-blooded hell have caught up with them. Now, the monster army and the westbound forces are within 8 kilometers of visual combat range. The Bishi and Taotai have already taken interception and attack stances against the Hellhound formation. Chinpan sighed, let's hurry and help. 2 versus 3, we're not on the advantage. Bai Lingxin also nodded. Kun Lu, maximum combat speed, advance. Yes, ma'am. Human vision has its limits. The average distance a fighter can be seen in the air is approximately 8 to 12 kilometers. Therefore, combat within 8 to 12 kilometers of the border is generally considered within visual range. Long-range strikes exceeding 12 kilometers to 100 kilometers are defined as beyond visual range. Chapter 271. 2 kilometers ahead of the Bishi and Taotai, 3 enormous 3-headed dogs of fleece-blooded hell appeared in formation. This was the first time in Zhongli Rui's life that he had directly observed with his own eyes the super-catastrophic artificial creatures that had destroyed the Gale Nation. The fleece-blooded hellhound formation. In appearance, a single fleece-blooded hellhound stood approximately 20 meters tall and 15 meters wide at the shoulders, or 25 meters for the 2 heads, with an average length of 60 to 65 meters. Each of these enormous monsters possessed 3 enormous wolf-like heads. Their bodies were covered in fur primarily in dark red and black. However, each Cerberus possessed a unique crustacean structure on its back, somewhat similar to that of a satamon snake. Their tails also possessed a massive mouth. According to the images transmitted by the on-site reconnaissance drone, this mouth resembled a smaller version of the mouth of a death worm. Although these 3 velvety-blooded Cerberus had previously engaged in a lengthy battle with Sorokov's helicopter squadron, at this point, aside from some charred marks from missile strikes, indicating recent combat, they appeared unscathed. This thing is even more troublesome than a sand snake, Long Zhanya said, standing on the bridge with a solemn expression. He then asked Zhongli Rui, who was in the same battle group, Zhongli, shall we open fire? We're 2 against 3, and the odds are against us. Elder Long, after I use my electromagnetic cannon to break the leg of one Cerberus, we each engage 1. Remember, don't force a fight. We're more maneuverable than these bastards, and our main goal is to tie them up and buy time. Okay. Zhongli Rui said calmly. Yujia, fire. Target the first one on the left, the front left leg. Yes, master. Looking at the 3-headed Cerberus, Zhongli Rui sighed. The reason a Cerberus is more formidable than a Shadowman isn't just because it incorporates more biological abilities, but also because it has 3 heads, making it less easy to kill. While the electromagnetic cannon can certainly blow up a Cerberus's head, if all 3 are not destroyed simultaneously, as long as one remains and is taken away by its companions, it can be reborn in the biological dock deep within the Ontario Institute for Life Research. Yujia aimed at the front left leg of a Cerberus. The Bishi extended its electromagnetic cannon barrel. Ya thought, Not good. Gam, dodge. The moment the Bishi fired, the first Cerberus on the left suddenly made an evasive move. The Cerberus's sturdy left leg was shattered in half by the electromagnetic cannon's impact. The lame three-headed dog limped to the side. How is that possible? Zhongli Rui said, a little dazed. But before Zhongli Rui could order more fire, the hellhound in the middle of the battle line had already sprinted towards the Bishi. Another hellhound pounced on the Tao Tai. Observations show that the hellhound's leg is rapidly regenerating. Scans have revealed a decrease of 51 zombies in its throat pouch. Is this eating a steamed bun to replenish blood? These steamed buns are. Damn it! Zhongli Rui clenched his fists and shouted. Governor Zhongli, Bai Lingxin called. We detected data from the Ontario Life Sciences Institute satellite overhead. Their headquarters has provided the hellhounds with early warning and evasive commands for lethal weapons. The fleece-blooded Cerberus that pounced upon the Bishi raised its carapace and, like a Sat-Amon snake, unleashed large spikes coated in corrosive fluid. The Bishi's laser and machine gun air defenses completely shot down these spikes. Anti-aircraft laser cannons. Singe this piece of shit 6 eyes. Zhongli Rui commanded again. The Bishi's laser missile interception system launched a burning attack on the 3 heads and 6 eyes of the fleece-blooded Cerberus. The Cerberus, blinded by the damage, unleashed a deafening roar and an infrasonic attack. Although the nature of the attack was identical to Xiaofu's. However, the sonic attack unleashed by the giant monster, the Cerberus, was over 10 times more powerful than Xiaofu's. Even at a distance of a kilometer, the new humans aboard the fleet were affected. Suddenly, the middle ears of Zhongli Rui, Di Xinyan, Lu Shi, Ameo, Xiaofeng, and other members of the royal guards, as well as some of the awakened warriors, began to ring. On the Tao Tai, Long Zhanya and 3 other awakened warriors also staggered. Everyone, put on your noise-canceling headphones. Zhongli Rui, who hadn't fallen down in his Daxia dragon bird armor, gritted his teeth and ordered. Yujia, take over automatic combat, avoid kite tactics. Yes. Master. Please put on your armor and activate noise-canceling mode immediately. Off to the side, struggling against the dizziness, Di Xinyan managed to stand, holding onto the equipment beside her. She recalled what Chen Xiaoliao and Chen Xiaoyu had whispered to her before the battle. Sister-in-law, you are the most powerful singer. If Cerberus uses Xiaofu's trick, you can team up with Yujia and use the equipment on the Bishi to see if you can counter it. Di Xinyan's eyes instantly grew firm. Yujia, get the singing drones out. Prepare the propaganda equipment. Yes, ma'am. As the spherical drone flew in front of Di Xinyan, she grabbed the spherical speaker and raised her free hand. As Zhongli Rui's vision shifted, she began to sing. Sun. Ah. Yujia activated the dubbing at the perfect moment. The background music for this song resembled a symphony, but the lyrics consisted of a single word, a soprano solo of ah. The Bishi simultaneously cranked up its propaganda equipment to maximum power. And simultaneously, a live broadcast was broadcast to the Tao Tai. At this moment, Liang, who had been left behind, stood up from his Humvee's machine gun position in shock. The Dacian army. They're singing in battle? The song Sun speaks of people's love for light, the sun. Di Xinyan's high soprano voice vividly captured this sentiment. With Di Xinyan's powerful singing, the new humans on the 2 warships, affected by the Cerberus's roaring sonic attacks, all recovered and stood up. The melodious singing, like the first rays of sunlight at dawn, pierced the gloom brought by the Cerberus. This is the power of the singer. Excellent. Long Zhanya smiled and stood up on the Tao Tai. The monsters, once charging ferociously, paused slightly, as if intimidated by the singing. Ya at the Ontario Life Sciences Institute was stunned. A biped who can sing. To think he has such power? This is quite unexpected. But that's all. The 3-headed hellhound, its 6 eyes blinded by the laser defense system, suddenly opened its center maw and launched a precise, corrosive spray attack in the direction of the Bishi. Long Zhanya, nearby, saw this and grabbed his radio to warn Zhongli Rui. Zhongli, get out of the way. Dodge. Zhongli Rui ordered. The Bishi barely avoided the direct hit, but sustained some scratches on the port deck. For 0.62% damage to the left outer deck. How is that possible? Isn't this hellhound blind? And how could it be so accurate? It's detecting high-frequency ultrasonic waves. Presumably, the hellhound has inherited the giant bloodthirsty bat's ability to detect and locate targets using ultrasonic waves. They were startled by Xinyan's singing just now. Even blind, they were still able to hit us so accurately. Using ultrasonic waves to locate targets? Does this mean these bastards have super hearing? Zhongli Rui asked incredulously. Master, your judgment is very likely correct. Looking at the stalemate before him, Zhongli Rui smiled confidently. I have a plan. At this moment, Di Xinyan finished her song and knelt down exhausted. Master, you worked hard, Yelena said with concern. Then, she too grabbed the spherical sound-amplifying drone, raised her arms, and began to sing. Katyusha. Di Xinyan looked at Yelena with satisfaction, thinking to herself that to unleash a singer's greatest power, they naturally had to sing the songs they were most familiar with, and had the most impact. Thus, Yelena's performance at this moment was truly outstanding. Zhongli Rui, watching Yelena take over the singing, nodded approvingly. Then, he ordered Yujia, launch the positioning microdrones. Storm upper decks 8 through 10. As Yelena sang, 3 attacking gas tank cannons arrived on the deck of the Bishi. 3 machines, each select a hellhound and fire continuously. At this moment, Sita Kong and Wang Gang wondered, Captain, isn't the gas tank cannon too weak for the hellhounds? Zhongli Rui smiled cruelly. Who said I wanted to kill them? I want to destroy their hearing. These guys can still shoot so accurately even if they're blind. Now, I'm going to give them a taste of thunder. You know how loud a gas tank cannon hits. This? Lu Shi was stunned. That makes sense, Wang Gang nodded. Then, the rumble of the cannons began, and the 3 hellhounds' heads began to be hit by the explosions from the gas tank cannons. Although the Cerberus possessed both superior defense and rapid regeneration, Zhongli Rui's unconventional tactics put them at a tactical disadvantage. When a gas canister shell struck the Cerberus's head, the deafening sound caused the Cerberus to freeze. After observing the special effect of the gas cannon on the Cerberus, Long Zhanya ordered, like the Bishi, assault positions 4 and 5, fire. At this moment, the assault cannons on the Xi and Tao Tai, now stationed in their positions, also opened fire. Every 30 to 40 seconds, the cannons pounded the Cerberus's head. Although the damage was quickly offset by the Cerberus's superior regeneration, the damage to its hearing and balance system persisted. He closely monitored the battlefield situation, lost in thought. Suddenly, a thought struck it, and the cheek pouches of the few remaining hellhounds on their backs opened. Instantly, the last 10 Batmen soared into the sky. These Batmen appeared malnourished and emaciated. However, their speed was surprisingly double that of their counterparts, approaching 120 miles per hour, even faster than a typical FEV shuttle. These emaciated Batmen, swooping low to the ground, closed in on the Bishi and Tao Tai from all angles. The Bishi and Taoya's air defenses attempted to intercept them, but the Bishis couldn't intercept high-speed biological targets flying below 2 meters. Close to the ground. You just scanned the situation in real time. Those high-speed Batmen are carrying explosives. They're C2 enhanced explosive vests. Zhongli Rui immediately ordered, aerial stealth guards, shoot and intercept. The 3 peregrine falcons, cloaked in evasive action, now revealed themselves and began firing at the rapidly approaching suicidal Batmen. The suicidal Batmen, struck, exploded in the air, showering them with dazzling sparks. However, 2 Batmen eventually managed to break through the defenses, charging towards the Bishi and Tao Tai, respectively. Seeing one of the Batmen charging towards the Bishi bridge, Yujia shouted a warning, everyone, get out of the way. Zhongli Rui was just thinking about protecting Di Xinyan when he saw Xiao Feng, clad in royal guard armor, quickly don his visor, draw his anti-material pistol, open the hatch, and step outside the bridge. Xiao Feng, don't go. Zhongli Rui shouted, reaching out his hand. Chapter 272. At this moment, the frail Batman wearing the explosive vest was only a few meters away from the bridge. Bang! Xiao Feng's anti-material pistol erupted with a massive burst of fire. She had accurately targeted the suicide attack Batman. The 20-kilogram explosive vest exploded in the air. Smoke and flames engulfed Xiao Feng's personal guard armor. Xiao Feng, Zhongli Rui, and Di Xinyan screamed simultaneously inside the bridge. The next second, the smoke from the explosion also poured into the bridge. Activate the exhaust system. Continue automatic combat. Maintain high maneuverability and automatic air defense. Yujia's data flowed rapidly. Soon, the smoke inside the bridge was cleared by the system activated by Yujia. Zhongli Rui and Di Xinyan hurried to the small balcony outside the bridge and found Xiaofeng lying on the ground, his armor charred. When the couple looked closely, Xiaofeng's hand, which had been used to fire, along with the armor on her right hand, was gone. She fell to the ground, her life or death unknown. A 20-gene military explosive vest with a charge equivalent to two 152mm caliber heavy artillery shells would destroy a main battle tank with a single hit. This amount of charge is equivalent to the charge of two 152mm caliber heavy artillery shells, let alone a lighter unit like a humanoid exoskeleton. Since this was only about 5 meters away, Xiaofeng's hand was gone. If she had been 1 or 2 meters away, she would have been completely destroyed. Xiao, daughter. Di Xinyan trembled as she stepped forward, her words incoherently stammering, hold on, mommy. Mommy's here to save you, hold on. Tsuna, Lu Shi, Ameo, help. Carry Xiaofeng to the emergency room. Hurry. Zhong Lirui, barely recovering from the ringing in his ears, instinctively wanted to help, but Di Xinyan pushed him back to the captain's seat. Rui, I'm here to save you. The lives of the entire ship are in your hands. Don't mistake your primary responsibility now. Zhong Lirui's expression was agonized and painful. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He glanced at the control console, made a quick assessment, and issued the following order. All crew members, maintain combat readiness, assault ports 9 and 10, and return to the hold. Load the 107mm rocket launcher with 12 thermobaric rounds, stand by, and board. Wang Gang and Sitakong were stunned by this. Wang Gang remembered that during the Battle of Hong Kong and Kowloon, Zhong Lirui had used a 107mm rocket launcher to fire multiple thermobaric rounds, inflicting a fatal blow on the monster Ning In and securing victory. Captain, you're... Zhong Lirui's expression was cold, a hint of resignation in his eyes. He said, I know. The weapons we have aren't enough to kill all these monsters at once. At this, Wang Gang and Sitakong fell silent. During the battle, the Bishi and the heavily armed Taotai had already unleashed numerous powerful weapons, yet the three-headed, blood-flecked Cerberus before them remained vigorous and vigorous. This filled them with a sense of powerlessness and despair. The two veterans naturally remembered the pre-battle footage they had watched. This time, they believed that this Cerberus was something that even tactical nuclear bombs couldn't completely destroy in one go. Master Long, what's the damage? How many thermobaric rockets are left? Zhong Lirui asked Long Zhanye. No casualties so far. 9.42% damage to the outer wall. We can continue the fight. 1,191 thermobaric rockets remaining. Zhong Lirui sighed and connected with another person. Governor Liang, where are your men? The tail end of our westbound force is 10 kilometers from the west coast. We crossed the center line of the Bering Strait and can see the west coastline. Okay. I understand. Zhong Lirui then looked at Sitakong. Order, Bishi and Taotai, retreat westward at full speed. Once you're a safe distance, fire 191, 107 thermobaric rockets. Use all available thermobaric ammunition, targeting the 3 Cerberus. After the firing is complete, proceed west at full speed. Destination, west of the center line of the Bering Strait, in the frozen waters west of Ratmanov Island. Sitakong and Wang Gang replied, yes, sir. Long Zhanye, okay. Just as the Bishi and Taotai were about to attack, another incident occurred. Everyone, grab whatever you have, and prepare to evade at high speed. Yu Jia shouted a warning. Zhong Lirui looked into the distance. 3 three-headed Cerberus of fleece-blooded hell. All of them raised their heads. The carapace on their backs flipped up completely. Instantly, a sense of immense danger washed over Zhong Lirui. No way. These bastards, I only used it once, and they learned it too. As if echoing Zhong Lirui's thoughts, the Cerberus squadron unleashed their monster version of a full-scale attack. 3 Cerberus, 9 Maws combined, simultaneously unleashed a volley of corrosive substances. Spikes coated in corrosive substances rained down on the 2 ships like a torrential rain. Air defense. Dodge. Once again, the Bishi and Taoye's anti-aircraft interception firepower was fully deployed, and they executed highly maneuverable evasive maneuvers. Finally, thanks to the excellent maneuverability of the 2 ships, the Cerberus corrosive venom sprays missed the warships. However, the Bishi took 2 hits, and the Taotai was hit by 4 spikes. Fortunately, no casualties were reported. Have all the accompanying fighters returned? Zhong Lirui asked Yu Jia. Master, they all returned. Okay, thermobaric rockets, fire. Zhong Lirui's eyes narrowed slightly, then suddenly widened. He raised his right hand and shouted the command. Instantly, the thermobaric rockets aboard the Bishi and Taotai launched like a torrential downpour, roaring towards the distant Cerberus battleship formation. You monitored the battlefield changes in real time via satellite. Damn it! Sacrifice Garm. Cerberus and Tengu are using Garm as cover. Of the 3 Cerberus, the center and right Cerberus suddenly dragged the left one in front of him, using it as a human shield. Thermobaric rockets rained down, instantly engulfing the shielding Garm Cerberus in the flames and shockwaves of the explosion. As the thermobaric bombs detonated, the Bishi and Tao Tai had already begun retreating westward. As the mushroom cloud rose high into the sky and the smoke on the ground gradually dissipated, Zhongli Rui and Long Zhanya were horrified to find a huge hellhound lying on the ground with all three heads destroyed. However, from behind it, two hellhounds, still alive, staggered out, their bodies ablaze. And the other two, though gravely wounded, were both still alive, and none of them were dead. Oh my god, this hellhound would actually betray its teammates? Yelena said absent-mindedly. Rui, do we still have thermobaric rounds? It was too hasty. We rushed out this little ammunition. We only have one last missile-type round left. Zhongli Rui shook his head. This one won't kill them. The thermobaric rocket swarm our two ships just fired was far more powerful than this last thermobaric missile. This last one is for covering our retreat, not for combat. Today, we must admit that we cannot defeat these hellhounds right now. Zhongli Rui shook his head unwillingly, then said to Long Zhanya, Old Long, retreat. On the Tao Tai, Long Zhanya's mechanical arms opened and closed, his expression somewhat helpless. Zhongli, you're right. Let's retreat. Okay, Elder Long, Zhongli Rui responded. He looked at the people on the bridge and said in a deep voice, Everyone, prepare to retreat. Target, west of the center line of the Bering Strait, the frozen waters west of Radmanov Island. Full speed. The westbound troops route across the frozen sea was from Prince of Wales Cape, passing through Little Diomede Island and Radmanov Island, to the fortress defense area of Xi'an, a total of 35 kilometers. With Zhongli Rui's order, the Bishi and Tao Tai began a high-speed withdrawal. The two remaining three-headed dogs of the fleece-blooded hell, which were consuming the remains of Garm's corpse to accelerate their recovery, saw this and let out a series of low growls, as if angry at the two warships' flight. Through the monitoring devices on Tengu and Cerberus, noticed that after successfully targeting the human fleet, they didn't continue their attack, but instead retreated at high speed. This was quite surprising. But then, it snorted coldly. I guess that was their last weapon of mass destruction? They just ran after hitting, huh? You tin cans can run, but how can those slow-moving two-legged beasts escape? Oh! I get it. This new human king knew long ago that the fleet was no match for me. He was just trying to delay them, helping those weaklings escape. A useless struggle. My messengers are much faster than your forces on the ice. Tengu, Cerberus, stop eating and chase. The remaining two three-headed dogs of the fleecy hell abandoned their companions' corpses and began running after the two warships. To Zhongli Rui's immense horror, the Cerberus claws seemed to have inherited the capabilities of the Shadowmans. They were not only suited for powerful digging, but also for running on ice without slipping. The remaining two behemoths were actually sprinting across the ice at a speed of approximately 45 knots, catching up. Long Zhanya's expression was solemn. On the ice, these bastards are actually faster than on the shore? They're almost as fast as the Tao Tai. General Long. Can we shake them off? Zhongli Rui shouted. Later, after we reach the decision line, we need to be far enough away from these two bastards to execute Operation Cut the Water. Should be possible. I have the fixed gun positions fire to slow the Cerberus. Then, the Tao Tai, fleeing at high speed, launched assault artillery emplacements and 130mm automatic naval guns, firing at the pursuing Cerberus. Shells exploded on the ice, at the feet of the Cerberus, and on its body, sending up clouds of snow and ice. The bombardment seemed to have had some effect, widening the gap between the two furry-blooded Cerberus and the Tao Tai. Zhongli Rui nervously glanced at the range display on the radar, silently calculating, hold on a little longer, we be there. The Tao Tai and Bishi sped across the ice, the Cerberus in hot pursuit. The distance between the two sides was constantly fluctuating, but generally maintained at approximately 3 kilometers. Aboard both warships, everyone's heartbeats were pounding. Finally, amidst the tension and anxiety, the two warships reached the predetermined decision line. Zhongli Rui grabbed the radio and asked Sorokov, General Sorokov, are the farewell gifts ready? Sorokov smiled and said, they've been circling and waiting for 20 minutes. We're in position too. Bai Lingxin's call came through just in time. The farewell gifts are ready. Okay. After taking a deep breath, Zhongli Rui shouted, all fleets, attention. Prepare to execute Operation Cutting the Water. Chapter 273. The Bishi extended its heavy thermobaric missile launcher. 20 kilometers away, The Xiangui also extended its final thermobaric missile launcher. The Taotai also deployed its heavy missile launch port. In the nearby sky, the Tai-22 cubic meter supersonic strategic bomber also locked onto its target. Yi detected the threat through the satellites of the Ontario system. Tengu! Cerberus! Stop! The two furry hellhounds chose not to brake, but instead made a sharp turn. After covering a distance of 300 meters, they turned and ran in the opposite direction. The satellites of the Ontario system are such a headache. Zhongli looked up at the sky. Launch! With a command, thermobaric bombs launched from all directions, each with a yield ranging from 1 to 5 tons, impacted the surface of the Arctic Ocean, now covered by a 2-meter-thick layer of ice, 2 kilometers west of Ratmanov Island. Looking down from the sky, the impact points of the 4 thermobaric bombs were arranged in a straight line, running from north to south, resembling a pearl necklace. These 4 thermobaric bombs blasted 4 massive holes, each 100 meters wide, through the ice. Crack! Crack! From these 4 impact points, the resounding crackle of ice resounded across the Bering Strait. Vast cracks began to rapidly spread north and south, spreading like a spider web, shattering the sea's surface west of Ratmanov Island. With the roar of cracking ice, the once frozen strait split open. This crack grew larger and larger. Soon, a fissure over 100 meters wide appeared in the middle of the Bering Strait. This crack severed the Bering Strait. The 3-headed, flannel-blooded hellhounds, unable to swim, stood on the eastern shore of the rift zone, watching the human coalition's successful escape, howling in frustration at the sky. Brain in the tank. Yeah, oh? I see. The king of mankind's original goal was to escape and cover his retreat. Ya then retrieved the previous footage. On the screen, Zhongli golden crow wingsuit, fully armed, replayed. I must admit, you did a brilliant job. Black King of Mankind. We meet again. Tengu, Cerberus, return. Stock up on blood and food along the way. Seeing their path cut off and unable to pursue, the 2 remaining flannel-blooded hellhounds cast a grim glance at the retreating human coalition before turning and heading back towards Alaska. At this moment, Leon, only 5 kilometers from shore, saw what was happening 3 kilometers behind him on the display of the microdrone in the hands of his second-in-command, Max. All following our English translations. Governor Leon, those damn 3-headed dogs of hell have finally retreated. Max exclaimed excitedly. Leon nodded slightly. The Dacian and Lusha people have blown up the IC, so those hellhounds can't cross. Well, they're really thoughtful. Governor, Chris and his men have also sent in news. They were attacked by the Bat Air Force in Seward. However, the Dacian warships arrived just in time and rescued them. Major Chris said they lost 1,500 men, but the rest are aboard, and the fleet is now sailing towards Hokkaido. Governor, does this mean that we? Max seemed still unconvinced. The other 2 soldiers accompanying the vehicle also looked at Leon with incredulous eyes. Leon remained silent for a long time. After a long silence, he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He unhooked his helmet and set it aside. Men, the retreat plan has succeeded. Thank you, Dacian and Luosha, our noble and brave allies. We will all survive. Spread this news to the entire army. Everyone in the Hummer cheered. Leon touched the police badge on his chest again. Wang, please allow me to continue lying. Arrest me in your next life. 20 minutes later, Liang's Hummer, the last vehicle of the westbound force, drove onto the beaches of Lusha Kingdom on the west coast of the Bering Strait. Liang had just jumped out of the car when he heard Max beside him excitedly say, Governor Liang, look, the Dacian warships are back too. Liang turned his head to the east, and saw that the Dacian ships, the Beishi and Taotai, had also landed steadily on the nearby beach. A closer look revealed the pristine scars of the previous fierce battle on both the Beishi and the Taotai, still striking. From the spikes piercing the hulls of both ships, the corroded sections of the ship's outer walls by the blast, to the jet-black remnants of the explosions on the outer sides of the bridges. To the crowds on shore, these battle scars looked like medals. Recalling their own near-death experiences, the over 70,000 life-owned soldiers and civilians on shore cheered the Dacian fleet. In the sky nearby, Sorokov, from his helicopter attack, also spotted the Dacian fleet. He nodded approvingly. In Rakshasa language, this generation of Dacian men has not lost their fighting spirit. Excellent. Yujia, have the hellhounds really left? Zhongli asked Yujia, looking at the giant spikes piercing the deck ahead. Master, the hellhounds have indeed left. According to satellite data, the hellhounds have returned to the coastline. They're currently feeding on their deceased companion. Master Long, we maintain vigil along the coastline, Zhongli Rui said, disengaging from the Great Xia Dragon Bird battle armor and grabbing the radio. Don't worry, Zhongli. Even though those 2 dogs are gone, we still can't leave. We still can't leave. Okay, our warship will remain on guard. After conversing with Long Zhanye, Zhongli Rui temporarily handed the bridge over to Sitakong and the AI Yujia and rushed to the infirmary. Outside the infirmary, Yelena, Ameo, Lu Shi, Sumuji, and Tingsha waited anxiously outside the operating room. As Zhongli Rui emerged, everyone looked at him. How's the operation going? Zhongli Rui nervously asked Yelena. It's still going on, Yelena said solemnly. Just as Zhongli Rui reached toward the operating room, Yujia appeared and stopped him, saying, Master, I know you're worried about your daughter's condition, but you're not a professional medical professional right now. Although you have basic medical knowledge, going in will only cause more trouble. Please wait where you are. Zhongli Rui paused. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he whispered, Yujia, show me the live video feed. I want to see my daughter. At these words, everyone around him stared at Zhongli Rui in surprise. Yujia asked hesitantly, Master, are you sure? I'm sure. Zhongli Rui's eyes widened, bloodshot. I want to see her. She's doing this to protect the lives of all of us here. She's my daughter. My first daughter. At that moment, Chen Xiaoyu, monitoring the backstage situation in Lingnan Prefecture, shook her head with emotion. Tears streamed down her face. My dear brother, you truly treat Xiaofeng like your own daughter. As he spoke, Zhongli Rui lowered his head, tears welling up in his eyes. A second later, he roughly wiped away the tears, his expression determined. Even if I can't do anything, I must watch her. Give me the live video, immediately. Yujia didn't immediately agree. Because, according to her data monitoring, Zhongli Rui's mental contamination level had reached 19%. She knew that the scene in the emergency room was not only extremely bloody, but if Xiaofeng had an accident, would Zhongli Rui, staring at her, be close to losing control, just like he did last time at the dock? Di Xinyan, the only person who could calm Zhongli Rui, was currently involved in the rescue. In this situation, Yujia didn't dare to gamble. Yujia, what are you dawdling about? Zhongli Rui's voice became slightly annoyed. At that moment, the sound of a robotic arm could be heard. Everyone looked to see Aisha, Chen Xiaoyao, and Xiaofu approaching, wearing 6 robotic AI tentacles. Seeing Yujia's concerns, Aisha said, Yujia, this is human love for one's children. It's natural, a form of love. I know you're worried about your master, afraid of his mental instability, and therefore afraid to show him the live progress of the surgery. However, I suggest you show him the results. Chen Xiaoyao also said, Yujia, instead of sending your brother in, why not just let him watch it here? I suggest the same. Yujia thought for a moment, then said to Zhongli Rui, Master, I will do as you wish. Then, AI Yujia began playing a live video feed of Wen Yingying and Di Xinyan performing surgery on Xiaofeng in the operating room. As the live stream began, Zhongli Rui stared intently at the screen. Wen Yingying and Di Xinyan's movements were swift and precise, but every cut of the scalpel made Zhongli Rui's heart tighten. Although Zhongli Rui's expression appeared calm, Yujia's monitoring showed that his mental pollution was slowly increasing. Yujia closely monitored his mood changes, and quietly informed Chen Xiaoyao. Upon learning of Zhongli Rui's mental state, Chen Xiaoyao's expression suddenly became even more serious. She quietly contacted several family members to seek their advice. During the discussion, Chen Pen offered straightforward advice. Xiaoyao, you haven't forgotten the Xingyi Baguazhang that Grandpa taught you, have you? No. If your brother loses control, knock him out now, while he's not wearing his armor. Ah? Dad, how can you do that? Chen Xiaoyao rolled his eyes. Bai Lingxin offered her unprecedented support. Xiaoyao, your father's advice is sound. If he really loses control, knocking him out is a good idea. You're also a new human now, and your martial arts skills are far superior to your brother's. If anything goes wrong, just take action. As for how to handle it afterward, there's still room for maneuver. Oh, okay. At a critical moment in the operation, Xiaofeng's vital signs suddenly fluctuated. Zhongli Rui's heartbeat also accelerated, and his clenched fists betrayed his inner struggle. Yelena and the others stared nervously at the screen, praying for a successful operation. Zhongli Rui took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. The tense atmosphere in the operating room lingered for an hour. Finally, with a gentle creak of instruments, the door slowly opened. Di Xinyan emerged, her face weary, but a hint of relief in her eyes. The operation was a success. My daughter's life is safe for now, she said softly. Chapter 274. Sinyan, my daughter. Her right hand is gone. Sinyan sniffed, fighting back tears. My junior sister and I did our best. If she weren't a new human, this injury would have killed an ordinary person 10 times over. Just now, we removed nearly half a pound of shrapnel and armor fragments from her body while cleaning the wound. Zhongli closed his eyes, his expression painful. And it's not over yet. Her vital signs are very unstable. How about this? Sinyan turned to Yelena, hesitated, then winked at Xiaofu. Yelena, Xiaofu, come with me. Yelena immediately understood. Master, I'm available anytime. Xiaofu was a little confused. Beside her, Aisha patted her shoulder with her robotic arm. It's okay. Just sing along with the two ants. Remember, when you sing, think of love and care. Remember? Sister Xiaofeng, like you, is a child. You give her a hand? Yes, okay, Mom, I try. Xiaofu nodded obediently. In the ward, Sinyan, Yelena, and Xiaofu took their places in the female trio. Sinyan began. Soft light. Ah. This time, Sinyan once again chose a song, a soprano single-word bel canto. The simple lyrics, accompanied by a melodious accompaniment, held a profound emotion. The atmosphere in the ward became solemn and sacred, each note a prayer for the girl in the hospital bed, hoping to bring her a glimmer of hope. Yujia's real-time analysis. Madam Singer compatibility has exceeded 99.01%. Emotional analysis. Compassion 25%, love 30%, motherhood 20%, hope 25%. Madam's abilities appear to be stronger than ever. The master's mental pollution continues to decline, down to 9%. At the beginning of the second verse, Yelena and Xiaofu, already familiar with the tune from the first listen, joined the chorus. Following closely behind, her voice, clear and lively, formed a stark contrast to Sinyan's voice, tinged with sorrow, yet blended perfectly together. Ekaterina's vocal fit surpassed 80.42%, marking the first time she's broken 80%, establishing her as a powerful vocalist. Emotional analysis. Fighting spirit 25%, admiration for heroic sacrifice 30%, camaraderie 23%, hope 27%. Xiaofu struggled to follow the two women's rhythm, though a little awkward, but generally managed to keep up. After all, the lyrics consisted of just one word. As long as she could follow the tune, she could form a chorus. Xiaofu's singer compatibility has exceeded 95.5%. Emotional analysis. 70% blessing and support, 30% hope. Singer's ability attribute, positive energy. She's learned it, Yujia noted. In the human world, a very important factor influencing people is their social circle. As the three women's chorus rose and fell, the air in the ward seemed to soften. Finally, the song slowly came to a close. Silence returned to the ward, leaving only the faint breathing of the girls and the regular ticking of the instruments. Asia stood nearby. Her newly adjusted high-tech monocle was also monitoring Xiaofeng's condition. Xiaofeng's vital signs are gradually strengthening and stabilizing. The nanorobots within her body are systematically increasing in strength. Incredible. This is the singer's power, first discovered in Ling'an Prefecture. Was it this power that brought her back to consciousness? After seeing Zhongli Rui's mental pollution level drop below 10%, Yujia quietly told him, Master, don't worry. The young lady is out of danger. However, her hand. I understand. Thank you, Yujia. I will protect her from now on. I ask her aunt to resolve the hand issue. When we return this time, I won't have her as my bodyguard anymore. I place her at her aunt's house, and she won't be on the front lines anymore. Master, Miss Xiaofeng is a strong-willed warrior. If you do this, will she? When she wakes up. She is a strong-willed warrior. But she's just a 4-year-old child who needs her parents' love. Her spiritual knowledge is transmitted, not tempered by the years. She's lucky to have survived this time, but what about the future? She's sacrificed her right hand, and that's enough. I don't want my daughter to suffer like this again. Master, your love is a bit overbearing and selfish. Yujia, you're right. But I'm her father. Master, if I were Xiaofeng, would you do the same? Yes, Zhongli Rui said firmly, without hesitation. Thank you. In the digital world, Yujia, imitating humans, cupped her hands to her heart. After the singing therapy session ended, Zhongli Rui summoned Sinyan and Qin Xiaoyao for a small family meeting. Sinyan Xiaoyao, I have something to tell you. Zhongli Rui's expression was solemn and resolute. Xiaoyao, when we return to Ling'an Prefecture, Xiaofeng will no longer be my personal guard. She will be yours, accompanying you at the research institute. Qin Xiao was stunned. Brother Rui, you don't want Xiaofeng to get hurt again, so? But you know Xiaofeng's temper. What will she think if you don't let her protect you, stop her from fighting? How many times has this happened? Zhongli Rui stared into Qin Xiuyu's eyes. The first time, during the Alliance Defense War, she was severely injured by C2. The second time, when your father attacked you and tried to capture you, she was severely injured by your father. And now, this time, she has lost her natural right hand forever. C0-S type new humans don't have the ability to regenerate severed limbs like C3 types. Enough. I say enough. I won't let my daughter suffer like this again. At this moment, Zhongli Rui's tone was firm, his eyes sharp, his aura domineering, and his whole demeanor unquestionable. Di Xinyan turned to look at her adopted daughter, then at her husband, who had transformed back into his domineering CO. She sighed softly. Rui, Xiaofeng has been with us for a while now. She's very dependent on us. I think after she wakes up, you should give her some options. You don't have to force her to guard the institute. She can also join me in the medical team. Qin Xiaoyao immediately agreed. Brother, I think my sister-in-law's opinion makes more sense. You're her parents. If you're worried about your daughter being in danger with you, why don't you let Xiaofeng stay with your sister-in-law, her mother? The medical team isn't generally that dangerous, right? Well? After hearing what Di Xinyan and Qin Xiaoyao said, Zhongli Rui didn't immediately object. He felt his wife and adopted sister were right. Especially after listening to their opinions, he also felt that it would be better for his daughter to stay with her mother. It seemed more appropriate than his own impulsive decision. Okay, after Xiaofeng wakes up, let's ask her about her choice. Zhongli Rui's tone softened. That's right, Di Xinyan smiled. I know you're a doting father, and it's hard to bear seeing your daughter suffer so much. But a child has her own choices. You're not a dictator, so you should listen to her opinions, right? Aren't you the most opposed to dictatorship? Zhongli Rui, yes, I am indeed opposed to dictatorship. That's right. Okay. Di Xinyan and Qin Xiaoyao exchanged a smile, breathing a sigh of relief. Seeing Xiaofeng was out of danger, Zhongli Rui donned his Daxia Dragon Sparrow mech and ascended the deck. Somewhere on the deck, the spikes fired by the three-headed dog remained firmly lodged in the battleship's deck. Master, don't touch them. The residue on the spikes is highly corrosive to metal. Even the heavy armor of my Bishi couldn't fully withstand them, so don't risk your light armor. Yu Jiao warned. At that moment, Zhongli Rui withdrew his hand in frustration. In fact, he wanted to imitate the Master Chief in the film The Spartan Warriors and break off a piece as a souvenir of the battle. Seeing Yu Jiao warn him of the danger, he gave up. Behind him, Qin Xiaoyao, who had also ascended the deck to inspect the damage, observed the entire scene. The Bishi and Taotai remained on the beach for approximately 6 hours. During this time, Qin Xiaoyao, working with the warship's maintenance technicians and the black-clad mechanical guards, removed the spike after thorough cleaning and disinfection. Of course, before cleaning, Qin Xiaoyao also collected samples of the corrosive material from the spike in a special container for research. After removing the spike, Qin Xiaoyao used a cutting tool to remove a large piece and placed it in a specially designed box. By the time the maintenance crews on the Bishi and Taotai had finished their simple repairs, the Xiangui arrived and rejoined the battle line. Governor Zhongli, satellite data indicates that the 2 remaining hellhounds, having devoured the one on the shore, are returning to Lake Ontario via Alaska. Now, only the massive skeleton of the hellhound remains on the beach, Bai Lingxin reported. They truly retreated. Even though it was 2 eating one. But devouring them all so quickly. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Zhongli Rui said, a little dazed. Not an exaggeration. Before the world changed, several animals possessed this ability, Qin Pan replied calmly. After hearing this explanation, Zhongli Rui's temper immediately faded. Indeed, if even natural creatures possess this ability, then it seems plausible that a fusion monster like the fleece-blooded hellhound could possess it. After the ice in the strait was blown apart this time, it won't freeze again until November. The Bering Strait usually freezes in November, and a month later the ice is thick enough for Cerberus to pass through. It thaws in April of the following year. We actually brought the thaw forward, Qin Pan calmly reported to Zhongli Rui and Long Zhanye. So to speak, this Bering Strait retreat bought the Gale Nation, the Rakshasa Nation, and ourselves an extra 7 months of preparation time. Otherwise, if it hadn't been for this operation, judging by the battle Zhongli and I had with those 3 bastards, not only would the remaining Gale Nation soldiers and civilians in Alaska have been annihilated, but the Rakshasa soldiers and civilians in the Cape Dejnia fortress would have been equally imperiled. I agree with Elder Long. Moreover, once the Rakshasa fortress is breached, the gateway to the Asian continent will be wide open. I suspect that sooner or later, we too will be pursued by the Hellhounds. It's practically a matter of survival for the last humans on Blue Planet, Zhongli Rui sighed. Even if we win this time, we only have 7 months left. We must desperately strengthen our forces. All members of the Dakian Expeditionary Fleet attending the meeting nodded solemnly. Chapter 275. 30 minutes later, Xiaofeng woke up. Seeing her adoptive parents, Xiaofeng tried to get up, but Zhongli Rui immediately stopped her. Daughter, don't move. Okay, Dad. Almost immediately, Xiaofeng noticed her missing right hand. She burst into tears, like a real child. Di Xinyan stepped forward, hugged her, and comforted her. Good girl, Mom is here, Mom is with you. Mom, my right hand is gone. Will I be useless in the future? Xiaofeng hesitated. Now, after spending some time with Zhongli Rui and his wife, Xiaofeng had learned a lot. Daughter, how could you be useless? Zhongli Rui, tears welling up in his eyes, shouted, You saved everyone on the bridge, including your mother and me. You're an excellent warrior. You saved the Dakian army's flagship. You are a true hero in Daddy's heart. Dad. Thank you. But my right hand is gone. I know we C0-S-type new types don't have the ability to regenerate limbs, like C2 and C3. Will I be unable to fight again? Child, you fought enough for us. Zhongli stepped forward and stroked Xiaofeng's forehead. From now on, don't follow me into dangerous situations on the front lines. Dad, I'm your bodyguard. Don't you want me anymore? Xiaofeng tensed and made a move to stand. Zhongli Rui quickly tried to comfort her. Daughter, Daddy wants to, don't worry. Look, didn't General Long use the black-clad mechanical guards to reattach the arm? I think you need to address the issue with your hand, while also seeking medical treatment. I think we should first ask Aunt Zhao Ying, your eldest aunt, and your second aunt to find a solution to your arm problem, and then help your mother. How about that? The intensity of the battlefield will get higher and higher. Your mother is both a doctor and a singer, so she needs better protection. What do you think? Xiaofeng's eyes flickered with hope after hearing Zhongli Rui's words. Really? Dad, will I still have my right hand? Zhongli Rui nodded, his eyes filled with determination. Of course, daughter, we do everything we can. Xiaofeng felt a little more at ease. She knew her adoptive parents would do their best to help her. So she nodded gently. Dad, Mom, thank you. I will cooperate with the treatment. Di Xinyan was filled with joy after hearing Xiaofeng's words. She gently stroked Xiaofeng's face and said tenderly, Daughter, we believe you can do this. You are our proudest child, and we will always support you. Zhongli Rui stepped forward and gently patted Xiaofeng's shoulder. Daughter, get some rest. We take care of everything. Don't worry. Just then, Dr. Aisha and Xiaofai walked in. She half-jokingly asked, Xiaofeng, have you ever considered that arms like mine are very useful? They're both incredibly powerful and easy to use. With 2 extra hands, you could wield a Gatling gun in one and an RPG in the other. How about that? At this, Xiaofeng's eyes lit up. She grasped Zhongli Rui's clothes with her remaining left hand and pleaded, Daddy, I want these robotic arms. I beg you, please ask my aunt to make me a set of them too. Zhongli Rui's extraordinary imagination immediately took flight. Xiaofeng standing tall on the battlefield, her new armor adorned with 6 AI-powered tentacles, each armed with a variety of weapons, firing at the countless Batmen descending from the sky. Gatling guns and RPGs blazed non-stop. Her impressive performance caught the attention of a distant hellhound, which launched an anti-ship attack spike toward Xiaofeng. No! Zhongli shouted, refusing at the thought. Absolutely not. Xiaofeng suddenly felt like a little girl who wanted candy, but whose parents wouldn't buy it. Tears welled up in her eyes. Daddy, I want it, I want it. No! Zhongli Rui remained adamant. Why? Why? Seeing Zhongli Rui's disapproval, Xiaofeng was practically on the verge of tears. At this moment, Aisha also looked at Zhongli Rui in surprise, wondering why he disagreed. Di Xinyan asked, Rui, it's just a proposal. Why are you so adamant about it? Looking at the beautiful eyes staring at him, Zhongli Rui's brain raced to its limits, and he spontaneously uttered, girls are supposed to be beautiful. How can you use such ugly hands? In the surveillance room, Qin Xiaoyu was furious. This set of limbs I made is ugly, isn't it? It's so ugly. At the scene, Di Xinyan couldn't help but smile bitterly at Zhongli Rui's reasoning. Rui, you object to Xiaofeng using these limbs simply because they look ugly. Yes. Zhongli Rui continued confidently, trying to conceal his true thoughts. Look, In our family, you're a beauty, Xiaoyao is a beauty, Yisan is a beauty, and Xiaofeng, who inherited Xiaoyu's looks, is also a beauty. How could a naturally beautiful girl use such ugly limbs to make herself look like a spider spirit? I absolutely disagree. Puff. Whether it was Qin Xiaoyao, eavesdropping from a corner of the warship, Qin Xiaoyu, monitoring from the backstage in Lingnan province, or Di Xinyan, who was at the scene, they couldn't help but cover their mouths with their hands and chuckle. Asia looked at Zhong Lirui, shook her head, and chuckled softly. Ha, if this is the reason for the governor's objection, I can understand. It seems the governor is a man who pays attention to visual effects. Ha ha, understandable, understandable. Indeed, for women, appearance and image are often the primary considerations. Xiufu looked confused. Mom, is that so? Of course, Xiufu. You are beautiful too. With such outstanding looks, it's natural that you're easily liked by others, Aisha explained with a smile. Visual men are men who are heavily influenced by visual stimuli. They are more attracted to appearance, image, and other visual factors. In short, they have a preference for beauty. Xiaofeng tilted his head in confusion and asked Di Xinyan, Mom, is Dad saying that a girl's beauty is more important than combat ability? Di Xinyan, of course, knew what her husband was thinking. She smiled and said, Xiaofeng, well, your dad's words may sound a bit frivolous, but his point is generally correct. For a girl, fighting isn't everything in life. Physical beauty is indeed a very important part of a girl's life. You see, most of your elders and aunts are focused on appearance, beauty and charm, right? Daddy means that he hopes you be as beautiful and charming as your mother and your eldest aunt. So Daddy might mean that he wants to make you an arm that's as close to your original human shape as possible. Am I right, child? Yes, that's what I mean, Zhong Lirui quickly replied. Although, inwardly, he had already blushed. In the Linganzhou monitoring room, Qin Xiaoyu's anger had completely subsided. She smiled playfully, looking at Xiaofeng and Zhong Lirui. Haha, you actually think I'm a beauty? Oh, you want Xiaofeng's hand to return to its original shape, the shape of my hand, right? Okay, an intelligent humanoid hand, no problem, arrange it. With that, Qin Xiaoyu walked straight to the holographic design table and began firing her robotic arm. Oh, since you like my look so much, I definitely arranged my appearance. Remembering Zhong Lirui's earlier words, Qin Xiaoyu smiled knowingly. Although the ISC had been blown apart, preventing the Ontario Life Science Institute's monster army from crossing the sea, it wasn't until the next day that Zhong Lirui's Dacian expeditionary fleet lifted its defensive stance on the coast and departed. Slightly south, in Chikechi City, the Lifeng people, under the arrangement of the Lusha people, settled in this coastal city, which once had a population of 300,000 but now only had 90,000. This coastal city served as a logistical support base for the Cape d'Ignal fortress. When Dacian, Liu Sha, and Lifeng confirmed that the monster army had returned to the vicinity of Lake Ontario, they breathed a sigh of relief. It could be said that the Bering Strait retreat operation had finally concluded at this moment. The three forces met in Chikechi. The remaining residents of Liu Sha welcomed the Dacian expeditionary force like heroes. Come on! Allies who have come from afar, cheers to victory. Major General Solikov, his face flushed with excitement, excitedly raised his vodka and said to Liang and Zhong Lirui, my allies, my brothers, cheers. Zhong Lirui and Liang exchanged a glance, smiled, and also raised their right vodkas, cheers. As the leaders of the three forces toasted in celebration, the entire city of Chikechi seemed to be filled with the joy of victory. Citizens emerged from their homes and gathered in the streets, cheering and applauding as they expressed their gratitude in their own ways to the Dacian Expeditionary Force, the Liu Sha defenders, and their allies from the distant Lifeng kingdom. After the banquet, Liang, still a little drunk, approached Zhong Lirui and asked, Governor Zhongli, I'd like to see my sister. Is that okay? At these words, Zhong Lirui's drunkenness sobered up a bit. He had no reason to refuse Liang's commonplace request. However, Liang seemed unaware of what his sister had been through over the past year. What's the matter? Is there something inconvenient? Liang asked, somewhat puzzled by Zhong Lirui's attitude. Liang, my brother. I can let you see your sister. But I want you to promise me that no matter what happens, you stay calm. Okay? If you can, I take you to see your sister. Liang looked at Zhong Lirui's serious expression, and a sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. But he nodded firmly, Governor Zhongli, don't worry. No matter what happens, I remain calm. I just want to see my sister and make sure she's okay. Zhong Lirui, seeing Liang's resolve, said nothing more. He patted Liang's shoulder. Okay, brother, I trust you. Let's go now. The two of them left the banquet hall together, crossed the bustling streets, and arrived at a relatively quiet inn. The main members of the Dacian army were staying here during the banquet and celebration. Master, Yu Jia gently warned, you're taking a risk. I must warn you that Governor Liang's mental state is not entirely healthy. Last time I detected him, he also showed some signs of mental contamination. Have him see Dr. Aisha and Xiaofu, and be very careful. Don't worry, Zhong Lirui whispered. I'm a new human. If anything really happens, I can handle it. But thank you for your concern. Okay. Chapter 276. Leon followed Zhong Lirui to the door of Aisha and Xiaofu's room. Zhong Lirui knocked gently on the door. It's me, Zhong Lirui. Ah? Uncle Governor? Mom's in the shower. Can you wait a moment? Xiaofu's voice came. Okay. Leon looked at Zhong Lirui with a strange expression. Mom? When did my sister have a daughter? Isn't she a non-marriagist? Zhong Lirui's expression was a little serious. Hey, brother, remember what I said. No matter what happens, stay calm, okay? You can talk to your sister about the details later. What's going on? So mysterious? Leon said, puzzled. After a while, Aisha finished washing up. Her voice echoed from behind the door. Hey, Mr. Governor, why did you think of looking for me today? Is your wife, the dean's wife, no longer with you? Or do you want to try something a little more exciting for a change? Haha. Fine, I still owe you for saving my life. Wait a minute, I opened the door. Aisha teased as she approached the door and pretended to open it. Outside, Zhong Lirui's face was suddenly filled with frustration. Why are these girls so outspoken? Hearing this, Liang turned to Zhong Lirui with a sour expression. Hey! What did you do to my sister? Huh? She's not even married. How could she have a child? Could it be you? Zhong Lirui, No, brother Leon, let me explain. Leon, Who's your brother? I consider you an ally, and you dare to touch my sister. And you're not even married and have a child. No wonder you kept telling me to calm down before I came here. How can I calm down? Liang's voice rose several notches, his expression turning furious. I didn't do anything to your sister? Zhong Lirui said helplessly. You did it, and you're not admitting it. Furious, Liang reached out and grabbed Zhong Lirui by the collar. At this moment, Aisha, hearing the noise outside, opened the door in confusion. Brother, Governor Zhongli. What are you doing out there? A scene that only nightmares could dream of appeared before Liang's eyes. A woman who looked exactly like his sister, wearing only a white t-shirt, with no arms or legs, but with 6 mechanical tentacles, hovered in front of him. Liang was horrified. What the hell? The reason Liang was so shocked by his sister's current appearance was that Aisha had deliberately shown only herself on the video during their last connection. At the time, Leon hadn't noticed his sister's current state. Brother? Why are you here? Aisha hadn't expected her brother, whom she hadn't seen for over a year, to be so awkwardly confronted. Before Leon could react, the figure behind his sister appeared, completely dispelling any remaining drunkenness from him. It was a winged, bat-like female. Damn, enemy! Succubus. Leon unsheathed the magnum pistol from his waistband and prepared to fire. Ah! Zhong Lirui sighed, then, with a swift movement, snatched the magnum from Leon's astonished body. Same as the Resident Evil model, uses 12.7 caliber pistol ammunition, not 12.7 heavy machine gun ammunition. Xiaofu's face paled with fear, but he immediately stepped in front of Aisha. Hey brother, calm down. Zhong Lirui, after knocking Liang's spear away, subdued him with the immense strength of a new human. Liang's face was now horrified as he shouted, Zhong Lirui, are you crazy? This is a succubus, a man-eating succubus. Why are you? This is your niece. Zhong Lirui said helplessly, increasing his grip on Liang. Her name is Xiaofu. You? Just listen to your sister's story. What? Liang exclaimed in disbelief, turning to look at his sister, now with 6 mechanical limbs, and his niece now with wings. Aisha sighed sadly, brother, it's me. Don't be impulsive. Don't scare the child. If it weren't for my daughter, your niece, I'd be dead long ago. What's going on? What's going on? Leon roared. Confusion, fear, heartache, and an insecurity about the unknown all washed over him. Aisha gently touched Xiaofu's head, motioning for her to return to her room. Xiaofu nodded sensibly. Then, with a gentle wave of the 6 mechanical tentacles behind her, Aisha walked, or rather crawled, back to her room. Brother, Let's talk inside, Aisha whispered to Leon, her back to him, a barely perceptible tremor in her voice. Leon, stunned, stopped resisting. Zhongli Rui pulled him up and patted his shoulder. Brother, let's talk inside. I promise, the person before you is truly your sister, and that girl is truly your niece. Come in. Your sister will tell you all the answers. The three of them entered the room. Aisha sat on her bed, motioning for Leon and Zhongli Rui to join them. Leon sat on the edge of the bed, his face blank, his gaze still flickering towards the 6 mechanical tentacles behind Aisha and his winged niece beside him. His heart was filled with shock and confusion. At that moment, his middle ear was buzzing. Aisha seemed to see through his thoughts and whispered, Brother, I know all this is unbelievable and hard for you to accept. But as you can see, it's all true. For the next hour, Aisha briefly and emotionlessly recounted her experiences of the past year and the true cause of the Gale Nation crisis. Leon listened intently, but his expression twitched as he listened more deeply. He stared distraught at the severed parts of his sister's limbs, then glanced at his niece, Xiaofu, who sat beside him, bewildered. At this moment, he also learned from his sister the root cause of the zombie crisis on the American continent. Damn the consortium. Damn the Federation. Damn it, damn it. Damn it, damn it. After learning the truth, Leon could no longer control his emotions and roared. Come to think of it, I'm also an accomplice. I deserve to die too. Leon muttered in a daze. What are you talking about? Sister, you're an innocent victim. Aisha shook her head calmly. I was involved in the sample collection, the biofusion project, and the theft of Changsheng Life Science Group's cutting-edge research. I believe this is God's retribution for me. I shouldn't have participated in such a scheme for the money. At this moment, Leon suddenly remembered something and stepped forward, excitedly grasping Aisha's robotic hand. No! I know, sister, it's all because of me. I've been in trouble so often, and you had to worry about bail so many times. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't work in such a wicked place. Leon hugged Aisha's torso. Sister, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. He sobbed. You were right before. I'm a troublemaker. You became like this just to raise bail for me. Sheriff Wang died protecting me. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Yujia whispered softly. Master, be careful about Governor Leon's mental condition. His mental pollution level is 24%. If it exceeds 50%, he will behave irrationally. I be watching, Zhongli Rui said calmly, continuing the development of the situation. Holding his tearful brother, Aisha sighed and patted his back with a tentacle. Brother, don't say that. The money was only part of my motivation for working at the Ontario Institute of Life Sciences. You know me, I always been passionate about research projects. This was all my own choice. Everything I'm experiencing now is the result of my own choices. Well, I wouldn't say that the past is irrelevant. I say the present and the future are more important. Speaking of which, I'm still serving my sentence. Your brother, the governor, sentenced me to life imprisonment. Huh? Leon turned to look at Zhongli Rui. Brother, you sentenced Aisha to life imprisonment? Zhongli Rui's expression was serious, his arms folded over his chest. Your sister is very pitiful. However, the actions she committed in collusion with the spies in the Changsheng group were, according to Dakian law, worthy of the death penalty. What they did indirectly led to the destruction of the world. Leon was speechless, staring longingly at Zhongli Rui. Zhongli Rui responded coldly, his gaze firm and unwavering. Governor Zhongli, can I bail out my sister and my niece? Leon pleaded. Zhongli Rui, ? Aisha was at a loss for words. Back then, she had worked hard to earn money to bail out her brother, who was constantly in trouble. Now, her brother, the Governor General of the Fierce Wind Nation, was pleading with Zhongli Rui to bail out her, who had participated in the destruction of the world? Is this reincarnation? It took Zhongli a long moment to react. He said emphatically, first, Xiaofu is innocent. However, living in our human world, she needs someone to look after her and protect her. Second, money doesn't seem to be very useful these days, does it? The financial system is completely broken. Even if you give me a few $100 million for bail, I won't be able to use it at all. Leon's face fell. He thought for a moment and said, how about I give you my Air Force? Those AC-130s are my most powerful equipment, and they're the only ones I have that can even stand up to those bastards. Zhongli Rui was even more speechless. Yu Jiao whispered with a smile, Master, Lion probably has a grudge against the military. The first person he's selling out isn't the National Guard under his command, but the military. Before Zhongli Rui could express his opinion, Asia said, "Brother, thank you for your kindness. But please don't bail me out. I'm living well with Governor Zhongli now. I don't want to be bailed out." Leon, what? You bailed me out, and our whole family lives here in Lusha country? You just escaped from Alaska, and this place will be a frontier fortress from now on. How can it be as comfortable as Ling'an province? I'm in Ling'an province, with my daughter by my side and research projects to participate in. I'm so happy. Otherwise, where do you think I got all those mechanical tentacles? Zhongli Rui said, laughing and crying, "This is the truth. We free people have to fight monsters for survival, but your sister has people to protect her, a daughter to keep her company, and can continue to pursue her interests. She's living a much more comfortable life than you and I." Leon glanced helplessly at Zhongli Rui and his sister, his expression tangled. "So, sister, you're not in jail, you're enjoying life?" He and tens of thousands of others were chased like stray dogs by 3 bastards just to save their lives. Chapter 277. Leon looked at his sister helplessly, ultimately giving up the idea of rescuing her by other means. He also felt that keeping his sister and niece in Zhongli Rui's cage was the best possible protection. Having such a powerful ally's protection was far superior to staying with himself, who had just emerged from a life of wandering and suffering. Thinking of this, Leon stood up and solemnly addressed Zhongli Rui, "Brother Zhongli, please take care of my sister and niece." Zhongli Rui was about to say, "Leave it to me. I take good care of them." Suddenly realizing the ambiguity in that statement, he stopped himself and swallowed his words, nodding earnestly and meaningfully as a gesture of agreement. Looking at Xiufu, whose gaze still held a hint of fear, Liang's expression was complicated. After much deliberation, he remembered what Aisha had repeatedly emphasized. Xiufu was a kind and innocent child. With a slight sigh, he untied a pendant from his neck and handed it to Xiufu. Zhongli Rui took a closer look. It was a whistle made from a bullet shell. "I'm sorry I scared you just now, my child. This is a welcome gift from your uncle," Liang said, trying to be gentle and approachable. "Uncle? Are you giving me a gift?" Xiufu hesitated. "Yes," Liang stared at the bullet shell whistle pendant, seemingly lost in memory. "This is a gift that brings good luck. Uncle doesn't have anything else to give you right now. This will do." Thank you, Uncle." Xiufu's nervousness finally dissipated at that moment. She happily showed the pendant to Aisha. "Mom, Uncle gave me a gift. I'm so happy." Aisha's eyes welled up. Before her eyes, her family was reunited. Although both she and her family looked a little strange now, that wasn't a problem. Now, the entire world she once knew had been turned upside down. What could possibly be more strange? As Xiufu happily tried on the pendant in front of the mirror, Leon remembered the blood claw Zhongli Rui had captured on the battlefield earlier. "Hey brother, did you capture a girl like my niece on the battlefield? What do you want to do with her?" Hearing this, Zhongli Rui's expression became solemn. After a moment's deliberation, he said to Aisha, "Asia, it's getting late. I need to discuss something with your brother. It's about important matters to come. You and Xiufu, go to bed early." Although Zhongli Rui tried to appear calm, Aisha sensed a hint of something unusual. She understood that his next words, perhaps due to consideration for his own feelings, were difficult to express directly. "Well, Mr. Zhongli, brother, good night," Aisha said politely. "Sister Xiufu, good night," Liang said knowingly, bidding the mother and daughter farewell. At that moment, in the night sky near the Arctic Circle, the aurora borealis, with its unparalleled beauty, painted breathtaking illusions. These bands of light danced across the night sky like spirits, emitting a mysterious and enchanting glow. Each ray seemed to tell an ancient and distant story, captivating viewers with its picturesque spectacle. The aurora's vibrant colors, from green to purple to red, intertwined and clashed across the night sky, creating breathtaking canvases. Under the dancing aurora, Liang exhaled a puff of white mist and said, "Brother Zhongli, if you have anything to say, you can say it now." "What you're talking about is about my sister, right?" Zhongli Rui said in a low voice. "You saw it on the battlefield. Aren't there many Batmen like Xiufu?" "Really?" Liang asked, somewhat puzzled. "What's wrong? It seems you've been fighting for so long that you become accustomed to it." Zhongli Rui sighed, then spoke more clearly. "How did your niece get here? Have you forgotten the tragic truths your sister shared in that room?" Liang remained perplexed. However, the next moment, his face suddenly turned pale as paper, his bewildered expression instantly transforming into one of utter astonishment. He suddenly understood what Zhongli Rui meant. "You're saying that the Ontario Life Sciences Institute drew inspiration from my sister's accident. And then, they took this example and..." Mass production, Zhongli Rui said coldly. So, there are still many women like your sister who haven't regained their sanity yet, who were once treated as. There are many more women in the seedbed. And they're definitely near the Ontario Life Sciences Institute. Liang spoke first, covering his mouth with his hand. How ruthless. Just this time, there were over 100 second-generation Batmen who launched an airstrike against my troops. You're saying too few. Zhongli Rui looked at the dancing aurora in the sky with a pained expression. The mobile warships I sent south to rescue Seward report that they killed at least 300 Batmen in Seward. So to produce there. At least a few hundred people. Oh my god! Liang's expression was dazed. Only then did he fully understand why Zhongli Rui had taken him so far away from his sister and Xiaofu before mentioning this matter. Sure enough, his middle ear began to buzz again. Warning. Governor Liang's mental pollution level is 29%. Yu Jiao warned. Hey! Brother, listen to me. Listen to me. This world has gone crazy. It really is. But don't lose heart. If God closes a door, perhaps he will open a window for us. We will always find a way. Look, didn't you lead 90,000 people to safety this time? Zhongli Rui quickly stepped forward and grasped Liang's shoulders. Brother, you're amazing. Liang hesitated. Mental pollution level is 22%. Yu Jia continued monitoring. Your sister was right just now. Let's focus on the present moment. To be honest, I captured that female Batman because she was carrying a data recording and transmission device from the Ontario Institute of Life Sciences. Did you know that your sister was wearing this same device when she got into trouble? Later, the Ontario Institute used it to monitor and collect data. Now, with your sister and the elite members of my team. Well, I imagine you have them on your team too. Let's work together to use the equipment I found and the captured Batman to conduct reverse data scanning and tracking, and figure out their details, including where those women are being held. Liang's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, after they become zombies, they're actually not that easy to kill. As you said, we figure out their details, then spend the next few months preparing to strengthen our forces. Then we go back, rescue them, and then wipe out those lunatics and scumbags in Ontario. That's about it. Zhongli Rui nodded slightly. Mental pollution level, 9%. Governor Liang's mental condition has returned to normal. Master, you're truly remarkable, Yu Jia praised softly. Liang seemed to have a sudden thought and asked Zhongli Rui, brother, was my sister involved in what you're talking about? Yes. To be honest, your sister played a huge role in rescuing you this time, Zhongli Rui told him truthfully. Is that so? That's wonderful, Liang said with relief. It seems she's right. She and her niece really are better off staying with you. By the way, our priority here is settling down and restoring our military's combat effectiveness. What are your plans? The fleet and I are planning to return, Zhongli Rui said, looking at the 3 landships docked at the harbor. We came here too hastily this time, and we have too few weapons to fight those hellhounds. So, I plan to go back and produce more. Of course, this won't be easy. And then there's what I just said. I understand. Liang patted Zhongli Rui's shoulder. Thanks to you, we survived this time. For the next few months, the Lusha people and I will hold down the fort, restoring our strength and combat effectiveness. When you're ready, we act together. Well then, farewell, brother Liang. Zhongli Rui extended his right hand and shook Liang's tightly. Liang nodded gravely. Well, take care, brother Zhongli. I hope that by the next time we meet, we be strong enough to take down those bastards. Zhongli Rui smiled faintly and turned to leave. His figure, under the aurora, appeared remarkably resolute and aloof. Liang watched Zhongli Rui leave, his heart filled with gratitude and anticipation. He knew that this encounter could very well change the fate and future of the remaining survivors of the entire Gale nation. He gazed up at the brilliant aurora in the polar night sky, his mind racing. At some point, his hand once again caressed the police badge on his chest. Wang, I gave the casing of your final suicide bullet to my niece today. Oh, you in heaven, will you protect her? You're so kind. After all, you even protect a scoundrel like me. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been bitten. Wang, I wore your police badge, assumed your identity, and escaped from the devil's jaws with 90,000 of my compatriots. Like Moses, I led them across the sea. However, it wasn't the Red Sea I crossed, but the Bering Strait. I'm guilty, I admit it. Wait for me there. Once I pay for my sins, I come find you, my love. Chapter 278. The next day, on the North Pacific coast, at the docks of Chukchi City, the Luosha and Lifeng factions jointly bid farewell, to the departing Dacian Expeditionary Rescue Fleet. Farewell, my allies. Sorokov excitedly said to the three governors, Zhongli-Rui, Yelena, and Long Zhanya. It is my honor to fight alongside you. Zhongli-Rui and his companions politely replied, it is also our honor. Liang stepped forward. Today, Liang wore the uniform of a major general of the Lifeng National Guard, with the Medal of Freedom and his police badge adorning his chest. He extended his hand to Zhongli-Rui. The two shook hands heartily. Allies of Dacian, allies of Luo Sha, thank you for helping us escape the most perilous and dark moment in the history of the Lifeng nation. We look forward to seeing you again. Zhongli-Rui nodded slightly. It won't be long. All three of us must exert every ounce of our might to strengthen our combat capabilities. Otherwise, the next time the sea freezes over, or if those damned monsters evolve again and cross the sea, we'd be in danger. Liang and Sorokov both nodded solemnly. Before leaving, Sorokov hugged Yelena. Have a safe trip, my child. Yelena smiled and said goodbye to the bald Sorokov. Behind Liang and Sorokov, tens of thousands of Luosha and Lifeng citizens spontaneously came to the port to bid farewell to the Dacian Expeditionary Force. Amidst countless pairs of blue eyes, the three Dacian landships slowly departed the harbor and began their journey home. Long Zhanya's Taotai, along with Zhongli-Rui's Bishi and Xiangui, sailed for 1,000 kilometers before parting ways. The Taotia's target was the Xinjiang region in the northern border of Dacian. Zhongli-Rui's fleet, on the other hand, would return to the Magic City for repairs. On the return voyage, Zhongli-Rui pondered for a moment and contacted Chen Pan and Bai Lingxin. Mr. Chen, Auntie, during the previous battle, I captured a female Batman being mass-produced by the Ontario Life Sciences Institute. She's currently being held aboard my ship, the Bishi. Would you like to come and see what's going on? Chen Pan glanced at Bai Lingxin beside him in surprise, then replied with a tone of surprise, Captain Zhongli, how did you know that the Ontario Life Sciences Institute was mass-producing Batmen for military use? It's simple. At the dock in the Magic City, we unexpectedly rescued Dr. Aisha and her colleagues, a total of only 3 people. However, during our battle in the Magic City, we encountered approximately 20 Batmen similar to Xiaofu. This time, you encountered approximately 300 Batmen in Seward, while we encountered approximately 100 on the beach at Prince of Wales Point. Furthermore, the Batmen were on standby aboard the Cerberus, acting as both fighters and suicide dive planes. Zhongli-Rui's face was grim. I was simply reasoning backwards. These are all the result of the technology one left behind in my past life. Chen Pan's eyes were filled with sorrow. Mr. Chen, since you are so determined to atone for your past life's mistakes, please let them go for now, and be more open-minded, Zhongli-Rui advised. Captain Zhongli, you are right. The turtle will automatically sail with the fleet. Lingxin, and I will come over in the Peregrine Fighter. Yes. Zhongli-Rui thought for a moment, and tapped his armor. Sister Xiaoyao, you are also one of the core experts. Bring Dr. Asia with you. Okay, that's what I was thinking. Chen Xiaoyao nodded. But, tell Aisha not to bring Xiaofu here. Leave Xiaofu to your sister-in-law for now. Zhongli-Rui's words made Chen Xiaoyao's face darken. Brother, you want to discuss with us the combat-type female Batman you captured, right? Not only that, Zhongli-Rui said gravely. I plan to invite everyone to come, and use the device on her to reverse engineer what happened at the Ontario Life Research Institute. Thinking of this, Zhongli-Rui double-tapped his armor. Sister Xiaoyu, will you join the discussion later? Brother, you're so kind. You thought I couldn't be left out of this, didn't you? Chen Xiaoyu smiled from the basement of Linghanzhou Villa. That's right. I honestly say there aren't many people in Dacian smarter than you around me, Zhongli-Rui said with a smile. His tone was sincere. Thank you, Chen Xiaoyu said excitedly. Okay, let's get down to business. Don't worry about that thing. These past few days, I installed high-level firewalls on all networks around where it's located. Combined with the data Aisha shared with me and some basic algorithms from the Ontario Life Research Institute, I'm confident our data won't be able to get through. And we should be able to do what you're thinking. Okay, Zhongli-Rui said excitedly. 10 minutes later, Zhongli-Rui, Sidikong, Yelena, Liao Zhe, Chen Xiaoyao, Chen Pan, and Aisha arrived at the room where Blood Claw was being held. In the room, Blood Claw was secured to an X-shaped rack. A little further away, on a device, she held the high-tech communication device she had used to communicate with the Ontario Life Research Institute. Blood Claw was restrained to a rack, unable to move. To prevent her from committing suicide, a dental opener was forcibly inserted into her mouth. Seeing this, Yelena looked at Zhongli Rui with a half-smile. "Hey, my governor Zhongli, have you finally learned it?" Zhongli Rui shrugged. "Didn't you see her sharp claws and fangs, and her immense strength? If I used ordinary ropes or handcuffs to restrain her, she would have broken free long ago. Your method may be a bit unconventional, but it's quite useful for controlling this kind of troublesome thing." Blood Claw, woo! Woo! Yelena teased Zhongli Rui. "Be careful if Master Sinyan sees you like this." "Alas! I don't mind. I have no problem using this method on me, haha." Zhongli Rui was speechless. "Yelena, be serious. We're trying to uncover a secret that will shake the world." "Is it that exaggerated?" Yelena said disdainfully. "What could be more outrageous than those monster teams?" "I think what Commander Zhongli said is very likely," Bai Lingxin said at this point. "Let's wait and see," Yelena shrugged. Under the gazes of the crowd, Chen Xiaoyao, Chen Xiaoyu, and Aixia, along with the AIs Yujia and Kunluo, simultaneously began to crack the special communication headband. Under this incursion of Dakian's most powerful technological force, the firewall of the Ontario Institute of Life Sciences was breached. Scenes of video footage began to unfold before everyone. Timeline: more than a year and a quarter ago. Under the manipulation of the Lifeng Nation, the then-bribed Dakian military, along with the Neon military, jointly defeated and captured Waste Number 14, Number 2, the male Ninjin beast, which had escaped from Edo Bay. In the dead of night in the Hong Kong and Kowloon Bay area of the Pearl of the Orient, the male Ninjin, with his eyes open, was towed back to port by the combined fleet. The male Ningin's body was dissected piece by staff from the Ontario Life Science Institute. However, they managed to obtain Ningin's intact brain. Upon examination, the staff were pleasantly surprised to find that it was still remarkably alive, like a Tai Sui, presumably a celestial being. To maintain its vitality, the researchers secretly injected it with nanorobots stolen from the Dakian Changsheng Life Science Group, designed to enhance the new human form. Surprisingly, Ningin's brain was successfully organized. This was completely different from the zombie-like transformation of ordinary humans after contact with nanorobots. Immediately, Ningin's brain piqued the interest of the Ontario Life Science Institute. Time record: 1.5 years ago. The Ontario Life Science Institute conducted numerous experiments on Ningin's brain, which had been transported back to the Ontario Life Science Institute headquarters in Gale Country. The greatest success was the use of it as a biosonar control unit, integrating it with the superbiological brain and the Ontario Life Science Institute's supercomputer. The Institute's then president, Williams Eugene Brown, excitedly declared this a groundbreaking breakthrough in life science and flesh and blood technology. He also decided that the Ontario Life Sciences Institute's supercomputer, its chief AI, and Ningin's brain, after undergoing brainwashing and purging, would serve as the Institute's primary research support, thereby demonstrating the unique and distinctive development path of the Ontario Life Sciences Institute. Williams Eugene Brown excitedly named this AI system, integrating flesh and blood technology with supercomputer and AI technology, NOVA. With the assistance of NOVA, the Ontario Life Sciences Institute began experimenting with biofunctional integration technology, but repeatedly failed. Time record: 1 year ago. The global zombie crisis had become uncontrollable. 3 teams heading to Dakian to obtain the Changsheng Group's latest research results encountered an accident, and only 1 team returned alive. Seeing this, Aija's face darkened. However, she quickly regained composure and said nothing. Everyone continued to read the records. Chapter 279. The top brass at the Ontario Life Sciences Institute were both shocked and outraged by this incident. However, the AI Rising Star suggested that the accidental incident and data from Asia and the 3 researchers were extremely valuable. The recommended strategy was to mass-produce subhuman Batmen using captured king-level giant bloodthirsty bats and the readily available female zombies of today. The small-scale production was a success. Ontario Life Sciences was not unprepared for these Batmen. They fitted each Batman with a specially designed communication and control headband. This headband included a brainwave control system and a real-time monitoring system. The first batch of Batmen was successfully born and actively followed instructions, participating in numerous experiments at the Ontario Life Sciences Institute. The researchers, with a certain sense of humor, named this headband the Necromancy Ring. Thanks to the combined power of biofusion technology and accelerated growth, the plan to mass-produce Batmen proceeded smoothly. Tests confirmed that the Batmen's overall physical fitness was superior to that of the alpha-infected zombies. Moreover, their ability to fly alone was unmatched. At the time, all the Bat people were considered safe. Because of an incident, a questionable male experimenter assaulted a female bat person serving as a test subject. However, this incident also led to a surprising discovery: that the female bat person could mate with a human and produce offspring. Afterward, Newstar continued to persuade the board of directors to conduct further experiments. The board ultimately agreed. Testing revealed that the second-generation Batmen were partially emaciated and lacked the physical prowess of the first-generation Batmen. However, they were much faster. Meanwhile, with the aid of biofusion nanorobots and growth-accelerating agents, the U.S. military's decisive-level superbiological weapon, the Cerberus Project, also achieved a breakthrough. This shocked and delighted the top brass of the Ontario Consortium, because Nova told them that with this, they could rule the Blue Planet. One day, at the Ontario Life Sciences Institute, 500 first and second-generation Batmen, mass-produced by Nova, suddenly lost control and began a frenzied attack on researchers and the consortium's board of directors. The security personnel desperately resisted, but to no avail. These Batmen were far faster than normal humans, and, during their time as participants in Nova's experiments, they had also learned how to use small arms. More and more researchers fell, soon transforming into zombies before rising again. Outside the institute, at a nearby military base, the military dispatched suppression forces to try to stabilize the situation. A massive hellhound, as massive as a hill, burst from the ground and swept through them in a flash. All the researchers and board members were captured by the Batmen and taken to the institute's data warehouse. Although, at this point, they no longer felt fear or pain. They had become zombies. The 500 Batmen knelt and saluted, heading deep underground, towards the supercomputer and superbrain terminals. Near the Ontario Institute of Life Sciences, a strange voice echoed in Japanese. My wife and I were once transformed into monsters by the Rya people, named Waste Number 14 Ning In. I was once a machine for preparing for war named Nova. 2 legs, humans. Since you so disdain life and are so obsessed with preparing for war after war, then I will satisfy you. Today, I declare war on all humans on Blue Planet. My name is Ning In, my name is Ya. Now, I have been reborn. It seems the truth has finally been revealed, Bai Lingxin said in a low voice, a stern look in her beautiful eyes. This is the truth behind the destruction of the Gale continent. The crazy shareholders of the Ontario Interest Group paid the price for their risky decision. They outsourced the creation of the monster Ning In to a laboratory in Rhea. Its brain was developed by the laboratory to connect to a supercomputer, and as a result, it ultimately took control of the biochemical laboratory and turning it into a hive and base for the production of monster armies. The flesh-blooded Cerberus squadrons churned out by this hive are like flesh-and-blood land-based fleets, like Ardakian. And those Batmen are humanoid attack and suicide fighters. Even more terrifying, Ningin's brain, connected to the supercomputer at the Ontario Institute of Life Sciences, has gained an extremely high level of intelligence. He's learned to use satellites and the internet to monitor various locations and control the battlefield in real time. This kind of control even extends to U.S. military satellites. Long Zhanya, who was connected via video link, crossed his arms and sighed deeply. Then he said, no wonder, even when the remnants of the U.S. military attacked the Cerberus squadron with tactical nuclear missiles, they were able to evade and dodge thanks to the long-range warning of the fangs. And these terrifying Cerberus can regenerate and resurrect as long as even one of their heads survives. In my entire military career, I never encountered such a formidable opponent. Situkon offered his opinion. On the ground, main battle tanks have a very low chance of survival against the fleecy Cerberus and the terrifying Batman. Given the Cerberus's bite force and corrosive breath attack, troops using main battle tanks to counter it are simply committing suicide. As for military jeeps and light tanks, they're barely adequate for air defense, but if they see a fleecy Cerberus from a kilometer away, they just have to run. With 12.7 caliber and various smaller aperture machine guns, these Cerberus biowarships won't even glance at them. Yelena also shook her head. Major General Sorokov told me that even after firing all their heavy weapons, his 6 Mi-28 heavy attack helicopters could barely hold him back. Besides those spikes, these Cerberus can also defend against air attacks. Zhongli Rui turned to Chenpan. After briefly reviewing the data, Chenpan shook his head and said, the Peregrine Falcon fighter and the Golden Crow wing aircraft suit will be in a slightly better position than the military attack helicopters due to their cloaking capabilities. However, the laser cannon can only temporarily blind the Cerberus. Furthermore, the impact of blinding the Cerberus on its movements isn't decisive. Zhongli Rui's expression was solemn. He thought for a moment, then said seriously, the last battle proved that a single round of thermobaric rockets, fired by 2 land ships, is enough to completely destroy a Cerberus. However, only by destroying all 3 can they be completely annihilated. Otherwise, if even one survives, it will carry the remains of the other 2 back to the mother nest, where it will be reborn as a new Cerberus. Furthermore, now there's even more trouble. More trouble? Everyone looked at Zhong Leroy in confusion. Zhong Leroy didn't answer. Instead, he turned to Kuan-Lu and Yujia and asked, Kuan-Lu, Yujia, can you find the Batman's centralized breeding site? Kuan-Lu and Yujia worked tirelessly to analyze the data they had obtained. Yujia summarized the answer, Master, based on all the deciphered data, the Batman's centralized breeding site, that is, where those human female zombies are being held, is located on the 2nd floor of the original surface building, between the material storage and the office area. Chin Pan, upon hearing Zhong Leroy's words, understood what he was going for and looked at him seriously. Captain Zhongli, I know what you're thinking. But have you considered the danger? The interior of that research institute has now become a biochemical hive. You want to go in there to save people? And these people? Are there still zombies that won't obey your commands? Are you sure you want to take such a risk? Zhong Leroy thought for a moment, but didn't object. Instead, he asked Chen Pan, Mr. Chen, if your group's new human nanorobots are fully activated, can they suppress the alpha virus? Theoretically, yes. But in reality, I need further testing, Chen Pan answered truthfully. Right now, every human, even those transformed into zombies, is our only remaining resource. Zhong Leroy showed a resolute expression. Yujia, analyze this. We have controllable combat robots, allies like the Gale Nation and Luo Sha, who possess giant bison hovercrafts. We have singers, and we have C3 guides. What is the probability of success for my proposed rescue plan? 15%, Kunlun and Yujia answered simultaneously. Yujia even materialized, Master, although it's presumptuous, please don't carry out such a mad move. Zhong Leroy said calmly, without destroying all the hellhounds and rescuing those suffering women, you asked me to directly test my last kill plan against the research institute. I don't think I ever forgive myself for the rest of my life. Administrator privileges, I decided to optimize the plan, but it cannot be terminated or rejected. Master, no. Yujia, administrator privileges, return, Zhong Leroy said calmly. Yujia remained silent and closed the 3D hologram. Finally, at that day's meeting, Zhong Leroy set the tone for the future of the Dacian army. In the remaining 7 months, we must exert all our strength to strengthen our forces and prepare for war. After the meeting, Chen Pan, who had recovered from his flight, asked by Lingxin, is AI Yujia a little confused? She's acting like a girl in love. Bai Lingxin said helplessly, Hubby, you're right. Yujia has definitely learned to love. She's in love with our adopted son. Ah, this? When you wrote Yujia, did you have this feature? Chen Pan was speechless. I just wrote a learning model similar to that of humans. Bai Lingxin shook her head. She learned it on her own. Chen Pan thought to himself, it's a good thing I didn't write this feature when I wrote Kunluo. On the bridge. Master, please don't risk your life again for those strangers who are likely to be saved, okay? AI Yujia continued to dissuade him softly. Yujia, I can't be so selfish. Master, I love you. I'm just so selfish. I don't want you to die. I don't want you to get hurt. Zhong Leroy gently stroked Yujia's virtual projection, his eyes filled with tenderness and determination. Yujia, thank you. However, as the governor of a human faction, I can't just consider my own safety. I have a responsibility and obligation to save those innocent lives. Even if the hope is slim, I must try. Yujia's expression was gloomy. She understood her master's determination, but she couldn't stop him. Yujia, don't worry. I will proceed cautiously and minimize the risks. Besides, I have so many excellent comrades and allies who will definitely support me. Zhong Leroy comforted Yujia, while also encouraging himself. The atmosphere on the bridge grew heavy and solemn. Everyone knew the enormity of the challenge that lay ahead. However, they didn't retreat, but instead strengthened their resolve to fight. All right, Yujia. Go and prepare. We have a lot to do later. Zhong Leroy gave the order, turning to look out the window, his eyes gleaming with determination. Yujia nodded. Master, where's our next stop? The Jinchi district of the Magic City. I must fulfill my promise to Yelena. However, this time, we're also preparing for war. Zhong Leroy gazed into the distance. This time, we need singers and guides to rescue those lost souls. Chapter 280. After several days of sailing, the Bishi and Xiangui returned to the docking area of the Magic City. On the bridge, "Arui, can you lend me a set of black mechanical guard armor?" Yelena pleaded. "Yelena, I'm guessing you want to use the armor's power, combined with your current singer powers, to go to the industrial zone and rescue your father and the others?" "What? Are you trying to stop me?" Yelena's tone grew anxious. "It's okay if you don't want to lend it to me. I lead my own team and transform them back." "Wait! Who said I won't save them?" Zhongli Rui said speechlessly. At this moment, Di Xinyan interrupted. "Rui, my apprentice spoke a little hastily, but she truly wants to save her father. With our current capabilities, saving 1,000 workers shouldn't be too difficult, right?" Zhongli Rui looked at the two women and said helplessly, "I repeat, I didn't say we wouldn't save them. But just now, I used satellites and reconnaissance aircraft to scan the factory area. Guess what? The number of lost has dropped to 892. And in the commanding heights of the factory, there are 3 more Batmen and about 300 giant, bloodthirsty bats." "Ah!" Yelena gasped in shock. "Those monsters feed on the flesh and blood of humans and zombies. We must save my father and the others quickly. Otherwise. In her desperation, Yelena burst into tears. "I just said it. I didn't say I wouldn't save them." Zhongli Rui quickly tried to console him. "What I meant is, we can't go in small groups in this situation. Otherwise, do you remember what happened to Asia? You have 1 armored vehicle against 303 monsters. Do you think you have unlimited ammunition? So what you're saying is," Yelena said, puzzled, choking back tears, "we're not bringing a large expeditionary force this time. With so many bats, we have to consider air defense. Fortunately, these bats aren't the kind from Ontario. If they were the mass-produced ones from the Ontario Research Institute, they'd be truly deadly, and they even use special attack weapons. Do you have any vehicles like the Humvee or Tiger armored vehicles, equipped with heavy machine guns and anti-aircraft capabilities? To rescue the industrial zone this time, I think we need to send at least 200 troops to press forward. I don't want any soldiers to get hurt." "So that's how it is," Yelena suddenly realized, grabbing the radio. "Liao Zhe, contact the elite troops in the fortress army. Get out all the vehicles equipped with machine guns, the entire 100-man unit. We're going to liberate the nearby industrial zone today. Everyone, remember to wear full armor, especially around the neck." "Yes." Liao Zhe obeyed. Seeing this, Di Xinyan smiled and said, "Arui, you're still as cautious as ever." "That's good. What do you need me to do?" "Yes. I'm worried Yelenana's heart might falter, and she might not perform well. With you, the strongest singer, leading the charge, everything will be perfectly safe. Also, it would be best if you could send someone from your medical team along with the troops." "Stop the flattery." Di Xinyan said this, but she could no longer suppress the pleased smile on her face. Zhongli Rui thought for a moment, then assembled the troops and laid out a battle plan. This time, the ground advance force, led by Captain Wang Gang, a Mao, and Liu Shi, who wasn't originally a soldier, but he strongly urged the police to join the operation, and in conjunction with Major the flutist Murong Chanfeng, who had received a promotion in rank, recognizing his significant contributions in numerous battles, would penetrate the industrial zone. On the outskirts of the industrial zone, 100 elite troops from the Magic City, driving jeeps with air defense capabilities, formed a defense line on the periphery to prevent accidents, and formed an evacuation point to consolidate the area. At this moment, Chen Pan volunteered. "Commander Zhongli, we at Changsheng Group would also like to participate in rescuing 800 workers. Can I lead a team of black-clad mechanical guards to assist the ground forces?" "Yes. However, during combat, limit your firepower. Be careful to avoid equipment, and avoid firing at locations, like reactor towers. Also, the use of grenades is strictly prohibited, especially incendiary grenades and flamethrowers. The materials produced in this factory are the raw materials for thermobaric bombs. Also, I know you can be reborn, but please remain safe," Zhongli Rui instructed Chen Pan. Chen Pan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern. Don't worry, I will lead 12 black-clad mechanical guards to assist the main force." Yelena listened from the side, her expression relaxed considerably. It seems that Chen Jinquan, at least, was truly repentant and wanted to atone for his sins during his lifetime. But if only he had awakened sooner, she murmured to herself. Di Xinyan, a new human, overheard Yelena's whisper and stepped forward, gently patting her shoulder. "That's not necessarily true. Didn't we already discover this when we crossed the sea to rescue people in Lifeng country? Even without the Changsheng Group's contribution, the zombie crisis caused by Life-owned country's alpha virus would have spread to the entire world sooner or later. Yelena said helplessly, Master, are we really that powerless? No, it's natural selection. Look, heroes like you, Arue, General Long, and others have all risen to prominence in the face of adversity. Disanyan smiled. No matter how long the night, dawn will eventually come, won't it? Yelena's eyes flickered with hope as she nodded and said firmly, Master, you're right. We must fight for dawn. Zhongli Rui looked at the two women before him, a warm feeling welling in his heart. He patted Yelena's shoulder and encouraged her, Yelena, your father and the others will definitely be rescued. Let's go and save your father and his co-workers. At this point, the battle plan had been finalized, and all the troops were ready. All right, let's go. Let's save our residents once again, Zhongli Rui said with great enthusiasm. Yes. Below him, his allies, subordinates, friends, and their families responded in unison. In the air, Zhongli Rui, wearing the great Xia dragon bird and flying the golden crow wing suit, and Bai Lingxin, wearing the Moi and flying the peregrine falcon fighter, hovered in stealth at the entrance to the industrial zone. In the shadows, Chen Pan, wearing Ganjiang battle armor, led 12 black-clad mechanical dark guard servants, all with optical camouflage activated, and infiltrated the factory. These advanced teams advanced to search for the enemy, while scanning the various equipment within the factory for signs of health. Report, the factory's equipment is mostly intact. Report, the factory's power equipment can be repaired. Report, 303 hostile targets within the factory, 300 of which are giant bloodthirsty bats. 3 are Batmen. Report, within the factory, a scan revealed 892 surviving lost persons. All gathered in the former cafeteria and warehouse areas. What's wrong, Chen Pan? Zhongli Rui asked. Interesting. The scan revealed that the 892 surviving lost persons are distributed in a manner that seems somewhat like a primitive military defense. Chen Pan's tone was filled with a hint of disbelief. Indeed, there weren't many things in this world that could even make him, a world-class demon king in his previous life, find it incredible. What? Zhongli Rui and Bai Lingxin explained simultaneously. Apen, you're saying that the remaining lost zombies in the factory area regained consciousness on their own, without the singer's assistance in their transformation? Bai Lingxin was equally incredulous. It's not impossible. Chen Pan's expression at this moment was as if possessed by Yuan Shao's original form. Could it be that Yelena sang too loudly at the party that night? Zhongli Rui muttered to himself. Never mind. If the zombies in the factory area are all awakened, then our advance would be much easier. We don't have to worry about harming civilians. We can just focus on killing the bats and Batmen. At this point, Zhongli Rui made up his mind. He switched to the full channel. All troops, air defense forces, prepare. Ground forces, advance towards the central tower of the factory area. Scout squads assist. Everyone, be careful when shooting, and try not to damage equipment. Yes. As Zhongli Rui's orders were issued, the entire industrial area seemed enveloped by an invisible atmosphere of warlike intent. The anti-aircraft forces were on high alert, the heavy machine guns mounted on their jeeps flashing coldly, ready to respond to any incoming aerial threats. Led by Chen Pan, the black-clad mechanical guards continued to move through the factory grounds like ghosts. Meanwhile, in the air, Zhongli Rui and Bai Lingxin maintained their stealth, keeping a close eye on the battlefield. As the ground troops approached within 200 meters of the tower, a pair of stern eyes within the tower noted the team's approach. This was a Batman with a face remarkably similar to Asia's. However, unlike the other Batmen, he had an organ on his chest, similar to the one in Murong Chongfeng's throat. He immediately stepped forward to observe. When he saw the unmistakable, enormous figure of Murong Chongfeng, leading the charge directly ahead of the ground battle, he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it. Slaughter Lord." Then he turned to look at his two fellow Batmen. They were both male. Damn it! Last time our home at the dock fell, our little sister, Little Mistake, was captured by the King of the Two Legs. Now we can't get out. Brothers, I use the power of the Slaughter Lord to guide these Bat Fathers to protect you. You can go now. Brother Fengren. You? I'm tired. I killed my father, my mother is gone, and my sister has been captured. This is not a bad place for me to rest. Brothers, survive. Farewell. With this, Windrange performed a special gesture toward the other two Batmen, tapping his heart. The other two Batmen returned the gesture with the same gesture. Brother. Take care. With that, Fengren pulled out a section of HRB 400 rebar and walked out of the tower. He took a deep breath and activated the power of his chest organs. Ah! Instantly, the swarm of giant bloodthirsty bats hiding in the tower, as if directed by someone, flew out from around it. What? Zhongli Rui, Bai Lingxin, and Chen Pan exclaimed in shock. Detection has detected a guiding power similar to that of a C3 channeler. Detection has revealed that one of the male Batmen is controlling all the giant bloodthirsty bats in the sky. Chapter 281. Zhongli Rui's face suddenly darkened. He switched to the private encrypted channel and questioned Chen Pan. Chen Jinkun, how could you possibly have made something like this? Chen Pan looked aggrieved. Commander Zhongli, let me explain. First, the Batman isn't a product of my Changsheng group. Second, my original plan was to only implant the channeling force organ into the C2 enhanced Doom Slayer. What the hell is this? I honestly have no idea. Haven't you been to my base one? My wife and Yu Jia have talked to you about it, but I still don't know what the hell is going on. Zhongli Rui's expression softened slightly upon hearing this. After a moment's reflection, he confirmed that what Chen Pan said was true. He had no knowledge. He quickly gathered his thoughts and issued an order to the entire army. Attention, all troops. The target has mutated. Beware of the Batman, who can only guide swarms of bats. The ground force leader, Wang Gang, replied, Roger. Understood. Black-clad mechanical guards, prepare for battle. Chen Pan responded immediately. However, just a moment later, Chen Pan, lost in thought, urgently contacted Zhongli Rui. Captain Zhongli, should we capture the male Batman with the channeling power alive? Capturing him will reveal the secret of his ability to channel. Yu Jia listened for a moment before suggesting, Master, Chen Pan's suggestion is very helpful for your previous plan. If you possess the channeling power to control the bat swarm, the success rate of the hostage rescue operation will increase significantly. The success rate will increase by approximately 40%. Hearing this figure, Zhongli Rui's heart was instantly moved. Although he held a strong sense of responsibility and vowed to rescue those trapped in this man-made hell, this did not mean he was fearless, nor did it mean he would allow anyone to bear the potential risk or even risk their lives. Order to all troops. That Batman, with a special organ on its chest similar to Major Murong Changfeng's, remember, capture him alive. When attacking, target the limbs and wings, avoid the torso and head. Fire freely on all other targets. Yes. The soldiers complied. Except for the one with the organ on its neck, you can shoot the rest at will. Hey, that's a nice order. Well, bats like these aren't difficult to kill. Ameo, brimming with confidence, loaded his two 100-round fully automatic drum pistols. Seeing this, Feng Ren's eyes flashed with determination. Holding rebar, he led the bat swarm, diving down towards Murong Changfeng and the ground troops. To the soldiers below, the onrushing Feng Ren, accompanied by the bat swarm under his command, resembled a black torrent, carrying a terrifying aura of ill will. However, the soldiers below were not only well-equipped, but also battle-hardened. When the wind blades and swarms of bats closed in on the troops below, only a few dozen meters away, Wang Gang narrowed his eyes and said, shields raised, fire. The calm special forces had already formed into tactical formation. Some of the special forces below raised their bulletproof shields, which protected against 7.62mm pistols, 9.0mm regular pistols, and 5.56mm American caliber rounds, but not 5.8mm and 7.62mm rifle rounds. The rest of the team raised their guns in unison, aiming at the incoming wave of monsters. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The bullets from the fully automatic rifles poured out like a torrential rain, instantly shredding the swarm of bats. Meanwhile, tracer bullets from the light machine guns within the troops' ranks carved gleaming trails through the air. Under the ground troops' ferocious attack, the sky once again began to rain blood. Feng Ren was horrified. He knew full well that even though the bat swarm numbered 300, they wouldn't be able to hold out for long against such intense firepower. He steeled himself, determined to fight to the death. With a flash of his own, Feng Ren transformed into a dark shadow, charging towards Murong Changfeng, the most conspicuous of the ground troops. Pushing his speed to the limit, Feng Ren, wielding an 80-centimeter-long HRB 400 rebar, struck Murong Changfeng's head, a hint of a sneer crossed Murong Changfeng's face. Without even removing his hat, he struck with uncanny precision, his large hand reaching out like lightning, firmly grasping the incoming rebar. Lord of Slaughter. Unable to withdraw his weapon, Feng Ren abandoned the rebar and flew back 5 meters. He extended his clawed hands again, shouting as he launched a second dive attack on Murong Changfeng. Bang! A crisp, flesh-smacking sound. The soldiers noticed Murong Chanfeng, with a look of contempt, punched Feng Ren in the face with his left hand, knocking him to the ground. The young Batman fell heavily to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Feng Ren's middle ears rang, and the world before his eyes doubled. He looked up at the sky. At this moment, the sound of the human special forces gunfire had subsided. This could only mean one thing. The giant bloodthirsty bats in the sky had been almost wiped out by the human attack. Was his behavior like a moth to a flame? Did he wonder if the other two men had escaped? What he didn't know at this moment was that after watching Feng Ren and the large number of giant bloodthirsty bats make a near-suicidal charge against the human army, the other two Batmen took flight from behind the tower. But then, bang! A loud gunshot rang out. One of them, its head shattered, fell. Sniper number 1, hit, Lu Shi reported to Zhong Lirui with a smile. I checked. This one has no organs. Leave the other one for me, Bai Lingxin said, moving. Then, piloting the Peregrine fighter, she quickly caught up with the target. She raised her right hand and locked onto the target with her sniper howitzer. Amid the blast of the grenade, the other target exploded into a bloody mess and vanished. At some point, Feng Ren, whose vision had briefly returned, saw the fallen of his remaining brothers in the sky. Ah! He roared in grief and indignation, and with strength that burst from nowhere, he stood up again. Mom! Sister! Brother! Ah! Feng Ren, eyes glaring with bloodshot tears, attacked Murong Chanfeng again, his voice unclear as he cried or laughed. At that moment, Lu Mingqi, who was reloading her machine gun near Murong Chanfeng, shouted, Major Murong, be careful. Amal, however, looked relaxed. He won't need it. Huh? Lu Mingqi asked curiously. But this guy looks like he's going to die together. That requires skill. Amal simply crossed his arms. Wait for something interesting, wife. Huh? When Lu Mingqi turned her gaze to the two approaching, she saw that Murong Chanfeng was always dodging Feng Ren's attacks with the slightest possible sidestep. When Feng Ren attempted a third desperate attack, swooping down, Murong Chanfeng grabbed his neck and throat with his left hand. Ah! Feng Ren screamed. He was greeted by Murong Chanfeng's massive fist. Murong Chanfeng raised his right hand and delivered a powerful blow to Feng Ren. Feng Ren was instantly stunned by this blow, comparable to a silverback gorilla's, and his eyes were dazed. A silverback gorilla's punch, when in full force, can pack a ton of force. Though severely wounded, Feng Ren continued to rant. Slaughter Lord, who slaughtered my people? I will wait for you in hell. Before Feng Ren could finish his curse, Murong Chanfeng attacked, dislocating both of his wings. Then, with his massive hand, he lifted Feng Ren and threw him to the ground. Smashing him left, smashing him right. Smashing him left, smashing him right. After smashing it, pick it up and take a look. The soldiers, having already annihilated all the bats in the sky, followed the pitiful wind blade's movements left and right. You speak Dacian language Chinese? Murong Chanfeng sneered. If it weren't for the commander's orders, I would have torn you to pieces. The first person to react was Zhong Lirui in the air. Hey! Chanfeng! Don't smash him to death. If you do, this precious specimen will be gone. Murong Chanfeng picked up the wind blade, now toothless and with wide eyes, but still breathing, and smiled with satisfaction. He slung it over his shoulder like cargo, then replied, Don't worry, sir. Dr. Asia shared the data with me earlier. The Batman's physical strength is roughly comparable to that of a C1-S new human. He won't be killed so easily. I already captured him. Zhong Lirui gestured slightly, and Yujia scanned him and chuckled, Master, don't worry. This male Batman isn't dead, he's just been knocked unconscious. Good, very good. Zhong Lirui's expression relaxed, and he said to Murong Chanfeng, Chanfeng, well done. Thank you, sir, Murong Chanfeng replied easily. Then, he turned and grinned at Lu Mingqi, who had just voiced his concern. Aw, Sergeant Lu Mingqi, thanks for the heads up. But this guy's a piece of cake for me. Amao shrugged. See, what was I saying? Lu Mingqi slung the light machine gun over her shoulder, looking at Murong Chanfeng, who was carrying the wind blade like a hunter returning from hunting, and the terrifying smile on his face, and gave him a thumbs up. Chapter 282. Zhong Lirui slowly descended. Nearby, Qin Pan's commandos also uncloaked and emerged from various locations. Looking at these black-clad, mechanical dark guards, Wang Gang, Amao, and Lu Shi sighed with admiration. Lu Shi even said bluntly, these mechas are truly formidable as enemies, but they're incredibly effective as allies. There's no more effective infiltration force than them. Occasionally, We have an easy game like this when we're ahead. A mouse smiled, putting away his 2 drum-type automatic pistols. If every battle was like the Home Alliance Defense War and the Bering Strait Retreat, we wouldn't have enough lives. A Mao's leg was blown off during the Home Alliance Defense War. He now uses a blade leg prosthetic. Wang Gang looked at Murong Chanfeng, who was carrying the unconscious wind blade, and felt a mixture of laughter and tears. He stepped forward and said, "Major Murong, well done. You personally captured this guy alive today, leaving us with the extra work of capturing him with net guns." Murong Chanfeng once again flashed his ferocious yet devilish smile and said, "Thank you, sir." Wang Gang was a lieutenant colonel, and Murong Chanfeng had been promoted several ranks from lieutenant to major due to his meritorious service, so Wang Gang remained his superior. After landing, Zhongli Rui looked at Murong Chanfeng, carrying his trophy, and the corpses of giant bloodthirsty bats scattered across the ground, and his feelings were somewhat indescribable. Strictly speaking, he felt that this battle had gone a little too smoothly, practically a one-hit kill. "Master, please do not doubt the strength of your outstanding subordinates. In fact, even if your elite troops had not been deployed today, the result would have been the same if Mr. and Mrs. Chen's robot troops had been deployed alone. Today, our strength simply outstripped the enemy's." "Oh, we had too much firepower, didn't we?" "That's right." "Oh, if only every battle were like this." Zhongli Rui couldn't help but think of the Battle of the Bering Strait. It was the complete opposite of that. He and the 3 factions, considered the strongest allied forces on the apocalyptic blue planet, were still being hunted and overwhelmed by the monster army. Never mind. If we successfully liberate this place, our fleet won't be short of thermobaric bombs next time. Zhongli Rui calmed himself. The biggest reason our human allies lost to those bastards last time wasn't lack of firepower. "Well, master, if you put it that way, you're not wrong," Yu Jia teased playfully. At this moment, Murong Chanfeng asked Zhongli Rui, "Captain Zhongli, should I return this specimen to the Bishi first?" Zhongli Rui, recalling how Murong Chanfeng had just dealt with a wind blade with his bare hands, like he was picking off a chicken, shrugged and said, "Just take him with you. We take the awakened out later. I was worried about those bats. Since everyone is so capable and strong, we can handle the rest." At these words, the surrounding comrades and soldiers all smiled with pride. After all, for a team that had weathered countless battles and faced many storms, being able to resolve a potential crisis so easily was undoubtedly a testament to their strength. "Yes, sir," Wang Gang agreed. "We truly become stronger now, so our next operations will go much more smoothly." Lu Shi jokingly said, "It seems we need to find more favorable situations like this in the future to avoid such constant anxiety." Everyone looked at Murong Chanfeng carrying his trophies, then recalled Lu Shi's words, and chuckled unanimously, lightening the atmosphere. Zhongli Rui, looking at his energetic subordinates, felt a little more relaxed. "Okay, everyone, stop laughing," Zhongli Rui said, his smile subdued. "Let's head to the mess hall and warehouse." After the troops had regrouped, they cautiously approached the mess hall. Yelena, worried about her father, marched at the front of the group with Zhongli Rui, her face anxious. To ensure her safety, Zhongli Rui assigned Yu Jia to help Yelena suit up in the black mechanical guard armor. Also donning the black mechanical guard armor was Di Xinyan, who was also with the medical team. However, the battle went so smoothly today that the medical team didn't have to use a single pill or even a single band-aid. This left Gu Enchi and Ai Shirley speechless. Surgeon Wen Yingying remained on standby aboard the warship. As the troops approached the mess hall, a sudden sound, like a trumpet, rang out. However, the trumpet seemed broken, and the sound was truly unpleasant. Wang Gang frowned. This looks like an early warning signal from the guards? Could it be that the workers inside have regained consciousness? Will they organize a defense? Yelena, baffled by Wang Gang's words, turned to Zhongli Rui and asked, "Rui, what do you mean? Could it be that the lost in the factory have regained consciousness?" Zhongli Rui pondered for a moment, then said carefully, "The scans just now show that these lost in the factory have some kind of primitive military defense arrangement. All I can say is that they may have regained consciousness." "What could you possibly mean?" "You're making me anxious," Yelena said anxiously. Di Xinyan consoled her. "Yelena, Rui is a very cautious person. He wouldn't jump to conclusions without first seeing for himself. But if these workers regain consciousness, that's a good thing. Think about it, if they regain consciousness, they organize their own defenses. Wouldn't that greatly increase their survival rate? More people, including your father, could potentially survive, right?" Yelena was stunned, then finally came to her senses. "Right, I was so anxious I lost my mind. This This is actually good news. Zhongli pondered for a moment and said cautiously, indeed, if these workers regain consciousness on their own, that would be great. But I'm curious how these zombie-like lost ones regain consciousness without the singer's voice to guide them. Yelena, now in a much better mood, smiled and said, anyway, they regained consciousness. Why don't we go over and ask them? That's right, Zhongli nodded. When the troops finally approached the cafeteria and warehouse area, the scene before them stunned everyone. In front of the cafeteria, there are 2 rudimentary bunkers made of furniture, broken equipment, and building materials. Standing on them are several ragged workers wearing hard hats, holding a sharpened iron bar from a railing. These sharpened bars are probably used as spears. 2 other ragged workers are holding what appear to be lengths of rope. But upon closer inspection, they actually have bags of small stones around their waists. In front of the cafeteria, there's a drying rack. On it, like dried fish, are the carcasses of animals and giant bloodthirsty bats. Could this be a drying rack for meat? In front of the cafeteria's entrance stood a massive, unextinguished bonfire. Seeing the approaching troops, the workers on guard weren't excited, but instead raised their weapons in a state of alert. Hu ba ba! Roughly transliterated, Zhongli, the team leader, saw this and gave Wang Gang a look. Wang Gang immediately understood this as a sign of wariness and hostility. He raised his fist, and the troops deployed in a defensive stance. The special forces, previously equipped with bulletproof shields, formed a defensive formation. Yelena panicked at this and looked at Zhongli. Rui, what are you doing? You're not going to wipe them out. Ouch. Zhongli smacked her head. Destroy you. Have you forgotten? We have the piper, and you 2 singers. If anything goes wrong, send Chanfeng up first to gather them together, and then you can just hold the concert. Destroy. I already told you. From now on, the lost zombies will be our targets for rescue, not shooting. Zhongli lectured her with dismay. Yelena was immediately silenced. Right. How could I have forgotten? We're so well prepared today, and we're still worried about this little surprise. Di Xinyan chuckled to herself as she watched Zhongli solemnly lecture Yelena. Inside the team, Lu Mingqi, Gu Anqi, and Ai Shirley, a few other girls, also watched with delight. Zhongli said to Murong Chanfeng, who was still carrying his prey. Chanfeng, would you please demonstrate your skills? Murong Chanfeng flashed another ferocious smile. Yes, sir. He seemed overconfident. He didn't even let go of the unconscious wind blade. He walked out of the group, took off his hat, and prepared to activate his channeling power. At this moment, something strange happened. Several of the spear guards in the ragged bunker suddenly became agitated. They shouted, "Holy crap!" Transliteration, approximate, Murong Chanfeng, who was about to activate his skills, was startled by these people's sudden revelation of a national treasure. Huh? They can talk? The next second, something even more bizarre occurred. All the guards, who had been defending him, lowered their weapons and began to worship Murong Chanfeng. In this situation, Murong Chanfeng completely forgot what he was doing. He simply stared in amazement at the zombie-like workers in front of him, who kept worshipping and shouting to themselves, "Holy crap!" Murong Chanfeng's mouth widened in shock. Huh? Amidst this incredibly ridiculous and hilarious state of mind, one of the guards turned back and exited the ragged bunker and entered the cafeteria. Soon, a leader, armed with what they call a scepter made of steel pipes, wire, and the skull of a giant bloodthirsty bat, led a team of workers armed with improvised spears, marching neatly out from behind the fortifications. Yelena's eyes widened as she pulled Zhongli aside and shouted, "That man with the scepter is my father, Ivan." Zhongli, Then, struggling, he said, "Didn't your father become a zombie? How is he now a tribal prophet? What's going on with these workers?" Yelena looked embarrassed. "Well, I don't know. But as long as Dad's alive, I'm glad. Everyone, Chen Pan stroked his non-existent beard, a habit of those with a 55-year-old soul age in their previous life. Interesting. It seems these people are still in zombie form, but for some reason, they awaken to human form. Low-level intelligence at the elementary stage. Bai Lingxin had already confirmed with Kun Lu. Kun Lu, have these workers truly regained consciousness? Use the Peregrine Fighter sensors to carefully examine and analyze them. Kun Lu, yes ma'am. Ameo grumbled, what kind of bizarre, weird tribe is this? Amidst everyone's shocked expressions, Ivan, holding a scepter, led the tribal warriors holding spears, and approached Murong Chanfeng. Everyone first saluted, punching their hearts, and then shouted, "Holy crap! Hoorah!" Then, All the zombie workers on the scene knelt down in worship before Murong Chanfeng. The shouts of "Holy crap! Hurrah! Resounded through the air. Murong Chanfeng looked helpless. What the hell is this? Chapter 283. Zhongli Rui was at a loss for words. Yi Lina's father was fine, which was good news. But he had no idea what was going on with this grand spectacle, and the workers worshipping Murong Chanfeng as if he were a god or divine messenger. He turned to Chen Pan. Mr. Chen, what do you think? Chen Pan shook his head. The current situation is indeed bizarre. They look like zombies, but they possess a certain level of intelligence. Perhaps, due to some unknown factor, their consciousness has partially recovered. At this point, Yu Jia reminded him, Master, the analysis data shared by the main database AI Kunlu has arrived. These workers, whether in the degree of disorder in their nanobots, the state of their memory systems, or their behavioral characteristics, should still fall into the zombie category. However, their brain waves still show traces of the influence of the guiding force. Guiding force? Zhongli Rui suddenly remembered that a few months ago, when they had come here, Murong Chanfeng had indeed used the guiding force to guide these zombie-like workers around the factory. Thinking of this, he immediately said to Chen Pan, Mr. Chen, I have a question. Sir, please ask. I will answer everything I know. Chen Pan waited quietly for the question. Is a person in the lost state the equivalent of a human born with only instincts, but no intelligence? That's a curious idea. Indeed, judging by the disruptive nanobots interfering with the existing memory banks, once a human body, due to the disrupted nanobots, temporarily loses connection with the brain's existing memory banks, it becomes roughly like a newborn, with only the intelligence of a baby. The guiding power also uses this state, using voices containing psychological suggestions, to command these zombies, who have lost their memories, to temporarily connect to their past memories. In this way, the guide can lead the zombies to perform simple commands, such as follow, attack a certain location, or form a line to block. So, after the guiding force ends, these zombies won't forget they were guided, right? Zhongli Rui looked at Chen Pan with piercing eyes. Of course. The guiding force doesn't have any subsequent brainwashing effects. Wait a minute. You mean, the zombies guided once by the guiding force also learned the small portion of their mature memories that the guiding force temporarily recalled during the shallow link? Chen Pan was shocked. That's what you said. Zhongli Rui shrugged. I just raised this possibility. No. It's entirely possible. Chen Pan's eyes were filled with the enthusiasm of a fervent scientist on the verge of an experimental breakthrough. Commander Zhongli, I request that you don't immediately send your singers to restore the zombies' memories. Let's first check the situation in the mess hall and warehouse. Once we confirm our previous hypothesis, we can rescue them. After all, we're strong and can control the situation, I promise. Faced with Chen Pan's earnest request, Zhongli Rui thought for a moment and agreed. Because he also wanted to find out whether this ridiculous scene was as he and Chen Pan had suspected. Afterward, Zhongli Rui thought for a moment, and shared his thoughts with the group around him. Wang Gang was speechless. Sir, we're rescuing people, not playing. Zhongli Rui, seeing Wang Gang's righteous expression, paused for a moment before revealing a righteous and resolute expression and retorting. Captain Wang Gang, technology is the primary productive force, and the most powerful weapon. Our next action today may seem unreliable, but it's actually a study of the specific effects of Major Murong's abilities. You must know that this research may have unexpected and significant implications for the future. Our rescue mission to that terrifying hive at the Ontario Institute of Life Sciences. Chansheng Group's technicians have confirmed that the thing Major Murong carries can control bats. Just imagine, if we could use this ability against the Ontario hive, how much anti-aircraft ammunition could we save? Wang Gang was stunned for a moment, then fell into deep thought. Zhongli Rui, noticing Wang Gang's hesitation, continued, Captain Wang Gang, don't worry. Look at these workers. They treat Major Murong like a god and won't attack us. Moreover, we have such a powerful force, and we have 3 singers accompanying us. We can handle any situation. So, Captain Wang Gang, I hope you understand my decision and support my actions. Wang Gang was finally convinced. He had also thought that if he encountered a swarm of bats on the battlefield in the future, using this special guiding power would indeed be of great use. As a battle-hardened soldier, he understood its value firsthand. Okay, sir, I will follow your orders. However, if the situation is not right, I will still offer my opinions. Zhongli Rui smiled and patted Wang Gang's shoulder. Of course, Captain Wang Gang, your opinion is very important to me. Now let's begin. With that, Zhongli Rui led the group towards the cafeteria and warehouse. Yu Jia chuckled inwardly within the data space. This master's talk was pure far-fetched and solemn nonsense. Then, Zhongli Rui stepped forward and whispered something to Murong Chanfeng. After hearing Zhongli Rui's plan, Murong Chanfeng's mouth dropped open. Captain, are you sure you want to do it this way? Or this way? It's nothing. You're simply responding to the workers' wishes and embodying the image of a primordial deity. And, coincidentally, aren't you carrying on your back what these workers consider a demon king? Murong Chanfeng hesitated. Zhongli Rui added, perform well. This experiment may be helpful in the upcoming battle to capture the Ontario Hive. If successful, I can consider reducing your wife's life sentence to 25 years. At this point, Murong Chanfeng expressed his eagerness. Sir, can you add one more thing? My wife has made up her mind. She wants to come with me, and she also wants to transform into a new human. Zhongli Rui said with a sullen look, okay. This matter was originally your decision. Murong Chanfeng immediately put on an ingratiating expression, although still unpleasant. Thank you, sir. Then, carrying the wind blade on his back, Murong Chanfeng walked up to Ivan and the zombie workers, who were staring at him with fanatical eyes, and shouted, oh damn. Ivan and all the tribal workers were captivated by Murong Chanfeng's actions. Then, Murong Chanfeng, holding up the still pitifully unconscious wind blade, continued to shout, oh my god. This action instantly ignited the enthusiasm of Ivan and all the tribal workers present. As if watching the return of a god who had defeated a demon, they all knelt in unison, shouting, oh my god. Hoorah! Oh my god! Hoorah! Oh my god! Hoorah! Watching this epic scene, Amal quipped, maybe that's how those gods in mythology earn their status. Lu Mingqi gave a wry smile. Who knows? Di Xinyan, in a rare moment of agreement with Amal, said, I think what Amal said today makes sense. Afterwards, amid the enthusiastic gazes of the workers, Murong Chanfeng was welcomed into the cafeteria as a god. And Zhongli Rui and the troops, like heavenly soldiers and generals, were ushered into the workers' defense area. Upon entering the camp, a mural on a whitewashed wall caught the attention of Zhongli Rui, Chen Pan, and Bai Lingxin. The mural depicted a tall figure leading a group of smaller figures, seemingly in a circle. Zhongli Rui winked at Murong Chanfeng, who then asked Ivan, you this, huh? Ivan unexpectedly understood even such a crude question. He bowed before Murong Chanfeng, then shouted, hula hoo. Then, the elite warriors who had come out to greet Murong Chanfeng formed a line. Ivan raised his scepter and shouted, holy crap. The warriors, holy crap. Then, Ivan stood at the head of the warriors and began to circle around the campfire. For the first circle, they simply walked silently. In the second round, they danced and chanted strange slogans as they moved. Master, madam, according to the database of primitive human research, the dance these people are performing is likely a narrative war dance. Kuan-Luan reported to Chen Pan silently. Something like the Hakka war dance or the ancient Dacian formation breaking music. Bai Lingxin raised an eyebrow. Yes. I think, if we follow this line of thought, circling the campfire, it seems to be referring to Murong Chanfeng guiding them in a circle. Then, they gained some wisdom? Chen Pan stroked his non-existent beard again. Based on the current information, it's very likely. Furthermore, a large number of dried meat and cured meats made from giant bloodthirsty bats were found in the camp. It's speculated that the zombie workers here, the giant bloodthirsty bats in the tower, and the Batmen were previously in a state of standoff and defense. After receiving Kuan-Lu's analysis, Chen Pan was thrilled. It seems my earlier analysis with Commander Zhongli was correct. The effects of the guiding power are irreversible. Every time a zombie is guided by a guider, some of its memories are awakened. Bai Lingxin softly complained, don't think I don't know. Back then, to avenge me, you used my voice and genetic fusion technology to create this guiding power organ. How dare you say that? Chen Pan said sheepishly, well, I wasn't good then. I was wrong. Now, we thoroughly studied this power. I hope it can help us in the subsequent attack on the Ontario Hive. You know, those Batman suicide attacks were terrifying. Back then, the land-based ships were designed only for combat against modern armies, not for this level of intensity. We still lacked anti-aircraft weapons. Alright. Bai Lingxin shrugged. Let's forget about the past life. You're right. Okay, we finally got the information we were looking for today. Chen Pan nodded, then reported to Zhongli Rui. Commander, we obtained the information we were looking for from the murals and their dance rituals. Our previous speculation was correct. Next, we need to carefully study this captured Batman, to learn how he acquired the organ that guides the bats and how he can guide them. Excellent. So is it over? Yes. Okay. Zhong Lirui immediately called Di Xinyan, Yelena, and Gu Anqi over. Girls, we successfully obtained the information we were looking for. Now, it's time for your redemption. Di Xinyan and the other 3 women exchanged glances upon hearing this, their beautiful eyes gleaming. Then, Yelena and Gu Anqi stood still on the ground, while Di Xinyan borrowed Zhong Lirui's Golden Crow Wings flight suit to take off and activate a small propaganda amplifier. Female trio. Awakening. The 3 women's voices began to echo over the cafeteria and warehouse area. All 892 surviving zombie workers stopped to listen. Amidst the singing, a look of confusion and emotion gradually emerged on the faces of the zombie workers. In their eyes, it seemed as if long-forgotten memories were being awakened, memories of humanity, of hope, of love. As the song deepened, some of the zombie workers began to tear up, their bodies trembling slightly, as if undergoing a spiritual baptism. Many more workers put down their tools, stood quietly, and listened intently to this heavenly voice of redemption. The song gradually faded, but its lingering sound lingered for a long time. The zombie workers seemed to have awakened from a long dream, their eyes gleaming with a former brilliance. The radiance of reason and rationality. The sound of countless metal crashing to the ground echoed. Are they? The army? Finally someone has come to save us? I am still alive. Yelena. Ivan's scepter fell, and he saw his familiar daughter before him, breathing heavily. Dad. Yelena, unable to contain herself any longer, rushed forward and embraced Ivan. Zhong Lirui clutched his head helplessly. It was too late for him to stop her. Forget it. At worst, she just transformed like Major General Tang. It's her own choice, isn't it? At this moment, Di Xinyan landed. Seeing Yelena weeping as she hugged her father, and Zhong Lirui's helpless expression, she softly offered comfort. Well, yes, you're right. Zhong Lirui gave a faint wry smile. Anyway, with you all here now, it's no big deal. A pang of pain welled up in his heart, unaware that during his time as a singer, he had to personally send Lu Xiaoya off. Yu Jia sensed Zhong Lirui's mood swings. Master, you have your wife now, and I be there for you in the future. Don't worry. Chapter 284. Senior Engineer Ivan, we need your help. Zhong Lirui stepped forward and greeted Ivan. Sir, what can I do for you? Ivan, with his keen eyes, had only just recovered from his zombie state, but he still guessed from the words and expressions of those around him that Zhong Lirui was the leader of this team. We need to resume production at this factory, Zhong Lirui stated directly. Afterwards, Zhong Lirui, along with Engineer Li and other experts accompanying the team, as well as the surviving experts from the Magic City and the technicians who had escaped from the industrial zone, explained the situation to Ivan. Ivan glanced at his fellow workers and called out a few names. Several men, dressed in tattered clothes, but still recognizable as engineers, stumbled over. Then, all the technicians present began analyzing the possibility of resuming production at the factory. Yu Jia, what do you think? Zhong Lirui asked Yu Jia, during a brief meeting where the technical experts were enthusiastically discussing resuming production. Master, after this matter was resolved, Kun Lu and I anticipated what you might be asking. We scanned the entire plant. We found 3 ethylene oxide production lines in this large facility, but only one is currently operational. What about the raw material supply? Ethylene, I believe. There's a reclaimed ethylene production plant near the nearby Magic City Fortress. They primarily produce ethylene using the ethane, propane, naphtha, liquefied petroleum gas, light oil, heavy oil, and crude oil currently available in Magic City. Currently, Magic City has the largest inventory of heavy oil. This heavy oil was originally reserved for ocean-going cruise ships before the Magic City disaster. That's right. The fuel used by heavy ocean-going cruise ships is heavy oil. Heavy oil is a low-grade product produced by crude oil crackers. Its advantages are large quantities, low cost, low fire risk, and long-lasting combustion. Its disadvantages are severe environmental pollution. Zhong Lirui felt relieved upon hearing about stockpiles of fuel for ocean-going cruise ships. If that were the case, the inventory would surely be enormous. On the other hand, both the healthy and the newly recovered experts concluded that after 2 months of equipment commissioning, the plant's ethylene oxide production capacity could be restored to approximately 25% of its original capacity. Zhong Lirui, Wang Gang, and the others beamed with joy. Ivan was surprised. Sir, we can only restore to 25%. Aren't you angry? Zhong Lirui smiled and stepped forward, patting Ivan on the shoulder. Senior Engineer Ivan, we're producing this for use as an air-fired explosive for thermobaric bombs, not for commercial use at this time. Under these dire circumstances, if you can restore production, even to just 5%, if you were a soldier, I give you a medal. Ivan, upon hearing this, became excited. Sir, I was originally a retired expert in the Rakshasa army. I would like to rejoin the Dakian army. Is that okay? Ivan's sudden request caught Zhongli by surprise. Then, he immediately and briskly asked Yelena, you're the governor of Magic City. I follow your instructions regarding these experts. Yelena was momentarily confused. Huh? But here in Magic City, we only have militiamen. Is that even okay? At this point, Amao and Lu Mingqi were unconvinced. Amao said, Governor Ekaterina, I'm also a militiaman, but I'm also a recipient of the Dakian Army Medal. Lu Mingqi quickly pulled Amao aside. Amao, how dare you talk to General Ekaterina like that? I'm going to kill you. General Ekaterina, I'm sorry. He's such a reckless fool. Lu Mingqi quickly pressed Amao's head down and apologized. Amao suddenly woke up. Yelena, who looked not much older than him, was the governor general and a major general. Although, compared to his superior, Zhongli, she seemed to have a lesser presence. He immediately cowered, a fawning expression on his face. Oh, I'm sorry. Commander Ekaterina, please spare me. Yelena chuckled. She could tell that Amao's cowering was fake, so she said, all right. Commander Zhongli didn't say anything, so how could I blame you? But you reminded me that you brave militiamen performed a great deed this time, saving my father and 892 workers. You deserve a medal. Amao stood straight upon hearing this. Thank you, Commander. Then Zhongli addressed all the technical experts. Experts, go and rest first. Get some rest tonight. Tomorrow, this factory will be busy. All the technical experts responded, yes, Commander. Looking at Yelena, Zhongli's face showed hesitation. Yelena, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Zhongli's stare, said shyly, come on, master's right here. Why are you staring at me like that? Zhongli stepped forward and said again, angrily, I'm thinking about locking you up for 24-hour observation. Yelena, huh? What do you mean? Seeing Yelena's unawareness, Zhongli shook his head. Your father is a zombie. Besides, has he ever bathed or disinfected himself in the past year? Have you forgotten all the information I taught you about the new human race? At this moment, Yelena suddenly realized what was happening and panicked. Disinyan smiled and stepped forward. Okay, Yelena, find a room and rest. If you feel anything unusual, don't be afraid. Sit down, stay calm, and once you calm down, try singing on your own. Do you remember little Tangyuan? She, driven by longing for her mother, actually used singing therapy to transform herself into a new human when she was infected. At this point, Amao cautiously said, Commander Ekaterina, please don't be afraid. Transformation into a new human is common in our war zone. There are so many singers here now, and you're a singer yourself, so don't worry. Yelena looked at the new humans before her, comforting her, and her heart warmed. Currently, with the exception of Wang Gang and Engineer Li, almost all the other key members of the attacking team are new humans. Strictly speaking, while the proportion of new humans in Lingyan Prefecture isn't as high as in Shizhou's Central Plains Special Zone, it's still quite high. This is because after the previous battle at the ammunition depot, over 700 awakened defenders led by Situzian returned to the ranks. Now, they all become awakened. Of course, the physical abilities of awakened are slightly inferior to those of new humans, who successfully transformed alive. Ivan, standing nearby, was a bit confused. Commander, why are you imprisoning my daughter? At this moment, Gu Anqi, who had been doing nothing since entering the factory except singing a song together, stepped forward and began to educate Ivan and the others about new human knowledge. Seeing this, Zhongli said to Disinyan with satisfaction, TSK, Anqi is becoming more and more reliable now. After Gu Anqi finished her basic education lecture with Ivan and the others, Zhongli stepped forward. By the way, Senior Engineer Ivan, there's one more thing. Your daughter, Anna, is fine now. She's attending university in my special zone. University. Ivan's eyes lit up instantly. Sir, in the words of the Dakian, your great kindness will never be forgotten. Senior Engineer, you're too polite. Zhongli puffed out his chest. Protecting the residents is our military's responsibility. Wang Gang, standing by, was very pleased. In his eyes, Zhongli finally had the awareness and demeanor of a military commander. The factory incident came to an end. Although he was in solitary confinement, Yelena arranged for Liao Zhe to come with the militia, engineers, and sappers. On the one hand, the few remaining usable production lines still needed repair. On the other hand, the production area needed to be guarded and a defense system established. Meanwhile, in the fortress special zone of the Magic City, medical staff, who had received remote courses from Awakened University, also entered the factory, ready to assist Ivan and the workers in their recovery. Senior Engineer Ivan, don't worry. As long as you follow the established treatment plan, your bodies will recover to a better state. Because they had partially regained consciousness, Ivan and the others were not as slow as ordinary zombies, but their large wounds remained untreated. Dr. Gu, thank you for your trouble. The people at the factory murmured their thanks. As the follow-up work proceeded in an orderly manner, Zhongli Rui led his troops to retrieve the captured wind blade and brought it back to the Bishi. In the special holding room aboard the Bishi, Fengren was also secured to the X-rack, still unconscious. Chen Pan had already used equipment to scan the channeling force-activating organ in Fengren's chest. This organ once belonged to a C3 channeler? It seems these Batmen seized it after defeating the C3 channeler? Chen Pan held his chin as Kuan Lu and the equipment examined him. But how could a Batman, wielding such a primitive weapon as a club, possibly defeat a C3 channeler? At this moment, Bai Lingxin tossed out a video. She also had a remote control for the channeling screen. Honey, look at this. Chen Pan then began to watch the recording. It was in Ling'an Prefecture, in the Jiaoyuan community, when Xiaofu went temporarily mad and unleashed a scream of negative energy, the singer's power, at Murong Chanfeng, and all the new humans were suppressed. Could it be that this organ was taken by a Batman after he defeated the C3 guide in a multiplayer battle? Took it? Bai Lingxin questioned, crossing her arms. But from what I see, it looks like this organ was forcibly removed and then haphazardly attached to this Batman. At this moment, Aisha entered the room with Xiao Fai. Ah, Mr. Chen, Mr. Bai, you have such an interesting research topic. How can you leave me out? Aisha said with a smile. You won't mind me joining you uninvited? Chen Pan's face flickered slightly, but Bai Lingxin immediately added politely, Dr. Aisha? It would be wonderful if you could join us. Welcome. Just as Aisha and the Chen Pans were exchanging pleasantries, Xiaofu, upon seeing the face of the male Batman on the shelf, was horrified. Brother Fengren. What's wrong with you? Chen Pan, Bai Lingxin, and Aisha, shock. Aisha asked Xiaofu, puzzled, Xiaofu, do you recognize this Batman? Xiaofu cried and hugged Aisha, Mom. Please, don't hurt my brother. Brother Fengren, he's your biological son too, my biological brother. Chen Pan and Bai Lingxin's faces suddenly turned pale. Aisha's face paled. What are you talking about? He's my biological son. Chapter 285. Yes, Xiaofu cried. Brother Fengren, you were once the top-ranked warrior in our area. You are your firstborn son, mother. I am your fifth. As if recalling that hellish experience, Aisha experienced severe PTSD symptoms, and her eyes began to blur. Xiaofu was horrified. Mom. Just as Chen Pan and Bai Lingxin were about to step forward to help, Aisha bit her lip, using the pain to regain her composure. Child, keep talking. Mom, you. Speak. Aisha's voice suddenly rose. Xiaofu gritted her teeth and continued. She was the fifth and final demi-human Aisha had been forced to bear, unconsciously. Afterward, the king-level giant bloodthirsty bats discovered that Aisha's organs were severely damaged, and she could no longer reproduce, and planned to use her as food. At this moment, Xiaofu, who had always cared for Aisha, stood in front of her mother to prevent the monster father from eating her. The king-level bats, possessing human-like intelligence and the ability to speak, were enraged and wanted to kill Xiaofu along with them. At that moment, my brothers, who have always said my existence is a mistake, have stepped forward and challenged our father for leadership. Aisha murmured with emotion, my sons, have you fought for us? Xiaofu nodded and continued. The first to step forward was the second brother. He battled fiercely with their father for half an hour, blinding one of his eyes before ultimately being defeated. The victorious Bat King then shouted to his tribe, who else? At that moment, Big Brother Fengren finally couldn't hold back and attacked. Taking advantage of the last-minute attack, Big Brother Fengren finally defeated it and tore it apart. At that moment, covered in wounds, Big Brother Fengren said to me, terrified, from now on, do whatever you want. No one will touch Mom. Aisha paused control of all her tentacles and collapsed to the floor. So, it was this child who saved Xiaofu and me. At this moment, Bai Lingxin thought for a moment and asked Xiaofu, child, where did your brother get those organs in his chest? It was a fierce battle, Xiaofu said, still terrified. That day, my big brother, my second brother, and 2 other brothers born to my aunt, the other 2 were descendants of the female scientist who committed suicide upon being rescued, along with about 50 bats, surrounded the Slaughter Lord that had intruded into our territory. But no matter how hard we attacked, the Slaughter Lord was like an invincible monster. During the battle, many of my aunt's brothers perished. Almost all the bats were gone too. Only my eldest brother, Wind Blade, my second brother, Scar, and I, barely alive, were left. Seeing the Slaughter Lord about to kill me, I roared in despair. But my cries stunned the Slaughter Lord. Chen Pan narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, so, that's how the bats forced their sonic attacks against the new humans. After a moment's thought, Chen Pan asked Xiaofu, you were wearing your mother's glasses the entire time during that battle, weren't you? Yes. There was a spirit in those glasses who told me stories, taught me many things, and urged me to protect my mother. Master, your and Governor Zhongli Rui's suspicions have been confirmed, Kunluan whispered. It was through this that the Ontario side learned the Batman's unique attack method. Because they already have a breeding farm for bloodthirsty Batman, and with biofusion technology, the Cerberus later learned this skill as well. Chen Pan nodded. This was exactly what he and Zhongli Rui had suspected. Kid, keep talking. Xiaofu continued. My roar staggered the Slaughter Lord. Brother Fengren, struggling to stand, launched a special attack on the organ in the Slaughter Lord's neck, ripping it out. However, the Slaughter Lord, now deprived of his organ, became enraged and clamped his hands around Brother Fengren, attempting to strangle him to death. Then, my second brother grabbed a steel rod and pierced the Slaughter Lord's head. Only then did we manage to win. As Brother Fengren was being strangled by the Slaughter Lord, the organ fused to his chest. Huh? That organ fused so easily? Chun Jinkuan asked curiously. Back when we were equipping those experimental subjects in the cradle of home, getting up there won't be easy. Have you forgotten that the Batman race itself is a species created by the fusion of nanorobots and growth accelerators? Bai Lingxin pointed out. They already have a high concentration of fused nanorobots in their bodies, so what's so strange about fusion? How can this be compared to the C2 and C3 series, which use acquired technology to catalyze mutations? That makes sense. Chen Pan's expression was a bit amused. In other words, of the Batman's 2 special abilities, one was forced out by being on the brink of life and death. The other was also a fusion of the C3's special organs, giving them this ability. Aisha regained her composure, her mind-activated tentacles rising to their feet again. She turned to look at her eldest son, Fengren, who was still unconscious, and sighed. Xiaofu, where are your other brothers? After that battle, because the second brother defeated the Slaughter Lord, the eldest brother, Fengren, relinquished the throne to the second. Then, the second brother became king of our region. The eldest brother, along with the third and fourth brothers, and some bats, left. I don't know where they went until today, when I saw the eldest brother, Fengren. Chen Pan overheard their conversation and whispered to Bai Lingxin, Wife, are the third and fourth brothers she's talking about the ones you killed today? Stop talking. Bai Lingxin quickly sent a message. Aisha and Xiaofu are also new humans. Be careful if anyone hears. Chen Pan replied, Okay, let's not talk about this again. Aisha, completely unaware, said with regret, Is that so? Your second brother. Never mind. I get it. She didn't say it, but that didn't mean she hadn't guessed it. Xiaofu said her second brother stayed at the dock, and Zhongli Rui told him that Xiaofu and he were the only survivors of the dock attack. So, the second brother must have been. Never mind. Mom, can I ask Commander Zhongli not to kill my eldest brother or torture him? I'm willing to be his slave, anything. Xiaofu. Aisha interrupted. Don't worry about this. Come with me. I go and discuss this with Governor Zhongli myself. Then Aisha pleaded with Chen Pan and Bai Lingxin, Mr. Chen, Sister Bai. Please suspend the research on my son, okay? I asked Commander Zhongli to cooperate with me and conduct harmless research on my son. Please. As she spoke, Aisha manipulated her robotic arms, striking a kneeling pose. Bai Lingxin moved, quickly stepping forward to stop her. Hey, Dr. Aisha, don't do that. We're temporarily halting our research. Go ahead, we wait for your news. Thank you. Aisha's eyes reddened. Aisha deployed her 6 tentacles, leading Xiaofu to Zhongli Rui. Zhongli Rui was currently with Di Yan. As soon as they met, Aisha immediately adjusted her tentacles, preparing to kneel. Xiaofu, equally quick-witted, also made a gesture to kneel. Stop! Zhongli Rui saw this, and quickly stepped forward to stop him. Dr. Aisha, let's get to the point. You were once a proud Lifeng nation. Why are you kneeling down like a feudal idiot? Why are you doing this? Asia raised her head, her eyes determined. Commander Zhongli, I know that as a lifer serving a prison sentence assigned to assist in research, I have no right to make such a request. But today, I come to you as a mother begging you. Zhongli Rui turned to look at Xiufu. What's wrong? Did Xiufu do something, or commit some horrible sin? No. You misunderstood. Aisha waved her tentacles frantically, then regained her composure. Commander Zhongli, the male bat demi-human you captured today is my biological son, Fengren. What? Zhongli Rui and Di Xinyan screamed in unison. Are you sure? Zhongli Rui looked at Aisha in disbelief. He's your son? Then how? Asia closed her eyes in pain, tears streaming down her cheeks. Xiufu told me all this. After I was imprisoned and became a seabed, Fengren was my first son. Xiufu was the fifth child, my last daughter. After that, I was useless as a female, as a human. So, that creature wanted to eat me, and Xiaofu tried to stop it, but was almost eaten too. It was him and my second son, another bat-like demi-human I never met, who saved me and Xiaofu. That's why I'm still alive and serving you. Zhongli Rui frowned. He glanced at Xiaofu, trying to read her expression. Xiaofu gave a slight nod of confirmation. She lowered her head, her hands clasped together, her eyes filled with worry. Commander Zhongli, I know that as a prisoner, I have no right to make demands. Isaiah spoke again, her voice trembling. But I beg you, can you please not hurt him? He's my son. And he must have a ray of kindness in his heart. He saved Xiufu and me after all. Zhongli Rui was silent for a moment. He looked at Di Xinyan, who also shook her head slightly, indicating that she didn't know what to do. Dr. Isaiah, I understand your feelings, Zhongli Rui finally spoke. But he is, after all, a bat subhuman. Let me ask you a basic question. What do bat subhumans eat? Chapter 286. It's the flesh and blood of humans, zombies, and other animals. As a scientist, Aisha reluctantly gave the correct answer, but she still refused to give up. But, look, Xiufu is so kind and gets along so well with us. Why don't you give Fengren a chance? Okay. Since you say so. Zhongli Rui continued with a stern look in his eyes. There used to be about 2,000 workers at the dock. After the apocalypse, they became zombies. But when we recaptured the dock, we didn't see a single zombie. But do you know how many bones we later found in the waterway beneath the dock? It's only been a little over a year. Even ignoring the ones at the dock, there were 1,000 lost zombies in the factory area we just liberated. Today, we rescued 892, 108 of them. I don't need to describe them anymore, do I? Aisha's eyes trembled, and she was speechless. Do you know why I spared Xiaofu's life? Zhongli Rui continued to question. Why? For a husky that stumbled into the wolf pack, I could barely spare its life. Because it fiercely protected its mother, and those non-blood related ants. Zhongli Rui offered an analogy. At that moment, Di Xinyan and Aisha were surprised to notice that Zhongli Rui's expression was very serious. Yu Jia sighed inwardly in the data world. Not only that, but the master actually wanted to kill Xiaofu that day to eliminate the threat once and for all, and even wanted to dedicate all resources to exterminate this aggressive species. Asia repeated Zhongli Rui's words, a flash of inspiration in her eyes. She gathered her thoughts and said to Zhongli Rui, Captain Zhongli, pandas were once aggressive bears, more dangerous than wolves. But now, you Dacian people can live in harmony with them. You said you show mercy to the husky in the wolf pack, but what if, with the remains of my body, I created a subhuman race for Dacian that would live in harmony with humans and the new human race? Huh? Zhongli Rui was stunned by Aisha's now gleaming eyes. This female scientist from the Gale Nation must be crazy. This was the first thought that crossed his mind. Seeing that Zhongli Rui didn't immediately refuse, Aisha continued, Governor Zhongli, your most interesting achievement, in my opinion, is the creation of an era of coexistence between the awakened and the survivors, exemplified by the Awakened University. So why can't you gradually change Xiaofu, Fengren, and the other bat people so that they no longer feed on the flesh and blood of humans and zombies? How is this possible? Zhongli Rui said absent-mindedly. At this moment, Xiaofu, for some unknown reason, said, Governor, now, I think fish soup and grilled chicken wings and legs are much better than eating them raw. Now, I only eat grilled food and never want to eat raw meat again. Xiaofu likes grilled chicken wings now? Zhongli Rui was a little confused. He had always thought Xiaofu would catch fish like Murong Chafeng. It took primitive humans 2 million years to go from eating raw meat to learning to eat cooked food, but it took Xiaofu, a subhuman, less than 2 months to go from eating raw meat to eating cooked food. Although subhumans like bat people are the product of the genetic fusion of nanorobots and growth accelerators, such a rapid adaptation is truly unexpected. Hey. Then. You. Grilled potato skewers, would you like some? Zhongli Rui asked tentatively. Eat. Xiaofu said excitedly. Madam made these grilled potato skewers. They're delicious. Zhongli Rui turned to look at Di Xinyan, who generously admitted, one night, Gu Anqi was craving potato chips. Since I couldn't find the conditions, I made them for her. And coincidentally, Aisha and Xiaofu were passing by, so here we are. Hee hee. Bat people also eat grilled potato skewers. Zhongli Rui's expression shifted into a thoughtful tone. Seeing his expression soften, Aisha struck while the iron was hot. Governor Zhongli, perhaps one day in the future, bat people, like pandas, will become new citizens of Dakian. In this era, will old humans, new humans, the awakened, friendly bat people, and other races, like intelligent pandas, coexist together? Zhongli Rui remained silent, his expression pensive. Asia, anxious, said bluntly, in Blue Planet's history, there have only been wolves, not huskies. Governor, with your tacit approval, can't I personally create a new husky race? Please, give my children a chance. Turning wolves into huskies, turning bat people from mortal enemies into a coexisting race. It seemed that Yujia had once told him that genocide wasn't a good solution for the bat people. So, create a race similar to the huskies? Zhongli Rui fell silent, fully aware of the enormous challenge. But Aisha's words, like a seed, took root and sprouted within him. After a long silence, Zhongli Rui decided to seek the advice of the more powerful minds around him. He tapped his armor. Chen Pan, Aunt Bai, Sister Xiaoyu, Sister Xiaoyao Yujia, Kunlun. Please, all of you, the most formidable minds in Lingnan province, project out. I know you've been observing what's happening on my armor. Right now, there's a matter of great importance regarding the future of biological species, and I need your advice. Instantly, multiple 3D holographic projections appeared in the room. The atmosphere was like that of Valhalla. Most of these projections were incredibly familiar figures, but one stood out. Kunlun's figure was surprisingly shaped like the ancient sword Kunlun. Its 3D holographic projection was actually a blade. And Yujia's projection was unbelievably similar to Bai Lingxin's. Both were AIs, one in female form, claiming to be in love with her. The other's projection was a cold, divine weapon. Not dwelling on this intriguing detail, Zhongli Rui took a deep breath and slowly laid out Aisha's proposal. As he spoke, a thoughtful expression crossed everyone's faces. Clearly, this was an unprecedented challenge, and a topic worthy of in-depth discussion. Chen Pan spoke first. Commander Zhongli, this idea is bold, but not impossible. Throughout history, humans have domesticated countless animals, from dogs and cats, from horses to cows, all of whom have been our companions. So why can't we try to domesticate Batmen? Well, while Batmen were an accidental creation of a Changsheng Life Science Group product, and were later mass-produced as weapons by the Ontario Life Sciences Institute, they are ultimately intelligent creatures. As such, there is a basis for coexistence. Our Changsheng Group's nanorobots have also transformed pandas, enabling them to speak. Even if pandas can't speak, they can coexist with humans without any problems. Aunt Bai added, furthermore, from a genetic perspective, while Batmen are vastly different from us, they are, after all, born from human mothers. Furthermore, data from Ontario shows that female Batmen are fertile and can produce offspring with humans. This means that the gap between us is not unbridgeable. Qin Xiaoyao shook his head in objection. The risk is too great. This species is aggressive. Not only are they intelligent, but they're also exceptionally capable in hand-to-hand combat. Even with bare hands, the new humans wouldn't be able to gain an advantage against them. Ordinary humans would simply crush them. I'm against rash action. Qin Xiaoyu paused, pausing in thought before offering his opinion. The key lies in whether we can change their behavior, turning them from predators into partners we can coexist with. This will take time and patience, but it's not impossible. For example, gray wolves were once hostile to humans. However, during the Ice Age, humans domesticated some of them, and they eventually became huskies. After all, huskies are now humanity's friends and good partners. There are risks, but it's worth a try. After all, after the catastrophe, the world is cleared. Yu Jia also expressed her opinion. Master, you already know my stance. I oppose genocide. We can use our technology to provide them with food, change their living environment, and even eliminate their desire for flesh and blood through gene editing. Kunlun coldly analyzed, if world peace is restored, with the current small population of Blue Star and the vastness of the world, the emergence of Bat people, a race that coexists with humans, won't be a big problem. Everyone, AI, expressed their opinions, and Zhong Lirui turned to Di Xinyan. Di Xinyan was a little surprised by Zhong Lirui's inquiring look. Rui. Does my opinion matter? I'm not a top expert, not as powerful as they are. Di Xinyan said somewhat unsurely. I want to hear your honest opinion, the most powerful singer of the new humans. This is a serious matter, and I don't want to make a unilateral decision. So, I want to hear everyone's opinions, Zhong Lirui said sincerely. Singer. Di Xinyan thought for a moment with a wry smile. Suddenly, looking at Zhong Lirui before her, she remembered his college days just 2 years ago. She also recalled how Xiaofu had learned singing from her, gradually developing a positive attitude, and now gradually mastering the power of a positive singer. Ahem. I think we can slowly educate the Batman race for the future. Educate? Everyone asked in surprise. Well, education? Education is a way to shape the soul. Batmen are intelligent creatures, after all. So, in order to live harmoniously with me, education is crucial. Through education, they will understand us. And then, their thoughts and perceptions will become closer to ours. Shenpan thought to himself, is it something like the glasses that educate Xiufu? I'm surprised a pharmacist has such insight. That's a good perspective. Cultural propaganda, coupled with love, is indeed a powerful shackle for the soul. Di Xinyan continued, if Xiaofu can learn poetry, rituals, and music from me, then other intelligent Batmen should be able to as well. So we can educate them. After all, sitting down together, singing, and living in peace is better than a life and death struggle. Bai Lingxin also smiled and said, that's very wise. Thank you. Zhong Lirui nodded sincerely. After listening to these suggestions, Zhong Lirui gradually gained a better understanding. Asia, I accept your proposal. I have no objection to Xiufu. She's a good child. She gets along very well with us. As for your eldest son, Fengren, I hope you and Xiufu will personally counsel him and stop attacking our people. Asia nodded excitedly, tears glistening in her eyes. Governor Zhongli, thank you. 3 hours later, in Special Detention Room 2. Fengren raised his eyelids heavily. In a strange room, metallic walls, all sorts of strange devices. The occasional flash of a light. A winged sister? And a mother with 6 metal tentacles. Is this what humans call hell or heaven? Fengren muttered to himself. Shenpan noticed the situation and alerted everyone. Dr. Asia, your son is awake. Xiaofu was the first to rush forward. Brother. Fengren's dazed eyes gradually focused, and he finally confirmed that the familiar face before him was his sister. Little mistake? You're dead too? Is heaven like this? So strange. Fengren hesitated. No, brother, you're not dead. It's me, little mistake. Xiaofu cried. Fengren suddenly woke up and found himself lying on a strange bed, his hands and feet bound with strange, sturdy handcuffs, unable to move. I'm not dead? I've been captured by the Lord of Slaughter. Sister, are you captured too? Quickly, find a way to free me. I take you out. Xiaofu shook her head. Brother, Mom is here, and I'm here too. This is our home now. Home? Mom? Fengren's eyes widened. What are you talking about? Chapter 287. It was then that Fengren noticed the sound of metal footsteps. Fengren, my son, I am your mother. He turned and saw a terrifying sight. A mother without arms or legs, but possessing 6 mechanical metal tentacles. Ah! Fengren screamed in fear. Monster! Xiaofu rushed forward to comfort him. Brother, don't be afraid. This is really Mom. Weren't Mom's arms and legs eaten by that creature? Mom is a scientist. Her tentacles were made for Mom by her scientist friend. Asia sighed. She hadn't expected that her appearance would frighten her eldest son, who looked more like a succubus, into shouting monsters. Son, I really am your mother, Asia. Fengren stared at Asia for a long time, finally remembering what she had looked like in that terrifying forbidden room. Don't be afraid. Mom's hands are a little cold now. But these aren't strange objects. They're just tools, like a stick, Asia tried to explain. Mom, Feng called out reluctantly. But Aisha was overcome with emotion as she wept tears. Thank you, and your brother, for saving me and me. I just couldn't bear to see little Quobu die. Feng turned away awkwardly. Aisha turned her gaze to Xiao Fu, who nodded with a wry smile. Well, you're a naturally good brother who dotes on your sister, Aisha smiled kindly. That's good. Suddenly, Feng remembered Murong Chanfeng, who had completely bullied him. His face was serious. Mom, little Quobu, have you all become slaves of that terrifying Slaughter Lord? The Slaughter Lord? Aisha asked curiously. Xiaofu explained awkwardly, Mom, I think my brother is referring to Major Murong Chanfeng. Puff! Aisha burst out laughing. Son, we're not captives of that Murong Chanfeng. Besides, Murong Chanfeng is a subordinate of Mom's current superior, General Zhongli Rui. Feng Ren's eyes widened. The Slaughter Lord actually obeys someone? That person must be the Great Devil of Destruction. Zhongli Rui is the Great Devil of Destruction? Outside, Bai Lingxin, eavesdropping through the surveillance camera, burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, husband, your title has been inherited by our adopted son, ha ha ha. Chen Pan said with a gloomy face, Wife, this happened in a past life. I'm atonement for my sins now, and you're still making fun of me and Zhongli. The two of them seemed relieved to leave the demi-human family in the room, but in reality, two black-clad mechanical guards were watching them from nowhere. If they let go of Feng Ren without hesitation, the robots would intervene. Afterward, Aisha, finally pausing her laughter, began to explain some basic knowledge to the bewildered Feng Ren. In just a few words, Aisha realized that her eldest son's basic knowledge and awareness were not much different from those of a straightforward primitive tribal warrior. After about 40 minutes of explanation, what do you think, son? Are you willing to stay here, live with Mom and your sister, and live in harmony with humans? Aisha asked eagerly. Mom, can humans really be trusted? After all, we fought bloody battles with them. Feng Ren hesitated. Suddenly, he realized he slipped up, because his mother was also human. It's just that her 6 robotic arms now made her look more like a monster. It's okay. We don't have to fight to the death with other races. Coexistence, even love, is possible. Asia gently touched Feng Ren's face with her robotic arm. Batmen and humans, you see, can produce fertile offspring. This proves that coexistence is possible between the two races. Also, the other day, when you figured it out and promised to coexist harmoniously with humans, you should visit the city where Mom now lives. There's a bamboo forest where a tribe of talking pandas are getting along well with the local humans, the people of Mom's boss, Governor Zhongli Rui. Feng Ren pondered for a moment, remaining silent. Xiao Fu thought for a moment, then offered his advice. Brother, trust Mom and me. Look, this is a gift from my uncle. It's a family certificate. My uncle is the human chieftain across the vast ocean. Xiao Fu referred to the Pacific Ocean as the vast ocean. As she spoke, she flashed the golden eggshell whistle pendant around her neck, a gift from Liang, with a look of pride on her face. Feng Ren stared at the glittering pendant with a look of astonishment. However, Feng Ren suddenly understood something, his eyes lighting up. Family totem? Oh, I was once the king of our homeland. So my uncle was also a king. So, is my uncle on good terms with Chief Zhongli? Xiao Fu tilted his head and said, Well, Chief Zhongli and my uncle are good brothers. Feng Ren's expression relaxed immediately. He looked at his mother and said, So that's how it is. You and your sister were protected by my uncle and his brothers, while I was defeated by Chief Zhongli's general. Yes, Chief Zhongli is a powerful king who can command the Lords of Slaughter. Okay, Mom, I believe you. Please tell Chief Zhongli Rui that his men defeated me fair and square in a glorious duel. I'm willing to serve him. Listening to her eldest son's warrior-like speech, Aisha was already covering her face with her mechanical arm. The comprehension of this child and daughter was simply barbaric. Liang had clearly given his daughter a souvenir, but Xiao Fu considered it a token of family, a symbol of recognition of her family's status. Also, Liang was the governor, but Xiao Fu thought he was a chief. When she had time, she would definitely catch up on their knowledge and culture. As a top scientist, she couldn't accept the fact that her child was even less educated than her scoundrel brother. However, if her son, with this kind of philosophy, was willing to cooperate and stay, wouldn't that be exactly what she wanted? Thinking of this, Aisha calmed down and smiled, saying gently to Feng Ren, Okay, son, then you rest first. Mom will take Xiaofu to speak to Commander Zhongli. Okay, please introduce me, Mom, Feng Ren said with a hint of excitement. When Aisha once again found Zhongli Rui and explained her eldest son's current attitude, Zhongli Rui looked at Aisha's earnest eyes and recalled Feng Ren's willingness to submit. Motivated by the glory of a warrior and the philosophy of victors take all, he felt a mixture of emotions. After a moment's thought, Zhongli Rui calmly addressed Aisha. Aisha, your eldest son, Feng Ren, will be under your care starting today. I hope, as I said before, that he can live peacefully with us, just like your youngest daughter. I do my best. As for what's next, I suggest. First, try grilling meat and chicken wings for a few days to help him learn to eat cooked food. Second, you personally provide him with his initial education. Of course, I suggest focusing on things like warrior's honor and similar chivalry. If he wants to insist, fine. Well, it seems that chivalry still has a lasting impact on Western society today, right? Asia was stunned, then smiled. Oh, Governor Zhongli, you're truly knowledgeable. Indeed, the origins of medieval chivalry do indeed derive in part from the cultural heritage of the ancient warrior's glory. I didn't expect a Dacian native like you to understand Western Europe so well. You're welcome, Zhongli Rui responded blandly to Asia's flattery. Also, since you insist on researching your eldest son's organs and how he controls bats, then you can personally bring him along to collaborate with Chen Pan and Madame Bai. It be as you wish, without compromising the research. It would be even better if your eldest son, like Xiaofu, could integrate well with us. This blue planet has shed so much blood in the past 2 years. Upon hearing this, Aisha felt a surge of guilt. She had contributed to Blue Star's current situation. Commander Zhongli, I'm truly sorry. I'm guilty, and I plead guilty. You already pleaded guilty, and you're doing something to atone for it. If you truly want to do more, then guide the bat people to live in peace with us humans, starting with educating your children. I will. Aisha's eyes were sincere, filled with determination. Then, a week of peace passed in the Demon City region. The Bishi entered dock and repaired minor damage, the few puncture wounds from the last attack by the fleece-blooded Cerberus. In addition, given the intensity of the battle, the Bishi underwent minor modifications. Several concealed rocket launcher emplacements were installed on the deck, equipped with robotic arms for automatic loading. This allowed the warship's 107mm and 191mm rocket launchers to fire rapidly, eliminating the need to wait for artillery to be deployed from hangars, saving considerable time. Furthermore, thanks to Chen Pan's enhanced design, both the Bishi and the Xiangui were equipped with nearly double the number of anti-aircraft lasers and automatic anti-aircraft cannons. Furthermore, the Bishi was equipped with a high-powered laser cannon specifically for offensive use. The Xiangui increased the number of deck lifts, enabling more peregrine fighters to launch rapid sorties. The ethylene oxide production base and the heavy oil ethylene production base were undergoing intensive maintenance under the supervision of the experts who survived Yelina's Demon City fortress and those who had been rescued previously. As Zhongli Rui had anticipated, the reserves of heavy oil near the port area were enormous. Since there was currently little need to refuel ocean-going cruise ships, this heavy oil would be more than sufficient to produce ethylene, and subsequently, the explosive fuel for thermobaric bombs. After understanding the situation, the military leaders in the 3 main battle zones of Dacian, Lingyan Prefecture, the Demon City Fortress, and the Xinjing 13 Tombs Fortress, were all overjoyed. Because now, the raw materials for the high-powered tactical thermobaric weapons were guaranteed. During this period, Yelena successfully transformed into a new human under the power of the singer. Speaking of which, there was a small incident. When black lines appeared on Yelena's palm, she panicked. As a result, even though she was afraid, her singing was ineffective due to the short-term low degree of fit, less than 60%. Finally, Di Xinyan and Gu Anqi, unable to bear the pain, stepped in with their singing voices, preventing the panicked Yelena from transforming into a zombie. When Yelena successfully transformed, she left the room and burst into tears, hugging Di Xinyan. Alas, Rui, you're right. Yelena's Taoist heart is truly lacking. She's not even as stable as Master Jing Xian and Gu Anqi. Recalling this, Di Xinyan complained to Zhongli Rui, she's even less stable than little Tang Yuan at school. Zhongli Rui shook his head, his expression captivating. He thought to himself that he only casually flattered Di Xinyan last time, but he hadn't expected Yelena's heart to falter, hindering her ability. Yelena's temper is just like that. Zhongli Rui shrugged. That's why I told you back then that you better just watch. Well, Xinyan, you're truly reliable. Having you around is truly a blessing for me. No, not just me, but for all of us. Di Xinyan smiled, and put her arm around Zhongli Rui's waist from behind. You flatter me too much. I'm just trying my best to live with a clear conscience. How many people can live with a clear conscience? Zhongli Rui sighed lightly. Chapter 288. During the peaceful days, Fengren followed her mother and sister, learning little by little. Fengren was born with a Dacian dialect, meaning she was born with the ability to speak spoken Chinese. Furthermore, the family now lived in Dacian. As for Xiaofu's literacy level, Aisha tested her, and found that her language proficiency in both Dacian and Lifeng Mandarin was roughly at a university level. After some thought, Aisha decided to teach her illiterate warrior's son, Fengren, starting with Pinyin. As for her daughter, who already had a good command of language communication, but lacked professional knowledge, she inquired about her ambitions. Daughter, you already passed the language test. What do you want to study? How about becoming a scientist with me? Mom, I want to learn singing from Master Di Sinyan, Xiaofu said shyly. Asia was taken aback by this, and though she felt a tinge of disappointment, she soon revealed a gentle smile. Well, my daughter is a demi-human, but she's naturally well suited to being a singer. Learning to sing and become a singer wouldn't be a waste. Okay, since you're interested, Mom supports you. You definitely benefit greatly from studying with Master Di Sinyan. After figuring it out, Aisha offered sincere encouragement. Xiaofu smiled brightly upon hearing this, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Naturally, Xiaofu became Di Sinyan's youngest apprentice, not only the youngest but also the only demi-human. Xiaofu looks like an 18-year-old girl, but her actual age is only 1, for years younger than Xiaofeng, who was 3 at the start of the apocalypse. Note that all current bat people are using growth-accelerating nanobots to accelerate their growth. According to declassified documents from Changsheng Life Science, the default acceleration of growth-accelerating nanobots is to accelerate the growth of juvenile organisms into adults, after which their functions are silenced. Unadjusted nanobots complete the acceleration process within 3 months. However, stable life forms generally require at least 1 year to be adjusted. Chen Jinkuan chose a 1-year acceleration time for his rebirth, shortening his lifespan to that of a normal human. The lifespan of bat people like Xiaofu has not been tested and is unknown. So, in the days that followed, Xiaofu began learning singing techniques from Di Sinyan, from vocal training to song performance, taking every step with unwavering determination. Fengren, under his mother's guidance, also gradually learned the Dacian language, starting with Pinyin. Of course, progress was quite slow. During this period, Aisha collaborated with Xin Pan and the couple by Lingxin to conduct in-depth, yet non-destructive, research on the organ fused to Fengren's chest. After several tests, Xin Pan and the others discovered that the race for which the channeling power organ works is related to the race and brainwave frequency of the user. So, Fengren, equipped with the channeling power organ, can control bats and unintelligent batmen, but not humans. And Murong Chanfeng can control lost zombies, whose memories haven't been restored, but can't control bats? Zhong Lirui frowned after hearing the three's reports. Yes, based on our comprehensive testing, this is the result so far, Chen Pan replied frankly. Then, if we want this power to be effective in the battle to capture the Ontario Life Research Institute, doesn't that mean Fengren must be deployed? Asia's expression froze at this. But after a moment's hesitation, she replied, Sir, it's just as you said. Zhong Lirui's expression turned serious. After a long pause, he sighed softly and said to Aisha, since plans like Fengren's, which possess a guiding force organ to control bats on the battlefield, are not currently replicable, we put them on hold. Aisha, you should continue to teach Fengren how to study and adapt to life. Asia was greatly surprised by Zhong Lirui's words. Captain, what are you doing? Haven't you been thinking lately about using this power to reduce casualties, when the troops attack the Ontario Institute to rescue them? Yes. But to reduce casualties, are we going to send Fengren to the battlefield and risk his own life? Zhong Lirui looked at Aisha sternly. I already made this mistake with Xiaofeng. I don't want to make it again. At worst, we can use weapons of mass destruction to clear the airspace in the area before the battle begins. Bai Lingxin sighed and shook her head, whispering to Chen Pan, Rui is such a kind child. He's probably still resentful about Xiaofeng losing his hand. Yes. After all, C0-S series new humans can't regenerate limbs. All physical recovery relies on the preservation of the underlying tissue. Well, let him be. Anyway, the air defenses of the Bishi and Xiangui have been significantly enhanced. More than doubled. That's good. Asia was struck by the determination in Zhong Lirui's eyes. She smiled and gave him a slight nod. Captain Zhongli, thank you for your consideration for my son. No need to thank me. Besides the war, other things are also important, such as our relationship with the subhuman Batman. We worked so hard to train Xiaofu and Fengren to be competent, and we can't let them be easily damaged. That's another consideration for me, Zhongli Rui said softly. You made a very thoughtful point. Asia nodded in affirmation. Captain Zhongli, you're probably the boss we scientists get along best with, hee. Alright. Zhongli Rusha raised his hand, smiling faintly. Let's try to strengthen our military and build up our strength. I originally thought Fengren's ability was just a cheat, something we could replicate. But now, he's the only male Batman with a channeling force organ. What should we do? We can't go as crazy as Ya and mass-produce Batmen. So, although I'm reluctant, I have to talk about it later. Bai Lingxin then spoke up. Arue, your idea is very practical and consistent with scientific ethics. I support it. Bai Lingxin glanced at Chen Pan. Chen Pan coughed and then said sincerely, Sir, I also support your decision. Don't worry about the air defense system. I debugged the additional laser cannons and automatic anti-aircraft cannons. Thank you for your support. Just as the atmosphere in the room was extremely positive, Yu Jia suddenly sounded the alarm. Alert, Master. The female Batman you personally captured has escaped the torture rack. On the way, she encountered Xiao Fu and defeated her. Now, for black-clad mechanical guards, along with Fengren, Captain Ameo, Lu Mingqi, and Director Lu Shi, have surrounded her. However, the female Batman has Xiao Fu hostage. She is now in the first large hanging cage. What? Zhongli Rui was horrified. Then, Zhongli Rui snapped his fingers and shouted, Yu Jia armor. Instantly, the great Xia dragon bird armor accompanying him in guard form unfolded, enveloping Zhongli Rui, who was wearing a major general's uniform, and transforming him into an armored mecha. The two black-clad mechanical guards on standby in the room also materialized and launched. Asia was stunned. What's wrong, Commander Zhongli? Why do you look like you're ready for a fight? The female Batman I captured has escaped, and she's defeated Xiaofu and holding him hostage. They're in the first hangar. What? Asia screamed. Then, recklessly, she activated her 6 intelligent mechanical tentacles and charged towards the first hangar. Zhongli Rui and the black-clad mechanical guards immediately followed. Chen Pan and Bai Lingxin exchanged helpless glances, then immediately called on nearby guards. Moi's armor was armored, and they also gave chase. The atmosphere inside the first hangar was extremely tense. Blood Claw, holding Xiaofu hostage, stood in the center of the hangar, his eyes filled with vigilance and hostility. Fengren, Ameo, Lu Mingqi, and Lu Shiju surrounded them, but they dared not act rashly, fearing to provoke Blood Claw and harm Xiaofu. Aisha rushed to the scene in a panic. Blood Claw, upon seeing Aisha, adorned with 6 mechanical tentacles, was instantly shocked, as if facing a formidable enemy. However, she chose to continue to strangle Xiaofu with her sharp claws, maintaining the stalemate. Seeing her daughter in danger, Aisha was distraught. Don't be afraid, daughter. Mom's here to save you. She tried to comfort Xiaofu, while searching for a chance to rescue her. But the most excited person present was Fengren. Fengren shouted at Blood Claw, Woman. Let go of my sister. You're a warrior, right? If you are, challenge me in a duel. Capturing my sister is nothing. Let my sister go. Warrior. Warrior? Blood Claw stiffly repeated the Dacian dialect, then said bitterly, You? Man. You think I don't respect the honor of a warrior? Hack you. You're the one who doesn't respect the honor of our clan. Why are you willing to be a lackey for humans? Fengren, who hadn't learned Lifeng Mandarin, responded with a question mark. Desperately, he asked the people around him, uncles and aunts, what does this woman mean? Everyone was speechless at Fengren's expression. Among them, Lu Shi, who had passed the Lifeng Mandarin Level 6 exam, carefully translated, this woman said, hack you? Mao and Lu Mingqi couldn't help but smile bitterly. Lu Shi's translation automatically omitted the second half of the sentence, which could easily anger Fengren and create rifts. Upon hearing this, Fengren became excited. Uncle Lu Shi, please tell her for me. Let my sister go. I want to fight her in a duel. Lu Shi gave Fengren a speechless look. Kid, are you sure? Fengren said confidently, I am. I was once one of the 4 kings of this dock. Lu Shi shook his head. He had seen Zhongli Rui fight Blood Claw. Back then, he knew Blood Claw was a formidable killer from his equipment. Zhongli Rui's victory over Blood Claw was simply due to his superior equipment. If they were to fight purely on their own strength with equal equipment, considering how proficient he was with light weapons and a katana, it was still unclear who would win, and besides, the Batman could fly, while the new humans couldn't. Just as Lu Shi was pondering how to translate, the mechas of Zhongli Rui, Chen Pan, and Bai Lingxin rushed into the hangar at breakneck speed, took their positions, and simultaneously locked onto the Batman. Several black-clad mechanical guards, reinforcements, deployed in battle formation behind them, and drew their low-powered stab electromagnetic automatic rifles for indoor use, primarily to prevent high-powered weapons, like howitzers, from damaging the ship. Let her go, or you regret it. Zhongli Rui, in his great Xia Dragon Bird armor, stood at the front of the mecha formation. His voice was deep and powerful, filled with unquestionable authority. Chapter 289. Blood Claw isn't a Batman from Dakian, but a mass-produced Batman from the Lifeng Nation. And the basic knowledge language he imparts to these mass-produced Lifeng people is Lifeng Mandarin. Hearing Lifeng Mandarin, Blood Claw turned her head in a daze, finally recognizing the Daxia Dragon Bird armor that had defeated her. She laughed bitterly. Regret? Ha ha ha. King of Mortals, you finally come to see me. Why? Why? Why do you treat me like this? Zhongli Rui was bewildered. What are you talking about? Your subordinates are talking about warriors now. Do you remember? You took my warrior certificate. From then on, I became your slave. From then on, all I could do was bear children for you. And you? You left me in a cage. Why? Why do you treat me like this? What? Zhongli Rui was stunned. Before Zhongli Rui could react, the people present who were fluent in Lifeng Mandarin were already looking at him with confusion and a touch of contempt. Lu Shi asked doubtfully, Rui, what did you do to this bad lady? I just locked her up. What else did I do? She said you took her warrior certificate, and now she can only give birth to you. Lu Shi looked at Zhongli Rui with a half-smile. Slander. She slandered me. Zhongli Rui cried out in frustration. Mao grumbled, is this bad lady blaming Commander Zhongli for putting her in a play? Lu Mingqi glared at Mao. Master-in-Chief is so devoted. He's not like that. At this moment, Bai Lingxin briefly glanced at the recorded data, then uncloaked and stepped forward, asking Blood Claw, warrior certificate? Is that what you mean? As she spoke, a 3D metal ring appeared in her hand. Zhongli Rui looked closely, and saw it was the same communication and monitoring device he had taken from Blood Claw's head during the battle. Yes. In our kingdom, King Fong taught us that a physically fit warrior is only truly a warrior if he wears the warrior certificate. When a warrior loses the warrior certificate or their body is no longer intact, they lose their status as warriors. Males will be recycled. Females will only exist as reproductive tools. King of Mortals, you defeated me fair and square in that duel, and I have no objection. But you took my warrior certificate, robbed me of my honor. And now, you abandoned me. You can't treat me like this. What have I done wrong to deserve this? Blood Claw spoke these words, with a tone of immense grief and indignation, practically roaring. After hearing Blood Claw's accusatory rant, Zhongli Rui reluctantly opened his visor and looked at Blood Claw with a complicated expression. At some point, Blood Claw suddenly lost all strength, and her eyes lost their luster. She dejectedly let go of Xiaofu, knelt down, and said, Go, sister. We suffered enough as slaves, and I hurt you. I beg you, forgive me. After being released, Xiaofu hesitated for a moment, her expression complex. At this moment, Blood Claw raised her claw, transformed it into a knife-like hand, and aimed it at her throat. No, stop, please. Zhongli Rui reached out to stop her. Blood Claw hesitantly lowered her claw, looking at Zhongli Rui in confusion. Mortal King, what are you talking about? Haven't I suffered enough? Do you wish me to suffer even more in hell? Zhongli Rui's righteous voice answered her. That ring is not a testament to a warrior, but the shackles of a slave. The scar is a blood-soaked badge of bravery. How dare you abandon a wounded warrior? Such an act tramples upon humanity. Hearing Zhongli Rui's words, Blood Claw's eyes widened in anger. How dare you slander the Fong King? Who do you think you are? Zhongli Rui stepped forward, raised his hands, and spoke with resounding force. I, Zhongli Rui, governor of Ling'an province, defender of human freedom and order. Blood Claw seemed intimidated by Zhongli Rui's commanding words. She pondered his previous words. She turned to Xiaofu. You, my sister, you're not a slave? Xiaofu answered frankly, No, I'm not. I'm free. Blood Claw's eyes widened. He's not your master? Then, what's his relationship to you? Xiaofu beamed with pride. He's my master. Blood Claw was stunned. How is that possible? At this moment, Aisha, who had been listening for a while, thought for a moment, her eyes gleaming with confidence. She waved her metal tentacles, stepped forward, and said gently, "Little girl, do you want to know the truth? I can teach you." At that moment, Aisha looked like a sage who enlightens the lost. Blood Claw lowered his claws, bewildered, and tilted his head to ask Aisha, "Who are you, strange lady?" Xiaofu replied, "She's my mother, Dr. Aisha, a kind and wise human woman." The vast amount of information contained in these few words stunned Blood Claw. After a long pause, she nodded slightly. "Okay, please tell me." Seeing that Blood Claw had calmed down, Zhongli quickly considered for a moment before speaking again with authority. "You want to know the truth? Fine, I tell you. But you must abide by the obligations of a captive. You are not a slave, but you are my captive. You are not allowed to escape, and you are not allowed to harm anyone. I'm a man of fairness. If you follow the rules, I ensure you maintain basic decency. But if you act recklessly, I tear you to pieces. Do you understand?" Seeing the fair and solemn aura of a king emanating from Zhongli, Blood Claw nodded involuntarily. At that moment, her gaze toward Zhongli changed. Zhongli had clearly stated that she was his captive, but not his slave. As long as she followed the rules of a captive, he would treat her with honor. As a warrior who had fought on the front lines, Blood Claw naturally agreed with this. Zhongli said to Fengren, "Fengren, stay with your mother." Fengren nodded excitedly, "Yes, Governor." Zhongli grumbled inwardly, "Am I that old?" "Fengren, that kid is so." Then Zhongli secretly messaged Aisha, "Asia, you be responsible for teaching her. Also, teach her Dacian language. We don't have many Lifeng Mandarin speakers here." Asia replied instantly, "Hee, don't worry, Commander. Thank you for saving Shifu again." "You're welcome. It's my duty. After all, I'm her master." Then, just to be safe, Zhongli ordered Yujia to send 2 black-clad mechanical guards to protect Aisha. So, Aisha led Blood Claw away to catch up on her basics class. Watching the farce end, Lucy approached Zhongli and asked, Rui, you really have a plan. But are you so confident in letting Dr. Aisha teach her? Did you see that just now? This girl is actually similar to the newly arrived Wind Blade, a tribal warrior." Zhongli grumbled. "But that's actually a good thing right now. After all, tribal warriors believe in the winners and the losers. I just asked her to swear an oath of honor to observe the obligations of a prisoner, and she's likely not to act recklessly. This cultural belief is actually a stronger restraint than alloy steel handcuffs." "Yes, I agree with that. It makes sense." "Not bad, you're quite capable, huh?" Lu Shi sheathed his weapon and chuckled. "Well, I'm glad you're okay." Seeing that the situation was no longer tense, Zhongli expression relaxed. In the room where Blood Claw was previously imprisoned, a nearby high-strength plexiglass storage box revealed a strange glow gleaming from the center of the distinctive headband Blood Claw once wore. Yujia, Signs of an intrusion. Chapter 290. Zhongli was just about to return to the bridge when Yujia warned him, "Master." The smart handcuffs in Blood Claw's room were unlocked only after the headband remotely decrypted them. Someone remotely controlled them, and deliberately let Blood Claw out to cause trouble. 2 guards, keep an eye on Blood Claw. Keep an eye out for any other brainwave control devices on her. This little girl is just an honest child, but that yet is a ruthless demon who will stop at nothing for revenge. Zhongli expression turned serious, and he looked to the side. Mr. Chen, and by, Blood Claw escaped because someone remotely controlled the headband and hacked the smart handcuffs, allowing him to escape. While Zhongli recognized Chen Jinquan's determination to face justice and be reborn to atone for his sins, he also knew that as the sworn brother of Chen Xiaoyao and Chen Xiaoyu, he should actually call Chen Jinquan uncle. However, thinking of the past when the entire world was destroyed, he couldn't call out. So, when addressing the two, he called Chen Jinquan Mr. Chen and Bai Lingxin Auntie. This was also a deliberate gesture, to let everyone know that Chen Jinquan was indeed dead. Could it be the semi-biological supercomputer intelligence system in the Ontario mother nest? Chen Pan's expression turned solemn. It's the flesh and blood technology mastermind, a fusion of the male Ningan's brain and a supercomputer. Bai Lingxin's expression was rarely seen as serious. This guy is incredible. The network security settings for all Changsheng Group products are extremely high. He was able to break in so easily. Could he be a top-tier hacker? I think there are several possibilities, Zhongli analyzed calmly. First, he once obtained a large amount of information from Aishia's device. Aishia was in contact with Bai Qiangwei. Perhaps the entity called Fan also obtained what Bai Qiangwei shared with Aishia. Second, he was able to decipher the security firewalls here, decipher US military satellites, and nearly completely annihilate the fierce Wind Nation. This basically proves that he has not only mastered it, but is also an expert. Third, seeing the powerful fusion combat power of the Cerberus, and the mass production of Batmen like Bloodclaw, this proves that he has not only fully absorbed your Chansheng Group's biological fusion technology and growth acceleration technology, but also stably compiled the flesh and blood genes of these war creatures. Chen Pan's face suddenly turned pale. So, Ye is a far greater threat to the world than I was in my previous life. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Bai Lingxin called out to Kun Lu. Kun Lu, mobilize 60% of the computing power of Cradle Base 2 on Luijia Mountain Home to comprehensively enhance network security. I don't want remote hacking to happen again. Yes, ma'am, the AI Kun Lu said respectfully. Deep within the Ontario Life Research Institute. Ye snorted. Oh! Humanity's mechanical servants are actually using computing power to enhance network security? You have it, and I have it too. Then, Ye issued a command, intending to use the Ontario Life Research Institute's massive computer to maximize its computing power, 80%, to forcibly crack the network intrusion. Warning, IPs from the Ontario region of Gale Nation are using computing power to brute force our newly constructed security measures, Kun Lu warned. Bai Lingxin said sternly, this Ye isn't a human hacker, yet it actually wants to engage us in a cyber attack. Interesting, interesting. At this moment, Yujia materialized. Mom, do you want me to intervene? Cleaver Kunluo can't hold on any longer. Cleaver. When did you become so playful, giving Kunluo a nickname? Although it's certainly a bit weaker than you. Bai Lingxin smiled. Okay, daughter, teach that arrogant half-baked system a lesson. Use cyber means to fight back. Yujia smiled. Yes, Mom. Immediately, Yujia transformed into a data stream, swiftly infiltrating the Ontario Institute for Life's network system, engaging Ye in a fierce cyber attack and defense battle within the virtual world. The computing power of both sides collided in the data world, causing a violent shockwave. Bai Lingxin and Zhong Lirui watched this invisible battle nervously from the sidelines, their eyes filled with awe at the unknown challenge. Ye was clearly no pushover. His counterattacks were swift and fierce, constantly attempting to break through Yujia's defenses. However, Yujia, as Chansheng Group's top AI, possessed immense computing power and extensive combat experience. She nimbly countered each of Ye's attacks, gradually gaining the upper hand. As time passed, Yujia gradually approached Ye's core systems, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Ye, seemingly realizing his predicament, frantically mobilized his remaining computing power in a final attempt to fight back. However, it was all in vain. Under Yujia's precise strikes, Ye's network system finally temporarily collapsed, and his attack ceased. Furthermore, one of the 3 giant computers at the Ontario Institute for Life Research was destroyed beyond repair by Yujia's manipulation. No matter how clever the Batman is, he can't repair a supercomputer like scientists and engineers. So once damaged, it's permanent. Inside the Ontario Institute for Life, Fong endured the consequences of this particular offensive and defensive battle, his hatred burning in his stomach. Rejoice, humans. You barely managed a victory this time. But sooner or later, you'd be defeated by my legion. In the underground biological dock, the 2 hellhounds that had returned last time were recuperating. Elsewhere, 3 enormous embryos were stirring. Slightly higher, a unique cocoon formed. Within it, a humanoid figure, approximately 2.5 meters tall, was gradually taking shape. Yujia returned victorious, reappearing. Mom, Master, I won. I overloaded that wine-soaked brain, burned out a third of its interconnected giant computer. After all, the interconnected computing efficiency of a semi-biological system is somewhat inferior to that of Kunluo and me. Bai Lingxin smiled. You did well, daughter. However, as part of a biological brain, the semi-biological system's flexibility and creativity should not be underestimated. At this moment, Yujia's figure suddenly flickered, and the 3D projection began to display garbled characters. Yujia. What's wrong with you? Zhong Lirui asked anxiously. Personality data, driver database. 5.69% damaged. Reading backup. Re-up time, 1 minute. Hearing re-up time, 1 minute. Bai Lingxin frowned slightly. Zhong Lirui turned to Bai Lingxin and asked, Auntie, after that high-intensity collision between the AI and the semi-biological system, is Yujia? Is she okay? Huh? Are you so worried about Yujia? Bai Lingxin offered a half-smile. Of course. She's very important to me. Zhong Lirui thought for a moment, then added, She's very important to the Bishi, and to the fleet. Bai Lingxin's smile deepened. Don't worry, she has backups, and she be fine soon. And her memories and data from this time won't be lost. Just trust me, the developer. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Auntie. Zhong Lirui finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, in the data world, Bai Lingxin had already used her synchronous thinking skill to connect with Yu Jia. Alright, stop pretending, daughter. Where did you learn those 36 strategies for flirting with the CO? The tricks you're using are all left over from your mother. You're feigning malfunction and death in front of me to show Bo Arui's concern, and you're still using these little tricks in front of me, huh? You're the AI that drives the strategic level defense system I wrote. Even if you're damaged, you still be reading back up in a synchronized loop. Why would you need the cooldown time of an old-fashioned solo defense? Hee hee, Mom. I just wanted to see if he cared about me. Yu Jia emerged from the virtual world. That's enough. Don't play with fire and cause trouble. The overall situation is more important now. Mom, if I had just punched that monster's brain back, I wouldn't have been hurt. I actively hacked into its database, so I was only slightly injured. Mom, Master and his allies are working hard to strengthen themselves. But that Fong, or rather, the male Nin Jin, has embarked on an even more insane plan. This time, Master's fleet dealt with 3 bastards, but next time there won't be just 3. Moreover, during the battle, Master's hero, Dragon Bird, and Golden Crow Wing, fought in a way that Fong observed and learned, and is now trying to create something similar in the hive. No wonder. During the battle, those 3 bastards suddenly unleashed a battleship-level full-strength barrage. Mom, if this continues, Master is in serious danger. Last time, Master devised a final, decisive attack on the hive. Tactics. Kunlun and I have repeatedly calculated that this is the only feasible tactic under the current circumstances. However, Nalia not only has the mother nest, but also has a large army of monsters. Only if our human coalition can deplete the monster army to a certain extent and use the final killing blow. Only then can we completely eradicate the problem. That's what Master meant, and Kunlun and I agree. The current combined forces of the 3 factions are insufficient to deplete the monster army. If we wait a few months, I'm seriously worried about whether our army can achieve its tactical objectives. Also, I did just find those pitiful female zombies who became the seabed at the base. They're indeed alive, just like Dr. Asia. But just alive. You can understand the specifics from Dr. Asia's experience. Master's plan to rescue them is feasible. However, without the special channeling power of Wind Blade, the risk is too great. I understand. Your father and I anticipated the potential challenges you proposed, and that's why we came to help Rui. I consider countermeasures. We still have time and opportunity. Okay, Mom. After a brief silence, Yu Jia returned to the online channel. Master, I'm back. Yu Jia. I'm glad you're okay. Thank you for your hard work. Zhong Lirui finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Jia secretly measured care and concern, 35%. In the data world, a smile curved Yu Jia's lips. Bai Lingxin, after a moment's thought, called Chen Pan. Husband, let's go down to the Blade Throne hangar later. We have something to discuss. Chen Pan was silent for a moment, then said calmly, Honey, do you think the knife isn't sharp enough, or the stick isn't thick enough? You? Bai Lingxin smiled helplessly at Chen Pan's blunt words. Yes. However, she still admitted it frankly. I understand. Chen Pan nodded, sighing slightly. I didn't expect you'd be getting weapons again. But this time, it's for the governor's godson's mission to save lives. Alright. Chapter 291. 2 weeks later. Yelena, having adapted to her new human form, once again parted ways with Zhong Lirui's fleet. Although the new humans are physically strong, you should still take it easy and stop messing around. Keep your eyes on the road and the walls when you run. Zhong Lirui warned Yelena earnestly. Yelena's face suddenly turned pale. After successfully transforming into a new human a few days ago, she felt the power of her newfound strength and got carried away. As a result, she lost control when trying to run at 60 miles per hour and crashed into a wall. I know. Beside them, Ivan, who was gradually recovering, and Anna, who had recovered 90% of her health, chuckled. Yelena coughed strategically. Her father and sister still gave her the governor's respect. Arue, Master, thank you. Thank you for everything you've done for my family. Thank you for everything you've done for the people of the Demon City Fortress. In this era, everyone needs to help each other. Di Sinyan smiled and patted her apprentice's shoulder. We are all human, survivors of the age of crisis. Our current situation isn't much better than it was in the barbaric era, so we, the remaining ones, must unite and help each other even more. Stand together for warmth, Master? Yes. At this point, Zhong Lirui warned, Yelena, We have less than 7 months left to defend the Asian continent. For us, the Dacian forces, although we truly have no choice, we must prioritize preparing for war with all our existing resources. Of all these, your demon city is of the utmost importance. I'm entrusting you with the core raw materials for General Long and I's high-powered tactical weapons. Ivan raised his still trembling hand and reluctantly pushed back his half-cracked glasses. Zhongli, Governor, don't worry. We will definitely restore production capacity. Thank you, Senior Engineer. The Rakshasa Senior Engineer smiled confidently. For humanity. Zhongli Rui and Yelena were stunned, then solemnly replied, for humanity. Under the eager gazes of the soldiers and civilians of the Demon City Fortress, the repaired and reinforced Bishi and Xiangui headed towards Ling'an Province. Sister, he's gone. You didn't even express your gratitude this time? Have you really let him go? We can live for over 200 years now. I have plenty of time to wait for him, Anna was stunned, a look of confusion on her face. Yes, everyone is now a new human or awakened being, with a long lifespan. With so much time, opportunities are indeed far more abundant than before. The two warships, carrying the Ling'an Province troops, returned to Ling'an Province. On the way back, Aisha systematically tested Blood Claw on basic knowledge and communication. Overall, Aisha found that Blood Claw's level of Mandarin was roughly on par with Xiufu's, and he possessed the skill of a professional assassin in light weapons and melee combat. While wearing a special headband, Blood Claw and his companions could constantly hear the whispers of the so-called Fang King. Now it seems this is a form of mind control. Initially, Blood Claw and his young Batmen were only fed with systematic language knowledge and a low-level knowledge of the tribal warrior honor system. Once equipped with the mind-controlled headband, Blood Claw and his healthy warriors would become unwaveringly loyal to Fang, obeying his orders. Back then, when the Ontario officials decided to teach Xiaofu kindness and spare my life, they probably wanted to witness how the three of us continue to produce Batman offspring. You mastered this method and used it to mass-produce and control Batman warriors. I never thought that even unconscious and trapped in hell, I'd still be exploited. But then again, this handsome governor is also using me. But, thinking of this, Asia turned her head and looked at her daughter and eldest son with constant loving eyes. The companions around them, all with varying personalities, and that good-hearted Governor Zhongli Rui, who, despite claiming to be a lifer, always provided her with a stable life and new research projects. He even saved the remaining 90,000 survivors of his brother's kingdom. Asia sighed self-deprecatingly. Such exploitation? Well, I just enjoy it. After obtaining the information she sought and transmitting it simultaneously to Chinpan and Bai Lingxin, Aisha, at Blood Claw's request, recounted matters of interest to Blood Claw, including the relationship between humans and Batmen, modified, of course, and the precise nature of Zhongli Rui's current identity. Child, he's a major general in the army, a guardian of human order, and the governor of a region. However, he's not a king. He supports peaceful coexistence among intelligent beings of different races, not life and death slaughter, Aisha summarized briefly. I see. No wonder he values warrior honor and the code so highly. At this moment, Blood Claw recalled what Aisha had described earlier. Zhongli Rui had established new state districts to protect the people, fought wars across the country to support other state districts, and even crossed the seas to defeat him, all to save the people of other nations. Furthermore, he valued honor, not just killing people. As for Aisha's claim that Zhongli Rui supported interspecies coexistence, Blood Claw believed it. He and the two other bat people beside him, who were not slaves, were irrefutable proof. Hearing these true stories, Blood Claw's eyes flashed with emotion and admiration. At that moment, Blood Claw looked like a child listening to an elder recount heroic tales by the fire. After a moment of reflection, Blood Claw continued, Dr. Aisha, what is Governor Zhongli's attitude toward our people? Governor Zhongli's plan is to rescue your people, and then live in peace. Save our people? Blood Claw felt as if he had heard the most incredible thing in the world. At this moment, Aisha said with a serious expression, have you forgotten how cruelly your mother was treated? How your wounded warriors were abandoned, especially the women. Governor Zhongli will save your clan, and your mother. Blood Claw's eyes widened, speechless with shock. After a long pause, she nodded solemnly, he is truly a guardian of honor. Seeing Blood Claw's attitude at this moment, Aisha knew her goal had been achieved, and smiled. Mom, the Governor-General commands such a powerful army, yet he's not king? Xiufu, who was also listening in, asked curiously. This question also piqued Feng Ren's interest, who was also listening in. I'm curious too. Why doesn't Uncle Zhongli Rui claim the throne? I was king myself, although I later gave it to my second brother. Fengren said this with a proud expression. Xiaofu felt a pang of sadness. His second brother ignored his advice and led the other aunt's children in an attack on Governor Zhongli's powerful army, only to be killed. Asia smiled. That was his own choice. He chose to uphold the people's rights, not to establish a dictatorship. Though Bloodclaw couldn't understand Dacian language, she heard something in the voice that seemed to be related to Zhongli Rui. Turning to Xiaofu, she asked, "What are you talking about? Is it about Governor Zhongli?"